I opened a flagship store for military weapons online, even claiming to deliver globally on the same day and offer a 3-day no-reason return policy. I didn't expect it to attract the military forces of various countries to purchase it one after another. After it arrived, they even thoughtfully sent 5-star reviews, good quality and inexpensive, delivered to your home for free. Love you moi. At this time, I was bored looking at my phone, and then I saw today's news. The country of Bayan was brutally attacked by the beautiful country, sparing not even women and children. The more I watched, the angrier I became. So I bragged online that I would donate 5,000 apocalypse tanks to the brothers of Bayan. Unfortunately, I am not an arms dealer. Who doesn't brag? I didn't expect to receive a message from the commander-in-chief of the country of Bayan. Alpha, Mr. Yi, is it true that you want to donate? When I saw the message from Alpha, I thought to myself, could it be encountering telecommunications fraud? Okay, this guy thinks I'm a fool. Since he wants to play word games, I'll play along. Immediately I replied, I really want to donate, but dear brother, we still need to be clear about the accounts. I've already donated my things. You can't expect me to cover the shipping costs too. However, the other party said they were tight on cash and wanted to use gold to offset the account. When I saw the message, I laughed. I didn't expect the other party to be even better at boasting than me. Let's see who can boast better. Since you are all so polite, to show sincerity, I will give you an extra batch of anti-aircraft vehicles. We are all Earthlings, so take them first and talk about money later. Payment upon delivery. However, what I didn't expect was that I actually received a down payment of 80 million from the other party. This is almost a small goal of 1 billion, and I actually earned it so easily. Am I not becoming a fraudster? Just as I was calculating in my mind whether I could change the sentence to a suspended death sentence, a prompt sound came in my mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for activating the Arms Tycoon system. System binding successful. Arms Depot pack activated. And at the same time, the Apocalypse tank data imported successfully can be automatically produced. Upon hearing this news, I immediately perked up, shocked. They can really make tanks now. Oh no, I've been bragging too much. This is a big problem now. How do we deliver the goods? We can't just let the brothers from the Bayan country come over and drive the tank back themselves. That's too unrealistic. At this moment, Alpha sent a message, Mr. Yi, how are your goods prepared? Where would be the most suitable place for us to meet? So I calmly replied, send the location. The goods will definitely be delivered on time tomorrow. In a meeting room far away in the country of Bayan, Alpha and a group of high-ranking officials from Bayan couldn't stay calm after seeing my response. One executive angrily shouted, fraud! He must be a fraud. 80 million? Just gone like that. Alpha, you must take full responsibility for this matter. Bayan will be ruined because of you. Another senior official also joined in the criticism. After all, the current situation in the country of Bayan is extremely dire, with the borders surrounded by layers of Eagle Sauce's troops, making it impossible for external ships and vehicles to enter, rendering large-scale transportation impossible. At this time, Alpha said firmly, still choosing to believe in me. If there is any mistake in this purchase, I, Alpha, am willing to die in atonement. Upon hearing these words, the three senior executives fell into silence. The country of Bayan is now on the brink of life and death. If they really fall victim to fraud, they may be doomed. I'm tired. Notify me promptly if there is any new information. With that, the president turned around and took the lead out of the office. Alpha quickly got up and escorted the three people to the door, then contacted me. Now that the border has been tightly sealed by the enemy, how do you plan to transport the goods? And I confidently replied to the message, you don't need to worry about this. Tomorrow I will give you a coordinate, and you can send someone to receive it at that time. Due to the urgency of time, it can only be delivered in batches. Tomorrow, I will send you 200 vehicles first. I will then pack the tank and hand it over to the system for delivery. The next morning, in a forest within the borders of the country of Bayan, 5 military trucks slowly stopped by the roadside. Alpha looked at the coordinates in his hand. This should be it, right? Could it be that it hasn't been delivered yet? Just as he looked up to ponder, a major hurried over and said, reporting to the officer, the reconnaissance team has reported that there seems to be something unusual in the woods. Alpha was surprised to hear this. Could it be that the tank is hidden in the woods? Quickly, have everyone get off the car and search in the woods. The major immediately responded and quickly called all the soldiers to get off the car and run towards the woods. A few minutes later, the soldiers who entered the woods all exclaimed in unison. Alpha heard this and hurriedly went into the woods to see what was going on. At a glance, he was instantly stunned. Oh my god, it really is hidden in the woods. Alpha saw neatly arranged rows of 10 tanks in front of him. He carefully counted and found that each row had exactly 20 tanks, totaling 200 tanks. Just as Alpha was immersed in joy, his satellite communicator urgently sounded, "General, the Daisheng Bird Army is launching a sudden attack on San City. They have deployed at least a reinforced brigade, and we are quickly losing ground." Alpha immediately became nervous and shouted loudly, "Hold on. You must hold on. If you can't hold on, our children and parents will be in an irretrievable situation. I will immediately lead the troops back to reinforce." The shouts of Alpha echoed clearly around. Every soldier heard it vividly. These soldiers are the last armored soldiers of the Ba army, the last hope of the Bayan country. Alpha shouted loudly, "The enemy is attacking again. For our country. Get in the tanks and fight back with me." The soldiers heard the order and instantly felt their blood boiling. They quickly formed groups of 3 and rushed towards the Tianqi tanks. However, when the first group entered the tank, they were surprised to find that this tank was highly advanced and fully automated. Alpha jumped into the tank, urgently ordering, "All team follow me and kill back to San City. It's time to launch a counterattack." The next day, I just woke up and opened my phone, only to see a piece of news that had spread all over the internet. Last night, the Daisheng Miao army launched a sudden attack on Shachang, but encountered 200 unknown model tanks from the Pakistani army, completely annihilating the Daisheng Miao army mechanized brigade. Moreover, the tanks used by the Pakistani side are advanced tanks that have never been seen by any country before. An Eagle Sauce spokesperson Adelaide spoke out, strongly condemning the countries that provided military assistance to the country of Bayan, declaring that they will definitely investigate thoroughly. At this moment, the global public opinion is undoubtedly focused on the mysterious weapon of the Tianqi tank. However, Bayan explained that all the tanks were picked up in a certain forest. Obviously, no one in the world, other than the buyer and seller parties, would even believe this. Picked up a tank brigade in the woods for nothing? Can you believe that? Do you really think we're all idiots? Excessively. Eagle Land was the first to come out with a statement in response. They've been condemning it very strongly. Meanwhile, the Eagle Sauce spokesman also pointed out the connotations of the Great Maoist State, because the Apocalypse tank is so characteristic of the Woolly Bear Alliance period. For this reason, an urgent meeting was also held on the part of the Great Mauryan State, inside the Capitol building, Moss City, the capital of the Great Mauve State. More than 20 senior military and political officials, including President Valentine of the Great Mauryan State, participated. Tell me, what's the deal with the new tanks from Bayan country? Is it a product of the former Woolly Bear Alliance period or not? Why is such advanced equipment not prioritized to equip our army, but secretly go to aid to the Bayan state? If we could have had tanks like these for the war against Dermau, we could have ended the war in January and thus pulled ourselves out of the war quagmire. Someone please tell me who the hell gave something like this to the Baal sheep state? Valentine asked as he looked around with a tight frown. The people in the room, on the other hand, did not squeak at a single question. At the moment, it's clear that it's not just the Eagle Sauce Nation that thinks the apocalypse is a product of the Woolly Bear Alliance period, but even the president of the Great Woolly Nation thinks it should have been theirs in the first place. No, to be more precise, how he wished the tank was theirs. Unfortunately, he knew better than anyone else in the room what the truth was. They really didn't make that thing. Seeing that the crowd was silent, Valentine turned his head to the Director General of State Military Intelligence and said, "Agenets, I give you 5 days. After 5 days, I must get accurate information about the new tank." Agenets immediately got up at the words and saluted and said yes. But inside his heart 100 straw horses were running wild. Who the hell came up with this stuff? It is not only the Hawksbill and Big Hairy states that take this very seriously. The official and military authorities of the flower planting countries are also very concerned about this matter. This is because the characteristics of this new tank are very much like the direction of armor research in this country. If we can get information on this new type of tank, it will greatly shorten the development process of Seedflower's new armor. Planting Flowers Kyoto. Inside the defense building, Summer China, the Secretary General of the Ministry of National Defense, is organizing a meeting with the relevant heads of the National Security Bureau, the National Intelligence Bureau, the Military Intelligence Bureau, and the Police Security Intelligence Bureau. Summer China gently placed a piece of A4 paper on the desk and said, "This is a confidential letter of response from the state of Bayan. A heartfelt thank you for our assistance with the Apocalypse tanks." The crowd was collectively confused when they heard this. Is it really the flower growers who did this? That's a pretty good job of keeping it a secret. They, the intelligence experts, froze and didn't hear a peep in advance. After saying this, Summer China said with a heavy tap on the table, "Can either of you tell me what the hell is going on? How is it that the new tanks of the Baathists are aided by my planters?" Several intelligence bureau chiefs were present, and they were also asked one by one without squeaking, "What's going on?" Listening to the Secretary General's words, "This tank is not a flower growers? Then why does the Bayan Kingdom want to thank us?" The crowd had a stunned expression on their faces, while Summer China frowned hard and continued. The chief is taking this very seriously right now, so concentrate all your forces. Set up a special investigation team immediately. You have 4 days. In 4 days, I need a clear answer. After saying this, he turned his head to look at Rui Ningxue, the deputy director of the Special Investigation Division of the National Security Bureau. I'll leave it to Rui to take the lead on this. We must find out what's going on. Third-grade police inspector Rui Ningxue immediately rose and saluted back with a yes upon hearing this. On the other hand, the CIA, Central Intelligence Agency, DIA, Defense Intelligence Agency, and NSA, National Security Agency, of the Eagle Jam country have also taken action, and each bureau has sent teams of agents to Bayan, Damao, and Seed Flower countries to conduct investigations, but the man who started it all is working tirelessly overtime in a small factory on the outskirts of South Shanghai. Finally got another 100 out. I should have known that the bull would not have blown it so hard at that time. How long will it take to build 5,000 of these? This system coins are drying up to the bottom. Yi Yuan had just finished speaking when he received an alert on his cell phone. Your account was credited with 200,000 Blue Star digital coins. Hearing this news, Yi Yuan's scalp was numb at that moment. 200,000 Blue Star digital coins? Wouldn't that be 20 billion Eagle Sauce dollars? Holy, Alpha paid again? This guy's a real stickler. Sure enough, just as Yi Yuan thought of this, the computer popped up a pop-up window. Dear Mr. God, please forgive us for failing to pay the full final payment. It's not that we don't want to show more than enough sincerity, but right now we're really very strapped for cash. If you need it, we can transfer the mineral mining rights in the country as soon as possible, or the gold reserve holdings in the treasury, so please make sure you believe in our sincerity. We are very eager to finalize the deal with you. Inside the basement, Arafat was very apprehensive about releasing 2 messages to the other side. He was furious that the treasury could not pay the full amount in one lump sum, but he couldn't really blame Alice any more than he had to, because it was so hard to be in Barnyard right now. Now not only do we need money for war, but we need a lot of money for resettling victims, rescuing people, granting pensions, purchasing medicines, and all sorts of other things. That's 20 billion Eagle Jam dollars that just hit, or she squeezed it out of various places. So, while Arafat was furious, he didn't blame anyone. Now he could only hope that Mr. God would be sympathetic to them. Wasn't going to charge you guys in the first place? Said I was going to donate it to you. It's just that you're too pushy. I've felt your sincerity, and I don't think you need so many tanks. How about switching to some other cheap goods? Practicality is most important. Arafat couldn't help the tears that fell from his eyes then when he saw the others reply. The other side must have been sent by God to save them. No, no, no. He is the God of the land of Baal Shem. Thank you very much indeed. I agree that 5,000 tanks is a bit too many, and we don't have that many armored drivers. Another 200 would be our limit. We'd like to uniformly order the advanced version of these 200 units, because the Air Force of the Eagle Jam country is really scary. We're in desperate need of air release equipment right now, so if we can. Arafat's words came to an abrupt halt, because he had wanted to inquire about the anti-aircraft tracked vehicle that the other party had promised to give away. But people have already done themselves a great favor. If it wasn't for him, Sandcastle might have been captured by the Daishang Bird Army. So, it's really a bit of a face pull to open your mouth and ask for something from someone for free right now. Yi Yuan saw that the other party stopped in the middle of his sentence and immediately mistook it for the other party not thinking of what to say. So he got up and prepared to go make a bowl of instant noodles to fill his hunger. But just at this time, the system prompt suddenly sounded. Alarm! Alarm! Unknown data intrusion detected. Someone is trying to hack into the host computer. Chapter 6, Dog Eat Dog. Arafat was in the middle of discussing a follow-up deal with Yi Yuan. The red alarm light on his office wall suddenly flashed. With that, a computer engineering specialist ran in anxiously. Sir, your computer has been hacked. I can't stop them. Arafat sniffed and hastened to try to pass on the truth to the seller. But at this point his computer was completely out of his control. Arafat immediately unplugged the computer as soon as he saw it, trying to stop the unknown hacker's attack by physically blocking it. However, he was ultimately underestimating the hackers who attacked his network. These guys are professional agent-level cyber hackers. Now even if Arafat unplugged the computer, they could still use their computers to instantly build a whole set of simulated environments. So, at this time, Alpha's accountant still in contact with Yi Yuan. Model factory. Inside the office. After the system alerted the host, it patched the network vulnerability at the first opportunity and introduced the intruding hacker into another virtual environment. System vulnerability patched. 2 system coins consumed. The source of the intrusion signal has been confined to analog space. Yi Yuan was first stunned when he heard these two tips, then he looked at the notebook with considerable interest and asked, "It's just handy to have a system that prevents this. Then I can let go and be bold from now on." No sooner had he said this than a new message popped up on his computer. "Alpha, Mr. God. Just now I have discussed with the head and would like to purchase an additional purchase amount of 50 billion. But I can't make such a big purchase. So the head wants to have a video interview with you. Do you think it's convenient?" The hackers thought they had done a seamless job, entering the information exactly in Arafat's idiomatic language. But how could he know that the other party had seen through everything long ago? So, when Yi Yuan replied after reading these words with a slight raise of his eyebrows, "Yes, but according to the old rules, I need to collect a deposit of $10 billion first. Bayan country, inside a dilapidated residential building. Coleridge, a hacker agent for the Eagle Kingdom, cursed as he stared wide-eyed at the screen. Open your mouth for $10 billion. Who gave you the courage? Is it a Malayan actress? It's Captain." Humphrey sniffed and turned to another team member, Juliana, and asked, "How's it going? Did you find out the other IP address?" Juliana said, shaking her head softly as she listened. "The other side's firewall is highly rated, and I'm going to need a little more time," Humphrey said with a cold smile upon hearing this, while looking at Coleridge. "Let him send the account number first. No useful information can be spared. Try to get as much information about the other side as possible first." Coleridge sniffed and immediately pretended that Alpha was continuing to send messages. "We are very sincere. A $10 billion deposit is no problem at all. Please repeat the card number." "Your Excellency." Inside the office, Yi Yuan saw this and immediately smiled badly. Then, a cunning idea suddenly came into his mind. Thus, Yi Yuan immediately said to the system in serious inquiry, "Look up, for me, the John Bull Secretary of Defense Nadog Country bank card number." The system accepts the command and quickly shows the results. Rossetti Ford, Secretary of Defense, John Bull Defense Secretary Rossetti Ford. Yi Yuan immediately sent the number over after glancing at it. With that, the system alerted again, saying that the hacker was trying to crack the host's IP address. "Since you're already acting, you have to do the whole thing." So, Yi Yuan immediately had the system generate an IP for John Bull National Lunar City, inside a dilapidated residential building, in the country of Bayan. Coleridge reported with a smile as soon as he got the bank card number. "Captain, got it. It's a bank card from the Bank of the Land of Nanodogs, but with our technology, there's currently no way to crack their cybersecurity system." Humphrey listened but smiled wryly directly afterward. "No, we don't need to bother with that. The Foreign Office will do the rest for us. Send me the card number." No sooner had Humphrey said this than Juliana suddenly cried out with a laugh. "Yes, it worked. The IP address is in Lin City, John Bull Country. The exact address needs further verification," Humphrey said with a nod and a smile immediately after hearing this. "Okay, you guys did a great job. Coleridge, tell the other side that the funds are too large and that the treasury needs time to prepare. And tell him to wait 24 hours. Coleridge immediately made an OK sign after hearing this. The other party also quickly replied with an OK emoticon, and then quickly went offline. Humphrey didn't say anything more at the site, but picked up the satellite phone to report back. Seed Country, inside the Nanhu model factory. Yi Yuan sat at his desk and giggled while eating instant noodles. "Just happy to watch you guys dogfight. Didn't they say that Eagle Jam Nation and John Bull were close? Hey, you guys can just go in the nest then." Yi Yuan used the system to give the Eagle Jam Nation a false intelligence. For its part, the Great Mauve Nation tracked the movements of the Eagle Jam spies and intercepted this piece of information. So the two superpowers, Eagle Jam and Big Mo, simultaneously cast scrutinizing attention on John Bull Country. Soon after, top executives of the Bank of the Land of the Dog secretly transmitted customer information to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Land of the Eagle Sauce. John Bull Defense Secretary Rossetti Ford's identity was dug up. The Hawksbane state is good at using all means to get intelligence, and the Great Maoist state is good at using all means to get intelligence from the Hawksbane state. So it wasn't long before the Great Hairy Kingdom learned of John Bull's dirty laundry. Good man, John Bull Country is tough enough this time. In order to pass the knife to his own big brother, he even let the senior management personally get down to engage in planting evidence. "If I get mad, I'll harmonize all of you." Thus, the officials of the Great Mauve state began to mention the matter explicitly and implicitly, and strongly implied that John Bull would settle the matter by his own means. The world was extremely shocked when this news was released. So it was John Bull Nation that supported Baal Sheep after all? Isn't he in cahoots with Eagle Jam Nation? The Big Hairy Country is forcing the John Bull Country to jump back, while the other countries are still eating their words. The Eagle Jam Country has sent its top brass to the John Bull Country for secret talks. Clueless John Bull Country officials are really clueless. What the hell is going on here? How did Bile Sheep's fire come to his own house? Brother Eagle Land? Let me explain. While Eagle Sauce and John Bull were busy wrestling with the rights and wrongs, Big Hair had already begun to take the lead in sanctioning the other side. It is very clear that the John Bull country has not learned its lesson from the sanctions of the last war in the Irma country. Well, then, this time, the Great Mauve Nation is going to put an even bigger trick on you straight away. The international situation instantly became tense again. The world's gold price quotations began to rise all the way up, while the rest of the country is in a mess. The flower-growing country is still in good shape, but those experts from the NSA were not idle one by one. After 38 hours of non-stop collection, investigation and screening, Manhwa, the municipality that grows the largest number of flowers, was finally targeted as a key suspect area. Thus, Rui Ningxue, the head of the special investigation team, took the team members on a special flight to South Shanghai overnight. Chapter 7 Paying Taxes to the State. Eagle Jam Nation got a fake intel from Yi Yuan. John Bull's defense secretary Rossetti Ford was secretly arrested. Ford was directly arrested in secret. The Great Mauve Nation further escalated trade sanctions against the John Bull Nation, even as they activated the Missile Desire pre-targeting system. John Bull country's anti-missile services soon detected the incident. John Bull raised the nation in an uproar, and the people's dissatisfaction with officialdom was at its height. The John Bull country urgently called off all plans to aid Mao and sent a special envoy to the Great Mao country for talks. Seeing how cranky the Great Hairy Nation was, the Eagle Sauce Nation immediately lowered its stance and became a peacemaker as well. The international storm clouds are suddenly changing, and the Western countries are in a state of panic. However, the situation in the country where the flowers are planted is still very good. Rui Ningxue, the head of the special investigation team, took his team members on a special flight to South Shanghai overnight. Yan Qi, head of the South Shanghai branch of the State Security Bureau, personally rushed to Hongqiao Airport to meet the plane. When Rui Ningxi saw the other party, she immediately revealed a sweet smile. "Hello Uncle Yan." Yan Qi immediately smiled back after hearing this, and then took the initiative to go forward to receive the other party's luggage. "It's been a hard trip, hasn't it? Come on, Uncle Yan will take you to eat the crab buns you craved the most when you were a kid." Rui Ningxue's cheeks immediately blushed a little after hearing this. "What do you remember from your childhood?" But this time there really wasn't time. The Secretary General just gave us 4 days. Now it looks like it's going to be half over and we haven't even found anyone yet. Yan Qi immediately frowned tightly when he heard this. Then this is indeed delayed. But don't worry, Uncle Yan has greeted all the departments in South Shanghai. All the heads of the units are now on standby and will certainly cooperate with you to the fullest. After hearing this, Rui Ningxi quickly expressed her gratitude, and then the crowd quickly boarded the Chinese bus. On the other hand, Arafat was in a hurry because he couldn't contact the seller. But with the cyber-tech prowess of the Boss Sheep State, there's no way to compare it to the likes of Eagle Sauce or the Big Hairy State. Luckily, the seller changed his vest that night and reached out to him. So the second batch of 200 Apocalypse tanks arrived as originally planned. Not only that, but the other side has thoughtfully sent 500 anti-aircraft tracked vehicles. The construction of this anti-aircraft tracked vehicle is extremely simple, an armored car with an old anti-aircraft gun. But surprisingly, this anti-aircraft gun carriage is equipped with an automatic targeting and locking system. They activate, track, and attack on their own whenever they spot an enemy aerial combat aircraft. So, this anti-aircraft tracked vehicle only needs to be equipped with one driver. In this way, it really saved Arafat a lot of heartache. Sweet, that's so sweet. Say no more. This dude can definitely get laid. So Arafat, to make up for not being able to buy the full 5,000 tanks, introduced Yi Yuan to other hard-pressed people who were in the same boat. Because of Arafat's personal guarantee, those who came to Yi Yuan to buy arms were very willing to pay the purchase price upfront. Model factory. Inside the office, Yi Yuan was about to go out to purchase biological supplies after eating his instant noodles. Instead, an unfamiliar account dialog box suddenly popped up on the computer screen. After hearing the beep, Yi Yuan had no choice but to sit back in his chair. The person who sent the message was called Fellhunter, and the first thing he said was, "I heard you have tanks for sale and I would like to order 1,000 of them." Yi Yuan looked at the screen and didn't say anything for a long time. He just quietly looked at the dialog box. Fellhunter? Cerberus? What the hell? Meanwhile, inside a mountain base in Caracal country, Abbas, the Houthi deputy chief of staff, is staring at his computer screen with a tense face. Why hasn't the other side replied? Didn't Arafat say the other side was reliable? Abbas kept tapping on the table with an anxious look on his face, because most of Eagle Jam's attention is now being drawn away from Boss Sheep. So, he thinks now is the best time to launch a counterattack. The problem, however, is that the firepower configuration of their organization is so far removed from the Eagle Jam army. So Abbas secretly contacted his old friend Arafat to get some good constructive advice from him. But Abbas never expected that the other party would directly introduce an arms dealer named God Yi. Abbas would never have believed these notorious speculative traders if he had not had the personal guarantee of an old friend. Could the other side be worried that the tank is too big a target? Abbas had just thought about it when the dialogue box had a reply message. The tanks are off the market for now. If you need small items you can talk about it in detail. Planting flowers, inside the office. Yi Yuan looked at the 300 or so extra apocalypses left to be built for a moment and staggered. Is he not wanting to sell? Doesn't he know that tanks are highly profitable? Yi Yuan wasn't stupid. Of course he knew that the more expensive something was, the greater the profit. But the international situation is now tense. Big killers like tanks are better off sparingly at the moment. Otherwise, in case the three wars are stirred up, the people of various countries will be the ones who are unlucky. That would be a big sin to commit on your own. Therefore, Yi Yuan was not going to sell large arms in the near future. Thin margins seem to make money. So, as Alpha sends a message to explain that Cerberus is his buddy, he then decided to take the other party's order. Just large arms he did not dare to touch now. After all, Hawkmaster's side had set its sights on him. As for what to do with the rest of the tanks, or just turn it into the state, all is the old man doing foreign trade to pay the tax. To take a step back further, paying a favor now before it's too late might be useful someday in the future. Thinking of this, Yi Yuan hurriedly ordered another batch of high-quality steel, preparing to gather enough for 500 apocalypses before turning them in. But unbeknownst to him, he nearly exposed himself with this move. This is an afterthought. For now, inside the base of the mountain, Abbas watched as the other man answered with a pang. How come this doesn't work with him? Don't they say you get a free anti-aircraft gun when you buy a tank? They need anti-aircraft weapons now. But Abbas was not unreasonable, and he knew that this kind of sale was very special, and so built on mutual trust. So Abbas took a deep breath before replying quickly. Okay, then I'll start by ordering 10 000 AK-47s and 2 000 low-level anti-aircraft rockets. Immediately after sending the message, Abbas lit a cigar. The fire had only just been lit on his end when the other man replied to the message. Okay, then I'll send you another 5 000 grenades. If you're only fighting a ground war, I suggest you consider my terrorist robots. 20 off 100. Buy 1 000 get 100 free. Yo, pro. Abbas felt a little confused immediately upon seeing the reply. So he moved closer to the screen and looked carefully at the web address. That's right. This is the GV forum, not somewhere. But what's with this damn seedy online shopping vestige? The clueless Abbas was still in a daze when the other side transmitted a file. The name of that file was clearly the Terrorbot parameter description. Chapter 8, Caught in the Act. The Terrorbot is an anti-tank, vehicular semi-intelligent robot in red alert. It has 4 slim, agile steel feet and is so spider-like in appearance that it is often referred to as a spider by players. The spiders are small, only 1.3 m in height and weighing only 50 kilograms. But he is very agile and can reach 100 kilometers per hour at full power. The machine is not equipped with any thermal weapons, however, and its biggest attack relies on its own 4 steel feet. Anyone who has played this old game knows that spider robots are the nemesis of tanks and armored vehicles. It attacks by jumping up, drilling into the tank and then storing up electricity to crank it, using mechanical external forces in a savage, brutal way to cause devastating damage to the vehicle's internal components. Of course, it can also use its iron feet to make brutal kills of people. It has its own drawbacks, though, and that's poor defense. Normal heavy machine guns, grenades, and artillery can destroy them easily. But its advantages are also very obvious. The robot belongs to the semi-intelligent product, paired with automatic alert, autonomous attack function. Most of all, it's very inexpensive to build. Each Terrorbot costs a mere 40,000 flower dollars. So, Yi Yuan was prepared to increase the price by $5,000 per robot. That shouldn't be too much to ask, should it? As for AK-47s and grenades and whatnot, these basic armaments are very cheap. Take the AK-47 semi-automatic rifle, which is commercially available at a cost of between 3,000 types of flower money. According to data from the extranet, the price can be reduced to 2,500 flower coins if you buy 100 or more. However, if Leaf Source produces its own, the cost can basically be controlled at around 1,000 kinds of flower coins. So, he's going to sell 2,000 flower coins each. It's not too much to ask to make 1,000 bucks a pop, right? But since there was already a profit on the guns, Yi Yuan wasn't going to earn too hard on the bullets. The seed flower homegrown 7 62mm bullet costs roughly $3 to build, but Leaf Source can keep the cost down to about $1.50 if they produce it themselves. So, yeah, Yuan is prepared to raise the price by only 1 cent per bullet, or $1.51. Thin margins, I guess. This stuff is all consumable anyway. Other things like grenades, low-altitude anti-aircraft rockets, and so on and so forth. Yi Yuan's own production is always cheaper than reality by more than half, so he wasn't going to slaughter too hard on these consumables. 10,000 AK-47S is 20 million. 2,000 anti-aircraft rockets is 1.4 million. 5,000 grenades and 50,000 rounds of ammo are given to the other side for nothing. On top of that, the buyer ordered 2,000 terror robots for a total of $90 million. With the addition of the previous AKs and rockets, the entirety of the Cerberus purchase amounted to $111.4 million. Yi Yuan is slightly superstitious and doesn't like the number 4. Therefore, the final total offer was only 111 million seed flower coins. Even so, he could still make a small profit. Inside the base of the mountain, a boss read the other offer then and there. That's too affordable, isn't it? That Arafat guy was right. This arms dealer is a god. The price is almost as bad as losing money. As it was, a boss couldn't be bothered to nag about anything. So, after inquiring about the other party's digital coin account number, the $112 million funds were immediately credited. A boss intentionally typed in an extra 1 million seed coins, saying it was gas money for the seller's transportation. Yi Yuan saw that the other party was a straightforward person, so he didn't dwell on these things much, but when it came time to ship, he was prepared to send the other side 200 more anti-aircraft tracked vehicles. After all, those bullets need to have vehicles loaded too, don't they? After receiving the payment, the system instantly converted the digital coins into system coins. Then Yi Yuan began to work overtime to produce, and then also placed another order to buy a large number of steel and other materials. Meanwhile, inside the South Shanghai State Security Agency building, the special investigative team led by Renee Ness has finally made progress. She walked quickly into Yen Qi's office with a file bag in her hand. Uncle Yen, we already have a clue. There are 13 suspicious locations, the most suspicious of which is a model manufacturing plant near the northern outskirts of South Shanghai. Within a period of nearly a week, this small factory, which covers a small area, suddenly purchased dozens of tons of steel. This move is so counterintuitive. I feel the need to lead a trip myself. It should yield something. Yen Qi immediately got up to receive the other party's dossier bag after hearing this. He then frowned as he took out the papers. Okay, you take a team over to the northern suburbs side. I'm ordering the other squads to check the remaining 12 locations. After saying this, Yen Qi immediately picked up the phone and dialed a string of numbers. Notify all teams to prepare for action. 2 hours and 40 minutes later, Ruiningsi led a group of SWAT officers to storm the model processing plant, but when they rushed in, the factory was empty. Those machines, however, were still running automatically, and producing something east of what was, quite literally, the apocalypse tank. Good lord, we really caught him red-handed. Quickly, contact the police security department immediately to assist in the investigation. Make sure you get the person in charge here as soon as possible. Ruiningsi was extremely excited and fast-talking commanded, but she was soon persuaded by Yang Tsong, the head of Nanhu Goen, who led the team. Wait, let's just check it out. I think there's something wrong with these tanks. Ruiningsi immediately froze at his words, and then the crowd began to inspect it further. But after Ruiningsi personally got into the car to check it out, she froze in place for a long time without saying a word. How come? On the other hand, Yi Yuan was rushing to the inner city with a taxi carrying his laptop. He had been eating instant noodles for 3 days in a row, and he couldn't say anything more about living in misery today. Why else would you make so much money? He doesn't just have to make a living for himself. He has to make a living for his mom and little sister. But he still understands the reasoning that having wealth should not be easily exposed. Therefore, after earning money, Yi Yuan did not transfer too much money to the family, just more than the original transfer of 20,000 yuan to the family. That $20,000 isn't a lot of money for an average family, so it doesn't cause too much trouble. Yi Yuan mulled all this over as he rode towards the city, but soon the system gave him a hint. The factory was invaded by strangers? After hearing the prompt, Yi Yuan hurriedly pulled out his cell phone to check the surveillance. When he saw the situation inside and outside the factory, the cold sweat on his forehead came down then. So soon after the door? It's really underestimating the efficiency of the officials. But luckily, I was prepared. After saying this, Yi Yuan turned his head to the cab driver. Reroute to the nearest supermarket in the neighborhood. The driver heard this and immediately said yes back. Then the vehicle made a straight right turn. northern suburbs, inside the model factory. Rui Ningshi, Yang Tsong, and the others, gathered around the apocalypse tank in front of them, collectively falling into quiet contemplation. Chapter 9, All I Build Are Models. 2 hours later, Yi Yuan, who had just finished purchasing goods at the supermarket, was brought back to the model factory by a couple of plainclothes police security. At this time, the model factory has been surrounded by a large number of police and security personnel. By the time Yi Yuan was brought into the factory, Rui Ningshi, Yang Tsong and the others were still circling around the apocalypse tank. Like, what a resemblance! I can't say it's like it, only exactly the same, Yang Tsong muttered as he reached out to rub his chin. Rui Ningshi, on the other hand, happened to turn her head to see Yi Yuan, who had just been brought in. You're the man in charge of this factory? Renegade said as she spoke and walked quickly to its side. Yi Yuan nodded his head with a disinterested expression with his hands in his pockets and said, Yes, this is my factory. May I ask what you have to do? When Rui Ningshi saw the other party's emboldened appearance, her eyebrows were immediately gently wrinkled together. Is there anything you don't know in your heart? Tell me, what's going on with these things? With that, Renegade turned her head to look at the tank not far away. Yi Yuan saw this, immediately tilted his head to where his gaze was and said, Just some model tanks? I am legal and filed. Rui Ningxi's face instantly became a few points more ugly after hearing this, because there's nothing wrong with what the other guy said at all. She had just asked her men to investigate. This factory does have a full set of legal paperwork and also has a record of manufacturing military models, but that's precisely why her face was so hard to see. It turned out that Yi Yuan had received a system alert that someone had inquired about his factory's material purchase list several times in a short period of time before he went out shopping. As a matter of common sense, the factory's material purchase lists are trade secrets, so the only people who can access it at will are the official people. Thus, Yi Yuan associated it with the Eagle Saw spies investigating himself. Is it hard to believe that the seeds have started checking themselves out as well? Thinking of this, Yi Yuan was ready to accompany the official to Sing an Empty City. Since he was already under suspicion, he might as well just let them do a good job of checking it out for once. Therefore, Yi Yuan made changes to the factory manufacturing program when he left the factory. He changed the production assembly program to produce only the housing and also toned down the parameters of the materials used. This really makes the arsenal produce an inferior model. Just now, Rui Ningxi and Yang Tsong and the others were just confused after seeing some. Because, while all of these things seem to be true, but the discerning eye can see at a glance that they are just some simulation models. The so-called tanks have only a driver's seat inside and are otherwise empty. But anyone who isn't a cutie can be seen to be out of shape. It's a ING model. Why do you produce these things? Renegade asked a slightly idiotic question, but it seemed very awkward for her not to ask something now. Yi Yuan immediately blinked his not-so-large eyes when he heard this and said, As you can see, I'm a model builder. This tank is so hot these days, it's all over the world news. That's why I'm stocking up now. So I'm sure I'll get a good price in a couple days. By the way, did you guys bring a reporter? Do you want to interview me? Rui Ningxi almost spat out a mouthful of old blood in anger when she heard this, but just as she was about to lash out, Yang Tsong quickly stepped forward and muttered in a small voice, Everything that needs to be checked has been checked, and this factory is clean. Also, there's a situation over at the other squad. Rui Ningxi immediately returned with a dark face when she heard this. Then what's the point of wasting time? Hurry over for support. Retreat. After saying this, Rui Ningxi coldly blanked Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan looked at it but shrugged his shoulders extremely helplessly. After seeing everyone off, Yi Yuan carried the purchases into the office. Then it began to maneuver the arsenal for secondary processing. Thus, the tank model, which just now was still too fake to be true, was quickly filled with all kinds of supporting equipment and machinery. In just a few minutes, a real apocalypse tank came out. Yi Yuan's arsenal has 2 lines. One for heavy industry and one for light industry. The heavy industry line produces products such as tanks and armored vehicles, while the light industry line produces firearms, grenades and bullets. Before he went out, Yi Yuan shut down the light industrial production line. That's why Rui Ningxi and the others came in without finding anything suspicious. As soon as these people left, he immediately resumed production again. After all, there's an urgent need to use it on the Cerberus side. On a highway, Rui Ningxi sat in the passenger seat of Yang Tsong's SUV. She muttered softly as she gently rubbed her temples. I still think the model factory is suspicious. That young boss is too calm. He's a little overconfident in his lightheartedness. Speaking here, Renegade turned her head to look at Yang Tsong. Yang Tsong listened but squeezed out a bitter smile and said, Rui Division. The brothers who should have checked just now have done so. It's just a regular model factory. Obsolete helicopters and Transformers models also found in backyard. You don't think he's really some arms dealer, do you? Rui Ningxi's brows frowned even more tightly when she heard this immediately. On a prima facie basis, there's really nothing suspicious about the other side, but from a self-awareness standpoint, the guy is just plain suspicious. Never mind. Let's get busy with other things first. Turn around and fax me a copy of that guy's file. I'll just focus on him later when I get a chance. Yang Tsong immediately smiled back after hearing this and then increased the throttle to continue driving forward. After 2 days and nights of uninterrupted production, Yi Yuan finally had the Cerberus merchandise ready. At the same time, he found time to produce 200 anti-aircraft tracked vehicles. The guns were packed away in boxes, and the bullets and grenades were loaded into the car. After making all the preparations, Yi Yuan used a satellite map to check the location of the Caracal Kingdom. In the end, he chose a deep forest that was, after all, remote as the delivery site. After determining the coordinates, Yi Yuan opened his computer and sent a message to Cerberus before he started maneuvering the time transporter to start the delivery. 2 hours later, at the edge of a deep forest in Caracal country, a boss waited with an anxious look on his face for the results of the scouting platoon. Soon there were shouts of surprise on his walkie-talkie. Cerberus, we've got a target. There's really something and there's a lot of anti-aircraft vehicles. Oh my god. We're rich this time. When a boss heard this immediately his face also showed a look of excitement. This Arafat guy really didn't lie to me. The other side is so generous like God. Convinced? I'm really convinced this time. Mr. God, you are a friend a boss. Recognize. With that said, a boss began to greet the large force as they headed inside the forest. Meanwhile, inside an army base in Kyoto, Seedland. At this time, Wei Wen, Deputy Minister of the Army's General Armament Department, was being interviewed by the domestic media in the parlor. Your Excellency, Deputy Minister, do you have any comments on the new tanks of the Bayan country? Your Excellency, Vice Minister, there are rumors in the foreign media that the tank has a strong relationship with my seeds. May I ask if this is true? Chapter 10, No amount of money is enough. The unveiling of the Bayan Apocalypse tank drew close attention from countries around the world. Why is that tank, a prop in a game, suddenly being actualized? And who actually developed and produced it? These have become topics that countries need to address urgently. First of all, the big hairy country has become a priority target of suspicion for everyone. But things went unexpectedly well, and the mole John Bull was uncovered. To that end, Eagle Jam made a point of beginning to sanction John Bull to force him to tell the truth about the apocalypse. Secondly, the flower planting country, which has an unbelievable scientific research and manufacturing capability, has become a highly suspect alternative target of suspicion. Flower planting family own what family background they know, simply do not want to take this blackpot for no reason. So, the Seed State Army conveniently prepared an elaborate new equipment launch. The military is preparing to unveil a new batch of weaponry in advance, and wants to use this as an opportunity to explain and clear the air with the apocalypse tanks. But just as Wei Wen was trying to maneuver around the reporters, completely denying any involvement with the apocalypse tank, a woman's scream suddenly came from the hall. Oh my god, guess what I saw? A room full of reporters turned their heads at the words to look at the woman at the floor-to-ceiling window. It was a reporter from one of the local stations in the Cedars home, so it fell a bit further back. A male reporter in her neighbor's seat couldn't help but sneer at the situation. What qualities? What do you see? As for all the fuss? Said the male reporter, following her target and turning his head to look out the window. Holy, isn't that a ING apocalypse tank? With that, the male reporter picked up his DSLR camera and clicked away. Other reporters rushed to the floor-to-ceiling windows at the word, followed by various long guns clicking. Wei Wen's entire body felt dumbfounded at this time. Apocalypse tanks? On our base? What the hell? Why didn't Wei Wen suspect anything? Because standing on the lectern, he could see out the window at the moment. Only the large playground was filled with neatly parked apocalypse tanks. Where did these big guys come from? Is it hard to fly over? No, it doesn't matter anymore. No pictures. Turn off all the cameras. This chokes off and is not to be broadcast. In an instant, the entire parlor was a mess. The military base was instantly put on level 1 alert and the signal shielding system was urgently activated. In this way, the images and photos taken by those reporters can't get out. Half an hour later, inside the base's conference room 1. At this time, the main senior leaders of the base were gathered. It took Wei Wen a full 10 minutes to finally express what happened. Secretary General of the Ministry of National Defense, Summer Hua, frowned in the video and opened his mouth to ask, if my comprehension is correct, according to you, those tanks that came out of nowhere with a swoosh? This is ridiculous. Cough cough. Xia Hua almost burst out because he was overly excited. The others saw this and hurriedly looked down and pretended they hadn't heard. Wei-wen stood at the conference table with an embarrassed face and nodded his head numbly. Yes, the sentry on duty saw it with his own eyes. But the surveillance system is all broken for unknown reasons. So no footage was taken. When Summer Hua heard this, he immediately reached out and rubbed his temples. It took a few seconds before he looked to the camera and asked again, "Did you just say there was a note left in one of the cars?" Wei-wen heard and immediately picked up the A4 paper on the table and replied, "Yes, but it just has 3 words printed on it, 4 tax credits." Summer Hua instantly felt his head hurt even more after reading those 3 words. What the hell is this? Forget it, let's leave the professional stuff to the professionals. The guys couldn't come up with an answer if they tried. So, Summerwax said with a heavy sigh, "Well, I'll let the Special Investigations Unit take over on this one. You must find a way to gag the press. Otherwise, we really can't explain." The crowd instantly sighed collectively when they heard this. The military side of the worried head at the same time. The Academy of Military Science side of the expert's face. But one by one happy flowers. Having so many finished products to do dismantling research can break through many scientific challenges. That's exactly what happened. The apocalypse tanks inspired the experts. And most of the advanced technologies could even be used. It was only the self-repairing function of the apocalypse tank that could never be researched. While the Seedflower family's military was busy, Yi Yuan had also finally completed the order for the Cerberus. After the money and goods were cleared, he decided to lay low for a few days in the near future. After all, the National Intelligence Services have been paying attention to themselves. It's easy to expose yourself if you make too many moves now. So, Yi Yuan shut down his modeling factory for a while. At the same time, he began to explore his system properly. After 2 arms sales, Yi Yuan obtained 30 billion pretty coins and 112 million seed flower coins. Based on the current 1:8 exchange rate of pretty coins to seed flower coins, he has a total of 2,401, 012, 000, 000, 000 flower coins, or 1,408, 000, 000, 000, 000, 000, 000, 000, 000, 000, 000, 000, 000, 000, 000 when converted to system coins. After removing the cost of various expenses, it netted $753 million. Yi Yuan pressed the calculator while speaking beautifully. Over 700 million system dollars in a few days? It would definitely be more exciting if they were all converted to seed coins. What's a tycoon? I'm properly rich now. The more Yi Yuan thought about it, the more excited he became. And with that, he was ready to reward himself. Aren't mansions, luxury cars, and actresses standard? Wahahaha, I'm finally salty. The more Yi Yuan thought about it, the more excited he became. And he almost couldn't help but run and spend money. But in the end his reason overcame his desire. Sustainability is the way to go. And I have to put my money where my mouth is first. After saying this, Yi Yuan immediately opened the system technology tree upgrade page. But it didn't matter if he didn't read it. He almost lifted the table directly after reading it. Asterisk 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 asterisk. How come I'm so poor? This system is so good at poking fun. Yi Yuan directly gouged dirty words after reading the upgrade conditions of the technology tree. At this moment, what met his eyes was precisely the various tech tree activation conditions. Military E-level technology tree activation condition, 100 million system coins, no deduction, can manufacture products such as various types of rifles, pistols, grenades, mines, rockets, bullets, cold weapons and other low-ranking arms. P.S. For the first time to activate the technology tree, a free D-level technology single-species experience card will be given to you. The use period is 7 days. Military D-level technology tree activation condition, 800 million system coins, deduction. Products that can be manufactured include heavy machines, armored vehicles, tanks, helicopters, drones, small missiles, small warships, light mechs and other low and medium order arms. Military sea-level technology tree activation condition, 8 billion system coins, deduction. Products that can be manufactured include heavy armored vehicles, fighters, medium-sized missiles, medium-sized warships, medium-sized nukes and other medium-ranking armaments. Military B-level or above technology tree. Host does not have permission to view at this time. Access to is prohibited. Seeing this, Yi Yuan's mouth instantly grinned into an inverted moon. Why is old man so poor? Yi Yuan cried and muttered while casually picking his way through. The system display screen then went to the next page. Conditions for activation of the Civilian Science and Technology F-Level Science and Technology tree. Seeing this, Yi Yuan's eyes lit up then. Oh, ho, 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 ho. Chapter 11 Civilian Science and Technology. Yi Yuan stared at the system display page with wide eyes, only to see the eyes reflected in the column of Civilian Black Technology. Civilian F-Level Technology Tree Activation Conditions, 100 million system coins, deductions, manufacturable products include new energy super batteries, Civilian Super Intelligent AI chips, carbon fiber super composite materials, and ultra-high-strength steel wires. Looking at the 4 types of Civilian Black Technology on display, Yi Yuan immediately fell into a brief moment of contemplation. In terms of the data profile, these things are more than 2x better than their counterparts at this stage. If only they could be put together into a best-selling product, then you will be able to earn a lot of money in the future. Won't you? The more money you make, the more tech you'll unlock then. It's more practical to get down to business with a wave of civilian products until you have the strength to protect yourself. Otherwise, in case the NSA gang comes after you again, it's hard to explain all the ultra-technical equipment in your own factory. Thinking of this, Yi Yuan hastily drafted a business plan. He first used 100 million system coins to successfully activate civilian F-rank technology, and then began to carefully analyze the data and performance of the 4 types of black technology. The new energy super battery is a portable, lightweight, high-performance compressed energy pack. This energy pack is the size of a suitcase, but can store 300 degrees of power at a time. Compare it to the state-of-the-art Trax electric car according to Eagle Jam Nation. Its fully charged battery can store 100 degrees of electricity and has a theoretical driving range of 600 kilometers. After calculation, the amount of electricity needed to run 100 kilometers equals 100 divided by 6 is equal to 66 kilowatt hours. And this battery of Yi Yuan's has 3 times its storage capacity, while its volume is not even 1/20th of it. It's also worth noting that with all new energy trams, including the Trax, their battery pack charging time is the biggest sticking point. Still taking the Trax as an example, it takes 8 to 10 hours to get a full charge using a home charging station, 40 to 60 minutes using a supercharger, and 5 to less than 5 hours using a third-party paid charging station. Those charging times are literally tantamount to a waste of life for those car owners waiting to charge. After all, what can be done in 5 minutes with a conventional gasoline vehicle costs dozens of times more in time for an electric vehicle. This hardwiring is also one of the major factors that dissuade potential users. But this battery pack from Yi Yuan solves this problem very well. He takes only 5 to 10 minutes for a full charge and the real range is the theoretical markup. The only downside is that it requires a professional matching charging post. That's not much of a drawback. After all, the tanker still has to go to the gas station to get gas. And this refueling station is much more convenient to build than a gas station. Thinking of this, Yi Yuan also envisioned the application of civilian super intelligent AI chips and carbon fiber super composite material technology to car building. That's right, Yi Yuan was trying to manufacture his own new energy vehicle after integrating all the technologies. After all, the tank production line is ready-made, and with some slight parameter modifications, it can be directly turned into an automobile production line. Only, what to do with that ultra-high-strength steel wire Yi Yuan hadn't figured out yet. Forget about it for now. Let's figure out how to get an electric car first. Yi Yuan then carefully calculated some of the costs of building the car. To produce these civil technology materials, in addition to spending 15 million system coins to exchange for production equipment, one would need to additionally purchase a small number of rare materials. This accounts for a car costing $13,000 converted to seed money, and the cost of other realistically purchasable materials and accessories, costing around $5,000. So, the total cost of this one electric car is at $18,000. If that's the case, it shouldn't be too much for him to sell a car for $30,000 to $50,000, right? A $30,000 car is definitely a base version. $40,000 is an upgrade, and $50,000 would be nice to do a top-of-the-line version. These are just gaps in configuration and enjoyment, and consumers have long been used to these routines. Thinking of this, Yi Yuan hurriedly called the business bureau. He wanted to set up a car company of his own as soon as possible, but the reality of hitting the face comes extremely fast. It was only when he hung up the phone that he realized that setting up a company was a huge hassle. First, he needs to submit an application for pre-approval of company name for pre-approval. Secondly, the application is approved before you can go for registration, and then follow the SBA documents. Finally, the company's registration authority takes time out of its busy schedule to conduct a final examination. And only after all the formalities meet the establishment conditions stipulated by law will a business license be issued. This series of procedures down. Not to mention the things that Yi Yuan will not even be able to. Even if everything goes well, it will take half a year. How many tens of billions of flower coins did Yi Yuan have to earn in this half year? No. You can't complicate simple things. After saying this, Yi Yuan directly opened the system to check his balance. There's still a lot of money left. Why don't we go buy a ready-made one? But if I simply acquire a company, I have neither management nor sales channels. If we do this, there's a good chance we'll have to flop right out of the gate. Yi Yuan had just finished muttering all this when a voice came from the TV not far away. Yesterday, Mercedes-Benz belongs to the parent company Daimler Group. Greater China branch officially announced the acquisition of 5-Star Automotive. The total amount of the acquisition up to 10.2 billion yuan. The new president of 5-Star Automotive Jiang Weining said he would try to save. Yi Yuan heard the news here and began to think actively. 5-Star Motors is an old national brand of the Seeds family, which started out as a tractor manufacturer. Later, it was only after 50 years of struggle that it finally got some traction and became a familiar automotive brand in the country. However, with the reform and opening up sweeping the land of flowers, soon many foreign automobile oligarchs, with strong capital to kill the market. With that, 5-Star Motors was gradually squeezed out of existence. But 5-Star Motors is very much their own idea. They take the initiative to give up the rich high-end customer base, and sink the market to the 3rd and 4th tier small cities as well as townships. Because they originally came from a tractor manufacturing background, their minivans and vans sell quite well. But how could the foreign oligarchs let go of any potential threat? These foreign capitalists don't just have to make human money from the rich, they have to raid the pockets of the clean ordinary people. Yi Yuan former last year. I heard that the Mercedes-Benz Group wants to take a stake in the 5-Star car, want to dominate the monopoly of low-priced cars. Prior to 5-Star, they had either acquired or taken a stake in several seated autonomous car companies such as Bayan, Miracle, and Anzhou. There are still 3 domestic cars, Flag, Jixiang and 5-Star, still struggling to survive. Hans the Cat's got his hands full. They're often in cahoots with Eagle Sauce, and they certainly don't have any good intentions. Thinking of this, a bold idea sprouted in Yi Yuan's mind. Chapter 12, Poor Female President. 5-Star Motors is a family-owned joint stock company. Among them, President Jiang Weining holds 15%, Chairman Jiang Xinghua holds 48%, and the shares of the other directors, surnamed Jiang, add up to 37%. Jiang Weining is the granddaughter of Jiang Xinghua, whose father died a year ago in a traffic accident while on a study tour in the Eagle Sauce country. So, at the age of 22, Kong Wanning succeeded her father as the new president of 5-Star. Now, apart from the grandparents and grandsons who disagreed with the Daimler takeover, the other directors have long since sold their shares in hand. But even so, the Daimler Group still hasn't been able to take control of 5-Star's voice, because Jiang Xinghua is very resistant to being acquired by foreigners. So no matter what conditions the other party offers, he is indifferent to the performance. Therefore, the Daimler Group began to pressure and attack Kong Wanning. In just half a year, Jiang Weining was overwhelmed. Now 5-Star Motors has come to the point of life and death. But hell, all the major banks in the country are now claiming that they will no longer provide loans to them and are restricting them to make sure they pay off their loans early within 3 months. Otherwise, the bank will file a lawsuit to forcibly liquidate the assets of 5-Star Group to cover the debt. It was at this time that Yi Yuan took the initiative to contact Jiang Weining, but at the same time, another person also contacted her, the second most beautiful woman in South Shanghai. That man was Dong Xing, the general manager of the 7-Star Communications Group. Coincidentally, when Yi Yuan came to 5-Star Company to look for Jiang Wanning, this Dong Xing happened to be in the company to talk to Jiang Wanning. Inside the president's office, Dong Xing looked at Jiang Weining with a lewd face and kept playing with a zitong string in his hand. The two of them were silent for nearly a minute before Jiang Weining frowned tightly and spoke. Manager Dong, there's really no way I can accept the conditions you've proposed. Our two families can cooperate, but the marriage and whatnot is really a bit tacky. And what a time to be in, where such things are still in vogue. Dong Xing's face turned ugly then when he heard this. He then said in a cold voice as he glanced sideways with slanted eyes at Jiang Weining, Jiang Weining, don't give your face away. The only one who can save 5-Star now is me. Dong, looking at the entire South Shanghai and even the entire flower growers, who else has the ability to take out billions to play with you? Speaking here, Dong Xing slowly got up to face Jiang Weining and continued, even though I'm over 20 years older than you and have been married 3 times, but it's a good thing I'm still in good health. And I'm not going to leave you a widow after the wedding. Only by following me can you keep your grandfather and your father's 5 stars. No one but me would even dare to call Daimler's bluff. Saying that, Dongxing slowly walked to the desk and pulled out a rune card and said with a bad smile, "Think it over, and when you have figured it out, come see me tonight. I'll only wait for you until 8 o'clock. After that time we don't have to see each other again. Is it selfish to live for yourself? Or to give everything to protect the company? Think clearly before making a decision." After Dongxing said this, he reached out to pull Jiang Weiniang's hand. Seeing this, Jiang Weiniang immediately took a quick step backward, and Dongxing's face then turned a few more points colder. "Think it over before you make a decision. No one can help you now except me." Dongxing's words were cold, and every word pierced Jiang Weiniang's heart. "Do you really want to sacrifice yourself to save the company?" There was a sudden knock on the office door. With that, the secretary, Xiao Ping, walked in with a happy face and said, "Mr. Jiang, there's a Mr. Yi outside who wants to see you." Speaking here, Xiao Ping turned her eyes to glance at Dongxing and continued, "He wants to talk to you about entering into a partnership." Hearing these words, Jiang Weiniang and Dongxing's faces were both startled. At this time, how dare someone approach five-star company to talk about shareholding and cooperation? Doesn't he know who he's up against? Hearing this, Jiang Weiniang was almost like grabbing the last straw. So she hurriedly turned to look at Dongxing and said with a smile, "I'm sorry Manager Dong. I have other customers here. So, can only apologize in advance." Kong Wanning has been very well educated and nurtured since she was a child. That's why things like tutelage are deep in the bones. She couldn't say anything unpleasant at all, and it had become a habit to remain polite. Dongxing heard this but did not have the slightest intention of leaving. Instead, he replied as he slowly returned to the couch and resettled himself, "I've got nothing to do anyway, so you go about your business. I'd like to see which great Buddha is coming. Surname Yi? I haven't really heard of such a person in South Shanghai." With that, Dongxing very nonchalantly leaned on the sofa and slowly lit a cigar. Seeing that she couldn't drive the other party away, Jiang Weiniang could only look at her secretary, Xiao Ping, and said, "Invite Mr. Yi in first." Xiao Ping's face was a bit ugly when he heard this. Then he hastily squeezed his eyes at her to make a secret signal. But at this moment, Jiang Weiniang's mind was on getting rid of Dongxing's entanglement, so she didn't even notice that Xiao Ping was making eyes at her. Xiao Ping saw that the other party didn't read her meaning, so she had no choice but to answer yes and turn around to invite someone. 2 or 3 minutes later, Yi Yuan, who was dressed in a cheap domestic sportswear with cottage sneakers, pushed the door in. "You have a much bigger office than I do." "Well, it kinda smells good," Yi Yuan muttered as he walked towards the office. Seeing this scene, Jiang Weiniang's face was dark at that time. Is this man the Mr. Yi who came to talk about cooperation? How dare a guy whose clothes don't cost more than $300 talk to himself about billions of dollars of cooperation? This guy's not a psycho, is he? Thinking of this, Jiang Weiniang turned her head to look at Xiao Ping at the doorway. Seeing this, Xiao Ping instantly gave her an affirmative nod. Seeing this scene, Jiang Weiniang's heart immediately went cold. But people are here, so let's just deal with a few words. It's good to get rid of the guy named Dong first. So, Jiang Weiniang immediately put on an enthusiastic demeanor and said, "Mr. Yi, is it? Hello, I'm Jiang Weiniang from 5 Star. When Yi Yuan saw how polite the other party was, he immediately gained 5 more points of goodwill in his heart. After seeing the other party's appearance, his heart couldn't help but fawn, only to see that this Jiang Wanning has a rosy duck-egg face, willow leaf-like eyebrows under the crystal light charm of the eyes, a waterfall of shawl hair scattered randomly, giving a person a kind of sad eyebrow cry makeup feeling. Is this the second most beautiful woman in South Shanghai? Jiang Weiniang? It's good. When it's really good. When Yi Yuan saw that the other party was staring at himself in a daze, Jiang Weiniang couldn't help but slightly furrow her brows, so she renewed her greeting in a slightly cooler tone. "Hello, Mr. Yi. May I ask which company you represent?" It was only when Yi Yuan heard these words that he finally reacted and hurriedly took a few steps forward to grab Jiang Weiniang's hand and said, Hello, I'm Yi Yuan from Guangjin Model Factory. I'm here to help you fight the Daimler hostile takeover." Yi Yuan had just finished saying this when Dong Jian couldn't help but laugh out loud. Jiang Weiniang's face instantly suffocated into a pig's liver color as well. "Just you buy?" Chapter 13, Underestimated. Yi Yuan opened his mouth and said that he would help the poor female CEO fight against the big consortium. Dong Xing, who wanted to take advantage of the fire at the critical moment, burst out laughing at that time after hearing that. "Do you boys realize what you're saying? Just you want to help her against Daimler? Stinking beggar, do you know how much she needs?" Yi Yuan frowned slightly when he heard this immediately. He then looked at the other party with his hands in his pockets with a contemptuous look on his face and said, 20 billion should be enough, right? Dongxing laughed even louder than when he heard this. Only after he finished laughing did he look at the other party and said contemptuously, 20 billion? Do you know how many zeros are in 20 billion? Have you ever seen so much money in your life? You stinking beggar pauper? After saying this, Dongxing turned his head to look at Jiang Weining again and asked with a smile. Wan-ing, where did you find the actors? That doesn't pretend to be so. Saying that, Dongxing once again couldn't help but laugh out loud. Jiang Weining's face also became more and more ugly at this time. She had thought she had really met some kind of savior. But who would have thought the other side would be this kind of person? But even so, Jiang Weining remained as polite as she should be. Mr. Yi, thank you very much for your support of 5-star. If you are truly willing to cooperate, I can arrange for a business manager to negotiate with you, but right now I really have other things to take care of. So, I'm very sorry. Yi Yuan couldn't help but smile even immediately after hearing these words from the other party. This stupid woman doesn't believe she has that power? But soon he was relieved. After all, such a large sum of money as $20 billion was not really something that anyone could just say they could take out. Thinking of this, Yi Yuan looked at the other party and said seriously, Ms. Kong, it's no exaggeration to say that right now I'm probably your last hope, because I have a choice of car companies to work with, such as Jixiang and Ansheng, in addition to you, 5-star. But if 5-star misses this opportunity for cooperation, then you will only be reduced to fish and meat on someone else's plate. Saying that, Yi Yuan turned his head to look at Dongxing. Dongxing immediately snorted disdainfully when he saw this. He didn't say much, but turned his head to look at Jiang Weining. Wan-ing, you can't really believe this poor man, right? The one who can save you 5 stars now is simply no one else but us. 7-star communications. Only after saying these words did he turn his head to look at Yi Yuan to continue mocking. With this little beggar, is worthy to arm wrestle with Daimler? Dongxing's words clearly spoke to Jiang Weining's mind. Thus, Jiang Weining could only squeeze out a bitter smile, slightly apologizing. Mr. Yi, I'd better arrange for the business manager to interface with you later. I have other things to take care of here, so I'm very sorry. Jiang Weining is really a lady of the house. Her extremely good upbringing managed to win Yi Yuan's favor, so he slowly nodded his head after hearing the other's words and said, okay, then we can talk about it a little later. Ms. Jiang is busy first. We'll meet again. After saying this, Yi Yuan left a business card and turned to go. Seeing this, Xiaoping hurriedly followed to see off the guests, while Dongxing placed his room card on the table and said, you must have your own answer as to what to choose. Remember, I'll only wait for you until 8 o'clock, when you're cleaned up. After saying this, Dongxing turned away with a bad smile on his face. Jiang Weining looked down at the business card and room card on the desk actually tangled up. She knew full well that Dongxing did not have good intentions, but at this point she really had no choice. It's hard to really believe in a sudden appearance of Manager Yi. 20 billion. How could he take out so much money as an ordinary person? Jiang Weining despaired. Her whole body was powerless as she sat down dismally on the boss chair. 2 or 3 minutes later, Xiaoping quickly folded back to the office and said, that Yi guy left straight away, but on his way out he asked for our company's public account. Jiang Weining turned her head to look at Xiaoping with a curious face when she heard this and asked, what does he want with the company account? Xiaoping immediately squeezed out a bitter smile after hearing this and returned. He said he would show us some good faith first. If you feel satisfied, feel free to come and see him for an interview. Jiang Weining couldn't help but laugh then when she heard this. Show us good faith? Is it hard to hit a couple $1 million in margin? Just a drop in the bucket. Forget it, ignore him for now. Make an appointment for me with Mr. Ming of Lucky Company. I want to talk to him again. Xiaoping heard this and immediately nodded her head in agreement, then pulled out her cell phone and began to get busy. Yi Yuan did not make any progress in his first meeting with Jiang Weining, but this he had expected in his mind, because after all, he's just a small factory owner now. People's 5-star company is such a big enterprise, how can they easily believe in his strength? That's why Yi Yuan asked for their company's account on his way out. The only way to convince the other person to believe in you is to express your strength first. Thus, Yi Yuan immediately looked for the system to cash in 1 billion seed flower coins after he left. The money was a huge sum for ordinary people, but for Yi Yuan it could only be considered a bit of sincerity. Immediately, he did not hesitate to remit the money to the account of the 5-star company, and in the notes column entered the sincere intention to pay 5 words. Just after doing so, his cell phone rang. It can't be that soon, can it? Yi Yuan originally thought it was Jiang Weining, but picked up the phone and realized that it was his own mother who called. Mom, what? What's up? Did you get the money? How's your little sister studying? Yi Yuan just connected to the phone on a flurry of output, directly to the phone at the end of the mom to ask. It's called a preemptive strike, because every time his mom calls, it's not good. Sure enough, after a flurry of the two arm twisting each other, Mom throws out a bombshell. She used the money that Yi Yuan called home and asked her connections to find him a date. Supposedly, though, the woman was in a second marriage with a baby, but they have the looks and the body, and they have a 40 sq.ft. house in Nanhu. His mom thinks that this condition is worthy of Yi Yuan. That's simply the family's high class. So when the matchmaker said the other guy wanted to meet today, mom called him right away. Although Yi Yuan is now a super tycoon worth hundreds of billions of dollars, but he still can't screw up his mom, so he had to go on a blind date. So, after leaving the five-star company building, Yi Yuan took a taxi to the Sun restaurant located on the 6th floor of Bund 18. This restaurant Yi Yuan had heard of before, and it was said that the per capita consumption could be as high as 6,000 yuan. If it was before, he wouldn't even dare to think about going to this kind of place for dinner. But now, it's very easy for him to just buy the whole restaurant whenever he's happy. Sun Restaurant, Table 1818. A beautiful woman in a sexy dress has ordered a table of food. When Yi Yuan arrived, she had already eaten almost all of it. You're Yi Yuan, right? Chapter 14 Extreme Blind Date. Nanhu City, Bund 18, 6th floor, Sun Restaurant, Table 1818. A sexy-dressed beauty ordered a table of food and asked Yi Yuan while picking up a napkin to wipe her mouth. Yi Yuan frowned slightly at the sight, and had a vague bad feeling in his heart, but out of politeness, he sat across the table with a smile on his face. Hello, I was introduced to this blind date by Auntie Joe. My name is. Before he could finish his sentence, the beautiful woman interrupted impatiently. There's no need to explain too much. I probably understand everything about your situation. Why don't I just introduce me? And if there's nothing wrong with you, we'll go ahead and get the license tomorrow, said the beautiful woman, pulling out a business card from her bag with a smile. My name is Manhwa. I'm 30 years old and I have a 5-year-old daughter. He is now the head of the after-sales department of the 5-star group, with an annual salary of about 20 Ws and a house in his name. When we get married, I'll buy you a mobility scooter for about $100,000. Well, it's satisfying, isn't it? Yi Yuan felt a little confused at that moment after hearing those words from the other party. The woman looked quite good and her body was sexy and hot. Not to say it's overwhelming, but it's definitely a beauty. She's a good candidate for a job. But why are you in such a hurry to get a license with yourself? There's a devil in everything. We'll have to ask first. And Huiran. Very nice name. I am now. Before Yi Yuan could finish his words, and Huiran interrupted anxiously. It doesn't matter. I know about all of your situation and I'm okay with all of it. But let's be clear about one thing. You're not allowed to interfere too much in my private life after we get married. Hearing this, Yi Yuan was more than a little confused at that time. Shrimp situation? This situation seems to be getting more and more wrong. But before Yi Yuan could open his mouth to answer, the other party's phone suddenly rang. With that, Yi Yuan heard Huiran conversing with another person. What's your hurry? You have to get a license tomorrow. Okay, I know. I'll be there later. Well, satisfy you. All of you. After saying that, Huiran hurriedly hung up the phone. Yi Yuan couldn't help but laugh bitterly when he heard this immediately. Is MS, and not even bothering to act? Huiran heard this but laughed without blushing. What is this? We're not even married yet, and you're thinking about minding me? I'm warning you, don't even think about it. Yi Yuan immediately couldn't help but laugh awkwardly at his words. He then frowned slightly at the other's extreme said, MS, Anne, I didn't promise to marry you, and I wouldn't dare to have a, like you. If I really did something with you, I'd have to wear a lot of hats. Yi Yuan was somewhat unable to stand this woman and immediately decided not to give the other party any more face. As expected. Huiran instantly got angry too when she heard those words. What's the matter? You want to start a dye house after giving you 3 colors? What are you, but a working, stinking beggar? To tell you the truth, if my stinking treasure didn't like human wives, you wouldn't even have a chance to touch me. Huiran said this in a very righteous manner, as if cuckolding Yi Yuan was all a gift to him. After hearing these words, Yi Yuan was then infuriated and laughed. I should have known to take a look at the calendar when I left the house today. Otherwise it wouldn't have been possible to come across such extreme goods. Mother of God, don't give me any more of this. Thinking of this, Yi Yuan immediately nodded slowly and said, well, since you don't see me, I don't see you either. Then let's not waste any more time. Good riddance. Bye you come. Saying that, Yi Yuan got up and prepared to leave. He didn't want to waste too much time on people like that, but just as he stood up and was about to leave, a male waiter suddenly walked over quickly. Hello sir, the total consumption for your table is 22,800 yuan. May I ask if you are paying by credit card or online? Yi Yuan was stunned at the time when he heard this. It wasn't the high price of the meal that surprised him, but what the waiter told himself. So he looked at the waiter with a tight frown of suspicion and said, "Is this table for me to eat? Whoever ate it you get the bill from." After saying this, Yi Yuan turned around and was about to walk out, but the waiter reached out and stopped it raw. "I'm sorry sir, it's better if you finish your check before you leave. If you have to run out of orders, then I'll have to call security." Two security guards were already walking toward this as the waitress said these words. Yi Yuan couldn't help but laugh immediately at the sight. Then he was in no hurry to leave, but turned and sat back down again. The waiter saw this and immediately followed up further with the bill. "Card or online payment, please?" Yi Yuan couldn't help but laugh once again when he heard this. After laughing, Yi Yuan's face suddenly turned cold and said, "What am I checking out? Did I order this table?" The waiter was in a daze when he heard this. He then turned his head to look at Huiran and asked suspiciously, "I thought you said that your husband would be checking out?" And Huiran nodded softly as she listened. She then looked at Yi Yuan with a contemptuous face and said, "Poor as poor can't pay for a meal. If you can't even take this much money, what kind of backbone are you posing with my mom?" With that, she slowly pulled out a gold card and smiled. "If you agree to the conditions I just stated, this meal is on me. It's not just this meal today. There will be plenty of opportunities to eat and drink in the future. But if you don't want to," and Huiran said this and suddenly took the gold card back into her bag before standing up and getting ready to walk out of the restaurant, "then you'll have to figure it out for yourself." With that, she turned and headed out of the restaurant, but the waiter didn't even try to stop it. Yi Yuan saw the scene and became a little angry then. "Wait, who let you go?" He shouted this so loudly that the entire restaurant looked over open-mouthed. The waiter's face immediately became a bit tense at the sight, so he rushed forward to stop Yi Yuan and said, "This gentleman, please calm down. I advise you to settle your meal bill honestly. If you're going to make a scene, we'll call the police to deal with it." Yi Yuan couldn't help but laugh then when he heard this. With that, he also slowly got up and looked at the waiter and said coldly, "Call the police if you want. Who are you scaring? I repeat, you charge whoever ordered this table. I didn't order these things in the first place, and I didn't eat them in the second place. If you boys are blind, then go get the surveillance and see for yourself. Come with me on this, it doesn't work." The waiter, seeing this attitude of the other party, was a bit impatient at that time. "Sir, since you're so unreasonable and brainless, don't blame us for being rude." When Huiran saw that Yi Yuan had actually yelled and screamed, she immediately felt that she had lost face along with him, so she looked at Yi Yuan with a complaining and angry face and said in an angry voice, "I wouldn't want to deal with you poor people. You can't even afford to pay for a meal, and you have the nerve to bark like a dog. If you can't afford it, just say so, on me." Chapter 15 $800,000 for a meal. When Huiran saw Yi Yuan start to make a noise, she immediately pulled out her gold card once again and taunted the other party. But she was really just pretending there, because after all, this meal is over $20,000, though her old flame gives her $10,000 a month to live on, but she still has to use that money to buy makeup, jewelry and stuff. Today, she looked for Yi Yuan, the receiver, to come over, and her purpose was to ruthlessly slaughter the other party. If you can't hold the other guy for one meal, how are you going to get him to go buy yourself a bag and clothes tomorrow? Thinking of this, and Huiran's eyes towards Yi Yuan grew more and more contemptuous. "What's wrong? Say something. Is it that you can't even afford a meal?" When the crowd heard the woman's words, they cast contemptuous glances at Yi Yuan. After all, people who can come here to eat are of some status and financial foundation. If you don't have the strength to pay the bill, why do you have to come here? Wouldn't a roadside stand outside be just as filling? Unknown eaters have started pointing their fingers. In order to be able to quell the commotion as soon as possible, the waiter once again took the initiative to go forward and persuade Yi Yuan. "Sir, if you'll cooperate with us, I can get you a manager to apply for a 10% to 20% discount. Everyone who eats with us is a person of status. Could you please not disrupt everyone's meal?" Yi Yuan heard the waiter talking like this then became even more angry. This kid is either taking favors from the other side or he's blind. Okay, since you can't understand me, I don't have to give you a face. Thinking of this, Yi Yuan immediately disliked loudly with a cold face. "What's with you waitresses? Why did you bring me here to share a table? Don't we have any other empty seats in the store?" The waiter and Huiran were a bit confused when they heard this. "Share a table? Didn't you come here of your own accord?" When the waiter heard this and opened his mouth just now, Yi Yuan raised his voice once again and said loudly, "What's wrong with you waitress? What's the situation that makes me give this strange lady the check? Do I know her? Does she know me? You guys don't have a food bank at the Sun restaurant too, do you?" When this comment came out, the surrounding melon eaters were immediately in an uproar. Turns out the other side didn't know this woman at all. The Sun restaurant with 6,000 plus per capita spending still needs a meal kit? The news sounds like a hunt. At the thought, the crowd began to talk again. The waiter saw this and panicked a little then. And Huiran immediately sniffed and got a little angry as well. Everyone was already looking at her for a joke, so she suddenly got up and looked at Yi Yuan exasperatedly. What's wrong with you? Aren't you the one Aunt Joe called for a blind date? Now why do you say you don't recognize me? Is it that you can't afford this meal and are deliberately trying to find an excuse to shirk it? Can't afford to live. Can you? Can't afford to live. Can you? Are you even a man with that? Shame on you. And Huiran's voice was also intentionally raised a bit. The surrounding people immediately turned their eyes to Yi Yuan's side again after hearing this. Seeing this situation, Yi Yuan immediately smiled faintly, and then reached out and dragged the waiter over and said, "She's saying I can't afford it, right?" The waiter nodded very approvingly at that. Yi Yuan looked at it but couldn't help but laugh. He then looked at the waiter with a bemused expression and said, "Listen carefully, just go to the empty seat next door and put a new set on for me at this standard of hers. Remember, it's the exact same dish, plus a bottle of your store's best red wine." The waiter and Huiran froze at the same time when they heard this. The surrounding melon eaters couldn't help but be all happy at that moment as well. For her part, Huiran just picked up the menu and taunted, "The most expensive red wine here is 138,000 a bottle. Can you poor afford to drink? What's the point of pretending? Watch out for him scamming and not being able to afford the bill." And Huiran smiled and threw the menu directly at Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan's eyes were quick to catch the menu with one hand, then slapped it hard on the waiter and said, "The most expensive red wine is only $138,000? That's because I think too highly of you. Here's the deal. Have a case. I'll pay first." The waiter's entire body froze at that moment when he heard this. Did this poor kid just say payment in advance? Although he was incredulous, he did as the other party requested. 2 minutes later, a crisp reminder came from the tablet in the waiter's hand. Successful payment of $842. 800. Payment successful? It's over. I've offended a big client this time. The waiter's face turned pale with fear at the thought. The lobby manager saw this before he hurriedly came out to round up the situation. And Huiran saw that the other party could easily come up with more than $800,000 for a meal. And immediately the whole person seemed to have suffered a shock like a thunderbolt. You turned out to be so rich? Then why don't you check me out? We were introduced to each other by our families. And Huiran's voice became much softer, and her eyes became tender as she looked at Yi Yuan. But Yi Yuan opened his mouth and said one sentence that made her dislike her for half a day. "Are we here on a blind date? So tell me, what's my name? How old am I? What do you do for a living? But if you can answer one, the meal is on me." When the crowd heard this, they immediately shifted their gazes to Huiran. The manager also looked at Huiran with an expectant face and said, "This young lady, do you really know this gentleman?" And Huiran heard the other party's words at that time. Her face turned a little ugly. "Recognize? Why not? We're here on a blind date. His name is..." And Huiran couldn't for the life of him remember what the other person's name was, because she just wasn't going to have a good conversation with this receiver. "I really regret it now. I should have known to have a serious chat just now. That's a very fat golden son-in-law." Yi Yuan had no time to waste any more time with her, so with a sneer he turned and headed for the next table. And Huiran wanted to follow up and explain, but was stopped by the manager reaching out. "This young lady, please don't disturb the other guest's meal. Please settle your own bill as soon as possible. And you're in charge of this table, Chang, to do the aftermath." With that, the manager turned and walked next door, and Huiran wanted to follow suit, but was stopped by the waiter reaching out. "Miss, online payment or credit card?" Seeing that she really had no reason, and Huiran could only ask weakly with a hard head, "Can you split the billing? I'd like to swipe more cards." When the attendant heard this he immediately said that he needed to go to the cash register, but Huiran went back and swiped 4 cards in a row and didn't come up with $10,000. Hateful and angry, she instantly decided to shake someone to take the heat for herself. However, the people Huiran had found didn't dare to make a move at the Sun restaurant, so they could only wait for Yi Yuan to come out all the way on the street outside the door. An hour later, Yi Yuan, who was full of wine and food, finally walked out of the restaurant. As soon as he showed himself on his side, 3 burly men surrounded him. "Don't move and I'll kill you." When Yi Yuan heard this, a dagger was already at his waist. Chapter 16, Underworld Advocate. Yi Yuan wildly spread $800,000 in the Sun Restaurant luxury banquet. Its deed soon spread in the upper circles of South Shanghai. But what no one could have imagined was that he himself was held up by a group of people just as he left the restaurant. It was dusk in an alley near the Sun Restaurant. 7 or 8 people surrounded Yi Yuan in the alley. while outside the alley and Huiran was snuggling up to her bald big brother and pampering him.
Kung, you have to take it out on me. That asshole just made me so embarrassed.
The bald big brother heard this, immediately reached out and pinched her arched buttocks and said, "Well said, well said. With brother Chang here. Whoever messes with you is a dead letter. Be a good boy and go to the hotel and get cleaned up and wait. I'll be there in half an hour." After saying this, the bald elder brother slipped a rune card into Huiran's hand, and Huiran took the rune card with a wavy smile, then turned around and left after throwing a wink. For his part, the bald older brother moved his neck around and turned to walk into the alley. "Kid, I hear you're a real pain in the ass. Ha! Don't think you're great just because you have a few stinking dollars. Dare to offend my concubine. I'll let you die today. I'm one of the 5 tigers of the Green Gang, Bright-Eyed Tiger Changhan. Do you know?" With that, Changhan reached out and touched his vaguely glowing forehead. Yi Yuan used to be a decent laborer. He didn't know anything about gangs, but he had heard of the name of the Green Gang. "I've heard that anyone who messes with them gets into big trouble." Thus, Yi Yuan hastily sent a request for help to the system, wanting to get a set of supreme martial arts or something for his body. But the system says it's just an arms system, and there's not much in the way of martial arts secrets for sale. However, if the host wishes, he can always use the system coins to exchange for firearms for defense. With that, Yi Yuan quickly exchanged a vector-silenced submachine gun, also known as the Thunderbolt submachine gun. This gun is only 635 millimeters long, weighs 18 kilograms, has a magazine capacity of 70, has an effective range of 200 m, and a rate of fire of 800 to 1100 rpm. Because the gun was relatively short and portable, Yi Yuan hid it under his clothes after redeeming it. "What do you want?" Changhan smiled while stroking his big bald head. "What do we want to do? Then naturally I want to do you in, but I'm in a good mood today, so I'll just break one of your legs. Give it to me. Get him." Changhan gave an order, and the 7 or 8 minions around him immediately swarmed up. Yi Yuan saw the sharpness and pulled out his submachine gun and opened the safety and said in a cold voice, "Don't move. If you're not afraid to die, come and try." The crowd was stunned to hear this, but because of the darkness of the sky, no one could see whether the guy in his hand was real or not. But soon a yellow hair pulled out a dagger from his waist while smiling badly. "Fear of death? How can you mix with society if you're afraid of death? Don't think you can bluff with a toy gun." Saying that, he suddenly clenched his dagger and rushed towards Yi Yuan. Then the silenced gunshot rang out, and yellow hair fell to the ground in response, clutching his thighs and howling, "My leg! My legs! The real thing! He's got the real thing!" Hearing this, the people present were all confused at that moment. You know, the planter is the country with the strictest gun ban, so it's not just anyone who can get their hands on the real thing. It's over. We've kicked the bucket this time. Thinking of this, those people turned their heads and tried to run, but how could Ji Yuan let them off so easily? So there was another silenced shot, and bullets swept sharply in front of the crowd. The bald man and the others who saw the scene immediately all froze in place. Who moves? Who dies? Yi Yuan's voice wasn't loud, but several people heard it clearly. The bullet-ridden yellow hair was so scared that he didn't even dare to make a wail or a howl. Changhan mentally greeted all the females in Huron's entire family. What kind of an ancestor has this gotten herself into? But it's too late to regret wading through this mess. He had no choice but to speak out stiffly. "Brother, this time it was my poor eyesight that didn't realize you were a true Buddha. The road to the jungle is long. Give a way to live, and I, Changhan, will return the favor in the future." Changhan had been in the jungle for more than 20 years and had seen a lot of big storms, so the situation at hand wasn't enough to make him wet his pants. Jianghu people, Jianghu things, in the end is nothing but the word interests. There was no benefit to be gained from killing them versus the other side coming to talk. Therefore, Changhan expected that the other party would definitely not rush to the end. Should I say no? What this big bald man had in his mind was really similar to Yi Yuan for a few moments. Yi Yuan really didn't move any killing heart in his heart. Otherwise all these people should have gone to hell when the first shot was fired. He naturally had his own purpose in keeping these people behind. The others go first. You stay and talk. Yi Yuan pointed his gun at Changhan and said in a cold voice. Changhan's forehead immediately broke out into a bean-sized cold sweat when he saw this, but he still greeted his men to take the injured yellow hair first. When everyone had left, Yi Yuan actually changed his pistol and threw it at the other side. Of course, the gun's magazine is unloaded. Recognize this? Changhan's entire body was dazed after catching the pistol. It was something he was all too familiar with. He used to use it a lot in his old shoot-'em-up games. Recognize that? Desert Eagle. A large-caliber semi-automatic pistol from the land of eagle sauce. You can't usually see this stuff within the flower planting territory. With that, Changhan began to play with it lovingly. When Yi Yuan saw that the other party was a person who knew what he was doing, the corner of his mouth immediately gave birth to a smile.
Not bad. A little eye candy. Then this will be a meet and greet gift. If you want to follow me and get rich, wait for my call. After saying this, Yi Yuan put away his submachine gun and walked towards the outside of the alley in big strides.
Chang Han saw this but stood frozen in place for 2 seconds.
Get rich with him? This big man wants to give himself a lift? Thinking of this,
Chang Han hurriedly turned around and wanted to retain the other party to talk in detail for a few moments. But when he turned around, Yi Yuan had already disappeared. Seeing this scene, Chang Han could only lower his head and continue to grasp the pistol. Boy, I'm going to be rich this time. After Chang Han said this, he hastily put the Desert Eagle away in his arms. There were no bullets, but the guy was bluffing enough to take it out. On the other side, Yi Yuan was already sitting in a cab. Why did he throw an olive branch to Chang Han? Because he needed to support an advocate. Someone who could walk the talk in the underground world. Instead of himself. Yi Yuan himself would never throw his head in front of a crowd. He needs to stand in the sunlight to look down and control the darkness. For that, he needed someone to go out into the darkness instead. Because Yi Yuan is very clear that not all arms sales and purchases can be done online. Once he got bigger and bigger, face-to-face interviews became the order of the day. So, it is still very necessary to identify a few spokespersons now. While pondering these things, an alert suddenly popped up on his phone. This is a reminder of the GV forum requesting a conversation. So it looks like another big deal is coming your way. Chapter 17, the sale is leaked. Yi Yuan did not want to engage in arms transactions too frequently at the moment because he was now being targeted by the state. So, he had already thought of excuses in his mind when he opened the software and tapped the dialog box. But by the time he had finished reading a small essay sent from the other side, he couldn't help but be slightly shaken in his mind. The message was from the Cerberus from earlier, and he began by identifying himself for what he really was. Greetings, Mr. God. I am your old friend Cerberus and Deputy Chief of Staff of the Caracal Hussites, Abbas. Thank you very much for your generosity to us. Your arms have been a very big help, but while I appreciate it, I would like to ask again if you can give to extend a more helping hand. 4. Following its support of Dyson Bird's genocidal program against the Baba sheep, Eagle Sauce has extended its evil claws to the Irmo region. They seem to be supporting Irmao to antagonize Daimao, but in fact they want to use Daimao's hand to completely destroy the Irmao region. The evil Eagle Sauce does not care about the life and death of the people of other countries, they only care about whether their military and political objectives can achieve their expectations. We are mortal enemies of Eagle Jam, and we cannot allow him to play with the lives and deaths of the people of other countries as he pleases. Therefore, on behalf of the organization, I solemnly send you a request for assistance to buy a batch of long-range attack missiles from you in order to blockade the Red Sea, control the Bab el-Mandeb Strait, and completely cut off the maritime assistance of countries such as Eagle Butter, John Bull, and Gallic Chicken to Irmao. Dear Mr. God, no matter how high the price we are willing to pay, we sincerely hope to ask you to help us. Yi Yuan's heart immediately rippled after reading this passage. At first he was just looking at the sinister intentions of Eagle Sauce and bragging on the internet to show solidarity for the Baba sheep, but I didn't realize I could actually help them later. Now Eagle Jam is back to its sinister tactics against the Irmo state. It's really all about the world. It seems like it's time for you to contribute some of your own power to maintain world peace or something. Surely there is nothing wrong with making a buck along the way while keeping the peace, but the time for your own experience card has now passed. In order to sell the long-range missiles that Cerberus needs, you must at least level up your arms dealer to level 2 and activate the military D-Tech tree. Now that he still had 700 million system coins left, he needed to find a way to raise another 100 million system coins as soon as possible before he could do so. If you do this math, you want to rely on the electric car to get all this money together. In the view of time is afraid that it is not too late. But this plan cannot be terminated. After all, want to wash the money earned in arms, that still need to borrow a positive business student to be able to do. Otherwise, he always cashed out so much money out of thin air. Over time will definitely be noticed by people who have the intention. Then I'm afraid it's a very troublesome thing to explain clearly. Looks like it's going to have to be a two-pronged attack. After talking to himself, Yi Yuan immediately returned to the model factory. When he entered the office, Yi Yuan began to use the computer to log into his forum account. He then replied to Cerberus with a message stating that he was having some financial difficulties and would like to ask for his help in introducing more clients. However, he was only conveniently selling light weapons such as firearms, grenades, and bullets for the time being. Inside the mountain base, Abbas was silent for a few seconds after seeing the reply. He then picked up the satellite phone and dialed Arafat. After a brief exchange of words, the two agreed that they wanted to join forces to eat the light weapons in Gadya's hands. Still, the two of them were thinking a little too naively. Abbas hung up the phone and immediately replied to Yi Yuan.
Don't worry about it, Mr. God. I'll take care of all your goods with Arafat. Just tell me directly how much you need.
Abbas said this with confidence.
But when the other man actually replied,
he sat frozen in place for a long time.
Inside the office, Yi Yuan pulled out his computer and had a busy time. The exchange rate between the system currency and the real currency is 1 to 180. 100 million system coins is 18 billion seed flower coins.
But I can't work for nothing.
More or less I have to earn some hard money.
Then it's not too much for me to charge them 28 billion.
Right? After all, with so many arms,
they'll have to at least double the price if they find someone else to buy them.
Well,
I'm still being generous if that counts.
Yi Yuan muttered as he replied to Abbas. I've got about 28 billion seeded coins in stock. Are you sure you guys can eat that?
Inside the mountain base,
Abbas's entire body was confused when he saw the number. What kind of godlike being is on the other side? How come this is a tens of billions of dollars of megabills?
Brother, we're at war here.
Okay? This war is expensive. Okay? Arafat might be able to squeeze out a few tens of billions to buy tanks with you, but we're just a local arm.
Where would we get that kind of money for equipment? But he had just blown out his own bull, and he would not take it back like a slap in the face.
Would he? No problem.
I'll call you in 3 days.
Abbas replied stiffly to Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan replied directly after reading it.
Then you'll get your guns in 3 days and your missiles in 5.
Abbas saw that then and his eyes lit up. God is God.
There are no words for doing business with him. The two of them briefly exchanged words together and immediately reached a deal of $20 billion.
But what they don't realize is that their dealings have been spied on by Eagle Jam the entire time.
Inside the office of the president,
White House, Eagle Jam, Wilson, the head of the CIA, Central Intelligence Agency, personally presented the intercept to President Prescott. Prescott's face became unusually grave then when he saw the message. Cerberus is the deputy chief of staff of the Hoosiers? And who is this god Leaf?
By his habit of phrasing, he seems to be a flower grower, Prescott said with sharp eyes looking up at Wilson. Wilson's eyes were furrowed and he had a serious, cold look on his face.
Yes, Your Excellency.
According to the analysis of our intelligence officers,
this god Leaf should be a flower grower. The last time John Bull's defense minister was just the other side using a technical trick to set us up.
The real mastermind behind this is not John Bull at all, but the planters, Prescott said in an exasperated voice as he heard this with a heavy slap on the table.
I knew it. It must be them, the flower-growing kingdom, behind this. So what have you guys got new on this scouting trip? Wilson sniffed and immediately looked up at the other man and said seriously, the other party's specific IP address is not yet lockable,
but according to the analysis of the network signal transmission trajectory,
I've locked the range on South Shanghai, said Wilson, pulling out another document and gently placing it on his desk.
We have dispatched our most elite Thunder Leopard team to South Shanghai City and have activated the cold chest screwdriver lurking in the area. I believe that with the cooperation of several of them, they will be able to find out this god Leaf within 5 days,
Prescott said with a very satisfied nod as he listened.
Well, I look forward to your good news. As long as the evidence is conclusive, we can teach the seed flower family a hard lesson. Pass on my order to put the 7th Fleet on operational status and order the 5th Fleet to deploy 5 nuclear strike submarines close to the Asian waters.
Chapter 18, The World is in Chaos. Yi Yuan's dealings with Abbas at the GV Forum were successfully monitored by the Eagle Sauce CIA.
That's why the Eagle Sauce Party immediately dispatched a special task force to urgently rush to South Shanghai for further investigation.
Because the CIA was invading the network from the Abbott side, it did not cause any interference on Yi Yuan's side. Therefore, Yi Yuan had no idea that their matter had been leaked. Inside the base of the mountain, Abbas ended the conversation and immediately contacted Arafat using a satellite phone. Arafat said he could help, but he didn't expect God to ask for a $20 billion deal, because the Bayan country had already purchased a lot of Apocalypse tanks before. Their military budget was also very tight right now. But you can still eat $3 billion in arms if you squeeze it in everywhere. Abbas could probably eat $2 billion on his side. So he still needs to contact someone to eat $23 billion. Thinking of this, Abbas hastily began to contact his allies in the Unified Front. For a while, anti-Hawaii sauce groups all over the world were in an uproar and buzz. After all, it's impossible not to feel excited about a $10 billion group buy event of this magnitude. Of course, the excitement of these groups soon made Eagle Jam and its allies nervous. With a $20+ billion arms bill, is the anti-Hawaii coalition about to mount a total comeback? For a while, the intelligence systems of all countries went into a state of intense combat readiness. The top brass of Eagle Sauce, John Bull, Gallic Chicken and Hans Cat are all on high alert. Big Hair and Seed Flower have received similar news, so they are also actively increasing their force deployments. Yi Yuan just engaged in an inventory clearance activity.
but did not want to make everyone act as if they were going to fight World War III. For a while, Manhwa became the center of attention for all the major powers in the world. Office of the Secretary General of the Ministry of Defense. Flower-growing countries. Summer China hung up the phone with an ironic look on his face, then pulled out a huazi and slowly lit it. It's a mess. The whole world is a mess. That guy comes out with tens of billions of dollars. Where on earth could such a large shipment of arms be hidden? Why are all the clues pointing straight at us? The flower growers? Who the hell is that Godleaf? After muttering these words, immediately took out his cell phone and dialed Ruiningsher's number. When the call was answered, Samahust immediately said that the penalty decision of the special investigative team could be suspended, but the prerequisite is that they have to find out the arms tycoon hiding in South Shanghai as soon as possible. It turned out that the entire team of the Special Investigations Unit had been particularly harshly criticized and punished for failing to complete the mission within 4 days. However, the punishment decision hadn't officially come into effect yet, so Summer China decided to give them a chance to redeem themselves for their sins, asking them to make sure they got to the bottom of it before the intelligence agencies of other countries did. Renegade was both happy and nervous when she got the call, because she knew how tense the situation was. As a result, the Special Investigations Unit was once again engaged in an intense investigation. This time, they narrowed it down to 6 suspects, and Yi Yuan was clearly one of them. Yi Yuan, who had a premonition that something bad was going to happen, also began to actively unfold his plan at this time. He had to clear his name first as soon as possible before he could do so. South Shanghai, inside the Sun restaurant. Last time, Yi Yuan threw away $800,000 for a meal here. The restaurant manager gave him a free self-respecting platinum membership card straight away. The red wine he purchased was naturally unfinished, so he deposited it inside the restaurant first. He came to the Sun today because he had an appointment. This person was no other than Chang Han, who was almost sent away by a shuttle. Chang Han is the head of Castle Peak Hall, one of the 5 halls of the South Shanghai Youth Gang, and is nicknamed the Bright Frontal Tiger, for no other reason than his big bald head is so eye-catching. Today's Green Gang is no longer the Green Gang before the founding of the country. It can simply be described as not what it used to be. Now their gang's main income is to collect some protection fees, management fees and property fees and so on, all without the appearance that a big gang should have. Is it that they don't think about it? No, it's that the laws for growing flowers are getting better and tougher now. So the jungle gangs that count on gray gains to survive if all already in an awkward state of sunset. But this time, Chun Han seemed to see hope, because the mysterious big man he met yesterday had asked himself out. In a secluded corner of the restaurant, Yi Yuan looked at the slightly restrained Chung Han. Thinking about it? Want to get rich with me? Chung Han couldn't help but feel a tremor throughout his body when he heard these words, and then he slowly looked up at the other party. The mysterious big man was still dressed as plain as yesterday, except for an octopus claw-shaped hairband on his forehead. What's a grown man doing wearing a weird hairband like that? It feels so girly. This was what Chung Han had in mind, but Yi Yuan could hear it clearly, because the thing he wears on his head is called a Yuri mental enhancer, also called a Yuri mind sensor. This was a non-combat prop that Yi Yuan had spent 20,000 system coins to exchange. This black tech prop comes from Yuri, an NPC character in Red Alert. Yuri's main characteristic is that he can manipulate other NPCs with his mental powers. However, this sensor of Yi Yuan was automatically downgraded by the system to a castrated version because it was directly redeemed. Therefore, one can only sense the mental activities of others, but cannot manipulate their actions. But being able to sense what people are really thinking is enough, because what Yi Yuan needed was an extremely loyal advocate. Otherwise, in case the other party has a grudge or is scheming, wouldn't that make one's arms business precarious? Ahem. Don't think about all that. Let's get down to business. What the hell were you thinking? Chung Han's entire body immediately froze when he heard this. Why do you feel like you're being watched? In that case, how dare you lie? Chung Han finished muttering in his heart and swallowed heavily back. Think well. I am willing to follow Big Brother you mix, but there's one thing I, Chang, will never touch in death. It's my untouchable bottom line. Chang Han said this in a very serious and solemn manner, and what was in his heart was as decisive as this. Yi Yuan saw this and immediately slowly nodded his head and asked, okay, so tell me, what's your bottom line? Chung Han did not say anything after hearing this, but dipped his finger in water and wrote the word poison. Then he looked at Yi Yuan with determined eyes and said in a cold voice, I, Chang Han, will not touch such a scourge of the nation and the people even if I die. Other than this, whatever you do, Big Brother, Chang Han is willing to saddle up. What Chung Han said was what he was thinking at the moment. Yi Yuan secretly expressed great satisfaction after seeing it. He also hated the scummy behavior of the scourge of the nation and the people. This answer from the other side was undoubtedly a plus with him. Thus,
Yi Yuan slowly nodded his head and said with a smile, "Good. I'm very satisfied with your answer. Then, starting today, you'll be rich after me." Chung Han sniffed and immediately got up and bowed to honor the tea and shouted, "Big brother." At this point, Chung Han's recognition of Yi Yuan as his elder brother was not done wholeheartedly, because he couldn't feel the other party's bottom line yet. He was still more or less drumming in his heart, but he was willing to take a chance and try, because the youth gang had also reached a time when it was in dire need of transformation. Yi Yuan saw everything clearly but did not make a sound because he knew that loyalty needed to be tempered slowly. After receiving Chung Han, he immediately transferred 30 million seed flower coins to the other party. "There's something you need to do urgently right now, so take these and use them. And come back to me for more if you don't have enough." Chapter 19, Wants to play a big game. Yi Yuan telepathically determined that Chung Han truly wanted to follow him, so he transferred $30 million to the other party on the spot for him to prepare something. Chung Han looked at the account, suddenly so much more money, was so shocked that his eyes almost stared out. "Oh, my god, who the hell is this big brother of mine? I was directly entrusted with such a large sum of money on our first meeting. Nothing more to say, big brother, just watch me perform." Chung Han was really excited at this time. It was the first time in his life he had seen so much money. Seeing that the other party was a bit excited, Yi Yuan immediately said with a smile as he picked up his wine glass, "Calm down. It's just a little money. No need to make such a fuss. You're the one who's going to be an officer with me. Don't make yourself so unproductive." Chung Han felt a little confused throughout when he heard this. $30 million is still a small fortune? What kind of magnate is big brother then? Chung Han's mood on this side had not yet calmed down. And on the other side, Yi Yuan once again uttered shocking words. "I'll leave this money to you. How much you can covet is up to you. But one thing, you can't screw up the arrangement for me. If things go bad, watch out if you have a life to covet and not a life to spend." Chung Han immediately became a bit nervous when he heard this, so he hurriedly looked at the other party and said with a smile, "Big brother, what are you talking about? I, Shang Han, will definitely be loyal to you and will never embezzle a single penny. I am interested in you." Yi Yuan interrupted with a voice without waiting for the other party to finish. "Don't say that. It is the nature of man to be greedy, and no one is unprofitable. I'll give you the money, so I won't be afraid of your greed, but it's still the same. You must do things beautifully for me, and cause less unnecessary trouble." Chung Han's heart was immediately strengthened when he heard this. Since Big Brother was so much more than that, there was nothing to be hypocritical about himself. Taking people's money to do things for them, having the ability to do great things, and not having enough money to top things off. Chung Han still understands these truths. "Big brother, don't worry, I will definitely do what you have explained." Yi Yuan saw that the other party still understood, and immediately took out a document and threw it on the table. "Do what it says on the tin, and within a week, I want results." Chung Han reached out and picked up the document, flipping through it to briefly look at it before saying, "Big brother, just please be good. I'll get on it now and see you in a week." With that, Chung Han got up and left with a slight bow. Just as he left on his side, Yi Yuan's cell phone rang. Yi Yuan picked up the cell phone and glanced at it, then hung up with a soft smile. On the other hand, inside the office of the president of 5-Star Group, Xiaoping looked at the cell phone that was hung up and was a bit confused. Then she slowly turned her head to look at Jiang Weining and said, "Mr. Jiang, he's not answering his phone." Jiang Weining immediately tightened her brows when she heard this. "Not answering the phone? You don't answer your phone after transferring $1 billion deposit. What does this man really want?" Xiaoping looked at the other party with an anxious face after hearing this and said, "We're running out of time. Daimler is holding a conference in 3 days. If we don't come up with any countermeasures before this, then the future of 5-Star is really at stake." Jiang Weining sighed heavily when she heard this. She knew that the one surnamed Ji was playing psychological warfare on herself. This time of year the other side is in no hurry at all, because he knew for sure he would bow down and compromise. But what exactly is the other side up to? Before Kong Waning could think of anything, her finance director came running for help. "Mr. Jiang, the bank called again to call for payment. Governor Chang said that if the money is not available by 10 a.m. tomorrow, he would then make a formal application to the court to liquidate his assets against his debts." Jiang Weining was also stunned when she heard this immediately. "It seems like you really can't back out." "Got it. I'll figure something out about this." The CFO sighed heavily after hearing this, and then she left with Apple Xiao. Inside the office, Jiang Weining slowly pulled out her cell phone and dialed Yi Yuan's number. But the other party still does not answer the phone. Asterisk 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 asterisk. What the hell? The always polite Jiang Weining was so angry that she directly exploded. On the other hand, in the building of the South Shanghai branch of the State Security Bureau, Inside the temporary office of the Special Investigation Team,
Ruiningsher was operating her laptop with a tense face, and the colleagues next to her were busy with their own work.
After a few minutes,
Renegade heavily tapped the retract button and said,
"Intercepted. Did the tracking team follow?"
It turns out that their security system has been suffering from hacking for the past few days. It was the 23rd successful interception by Renegade himself.
Chen Shuer,
who was in charge of the tracking, slowly shook her head with a frustrated face and said,
"No, I can't dive in at all.
Their defense was sharper than their offense.
I couldn't break them at all."
Renegade tapped the table lightly when she heard this. She then slowly got up and picked up her teacup as she sipped.
"I saw some tidbits of information on ShadowNet yesterday. Eagle Sauce, John Bull,
and Big Hair have all sent special teams to the Seedflower House.
If I'm not mistaken, they should be in Nanhu City right now."
Chen Shuer heard this and immediately asked a question with wide eyes.
"So what you're saying, team leader, is that they're responsible for all these hacking attacks?"
Renegade nodded as she slowly put down her glass of water at her words.
9 times out of 10 it's them, but that's not something we worry about. There will be other groups that will follow up on this, but I have a bold idea, but I'm having some trouble grasping it. Speaking here,
Ruiningsher turned her head to look at Chen Shuer and continued,
"Cheryl,
help me get a couple of subgroup leaders over here.
I'm going to play a big game."
Chen Shuer immediately got a little excited when she heard this,
because she's just a looker who's not afraid to see what's going on. Play a big game? How big?
Chen Shuer looked at Ruiningsi with an excited expression and asked.
Ruiningsi heard but the expression immediately as solemn said, "So big that we could take off this uniform at any time."
Chen Shuer sniffed at that moment and her entire body froze in place. Her eyes twitched slightly as she looked over at Renegade.
"Sister Ray, should we make it so big?"
Ruiningsher heard but continued with a soft smile.
"Maybe even get taken to jail. Anyway,
everything depends on how it turns out.
We'll all be happy if we win, but if we lose, we can only see each other inside." After saying this,
Renegade walked quickly towards the small conference room. Chen Shuer directly sat on her but in the chair after hearing those words.
"Sister Rue, I've only just started work less than a year ago. Can we play a little more steady and not be so aggressive?" Renegade laughed while walking forward without looking back. "The national interest is above all else. If you're afraid, call the report now and quit. I'll sign it for you right away. If you don't want to leave,
call me right away to get a couple of deputy team leaders here for a meeting in conference room 3 in 1 hour.
Chapter 20, The Puppet Project. National Security Agency, South Shanghai Branch, Conference Room 3. Renegade had a 2-hour-long discussion with the 4 deputy group leaders. Seeing that time was wasting away minute by minute,
Ruiningsher heavily slapped the conference table and said in a cold and serious voice,
"Okay, all stop arguing. I'm the head of the Special Investigations Unit, and I'm responsible for everything that goes wrong.
You're just being forced to act on my orders, and I'll write a written statement myself later." The first deputy group leader,
Chang Chaochuan,
directly extinguished the cigarette in his hand after hearing this.
"Team leader Rue, can you take on such a big responsibility all by yourself?
This is malfeasance on a small scale,
but on a larger scale it is jeopardizing national security. Going to jail afterward is a small matter.
I'm just afraid that when the time comes,
we won't even have a chance to explain ourselves."
As soon as Chang Chaochuan finished saying this,
the other deputy group next to him, Chang Jianli, spoke up. "Old Chang, you probably won't get much of a chance to explain to the chief, but who is our team leader Ray? How can she not have a chance to explain?" Everyone else couldn't help but laugh lightly when they heard this immediately.
Ruiningsi's face immediately darkened upon hearing this, and then she turned her head to look at Jiangli and asked in a cold voice,
"Team leader Jiang, what do you mean by that?" Jiangli is very good at her job,
but is a straight-tempered person, so do more than 10 years still stay in the position of the main section. But this Ruiningsi only joined the workforce less than 5 years ago, and was quickly promoted to the position of deputy division.
So, Jiangli didn't deal well with her, the leader of the group,
since she joined the group.
Can't you hear what I mean? Everyone knows what you are and your background. I'm only afraid
that this matter will still be a few of us taking the blame for people when the time comes. Jiangli said this very directly,
instantly making the atmosphere of the meeting awkward.
Several other deputy team leaders immediately began to give him glances when they saw this,
but Jiangli was pretending not to see it,
just staring coldly at Ruiningsi and waiting for an answer.
When Renegade heard this, she immediately pulled out her cell phone and placed it on the table. Only then did she look around the room before saying seriously, "Like I said, I came up with this plan, so, whatever outcome occurs is on my shoulders."
As soon as the deputy leaders nod their heads in agreement, I will immediately call the Secretary General in front of everyone to report and explain. Jiang Li and the others were instantly stunned when they heard this.
None of them thought that this second-generation government official would dare to come for real. Mind you, her plan was very risky and radical. If this goes wrong, then her future will be ruined. Jiangli saw that the other party was serious, so she was the first to raise her hand to state her position. Good. Then I agree. Chang Chaochuan was the second to raise his hand at the sight. Then I agree. Subsequently, the other two deputy leaders agreed. Ruei Ningxi immediately smiled and nodded after seeing this, and then directly dialed the Secretary General's phone. On the phone, she gave a detailed report of the current situation and briefly described the puppet program she had developed. The so-called puppet program opens the door to the secret service teams of various countries. Then while watching them, use their unconventional means to find the target. The reason why Renegade wanted to say this was because when state agencies such as national security, public security and intelligence do things, they need to abide by all kinds of laws, regulations and processes. With all the rules and regulations, it was simply difficult for them to find the target person in a short period of time. But it's not the same with those spies and secret service teams abroad. They are certainly not bound by any constraints in what they do and will search for clues to their targets in any way they can. Therefore, their efficiency is definitely much higher than that of the special investigation team. But Renegade wasn't letting these foreign agents run amok. She would arrange for her men to keep an eye on the agents of the various countries, and would have the other side's every move monitored. In this way, those foreign agents became their puppets on strings. In the end, the agent and the target can be eliminated in one fell swoop by simply tightening the strings at the critical moment. It had to be said that Renegade's idea was really very bold, because this is something that can easily lead to irreparable damage once you don't have a good grasp of the fire. Therefore, when the Secretary General heard the outline of the plan, he was also silent for a full 2 minutes. It was 2 minutes before he slowly opened his mouth to ask a question. How sure are you? Renegade took a deep breath after hearing this and thought for a moment before opening her mouth seriously to reply. I'm 70% sure if I can add 2 more action teams. The Secretary General was silent again for more than 10 seconds after hearing this, before he slowly opened his mouth to reply. Good. I'll give you 4 more action teams and order the special unit in South Shanghai to coordinate with you. Little Ruei, you must remember that the national interest is above all else. If there are any mines, Uncle Xiao will help you carry them. You just let go. Renegade's eyes reddened slightly when she heard this then. With that, she suddenly stood up straight and clanged her voice back. Yes. The others saw this and immediately got up as well. Subsequently, everyone looked at Renegade a little differently. Immediately after the meeting of Special Investigation Team 3, South Shanghai was buzzing that night. Every now and then, an official department will call the police to report that its own public network has been hacked and a lot of information has been investigated and copied. For a while, the South Shanghai Police and Security Bureau became the busiest department. But to their great loss of face, it wasn't long before the police's public network was also hacked. The top management of Nanhu City held an emergency meeting overnight to discuss measures. For her part, Renee Ross attended the meeting as a special advisor. While the officials were busy, Yi Yuan was still relaxing at the Sun restaurant. Why hasn't he left? Because he was waiting for someone who was currently more important to him. Finally, at 2015, Zhang Weining finally appeared at the Sun restaurant. Sun restaurant, table 1888. Yi Yuan grinned while shaking the red wine in his hand. Asterisk. It's as sour as watered-down vinegar. $138,000 for this thing to drink? The old man was really in over his head. Hey, this is the price of playing B. Saying that, Yi Yuan, who had an attitude of not being able to waste, pinched his nose and finished off the red wine in his glass. On his side, he had just finished his glass of wine when Zhang Weining sat down on the opposite side with a smile. That's not how you drink Romani Conti. Mr. Yi, you've taken a bit too long to sober up. It's a shame to have such a good wine. Where did Ji Yuan drink any wine before? Who they would drink this stuff hard if they weren't trying to sit around and act like bees. But was he, Yi Yuan, poor in money now? He's just short of laundering his money down the road. And partnering with 5-Star Motors was one of the doorways he came up with. It's okay, it's just a bottle of wine. Just open another one. Saying that, Yi Yuan snapped his fingers at the waiter not far away. The waiter saw this and immediately smiled and came over to replace the bottle of new wine. Then began to stand aside and began to reawaken the wine. And finally poured half a glass of wine for each of the 2 people and then left on his own. Yi Yuan picked up the wine glass in front of him and slowly raised it to say, "Come on, have fun working together." Zhang Weining was stunned at the time when she heard this. The other guy is a little too cocky, isn't he? We're celebrating before we've even talked about it? Zhang Weining was just about to open her mouth to say something when suddenly a familiar voice came from right behind her. Yo, isn't this my family Wanning? Why are you still dating someone else behind my back? Let me see which ungrateful fellow dares to steal a woman from me. Chapter 21, Grievance is a Narrow Path. Yi Yuan had a hard time keeping watch and waiting for Jiang Weining. But before the two could communicate more, a familiar voice rang out not far away from them. Yi Yuan looked at the source of the sound, only to see that the person walking towards them was the same guy who had tried to force Jiang Weining to marry him that day. "It's your suitor," Yi Yuan said softly with a shallow smile at Jiang Weining. Jiang Weining's brows furrowed then after hearing this. "I'm sorry, Mr. Yi, we may need to talk somewhere else. I'm really sorry about that, and I hope that my personal matters won't affect our cooperation." Yi Yuan could see that the other party was really very embarrassed right now. She seems to be very helpless against such scoundrels. It could be that she was raised so well that she doesn't know how to deal with scoundrels. Thinking of this, Yi Yuan reached out and gently tapped the desktop twice and said, "No, just leave it to me. This is the kind of guy that the more you avoid him, the more he pesters." Jiang Weining was a bit surprised when she heard this immediately. She didn't expect the other woman to stand up for herself. Kang Waning was hesitating to accept help. That Dong Xing, who wanted to force the marriage, however, had already come closer. At this moment, Dong Xing was accompanied by a hotly dressed woman. This woman Yi Yuan felt very familiar when he saw her. She looked at the other party and thought for a while before remembering that the other party was Sister Demon Air, a female netizen who was relatively hot in recent times. "Brother Dong, this woman couldn't be your white moonlight, right? I thought it was as pretty as it looks. Is this the standard of the second most beautiful girl in South Shanghai? Dong, what exactly do you see in her?" Sister Demon Child said with a petulant face as she hugged Dong Xing's arm in a conspiratorial manner. Jiang Weining's face immediately turned a little white with anger upon hearing this, but she really didn't know how to refute such people, because she felt that the words that picked up the conversation were demeaning. Jiang Weining's bones were permeated with a sense of pride and did not allow herself to be generalized with the other party. But Yi Yuan didn't have these concerns. He wouldn't allow himself or his friends to suffer a dumb loss. "Waiter, did you leave the ventilation system on here?" The moment he said this, everyone around him froze. The waiter also looked up with a confused look on his face. "Sir, our ventilation system is working fine here. May I ask what your needs are?" Yi Yuan said with extreme impatience as he placed his wine glass on the table. "The ventilation system is working fine, so why do I still smell a foxy odor? I thought you guys didn't allow pets in here?" After he said this, the clueless critics around him continued to be clueless. "Foxy smell? Pets? Anyone bring their pets in?" So the waiter voiced the question for the crowd. "What do you mean by that?" "Sir, the management of this store is very strict. It's impossible for a guest to bring in a pet." The waiter answered with great earnestness, and the others looked agreeable. But Yi Yuan gently raised his chin after hearing this, looking at the two people in front of him and said, "Then how did he bring the vixen in? Can't you smell that much Thai odor?" The waiter and the others were stunned when these words were uttered. Sister Demon Child's face instantly turned red. She first turned her head to look at Dong Xing, and only spoke after receiving the other party's acquiescence. "You brat, don't point the finger here. This is a high-class place. Please mind your manners. It's true that what people find what goods. Brother Dong, you really can't see people well." Sister Demon Child didn't forget to pull and stomp on Jiang Waning when she disliked Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan heard that immediately. Also, do not spoil her. Directly he looked at the other side with a bad smile and said, "Yes, surnamed Dong, your vision is really bad. It's too unpicky to eat anything crooked. So who? Waiter, turn up the ventilator. It smells too much in here. Otherwise, I'm going to have to call the health department to complain about you." It was only when the waiter heard this that he finally realized what was going on. So he looked at the Dong Xing duo with a helpless face for did. "This gentleman and lady, would you both please move elsewhere? Please don't disrupt other guests' meals or..." Before the waiter could finish his words, Dong Xing directly slapped him across the face. Then he pulled out a bunch of $100 bills and threw them on the ground and said, "Get out. Tell them to get the hell out. I'm taking the seat today." After saying this, Dong Xing turned his head to coldly look at Yi Yuan and said, "A man has to have some strength if he wants to talk tough." Yi Yuan saw the other party rushing at him, and immediately leaned gently towards his chair to answer in a cold voice. "Yes? Then I'm curious to see just how much strength you have." Dong Xing saw that the other party did not have the slightest intention of retreating, so his face immediately turned grim. Seeing this, Sister Demon Child knew that the opportunity to show her loyalty had come, so she picked up the red wine on the table and threw it hard at Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan dodged the glass of red wine with a quick dodge. Seeing this, Sister Demon Child picked up another bottle and threw it at the other party, but it was still easily dodged by Yi Yuan. The waiter immediately stepped forward to stop Sister Demon Child when he saw this. "This lady, please remain calm. We will hold you legally responsible. Security, come to table 1888. Dong Xing was also a dignified figure in South Shanghai, and didn't want to lose face because of this. So he coldly glanced at Sister Demon Child and said, "What's with the rudeness? Don't talk to such beggars. Saying that,
Dongxing turned his head to look at Jiang Weining with a sly smile and said,
Waning there are only 2 days left. As disappointed as I was that you didn't show up last night, I've decided to give you another chance.
Before Dongxing could finish his words,
Yi Yuan suddenly reached out and yanked Jiang Weining behind him. I'm sorry, but don't think about the beautiful swan. You toad. I'm warning you for the first and last time. Don't harass my family Waning anymore. Next time, if you still speak out of turn, then don't blame me for being rude to you. Yi Yuan said this in a non-condescending and sound manner, so that Jiang Weining couldn't help but hear her heart beating 2 times faster. However, Dongxing was already furious and his gaze towards Yi Yuan was filled with a look of wanting to knife someone. Poor. Do you really think you are a dish? I didn't want to be general with you, but you had to seek your own death. Okay, you wait for me. With that, Dongxing pulled out his phone and dialed a string of numbers. After saying a few words briefly, Dongxing glared at Yi Yuan fiercely. Kid, don't say I don't give a damn about yourself. Get out now and you can still pick up a life back. Yi Yuan heard it but slightly shrugged his shoulders, and then also took out his cell phone and sent a message. He then stood with his hands in his pockets and looked at the other man and smiled. Alright, then I'd like to see what you've got up your sleeve. Dongxing nodded viciously after hearing this, and then took Sister Demon Child in his arms and prepared to leave. But just at this time, Yi Yuan looked at the other party with a grumpy face and shouted, Stop, want to just leave? Chapter 22 Dong's Security Department. Dongxing had already called and greeted people to clean up Yi Yuan. He certainly wouldn't take matters into his own hands against such a minor character, but just as he was about to take a step ahead, the other party called out to him in a cold tone. Thus, Dongxing slowly turned his head to look coldly at Yi Yuan and asked, What's wrong? Want to beg for mercy? Then get down on your knees and give me one. Let the go and stay with me one more night. In that case, I'll let you off the hook today. Yi Yuan couldn't help but laugh then when he heard this. With that, he picked up another bottle of red wine on the table and quickly stepped forward before snapping it and smashing it hard on Dongxing's forehead. The glass bottle instantly shattered all over the place, and Dongxing's entire face turned red, and for a moment, he couldn't tell if it was blood or red wine that had flowed. Jiang Weining stood by the side of the whole thing looking dumbfounded. She couldn't believe this slightly scrawny man was saying he'd do it. After Yi Yuan finished opening Dongxing with the red wine bottle, he threw the handle of the bottle in his hand to the ground and said, I just called you to pay me back for the wine, but who knew you guys were so unforgiving? Forget what I just warned you? Sister Demon Child pulled out a handle to cover Dongxing's wound. Dongxing's eyes were filled with an evil look that wanted to kill. Kid, you've got balls. You're dead today. Yi Yuan heard his harsh words but was not the least bit impressed. He was seen pulling out 2 napkins while wiping his hands. Okay, come at me with anything. I'll wait. Come. Yi Yuan's performance at this moment could only be described by a calm. For a while, Dongxing was actually somewhat unable to see through this kid, but even so, what he says is what he throws out. No matter what it took today, this guy had to be shown the ropes. Well, you wait. With that, Dongxing pushed Sister Demon Child away and quickly walked towards the outside. Sister Demon Child, on the other hand, trotted after her, afraid of losing her god of fortune. Jiang Weining saw the other party walk away before she dared to open her mouth. Mr. Yi, thank you very much for your help just now, but this Dongxing's background is a bit complicated. It's not something that ordinary people can mess with. Why don't we just call the police? I'm willing to be your witness. Yi Yuan couldn't help but laugh then when he heard this. Then he stretched out his right hand with a smile in his eyes and said, Better to wish us a good cooperation, right? At this point, it doesn't seem like you have any other choice. Jiang Weining's brows tightened slightly at the sight. She came over today to discuss the cooperation in detail, but looking at the state of things now, it seems like there's no way to continue. Still, she had to say what needed to be said. Of course I am very willing to work with you, Mr. Yi. It's just that we still need to discuss the specific details of the cooperation, such as the mode of cooperation and so on. Yi Yuan slowly retracted his right hand and inserted it back into his pants pocket after hearing this and said, The model of cooperation is to share in the joint venture and form a new electric car series. I'm contributing $20 billion and the technology for the design and production, with a 51% stake, and you're primarily responsible for operations, sales and promotions, with 49% of the shares. When Jiang Weining heard this, her face immediately became a bit ugly. She looked at Yi Yuan full of incredulity and inquired, You're offering $20 billion for a 51% stake in 5-Star Motors? Do you know what the total market capitalization of 5-Star Motors is? Yi Yuan knew that the other party had misunderstood his meaning when he heard this, so he hastily pulled out a paper folded into a square from his pocket and said, You've got it wrong. Not 51% of 5-Star. 51% of my 5-star new energy vehicle series. This is the terms of cooperation I've drawn up. Take it back and take a good look at it. And we'll meet tomorrow to discuss it in detail. Jiang Weining felt very despondent as she looked at the folded and crumpled documents. Is this guy serious? Tens of billions of dollars worth of sales contracts on one piece of paper? Is he really serious? Jiang Weining's brain had been thinking about this after she received the document. However, Yi Yuan had already turned around and left the restaurant in style. It was already 21:30 p.m. when Yi Yuan walked out of the building where the restaurant was located. At this time, the vehicles on the road were obviously much thinner, and there were few pedestrians walking on the streets. Yi Yuan walked out of the building and stood frozen in place for a full 5 seconds. After looking around to the left and right to make sure there was nothing out of the ordinary, he lifted his steps and walked forward. Strangely enough, he didn't head for the main road with lots of vehicles, but instead kept his head down and walked quickly toward a secluded path not far away. Yi Yuan walked forward for less than 10 minutes when suddenly 3 cars blocked its way. Immediately afterward, 3 more vans blocked its retreat from behind. Immediately afterward, 6 cars hooted and hollered down more than 30 people. The men were all fully dressed, all in black body shirts and pants, with a baseball bat in their hands. Yi Yuan's right hand had already probed inside his jacket, and he gripped the silenced submachine gun in his hand. As much as he didn't want to make a shooting scene, saving his life was the first thing to do in this situation. The other side is a lot of people, but they can't stand up to their own bullets. If you dare to challenge an arms dealer, what's the difference between that and bothering the king of hell? Moreover, Yi Yuan believed that his own men would soon arrive as well. So, now just stall a little longer. A group of black-clothed men surrounded Yi Yuan, but no one had the intention to make a move, because these thugs won't do anything until the boss orders them to. Their boss, on the other hand, is now in a nearby hospital for emergency treatment of his wounds. Kid, I hear you're arrogant. What's the name? Give a name and hear it. A man with a scorpion tattooed on his face spoke as he pushed his way out of the crowd. This man is named Liang Shan, nicknamed Poison Scorpion, a rising star in the South Shanghai Jianghu, but instead of joining any gang, he became the manager of the security department of the 7 Stars Tongue Group. These people around him were all ruthless characters who dared to lay their hands on him, as well as a group of security personnel from the Dong Group's security department. Most of these people were practicing, with a few years of kung fu in their hands and feet. Therefore, Dong's group's security department also has a certain status in the South Shanghai jungle, but they were more the employees of the company, and there was still a difference between them and the real jungle gangsters. You're not worthy to ask my name. You were called here by the surname Dong? When Liang Shan saw how calm the other party was, he couldn't help but feel some curiosity in his heart. So he walked slowly to Yi Yuan and said with a sardonic smile, "Kid, you're wild enough. I like it, but the crazier you get, the harder you'll get beaten later. Now kneel down for the master and crawl through here, and I can spare your dog's life." With that, Liang Shan stood in front of Yi Yuan with his legs apart. Yi Yuan immediately frowned slightly when he saw this, then stepped forward and pulled out his submachine gun, gently pointing it at the middle of his legs and said, "Is it a climb from here?" Chapter 23, The Horizontal Fears the Fearful. Yi Yuan asked as he gently pointed the barrel of his submachine gun at Liang Shan's crotch. This Liang Shan was also someone who had seen blood and played with life, so he was not subdued by the other party at first. "Yo, there's a gun? Scare who? Think I'm 3 years old? Try driving it if you really can. Don't around with toy guns." No sooner had the guy finished speaking than he heard a baya sound from beneath him. Then a fiery pain came from his balls. It turned out that the bullet had been fired against his balls, because Yi Yuan's submachine gun was equipped with a muffler. The sound of the gunshot was only audible to him. A real gun. Ha! At this moment, Liang Shan's legs started to go weak. As the saying goes, a horizontal person is afraid of a rash person, and a rash person is afraid of a life-threatening person. These days, the master who dares to take a gun to fight in the flower planting house is definitely a tough character in the life-threatening crowd. You know, this flower family's strict ban on guns can be second only to poison, so anyone who can get their hands on the real thing is definitely out of the ordinary. Big brother, misunderstanding, it's all a misunderstanding. Let's just calm down and talk about what's going on, okay? Liang Shan was really a bit of a wimp at this time. It's not a big deal if you're crippled or injured, but if it's a case of the other side shooting his balls off, then the happiness of his lower body in the future will be ruined. Yi Yuan knew that the other party was just a minion who was paid to do things, so he didn't even intend to have too much nonsense with him. "Don't want to die, get away from me." Hearing this, Liang Shan immediately nodded his head vigorously and said, Good. Get the hell away from me, all of you. As far away as you can. Liang Shan's men are a bunch of ruthless and spicy characters, so, sometimes he doesn't always talk well. No, he had just yelled out a couple of times when someone got impatient. Manager Liang, the boss told us to treat this kid well. Why are we pulling out before we do anything? Yeah, my hands are itchy from not moving them for so many days. Manager Liang, this kid couldn't be your concubine's illegitimate son, right? Otherwise why did you protect him as soon as he came up? Ha ha ha. The man had barely finished speaking when suddenly the man fell on his back. Then everyone saw him wailing as he clutched his thighs. My mother, my leg, help, killed someone. The minion was lying on the ground bleeding. Liang Shan's face fell in a cold sweat. The others froze at the sight, then dispersed like frightened birds and beasts. But all of them didn't run out far and were immediately surrounded by a large group of people. There were at least 200 people on the other side, all carrying machetes and steel pipes in their hands. The people from the 7 Stars Security Department immediately all panicked when they saw this. One by one, they were pounding and running around like headless flies. But no matter where these people ran, a group of people would block them back. Liang Shan himself was even directly scared to the point of kneeling down for Yi Yuan. Brother, there are any misunderstandings? I kneel down to tell you, okay? We're just paid to do a job. We're not guilty of putting our lives on the line for a paycheck. Big brother, you hold your hand high. It's me who has the eyes to recognize and tie. Yi Yuan immediately put away the gun in his hand when he saw Cheng Han arrive with his men. Not long after, Cheng Han ran over quickly carrying an open knife. Boss, sorry for being late. Time was too short to call in so many people. But don't worry, we still have 100 brothers on their way. Liang Shan couldn't help but shiver fiercely when he heard this immediately. Oh my god, what kind of existence did his boss mess with? Casually call 200 or 300 people. This is definitely not what he said. The beggar man. It's over. The boss has kicked the can down the road this time. Yi Yuan looked at Cheng Han and gently nodded. He then looked down contemptuously at Liang Shan and said, I have things to do. I'll leave it to you here. Just don't make a human life. As for that surname Dong, I'll figure out how to deal with it later. After saying this, Yi Yuan walked forward slowly with his hands in his pockets. Cheng Han saw this and dodged to the side, then shouted, Greetings, big brother. It was only after he shouted this that the others reacted. So each one stood up straight and agreed loudly. Greetings, big brother. It was the first time Yi Yuan had been called brother by so many people. You don't know. It feels kind of good, but now he had to keep as low a profile as possible, or his arms deal might have to suffer. Thus, Yi Yuan just nodded his head slightly in greeting before walking quickly into the darkness not far away. It was only at this time that Liang Shan dared to look up at Cheng Han with a compensatory smile and said, I thought who's here? So it's my brother Chang. Brother, do you remember? We had a drink together last year. Cheng Han couldn't help but laugh contemptuously when he heard this immediately. With that, he gently tapped the other man's face with the back of his blade and said, Yes, and then what? When Liang Shan saw how indifferent the other party was, he immediately understood that the beating was unavoidable. So he slowly held his head and looked at the other man pitifully and said, And then, can you not punch it in the face? Cheng Han laughed coldly upon hearing this, then raised his foot and kicked it hard. Q. Give me a beating and break a leg each. Cheng Han gave an order, and the people around him immediately took action. Liang Shan and the others then began to ghostly cry. Half an hour later, Cheng Han stepped on Liang Shan's broken leg and said viciously, Our boss is kind-hearted and has saved all of you scumbags a life. But what Bright Eyes Tiger, you can ask around. Anyone who dares to go out and say one more word about this today. Think about your old mothers, women and children at home. After saying this, Cheng Han ruthlessly thrust the machete in front of Liang Shan. Only after Cheng Han had left for 10 minutes or so did Dongxing's Maybach slowly drive into this place. But when he got out of the car he froze in place, only to see his men lying all over the place, all of them holding their legs and crying out. What is going on here? Liang Shan, where's Liang Shan? Is this all that kid's work alone? Liang Shan and the others heard this but frowned and didn't say anything. No one dared to squeak even if Dongxing asked several times. On the other hand, Yi Yuan received another message from Cerberus on his way back. This time, the other party could bring him a big deal. Cerberus, dear Mr. God, I've recently contacted a few like-minded friends and we'd like to do a group buy. Do you think it would be convenient to take a look at our purchase list? The sentence later crashed with a very long URL link. Yi Yuan frowned slightly after seeing this message and thought for a while, then reached out and prepared to click on the other party's shopping list to see it first. If the other party's group purchase requirements can be met, then Yi Yuan is naturally very willing to take orders. But if the other party wanted to buy heavy firepower, then he simply couldn't happen out at the moment, and would only be delaying each other for nothing. As soon as his finger touched the screen of his cell phone,
The system's warning suddenly rang in his head.
Alarm! Alert! This link contains an invasive Trojan horse program. Chapter 24, Trouble at the Door.
Yi Yuan's finger had just touched the cell phone screen when the system popped up a warning that there was an invading Trojan horse.
However, within 1 second of opening the site, the system quickly patched all the vulnerabilities. Network vulnerability patched. Automatic deduction of 3,000
system coins.
Network security restored.
Potential danger to host cleared. 2 consecutive system alerts were followed by the ear-piercing sound of a crisp deduction.
At this time, Yi Yuan's cell phone page had only just finished opening. It's a good thing there's a system, or else I'll be counted again.
It seems that GV is just not very safe.
To have one problem after another.
It seems only appropriate to change to a more reliable site.
After saying this,
Yi Yuan simply replied with a sentence that he would consider it before quickly closing the dialogue page.
Meanwhile, inside a high-end villa area in South Shanghai City, Serena,
who was in charge of cyber reconnaissance for the Eagle Sauce CIA's dispatch of the Seedflower Task Force,
looked at her laptop in disbelief. Oh my god, are the Planters' cyber defenses that good?
Blum, the head of the Secret Service, said with a serious look at her.
What's wrong? What happened?
Serena sniffed and turned her head to the other woman to explain.
1 second. It took my opponent only 1 second to completely neutralize my attack. Captain, you know,
I once used this virus to hack into our CIA headquarters.
At the time, the headquarters cybersecurity department. It took a full 4 hours to crack it, and I'm on the upgraded version of 3.0. How can the other party crack it in 1 second? Incredible. Just incredible. The flower growers are horrible,
Bloom said with a tight frown and a sigh immediately after hearing this. I warned you before coming here not to take this lightly.
The flower growers are definitely far more powerful than we thought. Speaking of which, Bloom said, lighting a cigar, have you all forgotten? Did a regular grandma from a flower planting family almost overthrow the entire NSA last year? After Bloom said that, Serena immediately thought of the case.
It turns out that 2 years ago the Eagle Sauce NSA Secret Service had mistakenly arrested an older woman from a flower-growing family and seized a suspicious flash drive from her bag.
The NSA agent, in an effort to figure out what was on the flash drive, plugged it into an office computer to read it.
But who would have thought that there are hundreds of computer viruses lurking in this USB flash drive?
One of the most terrifying viruses is called 365 Family Bucket.
The thing started running automatically from the moment the USB flash drive was inserted into the computer. And after only 10 seconds the NSA's firewall was successfully cracked and a series of 365 software was installed after it was forced to shut down in the background.
The NSA's cyber experts worked for 4 hours before they finally cleaned it up completely. But wait,
when they restarted the computer,
they found another bird wallpaper in the computer. Serena couldn't help but shiver lightly at the thought. Horrible. Flower growers are so horrible. After muttering this, she looked at Bloom again as if for help and said, so what do we do now? Bloom took a hard drag on his cigar after hearing this, then sneered after exhaling a layer of smoke with. Since we can't find the target by following the netting, let's find them one by one ourselves. Didn't you manage to crack the Seedflower NSA system yesterday? It's only 6 suspects in total. Having 1 day is enough. Serena nodded softly at this, but soon a thought occurred to her. But this time I feel like things are going too well. By normal logic, their NSA firewall shouldn't be so easy to crack. An ordinary software company is so powerful. A more specialized national cybersecurity department shouldn't be so easy to deal with.
Serena's words gave Bloom a whiff of danger. So he pressed the cigar in his hand hard into the ashtray and said, it's something I've thought about, and I think someone might be trying to take advantage of us. But that's not important. What's important is that we can get what we need. After saying this, Bloom turned his head to look out the window and coldly continued. The Seed's NSA is no different than a bunch of Boy Scouts in front of our CIA, daring to play tricks with us. They have overestimated their abilities. With that, Bloom pulled out his satellite phone and dialed a number. At this time, it wasn't only Eagle Jam's special task force that had their eyes on Yi Yuan. Big Hair, John Bull, Gallic Chicken's Secret Service team, and even Footloose Chicken and the South Bend are all active. In this case, the Footpad Chicken has inadvertently come to the forefront of all of them, because, at this moment, they had already sneakily groped their way to Yi Yuan's model factory. Sakesawa Mina, the head of the unofficial spy organization Genyosha, based in South Shanghai, personally leads a team to drive to the suspect's factory on the outskirts of the city. This model factory is surrounded by farmland. There are no pedestrians to speak of at night, and the nearest home is 5 or 6 kilometers away. Therefore, the arrival of Sakesawa Mina and the others did not attract anyone's attention. Inside a Mercedes-Benz commercial car, Sakesawa Mina was looking through the window at the darkened factory building. It wasn't long before Ichiro Mizumoto, the leader of the action team,
trotted up to the car at a fast pace. He gave a dull, slight bow before speaking. Team leader, we've cut the plant's power, phone lines, and internet, so we can enter it at any time to find out what's going on. There wasn't a single expression on Sakaesawa Mina's handsome, high-strung face. She didn't even open her mouth to speak, just nodded her head gently and slightly. Seeing this, Ichiro Mizumoto immediately bowed his head and said hi. Then he turned around and raised his hand to point forward with force. Immediately afterward, more than 24 people quickly poured out of 4 nearby commercial vehicles. The men were dressed in black sportswear. All of them had an electric baton around their waist and a tranquilizer gun in their hands. More than 20 people got off the bus and immediately divided into 4 squads, each from a different direction toward the model factory forward. These are extremely agile and can walk in the dark without the aid of lights, and appear to be well-trained professionals. Ichiro Mizumoto thought he could rest easy by cutting off the power and other lines, but how could he have known that there was a miniature power station in this model factory? Therefore, just as they approached the 100-meter range of the plant, Yi Yuan received a reminder screen over his cell phone, and even what Ichiro Mizumoto said could be heard clearly. 10 miles away from the model factory, in a small restaurant, Yi Yuan asked for a serving of noodles with open onion oil and watched the screen on his cell phone as he ate. How come the accent sounds like a footpad chicken? How dare this group of people mess with me? Good timing to test the newly installed security system. Saying that, Yi Yuan gently pressed the red button on the cell phone screen. With that, the newly specialized light prism tower installed in the model factory began to slowly unfold. Chapter 25, A Pot of Footpads and Chickens. The light prism tower uses a weapon that utilizes light prism technology, which is made up of giant prisms that rely on firing laser-like beams to strike the enemy. This kind of thing is a security device that Yi Yuan spent 5,000 system coins and exchanged on the system exchange page. According to the system's exchange rules, this kind of super tech product could only be exchanged one time, and the quantity was limited to single digits. This feature is a preference that hosts enjoy during the novice protection period. As long as the hostile is able to provide detailed data and drawings, the arms system can help it to realize the conceived weapon. However, this direct exchange of weapons is too expensive and very uneconomical. Moreover, when the host arms dealer level reaches 3 and is out of the newbie protection period, this function will be automatically turned off. So, it was basically impossible to get rich using the exchange of weapons. In the middle of the model factory, a 10-meter high tower of light prisms slowly unfolded. This caused Ichiro Mizumoto, who had just reached the front door, to look momentarily nervous. What's going on? I thought the power was cut off. How is that lighthouse in the center still reacting? After Ichiro Mizumoto said this, one of his men returned stiffly. Captain, this lighthouse is probably battery operated, so it can run automatically even if the power is cut off. Before Ichiro Mizumoto could make a comment upon hearing this, he suddenly saw a sudden flash of dazzling white light ahead of him. The next second, a scream followed not far away, but when Ichiro Mizumoto turned his head to look over, he didn't see anyone injured at all. What's going on? Who was yelling and screaming just now? Ichiro Mizumoto said in an angry rebuke, but didn't wait for an answer. In the next second, the dazzling white light flashed again. Then another scream followed. This time Ichiro Mizumoto could see clearly that the flashing white light was none other than the lighthouse in the factory. No, to be more accurate, it shot out a column of light at extreme speed. The pillar of light was a meter thick, and looked particularly blinding and eye-catching in the dark night. What's going on? What the hell happened? As Ichiro Mizumoto spoke, the lighthouse once again blasted out pillars of light. Then there was another scream from somewhere in the middle of the field. Could it be that lighthouse? Ichiro Mizumoto had just thought of that when suddenly a pillar of light came shooting over this way. In the next second, one of the henchmen walking in front of him was instantly enveloped in a strong light. And then after a miserable scream rang out, the henchman disappeared along with the pillar of light. This all happened less than 3 meters in front of Ichiro Mizumoto. So this time he finally figured out what was happening. Watch out for that white light. All alert, avoid the glare. Ichiro Mizumoto shouted sharply over the intercom. But the column of light still kept flashing at a rate of 1 per second. Each time a pillar of light flickered, a Footlocker chicken agent would evaporate into thin air. It's literally vaporization, as they are vaporized by the high-efficient heat and glare. Reporting to the captain, AA squad has lost more than half of its members, requesting to withdraw from the mission. Reporting to the captain, I'm the only one left in a C squad. Requesting, Captain, quickly, retreat. If we don't leave, all of our AB squad will be gone. Don't that light is coming. Ichiro Mizumoto's entire brain was dumbfounded at this moment. Now the first thought in his head was actually to call the police for help. No police. This must be some kind of secret base for the flower growers. We must bring the information back alive. We can't lose all our men here. Thinking of this, Ichiro Mizumoto called out in a quick voice as he quickly exited the factory. Retreat! Retreat! Everyone evacuate the plant immediately. Be careful to avoid the glare attack. Retreat! Ichiro Mizumoto decisively gave the order to retreat. But the light prism tower was still flickering with light on time. The screams in the modeling arena didn't stop at all. In the end, the only one of the 20 or so foot chicken agents who secretly infiltrated the factory who escaped unscathed was Ichiro Mizumoto. The others were either vaporized on the spot or trapped in the building too afraid to show their heads. Sakae Mina had heard all the conversation over the intercom. So when Ichiro Mizumoto ran back, she had gotten out of the car and stood beside it. Flower growers are still an abomination. Come to see we've been caught in an NSA trap. A warrior of the great empire can only be shattered and not captured. With that, she turned her head to give Ichiro Mizumoto a sinister glare. Understand? Ichiro Mizumoto's heart immediately stuttered when he heard that. He knew that none of his men could be saved. So he nodded heavily and returned a hi, before speaking decisively over the intercom. Don't hide, all of you. The time has come to do your duty to the emperor. Now comes the time to compete for luck and speed. Those who rush out can live. Those who stay, jade shatter. After saying this, Ichiro Mizumoto couldn't help but see a slight reddening of his eyes. At the moment, the 5 people hiding in the model factory were incredibly nervous. After a brief exchange on the comm channel, several people decided to count 1, 2, 3 and run out of the shelter at the same time. As for who manages to escape, it all depends on who the emperor wants to bless. 1, 2, 3, run! The 5 men shouted at the same time, then rushed out of their hiding places without a second thought. The Light Prism Tower is an automated defense system that targets and attacks on its own when it spots an enemy. The average person has a reaction time of about 0.4 seconds, which can be reduced to 0.1 seconds by trained professionals. However, the reaction speed of the Light Prism Tower was 0.001 seconds, leaving 0.999 seconds for the power storage and recharge time. So, Agent Footlocker had only 5 seconds to escape, but the world record for the fastest 100 meters is 9:58. It's very unfortunate that none of the 5 have the ability to break world records. So after 5 seconds all the Footlocker chicken agents were all vaporized. Ichiro Mizumoto stared at his cell phone screen and watched as the entire team turned red. Reporting to the team leader, all team members are in pieces. Sakae Sawamina gave an expressionless after hearing that, then turned around and got into the car and left on her own. Ichiro Mizumoto could only stomp his foot hard when he saw this, and then ran quickly towards the nearest commercial vehicle. They came in with a full carload of 4 people, but when they left there were only 3 left, and only 2 of the 4 cars are gone, leaving the remaining 2 here forever. Inside the small restaurant, Yi Yuan muttered as he picked up a drawing paper and wiped his mouth. Not bad for what you get, boss. Settle the score. Saying this, Yi Yuan swept the code to pay and walked slowly out of the restaurant. He walked out of the restaurant to the curb just as Sakae Sawamina's Mercedes drove by quickly. The 2 men actually exchanged hurried glances through the car window. It was just that Sakae Sawamina never expected that this young man dressed in ordinary clothes on the side of the road would be her and the Empire's lifelong archenemy. As for Yi Yuan, he didn't have the time to pay attention to that right now, because the footsie chicken was just an appetizer for the evening. It's so endless. It's not good to take them all out, is it? Well, that's not a good thing, is it? Chapter 26, It's really nice to have money. Yi Yuan played with his cell phone while thinking about what had just happened, because it's already visible from the factory monitoring system. No sooner had these people from Footpod Chicken left than a group of foreigners quietly touched down. Yi Yuan felt that the more incoming people were eliminated, the more trouble there would be, so he quickly shut down the defense system of the Light Prism Tower. In addition, he remotely shut down all the machines in the plant. In this way, the model factory became unusually silent and dim. But that's precisely why the foreign Secret Service agents who snuck in came up empty-handed, because there was no inventory at all in Yi Yuan's plant, just a dozen fake and no more fake tin armor models parked in the backyard. So the agents quickly withdrew from the model factory after a quick inspection. As for the strange machines and small power stations in the plant, the agents just assumed they were specialized machines for producing models. The Foot Paddle Chicken left and then Hawk Sauce came. Hawk Sauce left and then Big Hair came. Big Hair left and then John Bull came. And when it was almost dawn, the Gallic Chicken came to patronize the place once more. But none of these guys, with the exception of the Footpads Chicken, had a side that even noticed the model factory's anomalies. Yi Yuan simply took a taxi back to the city hotel and slept for the night in order to avoid any complications. The next morning, Yi Yuan woke up and called Chung Han, "Pick me up at 5 Star today at 10 a.m. sharp." There's something very important that I need to talk to you about in person. Chung Han received the call and immediately said he would be there on time. After hanging up the phone, Yi Yuan's cell phone rang. The caller was no one else but the anxious Jiang Weining. Mr. Yi, may I ask what time is convenient for you? I would like to come to the door to discuss suitable matters. Yi Yuan slightly frowned when he heard this, before opening his mouth to reply after a little thought. It's better if I go over there and meet you at your office in an hour. Jiang Weining's tone immediately became a bit flustered when she heard this. Come to our company? Then, Mr. Kong, they broke in. Well, I am waiting for your visit. I have some things to take care of on my end, so I'll see you in an hour. Yi Yuan could hear on the phone that something seemed to have happened on the other side, so immediately after hanging up the phone, I called the front desk. Hello, I'm a guest of 20,888 and I need your help in acquiring a set of lines. I left my personal information at the front desk when I checked in yesterday, so just prepare yourselves with the information on it. Please make sure it's in my room in half an hour. This hotel that Yi Yuan stayed at was the 6-star Bulgari Hotel. The hotel side will do its best to fulfill any needs of the guests staying here, and the Bulgari Group's hotel business is only a small part of the business. Their co-branded jewelry, accessories and luxury goods are the main business. So, having the front desk prepare a line could not be a simpler request. Okay, Mr. Yi, then may I ask if you still need to accessorize with some accessories? A watch or something like that? The receptionist's voice was very sweet, and Yi Yuan felt very comfortable after hearing it, so he smiled softly and spoke quickly to the caller. Whatever, just see to it that it's arranged. There's no upper limit to the amount. The receptionist immediately sweetly returned a good sound after hearing this, and then Yi Yuan hung up the phone and went to take a shower. Half an hour later, the hotel housekeeper knocked on Yi Yuan's room door. 7 beautiful women in professional suit dresses followed the butler into the room. The 7 men were holding suits, ties, shoes, watches, jewelry, and other items under the Bulgari banner. Hello, Mr. Yi, I'm your hotel housekeeper Gusini. This time, I have prepared 4 suits, 12 ties, 5 pairs of shoes, 8 watches and 24 accessories for you to choose from. These have been hand-picked from this year's new Bulgari spring collections according to your personal message, which will guarantee absolute comfort, style and beauty. Yi Yuan wrapped in a large bathrobe squinted and glanced at those things and said in a cold voice, I'm not too picky, so just choose a set for me. I'm a person who doesn't like to be ostentatious and prefers understated luxury. Gusini immediately understood when she heard this. Still, she opened her mouth with a very heartfelt inquiry. May I ask, Mr. Yi, what event do you need to attend today? Yi Yuan sniffed and said with a soft sigh, It's not a big deal. Just going to talk about a partnership. Gusini immediately nodded her head gently after hearing this, and then she picked out a dark blue suit and brown leather shoes, as well as a 6-digit watch and black opal stone men's ring. Mr. Yi, do you still find this match satisfactory? Yi Yuan hadn't worn any luxuries before though, but his is very good at observing some details. So, at a glance, he saw the price tags of these things. He then reached out and pointed to the watch and said, This watch is too inferior. Get me a better one. Gusini immediately smiled slightly and nodded her head when she heard this, and then had someone bring out a 7-digit top-quality men's watch. Mr. Yi, are you satisfied with this watch? Yi Yuan couldn't see anything good or bad, but he could see the difference in price. Based on the principle that the more expensive the luxury item, the better, he immediately nodded his head slowly with feigned recognition and said, Okay, this is the piece. I'm in a hurry. Drop your stuff off and you guys get out. Gusini immediately waved her hand to signal her followers to all go out. Then she carefully picked up the shirt and smiled. Mr. Yi, I'm your hotel personal butler. So, you will have my full assistance with food, clothing, and transportation. All you need to do is stand here and I'll do the rest for you. Yi Yuan was first slightly stunned when he heard this, then he frankly opened his hands and smiled. Alright then, please trouble Miss Gu. 10 minutes later, Yi Yuan, who had changed his outfit, arrived at the lobby by the VIP special elevator under the guidance of Gusini. For an honored guest like him, the hotel's concierge had already made plans. Therefore, just as Yi Yuan sidestepped out of the elevator, there were 2 rows of staff standing neatly in the front hall. You take care, Mr. Yi. Welcome again. The staff all wore smiles and bowed 90 degrees to welcome Yi Yuan on his trip. For this kind of service Yi Yuan was still a little uncomfortable at first, but soon he heartily sighed in his heart, rich really cool, because Yi Yuan spent nearly $2 million at Bulgari. The hotel immediately waived his accommodation fee for that night and arranged a free Bentley sedan to see him off. Meanwhile, inside the headquarters building of the 5-star automobile company,
The 7 major shareholders of the five-star company had gathered for the purpose of forcing Jiang Weining to sign the Daimler Group merger and acquisition agreement. These 7 people are both the company's major shareholders and Jiang Weining's uncles, brothers and sisters, relatives. That's why the things they say are the most hurtful and heartfelt.
Waning, don't be insensitive. I'm your own uncle. Can I victimize you and my big brother? Just hurry up and sign. This price is already very good. Waning before uncle went to Eagle Sauce to convalesce. He gave you full authority to manage five-star company. I haven't helped you much over the years, have I? So, don't you still believe me? How could cousin lie to you? Obediently. Quickly sign it. Jiang Waning, don't be so ungrateful. I'll call you General Manager Jiang if I'm happy, or a dead girl if I'm not. The 5 stars are the 5 stars of all Jiang family members. Not you alone. What are you pretending for? Hurry up and sign. These people had both red-faced and white-faced singers, directly forcing Jiang Weining into a corner of the office. Chapter 27, If you don't have money, don't pretend to be a critic. The Daimler Group merger is just 2 days away, and the bank's time limit for repaying the loan is just under 3 hours away. At this moment, Jiang Weining was not only cornered by these people, she was also forced into a desperate situation by the situation she was facing. Now her dad is in a very bad state of health, and she is really tired of struggling to support him all by herself. For the first time, Jiang Weining felt what it meant to be desperate. Jiang Weining, you neither agree to the Daimler Group's acquisition agreement nor do you want to join forces with Mr. Dong of 7-Star Communications. Then what exactly do you want to do? Want to cause us to die with you? Jiang Wanying's younger uncle, Jiang Taohai, looked at her with an angry face and growled. The others listened and immediately followed suit and counted off. Yeah, you can't do this or that. What the hell are you trying to do? 5-Star Company is on the verge of being destroyed by you. I'm formally proposing to remove you as the president and forcibly take back the shares in your hands. The one who said this was Zhang Junjiang, the cousin of Jiang Weining's second uncle's family. He had coveted the position of president of 5-Star for a long time. However, his family's share was so small that under normal circumstances, he could not take his turn anyhow. But not anymore. Now Daimler has made a deal with him. As long as he can get 5-Star to sign the M&A contract, then 5-Star Motors will be his president from now on. Therefore, he was the most active in these joint campaigns to force the government to do something. Hearing this, Jiang Wanying's great-aunt, Jiang Yimhong, immediately said impatiently, I don't care who becomes this president. None of you can sweep up my family's dividends, or any of you can just pay to buy our family shares outright. Junjiang, Waning, are any of you buying? The moment she said this, she left Jiang Junjiang a bit speechless. Even though her family only had 7% of the shares, that had a market value of several $100 million. Now he doesn't have the stomach to eat so much. When Jiang Weining was still hesitating, her cousin Yang Huiran directly reached out and gripped her hair. Jiang Weining, you must give us a statement today. We're not leaving until this is resolved today. Jiang Weining never expected that her relatives who were usually easygoing and gentle to her, at this moment, they all turned into red-eyed hungry wolves and wild beasts. It turns out that the so-called family love is so untested. Thinking of this, Jiang Weining's aggrieved tears fell one after another. But just when Jiang Weining felt like she was about to be forced out of breath, Xiaoping's shout suddenly came from the doorway. I'm sorry, Mr. Yi, it's not convenient for you to go in right now. Mr. Jiang is having a meeting inside. Mr. Yi, you can't break in. Yi Yuan pushed open the door of the office room regardless. A group of Jiang's shareholders immediately froze in place when they saw this. Kang Jinjiang even pointed at him with an angry face and cursed. Who the are you? Who the let you in? Get out. That who? Call security over here and get this guy out of here. Zhang Junjiang yelled at Xiaoping in the doorway. However, Xiaoping turned a deaf ear and only looked at Jiang Weining with extreme concern. Jiang Waning struggled to break free from her bonds, forcibly collecting her tears and walking quickly towards where Yi Yuan was. Mr. Yi, I'm so very sorry. I've got some things on my side that I haven't taken care of yet. So, our talks may have to be delayed. Jiang Taohai was a bit impatient when he heard this, so he walked quickly towards the duo and chided them in a loud voice. What talks? There are no more talks. You can only sign with Daimler today. Saying that, Jiang Taohai went over and tried to drag Jiang Weining back. However, Yi Yuan grabbed a step ahead of him and shielded him. He didn't open his mouth to speak, just gave the other man a vicious glare. As the saying goes, people rely on clothes and Buddha relies on gold. Jiang Taohai's steps slowed down on their own after he saw that the other party was covered in extravagant big brands. He wasn't sure what the other party was from, so he didn't dare to offend too hard easily. What are you? You? This is a family matter of our Jiang family. Who are you? An outsider? To interfere? Zhang Taohai stood on his feet and opened his mouth condescendingly to accuse. Yi Yuan glanced coldly at the other party after hearing this and said, "Before today, this might have been a family matter for your Zhang family, but from this moment on it is no longer just about your family. 5-Star Motors has accepted my earnest money for the shares, so I have some say in 5-Star's affairs now." Zhang Junjiang raised his voice and yelled loudly at that moment when he heard this. "What kind of bull sincerity payment? We don't recognize it. We're all shareholders in 5-Star, how come we don't know? Besides, so what if there's a goodwill deposit? Just return it to you. It's not like this stuff is protected by contract law, is it?" Zhang Junjiang said with an amused look at Yi Yuan provocatively. Yi Yuan unexpectedly nodded slowly with approval after hearing this. She then turned to look at Jiang Weining and softly inquired, "If Mr. Zhang insists on not agreeing to the terms of my shareholding, he can now arrange for a refund." Jiang Weining immediately became nervous when she heard this, because that money has been taken to return some of the bank loans first. The company has less than $5 million left on its books. Refund? How can I get a refund? Can it be worth $1 billion to give your life? Jiang Weining couldn't help but blush a little at the thought, because where in the world is someone so valuable? The money was taken by the company to return the bank loan. There is no way to return the money. We can only fulfill the contract. Jiang Weining explained with an expressionless face as she looked at a group of her relatives. Zhang Junjiang immediately said with a disdainful sneer after hearing this, "Who are you kidding? Do you think we're all stupid? Okay, let's say you take it to pay off the loan. Then I'll pay for this. Say, how much earnest money?" Saying that, Zhang Junjiang pulled out a checkbook dejectedly said, "Today, he had to get 5-Star to sign with Daimler. So it doesn't matter if you lose some small amount of money. It's just a goodwill deposit. It's only a couple million at most. He can afford to pay this amount of money. Mr. Kong Jin Gang thought as he dashingly signed his name on the checkbook. He then ripped off the check and handed it to Yi Yuan and said, "A few more. Fill yourself in." Jiang Weining was just about to open her mouth when she saw this, but Yi Yuan slightly raised his hand to interrupt, and then he reached for the check, picked up a pen and filled in the numbers. After filling in the numbers, he even deliberately took the check and counted it. 1, 10, 100, 1,000, 100,000, 100,000, 1 million, 1 million, 1 billion, 1 billion. Well, that's right. When he finished, he took the check and waved it around and said, "Then you guys get busy. I'll pull out first." Yi Yuan said and turned around to really leave. This operation of his immediately confused Zhang Weining and the others. But the most nervous person is Kong Jin Kong himself. He was seen stepping forward with an arrow and grabbing the check and examining it. "Wait, how much did you fill out? A billion? Where are you banking this place?" Yi Yuan stopped his steps after hearing this and turned back with a cold face with his hands in his pockets. "What? You don't have that kind of money? So what are you bragging about? Just to show what you can do, is that it? What's the point of wasting your breath if you don't have any money? Get out of here." Yi Yuan suddenly raised his voice and roared, and Zhang Junjiang and the others were all startled at once. But Yi Yuan's tawdry maneuvers weren't over yet. Only after he roared, he began to slowly turn around. Chapter 28 New Company and New Factory. Yi Yuan turned around and looked at Zhang Junjiang and the others with cold eyes, his eyes filled with a warning. "There's a transfer record over at the bank. $1 billion of earnest money has been remitted to 5-Star. If you are not going to cooperate, you must return the money today in full. Otherwise, I will immediately apply to the court for property preservation. At that time, not only 5-Star, but even all of your properties, will be frozen together." Speaking here, the corners of Yi Yuan's mouth rose slightly as the topic changed and continued. "Anyway, I'm not in a hurry. We can take our time with the lawsuit. Dragging it out for 3 or 5 years is no problem at all." After saying this, Yi Yuan turned to look at Jiang Weining and said, "I'll wait in the next office and come over when we've discussed this." Yi Yuan seemed to be warning but was actually helping in disguise. Kong Waning is not a cutie pie. Of course, she saw the truth at a glance, so she looked at Yi Yuan with eyes full of gratitude and said, "All right, Mr. Yi, I will definitely give you a satisfactory answer." After saying this, Jiang Weining asked Xiaoping to take someone to the next door. When the duo left, Jiang Weining went to her desk and took out a document and said, "The transfer records, repayment records, and cooperation contracts are all here. Any of you who don't believe it can take it to be verified, but I'd like to ask you to move fast, or else I'm afraid 5-Star Motors will have to declare bankruptcy and liquidation early." Zhang Junjiang was the first to express his disbelief, but he fell silent after taking the document and reading it, because all the evidence is conclusive that the man just now really made a $1 billion earnest money call. According to the relevant interpretation of contract law, this is equivalent to a type of deposit.
So, if the other party asks for a refund, there is no reason for 5-star to default on it. And someone who can casually come up with $1 billion is definitely not an idle person. If they dare to offend such a person, will they be any good in the future? After figuring this out, Kong Jin Jiang slammed the file on the table with force and said, Jiang Weining, you're ruthless enough. Okay, you're the president of 5-star. You're on your own. I don't care about this. With that, Zhang Junjiang turned around and headed out. The others saw this, though they were also much unconvinced in their hearts, but they were a little overwhelmed by what had happened, unable to do anything about it. The people could only each put down harsh words and leave in a hurry. Jiang Weining eyed everyone away before she sighed heavily. She then reached down and picked up the paper again and mumbled to herself, there's no choice anymore. I hope I'm not looking at the wrong person. After saying this, Jiang Weining quickly walked towards the next office. The next signing of the partnership went very well. Yi Yuan invested 12 billion and provided new energy technology, and 5-Star Automotive invested 20 billion worth of production lines and sales channels to jointly set up 5-Star Automotive's new energy automobile brand, Xingyou. Yi Yuan personally accounted for 51% of the shares. The 5-Star Automobile Company accounted for 49% of the shares. Zhang Weining is a legal person and general manager of the Starlight Automobile. Yi Yuan is chairman. After signing the contract, Yi Yuan left 5-Star Company in Changhan's Big Ben. The next day, Kong Waning held a press conference as the president of 5-Star Motors. In an extremely grand gesture, it was officially announced that 5-Star Automotive refused to cooperate with Daimler and set up its own new energy vehicle company. However, according to the contract that Yi Yuan signed with her, Zhang Weining was not allowed to privately publicize the private information of the entrance. Therefore, at the reception, Zhang Weining just said that the 5-Star, by the mysterious friend of the equity funding, has now paid off all the bank arrears and issued a certificate of repayment. For a while, the reputation of 5-Star Motors skyrocketed, and 3 big capitals released friendly signals to it on the spot. Because the production line and sales channels are all readily available, when Yi Yuan's share capital is in place, Starlight Automobile will be formally put into the design stage. In short, this difficult time Jiang Weining is considered to have completely survived. Meanwhile, in an industrial park on the western outskirts of Nanhu, Yi Yuan and Chang Han had been around the park for 2 days. At that moment, they were standing side by side at the entrance to the empty park. Here is the new factory building that Yi Yuan let the other party spend 30 million. Chang Han said with a smile as he held an as-built drawing. Boss, you've been tired of looking through it. This place was remodeled exactly as you requested. But for such a large campus, are you sure you're really only hiring 50 people? And the security department alone takes up 30 people. The other 20 have to manage such a large plant. Before Chang Han finished speaking, Yi Yuan turned his head indifferently to look over. Seeing that his boss' face didn't look too good, he immediately had the sense to shut his mouth. Yi Yuan smiled lightly at the sight, before pulling out a root huazi and handing it to the other party. Chang Han saw this and hurriedly took out a lighter and lit it for the other party before lighting his own cigarette and taking a drag. Go back and identify someone with a clean bottom to serve as the corporation. You'll be the one to recommend for the security department. Make sure it's one of your own who's trustworthy, serviceable, and tight-lipped. As for the salary package and whatnot, just set it. Don't treat them badly. Chang Han immediately nodded vigorously after hearing this and said, Don't worry, boss. I'll get this done. Yi Yuan slowly nodded his head after hearing this, and then slowly took a drag on his cigarette and continued. Don't worry about recruiting. I'll do it right myself. But there's a more important thing. I need you to do me a favor. Saying this, Yi Yuan turned to look at Chang Han without continuing his words. Chang Han sensed the tension in the atmosphere, so he hurriedly threw down his cigarette and looked seriously at the other party. Boss, feel free to arrange anything you want. I, Chang Han, will leave these 200 pounds to you. Chang Han spoke beautifully, but Yi Yuan did not completely believe him. So, at the moment, he was still carrying the Yuri sensor on his head. I need you to make a trip out of the country for me, and you'll be considered one of my own when it's done, but if it doesn't work out, you might not make it back. So, I've got $20 million in settlement money for you, enough to clothe and feed your family for the rest of their lives. Speaking here, Yi Yuan pulled out a bank card from his pocket. You're not forced to go. It's up to you whether you go or not. After saying this, Yi Yuan looked at the other party and stopped speaking. Through the psycho sensors, he could see that the other man was torn, but soon he made his decision. Only Chang Han reached out and pushed the bank card back to Yi Yuan and said, Boss, I know you're a man of great deeds. I, Chang Han, have been a mess for half my life, and have always been a small-time player with little success. I don't want to live like this. I want to do something amazing too. After saying this, he turned to look at Yi Yuan extremely seriously and said, Both my parents left early.
and there's only one little sister left in the family. If this matter is really dangerous, then in the future, I'd like to trouble the boss to suffer to help take care of my sister. It must be more of a curse than a blessing to leave her so much money. If you do not really regard me as a brother of my own family, then please suffer yourself to take care of that sister of mine. After saying this, Chung Han straightened his clothes and hugged his fist and said, Chang Han is willing to go for the boss. Chapter 29, The Shadow of God. Yi Yuan because of the help of Yuri's mind sensor, so you can easily tell what's on the other person's mind. He was very fortunate that Chung Han was someone who truly wanted to do great things with himself. For those who were loyal to him, Yi Yuan had never been stingy. No, Chung Han had just finished saying he was willing. Yi Yuan then took off his 7-figure watch in passing. Poor people are rich. This is for you to wear. Also, I'll have another card for you, which will have 3 million pretty dollars in it. As for the specifics of what happened, let's go to the car and talk slowly. While talking, Yi Yuan had already stuffed the watch into Chung Han's hand. Chung Han had been mixed up in the world for many years, and was naturally a man who knew what he was talking about. So, he was very excited inside when he received the watch, but at the same time, he understood that this mission must be very treacherous. After the two of them sat back in the car, Yi Yuan immediately stated his plan. It turns out that he wants Ching Han to pretend to be God Yi and make a trip to the Ahan region of Camel Country. There he would meet with Lustrum, the number 2 leader of the anti-Hawk Jam organization. In his place, this was the line that Cerberus helped himself to, and the other side said they could eat about 5 billion in arms. But Lustrum's only condition was to talk to Yi Yuan face to face. When Cheng Han learned that he was going to be in charge of the $5 billion arms deal, he immediately couldn't help but shiver even as he lit the cigarette in his hand. He'd thought about Yi Yuan as someone who did big deals and big things, but how could he not expect the other side to make such a big deal out of it? And he's only just come on board to be responsible for a $5 billion business. This big brother also thinks too highly of himself. At this moment, Chung Han's heart was nothing but excited. He was touched that the other man would trust himself so much to be able to entrust himself with something so significant. Boss, don't worry, I won't embarrass you. Chung Han stroked his bald head while his courage gripped him. Yi Yuan couldn't help but laugh softly after hearing this. Don't worry, they won't dare to do anything to you. There will be a guarantor to escort you around when the time comes. Anyway, you're going to have to play this beat to the fullest. If the other side haggles, you promise to send more bullets, anti-aircraft guns, or whatever. But not a cent of the agreed price can be conceded. That's the rule. Chung Han sniffed and immediately nodded vigorously and said, Okay boss, I've got it in mind. Seeing this, Yi Yuan gently patted his shoulder and said, I think you'd better go back and think it over. Make sure you think it over before you make a decision. If you go for me, then you are my shadow from now on. And then all the trouble will be transferred to your head. Speaking here, Yi Yuan paused for a moment before promising extremely seriously, but I'll do everything I can to keep you safe. Yi Yuan, will never treat my own brother poorly. Chung Han's heart immediately warmed again when he heard this. With that he grinned widely and nodded his head. Don't worry boss, I know what I'm doing. You can rest assured. Chang Han, will be loyal to you. But can I make one small request? Chung Han's face was filled with a worried look as he said this. However, Yi Yuan nodded with great satisfaction after hearing this. It's good to have a request, and I can't stand the thought of you working for nothing. Tell me. I'll try to satisfy you as long as it doesn't go against my principles. Chung Han's expression immediately became unusually serious after hearing this. He first lit a cigarette for Yi Yuan before speaking in a proper voice. I want to bring back the Green Gang. When the time comes, you will be the big brother of the youth gang, and I will still be your pawn. Yi Yuan listened but shook his head shallowly. Chung Han's face immediately looked very lost when he saw this. Then he smacked his lips and said with a soft bitter smile, I know I was being greedy. Then you can pretend I just farted. Before Chang Han could finish his words, Yi Yuan suddenly opened his mouth and interrupted. It's not that. I'm sure we'll still have you as a big brother when the time comes, because you're my shadow in the underworld. For anything to be big and strong, someone has to stand in the light and someone has to blend into the darkness. Speaking here, Yi Yuan re-pulled out a cigarette and handed it to Chung Han. Chung Han's heart immediately thumped when he saw this. He knew what the other man was trying to say, knew what taking the cigarette represented, but still Chung Han did not think much about it. He reached out and took the cigarette in his mouth and said, Success, then I'll be your shadow. Boss, I don't have much to show for it. I just want to carry the Green Gang forward. Yi Yuan didn't say anything more after hearing this, but picked up the lighter and lit his cigarette for him. Afterwards, the two of them chatted in the car for a while before Chung Han sent Yi Yuan back to the hotel. 2 days later, the model factory was officially relocated into the industrial park. The Secret Service teams from all over the world, each working on their own,
were busy for 5 days, but the end result was nothing.
No, technically speaking, the Footwell chickens are still getting something out of it. But Foot Locker officials don't recognize Sakaosawa Mina's report at all. A pillar of light to vaporize a large living person? The Foot Locker chicken executives don't believe in this crap at all.
So they sent more and more specialized agents to South Shanghai.
Mina Sakaosawa became the vice leader of the group, and the leader of the group was Rei Mehata, the head of the Gothic section.
Inside the State Security Nanhu branch building, Renegade was in a hurry then after reading the summary of the intelligence of the agents of various countries.
What are they people up to? I thought it was the top secret service team in each country? How can there be no gain at all? After saying this,
Renegade heavily slapped the document on the table.
Chen Shuer, who was sitting next door,
immediately secretly spat out her tongue when she saw this. I guess their leader is criticizing them for not being able to do their job as much as you are right now. Rue Ningxi listened to the words long exhaled a mouthful of turbid breath said, then reached out and gently kneaded his temples said,
"You're here to help me reorganize again and see if I've missed anything important now. It's looking like Friday. And when it's Sunday, I still have to make a report to the Secretary General."
Chen Shuer gently rolled her eyes after hearing this.
With that, she got up and was just about to walk over when she saw a dialog box pop up on her laptop.
The person who came with the message was her college friend from Eagle Jam Country.
McCarthy. Philip. McCarthy now works for a Silicon Valley tech company,
but his hobby is to hang out in major forums, of which the GV forum is where he often hangs out. That's why Chen Shuer started to beg him to help keep an eye out for news about Godyi after she joined the special investigation team.
Team leader, wait, there may be a new clue. Saying that,
Chen Shuer resumed her seat and clicked on the dialog box. McCarthy, that Godleaf you speak of seems to be heading to Camelot himself recently, and I've heard that he'll be met by the mysterious bigwig of the Anti-Hawk Jam organization himself when he arrives. Chen Shuer's eyes widened when she saw this, and then she hurriedly turned her head to Rue Ningxi.
Team leader, I have good news and bad news here. Which one are you going to listen to first? Chapter 30, Dongxing paid for murder.
Seeing that Chen Shuer was trying to sell her story,
Rue Ningxi immediately stepped forward and popped the other party in the head. What's the time to make a distinction between good news and bad news? Time is of the essence. One by one. Quick, quick, quick. Only after Rue Ningxi's urging did Chen Shuer begin to explain.
The so-called good news was the news that her classmates had helped find God. According to the news found by his classmates hacking into the backstage of the forums, he will be traveling to the Athu region of Camelot in the near future to meet with a man codenamed Vulture. There seems to be a whopping 5 billion seed money arms deal involved.
Upon hearing this news, Rue Ningxi's eyes couldn't help but both light up. Good news. Still good news.
After searching for so long without finding them, I didn't think the other side was going to venture out on their own. I'll contact the Aviation Bureau right away and go from person to check on those who have recently traveled to Camelot.
With that,
Renegade picked up the phone and dialed a string of numbers. She waited for her to finish explaining her work before she turned back to Chen Shuer and said,
"And what's the bad news?"
Chen Shuer didn't say anything when she heard this, but instead got up and gave her seat.
"See for yourself."
Rue Ningxi saw the situation immediately nagging and sat down,
and then stared earnestly at the computer screen to look. Eagle Sauce, Big Hair, John Bull and the rest of them know the news too? My goodness, won't all the agents of the countries gather in the Athu region then? If that's the case, will the suspect come back alive? After saying this, Renegade walked quickly back to her desk road. "No, I have to ask the Secretary General for permission. If we don't take some special measures, there's a good chance that our arms tycoon will have to die in Camelot." After muttering those two sentences, Renegade picked up the red landline phone on her desk. While the NSA was busy searching for the Seeds Arms Barons, South Shanghai 7 Stars Communication Building, inside the General Manager's office on the 24th floor, Dongxing's head was wrapped in thick gauze, and his face was as blue as if it was plated with chrome. Not long after, Liang Shan, who was on crutches, limped in. Just as he entered, Dongxing turned his head to look over. "Well, did you find out about the other side?" Liang Shan hastened his pace by a few points when he heard this. He waited until he reached his desk before saying with a nod, "It's already been checked out. That kid surnamed Yi used to be a wage earner at Guangjin Model Factory, but somehow he suddenly got rich and took over the factory where he was working. Chenghan has a concubine named Huiran. This had a blind date with surnamed Yi a few days ago. That's when the two met." Dongxing nodded slowly after hearing these words. Immediately afterward, a sinister expression appeared on his face. "So that's why he helped him out. Okay, let's see how I'm going to play you guys to death." After saying this, Dongxing picked up the phone and dialed the Green Gang leader's number. "Hello, Jai Lao? I'm Dongxing Ah. There's something I want to know about you. Is there a bald Cheng under you? This kid brought someone to injure my men a few days ago, and I want to pay for his life." Just name your price. Old brother, how much is up to you? The old brother Jai in Dongxing's mouth was Jai Rong, the current elder brother of the Qing gang. This Jai Rong is also an extremely famous and ruthless character in South Shanghai. He had 5 major halls under him, and Cheng Han was only one of the 5 hall masters under him. To be more precise, Cheng Han was the hall master he disliked the most, because the kid wouldn't sell the flour, thus costing the gang a lot of revenue. So, when Jai Rong heard that Dongxing wanted to pay for his life, he instantly nodded his head in agreement with a smile without even thinking about it. Good. Since you, elder brother Dong, have opened your mouth, then I definitely have to give this face. Tell you what, I'll take care of the people for you. Just give as much as you see fit. Jai Rong was an old smoothie and deliberately didn't speak up on his own, because he wanted to see just how important this Cheng Han was to Dongxing. Dongxing naturally understood what the other party meant, but he was too lazy to bargain with them. Tell you what, one price, $7 million. I want him and Yi Yuan to not see the sun tomorrow. Jai Rong was still a bit confused at the time when he heard this, because he didn't know what this Yi Yuan was. But there's no reason not to take the money that comes to you for nothing. But this $7 million for 2 lives is certainly not cost effective. Thinking of this, Jai Rong immediately smiled gently and perfunctorily. This is a bit of a bad idea. It's 2 people after all. There's a lot of official crackdown going on right now, and that's not a good amount of money to pay for a settlement. Dongxing guessed that the other party would blackmail him, so he deliberately stated the price a little higher. But he didn't expect this Jai Rong to be so greedy, but he was furious at the thought of the injuries and humiliation he had suffered. So he said coldly in a bad tone of voice at the phone, $8 million, any more and don't negotiate. If you do this, there are plenty of people in South Shanghai to do it. Jai Rong immediately smiled and said, elder brother Dong, you're good at everything, but you're just too impatient. I didn't say I wouldn't do it, old man, did I? You can just take care of the money call, and leave everything else to Lao. Dongxing hummed unhappily after hearing this, and then hung up the phone hastily. After putting down his cell phone, Dongxing turned his head to Liang Shan and instructed, go talk to the finance. Make a payment of $8 million to Jai's engineering company, immediately. Liang Shan immediately smiled and nodded after hearing this, and then left with a touch on his crutches. This night, the entire green gang of over 1,000 people were busy. This was because the gang's big brother had issued a bounty order, with a reward of $1.5 million for the person who killed Cheng Han, the head of Castle Peak Hall, and replaced him as the head of Castle Peak Hall. On top of that, killing one of Cheng Han's men named Yi Yuan can also be rewarded with 300,000 cash. Once this news was rumored, the entire Green Gang congregation was all abuzz. Who doesn't want to get ahead in the gang? Not to mention the bonus you get for taking out the target. As for that guy called what's his name Yi Yuan, he'll just settle it in passing when he has Cheng Han. Isn't that like picking up $300,000 for nothing? When the Green Gang made such a big commotion, it quickly caused a small ripple in the underground world of South Shanghai. Cheng Han, who was taking a bath in the bath center, received a phone call from his friend and immediately ran away from the back door as if he couldn't even put on his pants. More than 1,000 Green Gang thugs searched for Cheng Han and searched all the places he frequented. Not only that, but the South Shanghai Manhwa University, where his little sister is from, is also being targeted by the Green Gang. It was just that Guanghua University had been gaining a reputation in the flower growers for a long time, so these people didn't dare to blatantly rush in and arrest them yet. But the vicinity of the school has long been arranged by various people, only waiting for Cheng Han's little sister, Chang Qiuyan, to show up. This night, coincidentally, Chang Qiuyan had a script-killing appointment with a friend. So, she played off campus until late in the evening before turning back to school. But just as she was pulling away from the rental car and preparing to go down, suddenly a black figure squeezed in ahead of her. Yikes, who are you? I'm not down there yet. I was hired by your brother to save you. So don't talk. Driver drive. Chapter 31, A Big Deal. Chang Qiuyan had just taken a taxi to the entrance of the school when a dark shadow quickly squeezed into the cab. Then the man, without saying a word, just threw the driver a bunch of bills and told him to drive. Who in the ordinary world has a grudge against money? The driver picked up the money and immediately took the car off with a kick of the gas. It was at this time that the man turned his head to Chang Qiuyan and explained, "You're Chang Qiuyan, right? My name is Yi Yuan. It was Cheng Han who came to ask me to save you. It's not a good time to explain too much. Just come with me." Chang Qiuyan immediately frowned tightly when he heard this. She knew that her big brother was a mixed bag, so she was always on guard for self-defense. Thus, when Yi Yuan said those words, she actually had some disbelief in her heart. "Are you a friend of my brother's? How come I haven't heard him mention you?" Yi Yuan saw that the other party was still skeptical.
and immediately took out his phone and dialed a number. I don't have time to explain too much. Tell him yourself.
It turned out that just now, Yi Yuan had dialed Chung Han's backup phone. 2 beeps later, the call was quickly answered. Brother, is that you? What the hell is going on here? Is this Yi Yuan one of yours? The caller was visibly relieved to hear her voice. Cheng Han then persuaded her in an anxious tone. Mister, Yi is one of our own.
You must stay close to him.
He's the only one who can protect you now.
Brother stalled something.
Have to go outside to hide for a while.
You have to take care of yourself. When brother comes back we'll definitely take it out for you.
Let's not talk about it for now.
Brother still has to catch up.
Let's talk about it later. You thank Mr. Yi for me. After saying this, Chung Han hung up the phone.
Cheng Xiuyan held the phone for a while,
and then looked at Yi Yuan with a slightly hateful look. Why do you jugglers always get into trouble? What did he offend this time?
Yi Yuan sniffed but frowned tightly up.
I can't talk to you now. Be quiet.
Cheng Xiuyan was so disliked by the sound words that he didn't know how to answer.
Yi Yuan's side, however,
had already turned his attention to the driver's side, because at this point the driver was reacting very strangely.
He was always frequently looking back and forth at the rearview mirror and his cell phone. Seeing this scene, Yi Yuan said in a cold voice immediately, "Well, pull over."
The driver heard this but with some reluctance.
"This is still on the road. I'm going to get fined for parking now. Take the next intersection. I'll stop after the next one,"
the driver said as he stepped on the gas quickly to accelerate up.
Yi Yuan immediately pulled out that vector against the back of the driver's head when he saw this.
I said stop the car. The driver immediately wimped out when he saw the situation through his rearview mirror, so he begged for mercy as he slowly pulled over and said, "Big brother,
don't walk away. I'm innocent. I'm just trying to make a living." "Not so much, really."
After waiting for the cab to stop,
Yi Yuan immediately chided in a cold voice and said,
"Cover your eyes and count to 100.
One wrong number and a bullet."
The driver instantly wet his pants at the news. Then he hastily covered his eyes and counted carefully.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
As he counted to 50, his cell phone suddenly rang. The driver was so shocked that he miscounted, and the next second he just burst into tears.
"Mercy, I didn't mean it.
Big brother,
don't shoot, don't shoot."
The driver shouted but could not hear a response from the other side, so he fought the urge to loosen his hands and check it out. It turned out that by this time, his car had long been empty.
Seeing this,
the driver then quickly picked up the phone.
"Hey, I saw her. Yes, 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 and a man named Yi Yuan, but he has a gun. It should be real." The driver was ventilating on the phone. Yi Yuan had long since taken Shang Kaian in a private car. The other man, tempted by the power of his money, was very happy to send the duo to the Bulgari Hotel.
Bulgari Hotel,
in the 20888 Deluxe King Room. Cheng Xiuyan stood in the doorway with his arms wrapped around him and looked at Yi Yuan without any goodwill. "Who the hell are you? What kind of trouble is my brother in? Is there any reprieve from this?" Yi Yuan saw that the other party spoke very calmly and freely, and looked like he had a very good mental quality, so he slowly took off his jacket and lazily lay down on the bed and said, "It's not a big trouble.
It's just someone buying a murderer's life.
Your brother is worth $1.5 million. I'm worth $3 million. For S sake,
I'm not worth as much as my little brother is a big brother."
The irony. Cheng Xiuyan's brows immediately frowned a little tighter when he heard this.
She took a few slow steps forward before speaking.
"You're his big brother? There's no way. You're only old. You don't look as old as me, do you?" Yi Yuan immediately came to life when he heard this, so he sat up and looked at Cheng Xiuyan and said, "I'm 20 years old. And you?"
Cheng Xiuyan first froze when he heard this, and then opened his mouth in a slightly displeased manner. It's very rude to ask a random girl her age.
"That's not the point.
The point is, who the hell have you guys pissed off here?
Is there a solution?" Yi Yuan immediately couldn't help but laugh when he heard this.
He then rolled over on his back and stood up straightening his clothes and said,
"Good solution. No trouble at all. And I've already guessed who's up to no good. Don't worry, those people will be honest tomorrow." After saying this, Yi Yuan quickly walked to the table and fiddled with the laptop.
Cheng Xiuyan felt a little strange at the sight,
but knew that it was not good to ask too many things,
so she excused herself to go to the bathroom and deliberately avoided Yi Yuan's line of sight.
Yi Yuan didn't bother with her and directly logged into the GV forum with his laptop. At the same time,
he communicated with the system in his head and said, "I'd like to fake the IP address of 7-Star Communications. Do you have a solution for that, system?" Such a low-end operation as tampering with the IP address is a waste of the host's and the system's time, but if the dormitory insists on doing so,
you can spend 1 system coin to complete the operation. Yi Yuan frowned slightly when he heard this immediately. "Yes? That seems like a bit of a big deal. How about forging some more information for me? How much will it cost? Low-end operations such as falsifying information do not require much operating memory. If the host needs it, he can spend one system coin to complete the operation. Hearing this, Yi Yuan sort of understood. This one system coin should be the minimum spend for the system. Now that the situation was urgent, he couldn't care less about wasting or not wasting. Okay, then help me change the login address to 7-Star Communications General Manager Dong Xing's computer and forge an arms ordering information and related documents within his company's computer. Ding dong. Operation complete. System coin -2. Yi Yuan had just finished speaking when the system synchronized and completed the operation. At the same time, inside the South Shanghai State Security Building, Chen Shuer was in the middle of organizing the information when suddenly the detection software issued an alarm. Team leader, that Yi God is online again. Successfully tracked his IP this time. Chapter 32, You're definitely a good guy. When Rui Ning heard Chen Shuer's report, she immediately got up quickly and walked behind her. After staring at the computer screen and carefully observing and repeatedly confirming a few times, Rui Ningxue opened her mouth with smiling pleasure. Truly the Emperor's heaven is not to blame. Let's see where he's going to run this time. Keep an eye on me. I'm going to ask Yen for someone right now. Let's try to take down the other guy before he leaves the country. Chen Shuer smiled and nodded her head to say yes, then accelerated the process of invading the other party's computer. Inside the Bulgari Hotel, Cheng Xiuyan was taking a slow shower in the bathroom. Yi Yuan closed his notebook and then slowly walked to the balcony and lit a cigarette. As things became more and more troublesome, Yi Yuan felt the need to make some changes. If it's still a solo fight by yourself, then maybe one day it will fall on some unexpected event. For example, on the sudden hunt launched by the Green Gang today, if Cheng Han didn't still have a few diehards in the jungle, maybe the two of them are going to die in the streets today. One man against a large organization is still very dangerous. How about a bodyguard first? Thinking of this, Yi Yuan hastily communicated with the system. After requesting it from the system actually gave two sets of options. Option 1, customize and clone the ideal bodyguard using biotechnology. Bodyguards cloned and customized through this technology are indistinguishable from normal human beings and will generate appropriate skills based on the data entered during dormitory customization. And with bionics customized using biotechnology, their loyalty is unquestionable. However, the biotech requires the host's personal level to reach level 4 in order to open it. Option 2, use a special one-time fusion agent to transform an existing biological individual into a specialized bodyguard. This is a preferential tech during the novice protection period, and is limited to use by the host until level 2. Once the host level exceeds 2, the technology cannot be turned on again. This fusion is a disposable item with a 3 to 5 year expiration date after use. The length of time is related to the physique of the fused creature, and theoretically the more physically fit they are the longer the deadline. Yi Yuan was a bit nonplussed at the time when he saw this. Looks like you don't have a choice at all. Then one can only use some kind of fusion agent. After saying this, Yi Yuan began to study it carefully. It was only after carefully studying the rules of the fusion agent that he understood the subtleties of it. As it turns out, the host can select up to 4 specific archetypal characters and enter the data of those characters into the system one by one. Then, at the cost of consuming 1,000 system coins, a special fusion is customized. Fusions can only be used once after customization is complete, so you must seek out the fused organism well in advance. Injection of the fusion agent into the fused body causes the fused cells to mutate, causing the fused body to change into the prototype. This entire fusion process would last about 10 minutes or so, and required the fused body to have extremely strong mental fortitude as a foundation. Otherwise, there is a 15% chance that the fusion will fail, resulting in brain death in the fused body. And one of the biggest drawbacks of fusions is that they don't guarantee the loyalty of the fused body. To put it in simpler terms, dormitories have a chance of the fusion betraying them if they don't get along with the fusion. After reading this, Yi Yuan couldn't help but take a hard drag on his cigarette. That would be even more troublesome in case a supervillain is created. After saying this, Yi Yuan gently stubbed out his cigarette before turning around and preparing to return to the notebook to pick a prototype reference. But just as he turned around and walked into the room, Cheng Qiuyan walked out of the bathroom. Only she wasn't dressed, but wrapped in a circle of white bath towels. Yi Yuan looked at the other party's dimpled and fair-skinned body for a moment. Holy, is Cheng Han really your real brother? The gap between you two is too big. That Cheng Han was born big and thick, dark-skinned, with a big bald head and a face of horizontal meat. It didn't look like anything good. But his sister was born with white skin, watery and enchanting, and anyone who looks at it feels that it is not like a father's seed. Cheng Qiuyan sniffed and directly blanked Yi Yuan, then slowly stepped while wiping her head with a towel. Got a change of clothes?
I just ran around in a sweaty mess and I can't wear my old one. Yi Yuan immediately smiled and nodded his head after hearing this while slowly walking to the landline.
It's no big deal. I'll set you up right away. Before Yi Yuan's phone call was even dialed, Chang Xiuyan immediately added a sentence. Also, you get me another separate room.
It's not convenient for us to live in the same house alone.
Yi Yuan heard this but hesitated a little.
So he turned his head to Chang Xiuyan and explained.
I promised your brother I'd keep you safe through the night. I'm a good person and would never do an animal thing. After saying this, Yi Yuan turned his head and continued dialing the number. Chang Xiuyan, on the other hand, had an extremely skeptical look on his face. Good people?
There's not a single good guy among the men. She had just finished muttering these words when Yi Yuan suddenly turned his head and asked.
State your circumference. Chang Xiuyan's first reaction upon hearing this was to become alert.
She took 2 slow steps backward before speaking.
I told you, men really aren't any good. What do you want?
My brother is your brother.
Rabbits still eat from the nest. Yi Yuan could see that the other party was still separated from himself. It wasn't her fault though. After all, the two had only known each other for less than 2 hours. Thus, Yi Yuan tried his best to squeeze out a friendly smile and said, I'll have someone prepare your clothes, so I always need to know your size, right? Chang Xiuyan nodded lightly when he heard this, then quickly blurted out 3 sets of data off the top of his head. 89, 68, 95. Yi Yuan couldn't help but glance at the other party's buttocks when he heard this. Is it that big?
Chang Xiuyan sniffed and turned red at that time, then slammed the towel in her hand over with force.
Say what? Who's got a big ass? Where's the big one? Sis, this is the devil's body, alright? Chang Xiuyan was getting more and more anxious, and was even ready to go over and fight with the other party.
Yi Yuan quickly waved his hands and begged for mercy when he saw this, then sharply dialed the front desk. After a brief exchange, he turned his head back to Chang Xiuyan and asked, height, weight, shoe size. Chang Xiuyan saw this before stopping his movements, then said while organizing the bath towel, 170 centimeters, 61 kilograms, size 39 shoes. Yi Yuan didn't say much this time after listening to the data, but just so told the front desk to let them prepare faster. After about 20 minutes, Gu Sini walked in with 12 waiters. Good evening, Mr. Yi, glad to serve you again. This time I have 20 new Bulgari women's dresses for you, as well as 30 pairs of women's high heels, 20 pairs of loafers, 20 pairs of sneakers, 20 models of women's lingerie, 20 pairs of women's pajamas, and 20 sets of jewelry and watches. Hearing these words, Yi Yuan's entire body immediately froze slightly. No. Is there that much difference in treatment between men and women? She didn't bring this much last time. She's not going to bring the whole display case up this time.
Is she?
Yi Yuan was still feeling a bit dazed as he stood in place.
Chang Xiuyan, who was on the side, however,
had already had his eyes popping out of his heart.
Wow, it's all the latest Bulgari models. Is this all for me? Geez, I misunderstood you just now. You're good, absolutely good. So what? You don't have to change rooms. You have to sleep in the same room today. Chapter 33 Customized Super Bodyguard. Chang Xiuyan's sentence "You are a good person" directly cost Yi Yuan 5.93 million. But these small amounts of money he wouldn't even care about. Because if you can buy Cheng Han's loyalty with that money,
then Yi Yuan still felt that he got his money's worth.
He needed to have a loyal shadow presence. Gu Sini was left with everything she had brought,
and Yi Yuan's VIP rank in Bulgari was raised to a higher level once again.
So, their room was upgraded to a presidential suite for free. The presidential suite is a 2-bedroom, 2-bath, 1-den layout. In this way, Yi Yuan could be considered to be a good person completely. For this, he thanked Bulgari's ancestors, but it did give him more than enough privacy to think about things. Inside the presidential suite study, Yi Yuan opened his laptop and searched. He needs to look for 4 characters who are very good in all parameters. Iron Man? The hardware is too high for Veto. Superman? The numbers are so counterintuitive. Veto. Batman? It costs more to keep this guy than it does to keep yourself. Veto. Flash? In short, within the context of normal human beings, without attracting the attention of the nations of the world, and subject to substitution and elimination. Yi Yuan finally picked out 4 archetypal reference characters with great difficulty. Melee Combat Specialist Captain Eagle Sauce, Firearms Special Operations Combat Specialist Rambo, Cold Weapon Assassination Specialist Erica, Carter, and the Blade Runner with the strongest overall strength. After selecting the archetypal character, Yi Yuan began to search the internet for the detailed data parameters of the 4 people. Captain Eagle Sauce, sex, male, height, 188 centimeters, weight, 108 kilograms. Specialty, strength rank 4, able to lift objects 10 times his own weight, 1 ton. Special Forces Rambo, height, 180 centimeters, weight, 85 kilograms, specialty, agility rank 3, 4 times faster reaction time than normal, specializes in all firearms equipment use, Ereka, Carter, sex, female, height, 169 centimeters, weight, 55 kilograms, specialty, mental rank 3, top human physical, martial arts expert with a low degree of psychic sensing, Blade Runner, sex, male, height, 175 centimeters, weight, 72 kilograms, specialties, self-healing equal to 4, possesses the strength, speed, senses, and endurance of an average person too, as well as the ability to heal quickly, sword master level martial arts master, fighting master, weapons and ammunition expert, and ultra-precise shooting. These 4 archetypal characters were copied by Yi Yuan from major movie and television productions. Of these, the Blade Runner was the choice he was most looking forward to and proud of. With the prototype character parameters in place, the system took only 5 minutes to create the fusion injection, so the rest of the heavy lifting is finding the fused body. Because the situation was now urgent, it was simply impossible for Yi Yuan to select the fused person within the world. Therefore, he could only turn to the system to search and rank within Nanhu City. Yi Yuan put forward 2 premises to the system. One is that the target is particularly in urgent need of money, and the second is that the target's physical quality is very good. After 0.5 seconds of searching, the system gave an alternative list of 1007 people along with their profiles. Yi Yuan immediately lit a cigarette when he saw this, and then stayed up all night to see the people. In the end, Yi Yuan left only 20 people as alternative targets. The next morning, Yi Yuan first made up a good night's sleep. When he woke up from his sleep, he began to call one by one to make contact. After half an hour, only 7 out of 20 said they were willing to sell their lives. By late afternoon, only 5 of the 7 had arrived at the Bulgari Hotel to participate in the interviews, with 2 expressing remorse and opting out on the way. Bulgari Hotel. In a small conference room on the 18th floor, Yi Yuan stood in front of the 3 male and 2 female interviewees, his eyes filled with a hesitant expression, because 2 of the 5 people in front of us are in very bad health. Among them, one was a disabled middle-aged man who had lost both legs, and another had a waxy face and a worried spirit. After seeing this, Yi Yuan was ready to give them another chance. I made it very clear on the phone. This experiment is somewhat dangerous and may even cost you your lives. Do you really have it all figured out? After Yi Yuan said this, 4 of the 5 people immediately said that they had thought about it, and only one person hesitantly opened his mouth. If it fails, will you really give the family a $4 million pension? Yi Yuan immediately opened his own laptop after hearing this and said, just participate and let's make the payment before we experiment. The experiment was a success, and this money counts as your first year's salary. The experiment failed, and this money is someone's pension. Is that okay? After Yi Yuan said this, a trace of joy spread across the faces of all 5 people, because they all really need the money so badly right now. They're not selling their lives for themselves, but for their families. Stop nagging. I'll be the first. The middle-aged man with disabled legs came forward with his wheelchair in hand. Seeing this, Yi Yuan immediately picked up a file from the table and read it. Luo Rue, 43 years old, served in a special warfare unit in the Seedflower, a military region, and returned home after being transferred as a captain. You were in the military? Luo Rue's face didn't ripple in the slightest after hearing this, as if what the other guy said had nothing to do with him. That was all in the past. I just want to save my daughter now. $4 million, up front, and my rotten life is yours. Yi Yuan's brows furrowed slightly when he heard this, but then he slowly nodded his head and picked up the Captain Eagle sauce injection and said, go next door to room 1805 and administer the for yourself. I'll meet you in half an hour. With that, Yi Yuan handed Luo Rue the auto-injector. Luo Rue took the injection with an expressionless face, and then entered his bank card number on the computer, and then Yi Yuan operation transfer, $4 million in seconds to the other account. Luo Rue's cell phone received an alert and turned his wheelchair away with a determined expression. Seeing this scene, a woman with a hot body also stood out. I'll take the next one. Yi Yuan immediately picked up her file from the table when he saw this. Lu Yening, 21, champion of the Seedflower Traditional Martial Arts World Championships, World MMA Women's Division runner-up, UFC World Challenge Asia 3rd place. You've won a lot of honors at such a young age, so the prize money should be quite large, right? Why do you even want to come and take this job anymore? Yi Yuan looked at the other party with a puzzled face and asked, but Lu Yanan glanced at him with a cold expression after hearing that and said, didn't you do the back tuning? I have lymphoma and I don't have long to live. So, trying to make more money for poor old mom before she dies. Will it work or not? It hurts. Hearing this, Yi Yuan couldn't help but frown a little tighter. But he didn't rush to answer anything, instead turning his head to the other woman. Women only get one chance. What do you think? The man who stood still and didn't move was jolted by the question, and an extremely complicated look appeared on his face. Chapter 34, There's an Unlucky Man. Yi Yuan only has one female character fusion pin in his hand, so, he had to ask for the opinion of another person. If the opportunity is given to Lu Jinan, then she loses it. But the woman was covering her face and sobbing slowly after hearing that. I also have a 3-year-old daughter who has leukemia. Will you take pity on me? I can't have any accidents. I'm her only hope left. Her dad doesn't want him anymore. I'm all she has. The woman spoke with tears in her voice, and all the people's eyes reddened as they listened. But Yi Yuan stared at her expressionlessly for a while. Big sister, you've come to the wrong place. I'm not a charitable foundation. Since you're so attached, please get out. The woman instantly knelt down for Yi Yuan when she heard this. I'm begging you. All I want is $500,000. Have mercy on me and give me $500,000. Please save my daughter. I kowtow to you. With that, the woman began to kowtow over and over. Yi Yuan saw this but directly pulled out a pistol and said, Now get lost and I can stop killing you. Everyone in the room froze when they heard this. The woman kneeling on the ground instantly stiffened her entire body. I've got the whole 18th floor wrapped up. Even if I shoot you, no one will notice the difference. I repeat, I am not a charity. Get the hell out of here. The woman immediately didn't dare to say anything more when she heard this, and hurriedly wiped away her tears and climbed up and walked out. With that, Yi Yuan put away his gun and picked up an auto-injector and said, The odds are in your favor. Lu Yannin just gave the other party a cold expressionless look at the situation, and then quickly went up and entered his mom's bank account number. After Yi Yuan's transfer was successful, she took the injection and went to room 1806. The next thing that remained was a mental warrior and a fat white guy. The mentally disturbed man's name is Zhang Lisheng, 30 years old, who had previously served in the army and the SWAT team for 10 years. He later suffered from extremely severe depression after accidentally killing 2 hostages by mistake. This time he came to exchange his life for money to compensate the families of the hostages. Though the money could not replace their loved ones, it would give Zhang Lisheng a hint of redemption in his soul. Yi Yuan did not say anything, directly transferring money, sending injections, and letting them go to room 1808 for injection. The last muscular man was called Tang Wei, 35 years old and had worked as a professional private bodyguard. He also had brain cancer before he chose to come here to sell his life for money, because he also has a paralyzed old father and a wife and daughter who need to be taken care of at home. This guy was the person Yi Yuan valued the most, so he left the Blade Runner's injection with him. Go to 1809. I expect you to perform. Tang Wei took the injection and looked at the page where the transfer was completed and slowly nodded. Since then, Yi Yuan had finished distributing all the fusion injections. Half an hour later, he went ahead and opened the door to room 1805. Only when he walked into the room, he realized that the wheelchair in front of him was empty. Yi Yuan, who saw the scene, was not the least bit surprised. Looks like it worked. No sooner had he said this than a man suddenly scurried in through the window. This is unbelievable. What kind of potion do you have here? Simply amazing. The person who spoke was none other than Luo Rui, who had just lost his legs. Only by now his legs had grown back, and at this point he was in excellent physical condition, with muscle lines on his body infinitely close to perfection. Good. Welcome to my team. From now on, your code name will be Greedy Wolf. Luo Rui immediately reflexively gave a military salute when he heard this and said, Yes, Greedy Wolf returns to the line. Seeing this, Yi Yuan reached out and gently patted his shoulder and said, Get some rest here first, but I want you to keep what happened here a secret for me. Luo Rui listened and immediately returned another serious, earnest yes. After checking the 1805 situation, Yi Yuan immediately went out and walked towards 1806. But before he could open the door, Lu Jinan opened it first. Very amazing. I feel like I'm cured. Your medicine is amazing. I thank you so much. Yi Yuan heard this but replied with a light smile. Then I hope you'll honor our agreement and welcome to my team. From today, your code name will be Tianji. Lu Yannin was very excited to hear this and gave Yi Yuan a hug, because this man is like giving her a second life. At this time, Yi Yuan was actually embraced by the other party and blushed a little, and hurriedly found an excuse and pushed the other party away. Next, he checked out rooms 1808 and 1809. Zhang Lisheng in 1808 doesn't seem to have changed much, except that the muscles on his body look tighter. Still, his mental state was rather funereal, and his eyes were filled with endless melancholy. When Yi Yuan saw that the person didn't die, he could basically conclude that the potion had taken effect. He then extended his right hand to welcome the other to join him and informed him that his codename was Breaker. Zhang Lisheng shook his hand listlessly, then folded himself back into the room. After Zhang Lixing closed the door to his room, Yi Yuan knocked on the door to the next room hopefully.
But this time he knocked for a while and no one answered. He had no choice but to pull out the key and open the door himself and go in. But when he went in he was dumbfounded. Because the Tang Wei he was most looking forward to was dead. But rather the death was still slightly horrible.
Is he the only one who didn't make it through?
A 15% chance of failure can be hit by you.
Looks like my team doesn't need bad luck. After saying this, Yi Yuan slowly closed the door of the room and walked out.
So one of the orders he conveyed to his 3 new men was to clean up the body of the unlucky man. Both Greed and Breaker had been professional soldiers, so they were very sharp at what they did.
Tenji, for all his abilities, had never done this kind of hookup before. So, when she came back she was throwing up all night. But she's also a very adaptable woman. So, after throwing up it was a quick adjustment to everything. After Yi Yuan obtained his new henchman, he immediately exchanged a set of equipment for each of the 3. Greedy Wolf Luo Rui's equipment is relatively simple. 1 super alloy shield, 1 set of microfiber gauntlets and 1 alloy short hammer. The super alloy shield and the microfiber gauntlet,
both of which had anti-stabbing and bulletproof functions, and the short hammer were the weapons Yi Yuan had configured for him. Luo Rui was not too fond of using blunt weapons, but it was not unacceptable. The equipment of the Broken Army Hidden Lebensraum was much better than him, specifically 3 pistols, 4 alloy daggers, 1 folding alloy crossbow, 2 miniature submachine guns, 1 high-precision sniper rifle, and 1 set of microfiber gauntlets. Luo Rui saw the other party's body equipment after gluttony straight non-stop drooling.
The last thing I have to say about this is Tenji Luyanin's outfit. Her outfit can only be described as cool. Chapter 35, The Internal Security Department. Lu Yanin was injected with Erica Carter Fusion, inheriting top human physical abilities,
martial arts skills and level 3 mental strength.
Therefore, Yi Yuan tailored a set of equipment for her based on her characteristics.
For starters, she has a microfiber stab-proof, bullet-proof, skin-tight battlesuit with 24 weapon capsules and 122 built-in weapon parts that can be assembled with 37 different forms of cold weapons.
On top of that,
Lu Jinin comes with 2 sets of primary weapons.
One of the weapons was a super alloy forged into a horizontal sword,
and the other was a super alloy iron ruler also known as a short fork that was carried behind his back.
Luo Rui had inherited Captain Eagle Sauce's skills, and together with Lu Yanin,
they were responsible for Yi Yuan's close defense. Luo Rui was mainly responsible for guarding,
while Lu Yaning was responsible for melee combat. Zhan Lu Sang, on the other hand,
is responsible for firearms operations such as fire support and long-range strikes.
Yi Yuan could have customized 5 super bodyguards, but because of the time constraints, you can only have a few and use a few now. Let's see the timing of the remaining 2 spots at a later date. Yi Yuan had been busy for a day about the super bodyguard. Chang Qiuyan, on the other hand, had a day of fun and style at the Bulgari Hotel. When the 2 of them had dinner together in the evening, Chang Qiuyan made a new request. I can't stay in the hotel with you all the time, can I? My mentor only granted me 2 days off, and I have to go back to school the day after tomorrow. Otherwise, it's time to get not enough credits. Yi Yuan frowned slightly when he heard this. Then he thought for a moment before speaking. The day after tomorrow? That's about time. By then, those people of theirs won't dare to be so rampant. But you still have to be careful and try not to go outside the school. Chang Qiuyan gently rolled his eyes after hearing this and said, Not out of school? How? I have my own socialization, okay? Yi Yuan looked at the other party with a serious face after hearing that and said, So do you want to socialize or do you want to die? Chang Qiuyan's face looked a bit unsightly after hearing this, but he still answered with a stiff upper lip. I want both. Don't I still have you? You can protect me. Yi Yuan heard this but directly picked up a white hand towel and wiped his mouth and said, Sorry, I have more important things to do, and I only promised your brother to keep you from dying yesterday. The rest is up to you. After saying this, Yi Yuan turned around and was about to walk out. Chang Qiuyan's face was already a bit tense by this time, but it was good that Yi Yuan didn't take a few steps before stopping. With that, he turned to look at Chang Qiuyan and asked, By the way, what's your major? Know anyone who's an expert in computers? Chang Qiuyan immediately came to life when he heard this, so she sat in her chair and half turned to look back at Yi Yuan. I'm studying journalism and communication, the most famous major at Kwangwa University. I have a roommate who is one of the top redditors in the country. Do you need help with anything? Yi Yuan immediately nodded slowly when he heard this and said, Good, then notify her for me, and I'll be at your school in 2 days for the open recruitment. I hope you and she will both be here for the application when the time comes, and I'll offer you the best possible salary package. After saying this, Yi Yuan turned around and quickly walked out of the restaurant. Chang Qiuyan playfully spat out her tongue after hearing this, then pulled out her cell phone and hurriedly sent a message to her roommate. Yi Yuan had just walked out of the restaurant when Luo Rui came over from the side. "Boss, where are we going now?" Yi Yuan's eyebrows lightly jumped when he heard this. He then turned his head to Luo Rui and inquired seriously, "Do any of your comrades still need work? I can give them the best deal, but they have to buy my life for me to do it." Luo Rui immediately frowned tightly when he heard this. Yi Yuan was able to see a few difficult looks from his face. "What's wrong? Say what you have to say." Luo Rui sighed softly at his words. Then he straightened up and looked at Yi Yuan and said, "My comrades in arms are of great integrity. They wouldn't be in bed with me if they weren't forced by life. Luo Rui originally wanted to say with you, but finally changed it to me. It was because Yi Yuan was considered to have regenerative grace for him. There was no excuse for him to sell his life to the other side, but he knew the other party was certainly not a serious businessman, so he didn't dare to drag his comrades down with him. It was as if Yi Yuan could see the other party's scruples, so he looked at Luo Rui smilingly and said, "Don't think too much. I'm just trying to recruit a bunch of security officers. These people don't need to follow me, they just need to guard the plant for me, because the footpads chicken, Eagle Sauce and the rest of them are always sending people to mess up." Saying that, Yi Yuan reached out and gently patted his arm. Luo Rui's eyes widened a few inches when he heard about the footpad chicken and the Eagle Sauce. How dare your own boss call their bluff? If that's the case, then he's really going to recommend a few people. "Boss, I've got a lot of retired special ops veterans among my comrades. I can have them come over for an interview if you want." Yi Yuan nodded with great satisfaction after hearing this and said, "Good, have them come over first thing tomorrow morning. I'll give them each a salary of 50,000 per month, 6 insurance and 1 gold, and 13 paychecks at the end of the year." Luo Rui immediately smiled and replied yes after hearing this, and then Yi Yuan asked him to bring the message to Zhang Lishang and Lu Yanning, wanting them to recommend a few people to him as well. Early the next morning, former comrades, ex-colleagues and friends introduced by the trio arrived at the Bulgari Hotel. Yi Yuan puts on a Yuri mind sensor and interviews everyone and ends up leaving 30 people with good virtues and abilities. The other dozen did not succeed in the interview. Yi Yuan also reimbursed their fare and the next 2 days of food and accommodation costs, as if they were invited to travel to South Shanghai. After doing so, Yi Yuan took Luo Rui, Lu Yanning, Zhang Lisheng, and 30 new security guards into the industrial park. The park is equipped with state-of-the-art security and surveillance equipment. Luo Rui was appointed as the manager of the park's security department, Zhang Lisheng as the deputy manager, and Lu Yanning as the general manager's secretary. All internal security personnel are divided into 3 shifts of 10 people to maintain law and order, patrol, and vigilance work in the inner plant 24. Everyone is equipped with the best explosion-proof equipment as well as military-grade guard instruments. The entire industrial park is divided into 2 factory areas, the inner and outer, and these 30 people are mainly responsible for the security of the inner factory area. This inner factory is located in the northernmost part of the industrial park, occupying an area of roughly 13,000 square feet, and houses a variety of equipment from the original model factory. As for those security jobs in the outer plant, Yi Yuan used the 30 brothers that Chung Han had identified. Now that Chung Han is out of town, the security of the outer factory area has been handed over to his beloved Yang Dong. After arranging the security work, Yi Yuan went to Guanghua to attend the campus recruitment as scheduled. Just what he didn't expect was that there would be so many companies coming to Guanghua University to recruit on this day. Looks like we're going to have to put some blood on the line today. Chapter 36, the most eye-catching spotlight in the arena. Nanhu Guanghua University, formerly known as Guanghua Public School, founded in 1905, is one of the earliest higher education institutions founded by the private sector, and its name is derived from the phrase sun, moon, and light. Dan in the great biography of the Book of Xingshu, symbolizing the spirit of self-improvement. That's why the famous companies of the flower growers love to come to this century-old school every year to recruit. So companies like Yi Yuan, who came to recruit people temporarily, didn't even have a place to put their booths when they arrived at the place. Lu Yannin frowned slightly after standing in the crowd and looking around left and right. There are more people here than we thought, and we're late, so it's going to be hard to get a seat. Zhang Lishang, however, didn't care about this in the slightest. He just turned his head to look at the building next to him and said, "That's a good sniping spot. I'll go up there and check it out." After saying this, he left without waiting for Yi Yuan to go home carrying the guitar case. Of course, it wasn't a guitar that was in that case, but an actual sniper rifle. Zhang Lishang went to the high ground, while Luo Rui wandered around mixed in with the crowd. No suspicious targets so far. Clear. When Yi Yuan saw how professional the two were, his sense of security was instantly punctuated. "It's okay, location and all that doesn't matter. I am but prepared." Just after saying this, Yi Yuan pulled out a megaphone.
Lu Yannin was first confused when she saw this.
Then she asked, full of doubt, "You're not going to set up a stall here, are you? This is the recruitment site of Manhwa University. You're making it look like a stall. Can anyone come?" Yi Yuan heard it but smiled indifferently and said, "Don't worry about the details, the booths, the publicity and all that. Only tangible benefits are the best reputation for a company. Stop nagging and hurry up and set our little table." With that said, he pulled out his squid hairband and put it on while he turned on his amp and started auditioning. 1, 2, 3, 3, 2, 1. Can everyone hear me? As soon as the poor quality megaphone in Yi Yuan's hand rang out, he immediately became the most eye-catching presence in the crowd. Some of the heads of nearby famous enterprises responsible for recruiting, as well as college students applying for jobs, were immediately confused when they saw the situation. How come there are still people setting up stalls at the recruitment site? Quite economically minded. No. It looks to me like they're here to recruit too. What? They're here to recruit too? Stop it. Just a small square table and a megaphone? What kind of pheasant business is this? My goodness. This is not lowering the quality of Guanhua's recruitment. Can any company recruit at Guanhua these days? Ouch. It's embarrassing to be next to them. Why don't we move the platform farther away? It's embarrassing. Recruiters from other nearby businesses sputtered. The university students who were watching were casting contemptuous glances at Yi Yuan and Lu Yanning. Lu Yanning saw this and hurriedly covered her face with the flyer and said, "Boss, do you have to do this? You're not bad. Why don't you make it taller?" Yi Yuan heard it but grinned and said, "We don't do that. We spend our money on the right things. Never mind the details. The show has just begun." After saying this, Yi Yuan picked up a megaphone and raised his voice to shout, "That, fellow walkers, passers-by, and near misses, please stop what you're doing and stop signing pens for a moment and all look this way now, ha. If you don't listen, then you will potentially lose an opportunity to make $1 million a year." The moment Yi Yuan's words left his mouth, the surrounding noisy voices immediately stagnated. Then, a trio of jeers began to be heard. Laughing my ass off. Did I just hear it right? Did he just say $1 million a year? How can he offer $1 million a year job in this Thai stall? This guy is afraid he's not treating us like cuties. He's playing with us, isn't he? He dares to promise $1 million for a random stall. Doesn't he even need to brag? Does anyone really believe his bull asterisk? Look at the way he's dressed up. He's acting like he's real. $1 million? If you can give me $1 million, I'll do a live show upside down. The words came out of the crowd and instantly drew a roar of laughter. It was very clear that Yi Yuan's words did not gain anyone's trust, but just at that moment, suddenly a slim male student approached the small table. The boy was a bit bone-thin and wore a pair of rather well-read myopic glasses. "May I ask what company you are? Does it really pay $1 million a year?" Yi Yuan smiled immediately when he heard this. "That's right. $1 million annual salary and 6 insurance policies if you meet the entry requirements. No internships, straight to work." After he said this, the coaxing crowd instantly quieted down for a few moments. Needless to say, he made the offer very enticing, but everyone was still more on the lookout, and only the skinny boy continued to ask, "What are the requirements to join your company? I'm a little biased in my grades. I don't know if I'll be able to do it." Yi Yuan was already interested when he heard this, so he turned on his Yuri mind sensor and started reading inside the other man. Name, Si Yuan Kai. Sex, male. Age, 20. Specialties, extremely good at math and physics. S-class hacker. IQ value 159. Weaknesses, no knowledge of liberal arts. Extremely socially inept. EQ of 76. Inner monologue, I want to find a well-paying job to help my seriously ill parents. After reading this basic information about the other party, Yi Yuan immediately revealed a smile to him. As long as your specialty can help the company, you're the person we need. Class, think about it? Since you are the first counselor, I can give you a waiver. With that, he snapped his fingers at Lu Yannin and said, "Give him an entry contract, sign it and pay 6 months' salary in advance." Hearing this, the cacophony of the scene completely disappeared. Si Yuan Kai looked at Yi Yuan with an unbelievable face to confirm. "Can I really? Are you really willing to sign me?" This Si Yuan Kai socializing in Guanhua is basically on the internet. So few people in reality know him as a person. So there was a prejudice against the matter. He can? Then why can't I? In full view of everyone, Si Yuan Kai signed the entry contract. Yi Yuan also transferred 500,000 seed flower coins to him first in front of everyone. The atmosphere of this scene was instantly ignited. Holy, really pay up. That kid isn't a trustee, is he? To your ass. He lives next door to me and he's from our school. ********. I suddenly think I'm okay with this. Don't stop me. I'm going to make $1 million a year too. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Don't ing drag me. I'm going to check in. Get the out of the way. In just the blink of an eye, Yi Yuan became the most eye-catching center of attention at the scene. Hundreds of people flocked to the scene at once, directly trampling his shabby stall flat. Chapter 37, Ambush. With a small square table and a megaphone, Yi Yuan has become the most beautiful boy at the recruitment site of Manhwa University.
Almost all of the college students who come to the recruitment process drop off their resumes with him.
After experiencing the best of the best and the finest of the finest, he successfully signed up 18 outstanding talents, leaving the remaining 2 spots for Cheng Qiuyan and her roommate. It was only after the job fair ended that Cheng Qiuyan finally squeezed in front of Yi Yuan with a girl. Boss Yi, you're too popular here, aren't you? We've been squeezing in the back for 2 hours. $1 million a year? Are you serious?
Yi Yuan heard this but returned with a shallow smile.
It can't be helped. Strength doesn't allow me to keep a low profile. This is reserved for you guys. Remember you said you were going to introduce a friend. Cheng Qiuyan immediately happily hugged the other party when he saw this. Thank you. Why don't we go to Bulgaria again tonight?
I'll definitely agree not to sleep in separate rooms this time.
As she said that, she also playfully winked at Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan rolled his eyes at the sight and said as he pushed the other party away. Cut the crap. I'd have to be sorry for your brother to do that. Stop nagging. Just sign the papers and report to my company next month. After saying this, Yi Yuan turned around and prepared to leave. However, the girl who followed Cheng Qiuyan suddenly spoke up. I don't need a back door. Take the contract back for now. I'll speak with strength. Yi Yuan's steps stopped immediately upon hearing this, and then he subconsciously used his mind sensor on it. Name, Wei Yingnan. Sex, female. Age, 18. Specialties, top math, physics, and chemistry talent. SSSS level hacker. IQ value 211. Weaknesses, poor physical fitness. Never passed sports. No musicality whatsoever. Inner monologue, I want to live a meaningful life to be worthy of my late parents. After seeing this information, Yi Yuan couldn't help but raise both eyebrows slightly. This is a top talent. It's good not to miss it so easily. Thinking of this, Yi Yuan looked and nodded gently and said, It's very personal. I like it. Very much looking forward to your performance. Cheng Qiuyan heard this and immediately came over to help him out and said, Then you're in for a real treat. Our young Nam is awesome. Yi Yuan nodded slowly and non-committally after hearing this, but just as he was about to throw an olive branch to the other side, instead, the voice of Zhang Lisang came from his Bluetooth headset. Boss, we have a situation. There are 2 groups of unidentified people that are slowly approaching you. I suggest you retreat from 10 o'clock. Yi Yuan softly replied back good after hearing this, and then extended his right hand to Wei Yingnan and said, I'm very much looking forward to you joining my team and working with me to do something meaningful for the world. Wei Yingnan hadn't really been a fan of this guy. She wasn't a fan of the hustle and bustle either, but just because of the other party's words just now, Wei Yingnan began to have an interest in Yi Yuan and his company. After the 2 of them gently shook hands, Yi Yuan tugged on the process Qiuyan and turned around with Lu Yanning towards the 10 o'clock direction. Cheng Qiuyan saw this and just wanted to shout. Then Yi Yuan said sharply in his ear, Trouble is coming for you. Keep quiet. Cheng Qiuyan immediately understood after hearing this, and then turned his head to Wei Yingnan. Go back to your dormitory. You don't have to wait for me. I'm going out for a wave with this handsome guy and I'll be right back. Wei Yingnan frowned slightly at her words. She felt that the 2 were deliberately hiding something. 10 minutes later, Yi Yuan, Cheng Qiuyan, and Lu Yanning quickly walked to the secluded alley in the backyard of the school. But as they were about to walk out of the alley, they were suddenly blocked by several people. You're Yi Yuan, right? This chick is Cheng Qiuyan? If you know what's good for you, be a good boy and come with us. If you don't know better. With that, the lead one pulled out a machete. Several people behind him also pulled out a short knife each. Cheng Qiuyan immediately hid behind Yi Yuan when he saw this. Lu Yanning, on the other hand, took an arrow step to protect the duo. Wait, you guys go first. After saying this, Lu Yanning drew a dagger from her waist. The leader looked at the machete in his hand and then turned his head to the small dagger in the hand of the woman in front of him. Asterisk 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 Are you serious about this? You dare to fight with my brother with such a small thing? And whoever that is, do you have the good sense to hide behind a woman? The leader taunted and then immediately took a big step forward with his knife. Lu Jinan saw this but crossed over the man with a flash. Meanwhile the man's hand holding the knife was instantly singed off a tendon. The machete clanked to the ground after the hamstring was broken, and the leader was instantly incapacitated. In the next second, Lu Yanning had rushed into the crowd to battle it out. At this time, the people trailing behind Yi Yuan and the others finally caught up, but without waiting for them to rush forward,
Luo Rui suddenly slammed the two from behind.
Looking for trouble? Did you ask me? Luo Rui didn't use his little hammer, but instead ate over a few people with just his two fists. But just then, a couple of vans came rushing by. Seeing this, Zhang Lushang, who was hiding in the heights, immediately picked up his sniper rifle and shot. After 2 gunshots rang out, the front tires of the 2 cars at the front of the line were directly dried out. Then the vehicles overturned and collided, and the road was instantly in chaos. Boss, there are too many of them. Retreat first. There's a police car coming at 9 o'clock. You guys break out at 1 o'clock. After saying this, Zhang Lushang immediately continued shooting. Bang, 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 bang. 3 more shots rang out, and the few people who tried to rush out of the van were immediately forced back. But the sound of such continuous gunfire soon drew the attention of the police as well. A biker hastily stops his motorcycle while getting off and hiding behind it to call for backup. Call for backup. Shots fired near 202 Handan Road. Please contact SWAT support. Repeat, contact SWAT support. When the gun went off, things got big, but even so, the people in those vans continued to behave wildly. Charge out together. I don't believe he can kill us all. Right, punch together. I'll count to 123. Count your blessings and charge out now. Egged on by a few outlaws, those hiding in the van swarmed out. However, at that moment, Zhang Lushang had already shifted his position, and it was impossible for him to stay in the same position for too long. At the same time, Luo Rui was forced out of the alley by a dozen people. Boss, there are too many of them. There's no way to effectively stop it without putting a hit on it. It turned out that Yi Yuan had cautioned the 3 before he came. It's imperative that no one gets killed in plain sight, because if a person gets killed, then it's not good for them to get out of it. Chapter 38, The World Doesn't Know Who You Are. Because before coming out Yi Yuan had explained that no one was allowed to get killed. Therefore, Luo Rui and Lu Yanning both did not kill each other when they fought against each other. And Zhang Lushang only used his gun to only hit the tires. This way, even if there is a big commotion in town, it won't have too bad of an impact. After all, the flower grower officials took the fatal incident very seriously. Thus, after seeing that the situation in front of him was not good, Yi Yuan immediately gave a serious order and said, "Go ahead and don't draw too much attention to yourself downtown. Just leave these people to the police. Retreat. We'll get them in a few days." Yi Yuan calmly gave the order while quickly getting into a Mercedes-Benz commercial vehicle. Lu Yanning got into the driver's seat, and Cheng Qiuyan was dragged into the back seat. Luo Rui and Lu Zhangshang also each tried to find a way to get out. And finally all of them met up at the Bulgari Hotel. Yi Yuan and the others were able to run away. But the people who came to pick a fight weren't so lucky. They were so numerous and eye-catching that they were soon targeted by the reinforcement of police security. So, soon many of the Green Gang's thugs were arrested. Not only that, national security joined with police security to launch a secret investigation into 7 stars. Dongxing was also considered a numbered figure in South Shanghai, and soon received wind that he was being investigated. In order not to cause trouble at this point, Dongxing immediately ordered Jai Rong to stop the pursuit operation. The Green Gang was arrested 20 to 30 people at once. Jai Rong at this time is also feeling big head. Therefore, the two of them sort of hit it off and immediately suspended their pursuit of Yi Yuan and Chang Han's family. As for why they're afraid to go down on the Bulgari Hotel? Are you kidding me? Boss Bulgari is not something they can fight with in their quantum. So, even though both Dongxing and Jai Rong had inquired about where Yi Yuan lived, they wouldn't dare let anyone go inside the hotel and mess around. Dongxing's murder-buying incident has subsided for the time being. Cheng Han's side also finally arrived at the Athu region of the Camel Country without any problems, but he didn't take a direct flight to Camelot, and that's how he managed to avoid being screened by the National Security Services. Cheng Han first arrived in Europe by airplane, and then changed planes from Europe to the Camel Country. However, Lustum, the number 2 leader of the anti-Hawk Jam organization in the Athu region, was extremely high profile and blocked off the entire airport to receive him. Of course, this request was made by Cheng Han. He just wanted to tell the world that Yi God had successfully met with Lustrum. From the moment Cheng Han walked off the plane wearing big sunglasses, smiling and waving, the secret services of the world's major powers got all excited. Eagle Sauce, Big Hair, John Bull, Gallic Chicken, Hans Cat, and the intelligence agency operations of the planters were even more active. A few minutes later, Cheng Han's surreptitious photo appeared in the hands of the top management of various countries. Immediately thereafter, states began to investigate it in greater detail. It was just that what puzzled all of them was that they found nothing, no matter how much they tried. No such person? Why can't we find out anything about this person? It's fine if foreign countries like Eagle Sauce, Big Hair, and John Bull can't be traced. After all, Cheng Han used to be a small, unorthodox jungle leader. However, the intelligence agency of the Seedflower family was unable to locate this person. Then things get a little weird. State Security Building, in Conference Room 7. Summer China looked at the screen with Chung Han's face filled with a puzzled look. Can't this person really be traced? He said this to his secretary, Yi Hao-yen. Yi Hao-yen immediately frowned slightly when he heard this and said back, confirmation has just been made with team leader Rui Ningxi. It's true that there are no clues to this person on the South Shanghai side at the moment, and I've contacted the relevant heads of other departments to request that they conduct a national co-check, so I'm sure I'll get a response soon. It was only when Summer China heard this that he slowly nodded his head in slight satisfaction. Find out what he's up to as soon as you can, and then find a way to get in touch with him personally as soon as you can. A figure like the one who possesses this kind of energy must be treated with caution, and perhaps he can be an unexpected help to the development of national defense. Inform the people below that the main focus should be to investigate and collect evidence, not to take any unauthorized action, and also to protect the safety of the target person if necessary. Yi Hao-yen quickly swiped notes on his notebook while listening, waiting for the other to finish. He gently closed his notebook and said, yes, I will now convey and implement your request. Summer China nodded slowly after hearing this, and then got up and spoke. Keep me updated with any new information on this matter. I have to go and make a debriefing with the chief at noon, so you can follow up on the rest for me. Yi Hao-yen earnestly returned a yes, while the other attendees collectively rose to eyewitness the meeting. After Summer Hua left, Yi Hao-yen turned to look at the crowd and said, leaders, let's get on with it. The crowd smiled and nodded at the words, and the meeting continued. Manhwa. Inside the State Security Branch building, Renegade felt a rush of headache as she looked at the facts in her hand. That guy actually showed up in the AFU area? He must have gotten a connecting flight from somewhere else. That's quite a defense, Renegade said as she gently placed the facts on the table while picking up the freshly printed photo. Who the hell is this guy? Why can't we find out anything about him? It's hard to believe he's not a flower grower? Thinking of this, Renegade instantly wanted to call her classmate who was an Interpol officer. However, just at this time, the deputy head of the Special Investigation Team, Chang Chaochuan, walked in quickly. Team leader Ray, there's a new situation. Renegade immediately put down her cell phone when she heard this and turned around. What's wrong? What happened again? Did you find out something over at 7 Stars? Chang Chaochuan heard but bitterly smiled and shook his head and said, no, the 7 Stars problems don't have much to do with our national security. I've already informed the other law enforcement agencies to take over. And surname Dong is clearly a smokescreen released to us by our opponents. Rui Ningxi's brows immediately tightened when she heard this. So the trail is broken again? Who the hell is the other side? Why is he so tactful? Chang Chaochuan had walked up to her as he spoke. With that, he handed a document to Renegade and said, latest intel. Footpad Chicken is sending people to South Shanghai again. And the ones who came this time are all elite soldiers. So it looks like there's going to be a big move. Rui Ningxi's face showed suspicion when she heard this. Does this have anything to do with what they're looking into? Chang leader, this seems to be outside the scope of our investigation, right? Just leave it to the South Shanghai branch to investigate the matter of the Footpad Chicken. The Kyoto side just sent a fax a moment ago, asking us to implement Yi God's matter as soon as possible. With that, she picked up the photos and papers and handed them over. Chang Chaochuan reached out and took the document and read it, then picked up the photo and looked at it carefully. This person seems a bit familiar. Renegade instantly perked up when she heard this. With that, she turned to look at the other with wide eyes and said, what? You know him? Chapter 39, The Hard Can't Work. Let's go soft. When Rui Ningxi heard Chang Chaochuan looking familiar with the photo, she immediately looked at the other party with wide-eyed excitement. But Chang Chaochuan held the photo but couldn't remember it. It just looks familiar. Maybe I've met it before on some case. Can't recall. Just looks familiar. Renegade sniffed with some disappointment. But it was something to look forward to. Then follow up on this matter yourself. Besides, this Footpad Chicken thing. You came over here specifically to talk about it. There's no way it has nothing to do with our case, is there? Chang Chaochuan put the photo into his pocket, then picked up the document and explained seriously. They've been investigating a model factory lately. We've also lined up this factory. It's an ordinary civilian prop job. But what I'm curious about is why the Footwell chickens are so obsessed with it. Rui Ningxi's brows immediately tightened slightly when she heard this. She said with a serious look at the other woman inquiring, is it that model factory in the northern suburbs? The one that imitates the apocalypse tank? Chang Chaochuan nodded gently after hearing this and said, yes, that's the one. Right now the Footwell chickens are very interested in this plant. Renegade listened and immediately sensitively captured something. If that's the case, then that's something. I'll get someone to follow up on this one. so you can get busy with the photos. Let's split up and share any news. Chang Chaochuan gently nodded after hearing this, then turned around and quickly walked towards the outside. Afterward, Rui Ningxi picked up the phone and dialed Chen Shuer's number. Share, a temporary extra job for you guys. The model factory in the northern suburbs. Yes, that's the one I was talking about. You guys follow up on the investigation later. I'll pass the relevant information to you later. Also, pay special attention to the special agents at the Footpads Chicken. There may be a windfall at their place. While the NSA was busy fighting foreign agents, Yi Yuan is cozy in the Bulgari Hotel, remotely manipulating a $5 billion arms deal. Camelot, Afu region, inside the base of the Anti-Hawk Jam organization. Chung Han sat at a long table, and Lustrum sat on its other side, holding a gold coin in his hand constantly. I said half the price again. Otherwise, you might not get away. Lustrum's words were very cold, as if he were speaking to someone who was about to die. But Chung Han didn't eat him at all. He was seen reaching into his arms and pulling out a desert eagle. Lustrum's men saw this and immediately raised their guns and took aim at him. But Chung Han sneered and pushed the gun toward Lustrum and said, "Or you can shoot me right now. Either that or be honest and pay the price that was spoken for. Don't come sitting on a set." The female interpreter next to him was stunned when he said this, but she shivered and translated truthfully. Lustrum's brow tightened at his words. Then he reached for his pistol and pointed it at him. "Do you really think you're God? God is not afraid of bullets. But I wonder if you are." Chung Han immediately stood up after listening to the translation. He then quickly yanked his shirt open to reveal his chest and growled, "You hit it here. If I blink, I'll take your name." Immediately upon hearing this, Lustum did not hesitate to fire his gun. With a bang, the bullet grazed the corner of Cheng Han's coat. Although Cheng Han was a little nervous in his heart, his face remained calm as usual. "Missed the shot. Come again. If I die, your entire organization will be buried with me. I don't have any principles, and all of you are going to die. Come on, shoot again." Cheng Han's performance surprised Lustrum. It was at this time that he realized that he had made a mistake in his intentions, but he has to be accountable to his organization because they don't get their money from the wind either. So he slowly lowered his gun and said with a sneer, "Well, I honor your courage. Tell you what, a 30% discount would be great." Cheng Han heard this and directly returned a. Lustrum immediately slammed the table hard upon hearing this. "So 20% off is always good, right? You have to give us face, right? We're a KB organization. Don't we want to lose face?" Cheng Han saw that the other party had shown his cowardice, and his heart was immediately sent to relax. With that, he cursed as he straightened his clothes. "There's their face. A discount is out of the question, but I can send you something." After saying this, Chung Han sat on his butt in the chair and took out a cigar in his hand. The female interpreter immediately stepped forward to help him light. Chung Han took the opportunity to reach out and mooch the wave of oil. The female interpreter immediately ran away quickly after being molested. But the corners of Lustrum's mouth rose slightly when he saw this. Turns out he's good at it. Good talk. Good talk. "And what is your excellency going to send us?" Chung Han heard this before he tried to speak back. Yi Yuan's voice, however, came through the headphones. "Tell him that he was going to send anti-aircraft rockets, but now he doesn't want to." The corner of Chung Han's mouth twitched slightly when he heard this. "Brother, don't play. They're KB elements. I'm a little scared inside," Chung Han muttered in a faintly undetectable voice. Yi Yuan listened in his headphones but laughed softly. "Don't worry, it's all just to scare you. They're still counting on us to supply them with arms, and they definitely wouldn't dare hurt you. Otherwise, who will dare to sell them things in the future?" Cheng Han felt very reasonable after hearing this, so he immediately took out his big brother demeanor again. "Send your grandma a leg. Was going to send you some anti-aircraft rockets or something, but now I'm not very unhappy. So, no more deliveries." After saying this, Chung Han got up and was ready to head out. The armed men on guard duty then immediately raised their guns and aimed them at him. Chung Han immediately pretended to be ruthless again after seeing this. "Come on, shoot. Have the guts to beat me to death? Asterisk 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 your wife's big tits. Asterisk 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 off. I'm going to take a piss." With that, Chung Han pushed the two away and walked out of the room. Lustrum didn't stop it when he saw it, and the guards with the guns didn't dare to shoot, because they had received orders earlier that the great arms supplier must never be harmed. Anyone who dares to approach them for an arms deal under the high-pressure threatening posture of Hawksbane is definitely someone who deserves to be honored. Therefore, just now, Lustrum was really just scaring Chung Han. Inside the room, Lustrum cocked his legs onto the long table while a sly grin spread across his face. Not bad for someone recommended by a boss. Very ballsy. Since hard doesn't work, let's try soft. I don't believe I can't take this bald oriental. After saying this, Lustrum immediately took out his walkie-talkie and said,
"Have all the women who were kidnapped last month cleaned up?
I'm going to have them help with some work tonight. Resist? Whoever resists will be killed first. Do they still want to rebel?" Chapter 40, Upgrade Stuck.
Ching Han, when he was being softened up within the anti-hawk sauce organization in the Afu region, agents around the world have also launched a full-scale detective effort. Of these, the flower growers have made the most rapid progress.
Chang Chaochuan took the photo and found a few eyes on the South Shanghai Road.
Soon, all of Chang Han's information was placed on Rui Ningxi's desk. After reading all the information on Chang Han's file, she was unable to calm down for a long time. So, Rui Ningxi would look at the file for a while and then look up at Chang Chaochuan. "Are you sure this person is Yi God?" Chang Chaochuan sniffed and slowly stepped forward, while then picked up the photo that Rui Ningxi gave him and said,
"I'm not sure he's some kind of god. I'm just sure he's the guy in your picture."
Rui Ningxi's brows immediately tightened together at the words. She took the picture and looked at it, muttering,
"It's the right guy in the picture, but I always thought he wasn't."
Before Rui Ningxi finished her words,
Chen Shuer suddenly interjected. "Division intercepted a piece of intel on an Eagle Jam agent.
They're also confirming if this man is Ching Han from the Green Gang.
In addition,
the keyword Green Gang has been mentioned several times in the contact signals of agents from John Bull, Big Hair,
and other countries." Hearing this,
Chang Chaochuan immediately excitedly slapped the table and said,
"Great, that basically testifies to his authenticity. I just didn't realize that Eagle Jam, John Bull, and Big Hair were also moving so quickly. That was a close one. We're only 2 hours ahead of them." Speaking here, Chang Chaochuan looked at Rui Ningxi and said seriously, "But those 2 hours were enough. Team leader, hurry up and report to the Secretary General, right?
We can also make special protection for Chang Han's family." Renegade heard this but slowly shook her head and said,
No, there's something wrong with this. We were tracking this line of 7-star communications the other day,
but it's only been 2 days and the clues have suddenly turned into the Green Gang's What Bright Eyes Tiger. It's like we're constantly being led around by someone else."
Hearing this, Chang Chaochuan immediately added a clarification. "This is something I've looked into as well.
2 days ago Dongxing of 7-Star Communications bought a murderer for $8 million. The main target he wants to kill is this bright-fronted tiger Chang Han."
Speaking here,
Chang Chaochuan handed a document to Rui Ningxi and continued, "This Dongxing has a deep background and is suspected to be involved in many grey deals. Perhaps he has some interest entanglements with Chang Han, so Chang Han pulled him down immediately after learning of Dongxing's methods. This should logically be nothing more than a means of self-preservation. He's trying to use us to curb Dongxing's arrogance."
That point makes complete sense logically.
After Rui Ningxi heard the other party explain it this way, her heart vaguely also felt as if it could logically make sense. Still, she had a vague feeling that it shouldn't be that simple. But the agents of Hawkmaster and Big Hair are already following this thread.
Now whether he was really Yi God or not, Rui Ningxi and the others had to control the person first.
"Okay, you'll come with me to the conference room and we'll explain the situation to the Secretary General together."
Chang Chaochuan nodded his head and said yes without hesitation after hearing this, and then the two of them quickly left the office. Since then, the NSA's attention had been completely drawn to Chang Han. With less official attention, Yi Yuan would no longer have his hands tied. Subsequently, under the authorization of Yi Yuan, Chang Han finally chose to compromise, agreed to provide Lustrum with 300,000 bullets free of charge, but their condition is that Lustrum must help them introduce new clients. Lustrum was only a good-natured cunning man, but not a stingy, petty scumbag. Therefore, when Chang Han promised to give in, he immediately became extremely enthusiastic, so he managed to introduce Ching Han to, among other anti-hawk jam organizations in the Middle East. At a later date, Lustrum also introduced him to several local armed leaders in the African nation of Hippo. Although the overall economic level of the hippopotamus country is not too strong, it has always been unforgiving when it comes to purchasing arms. In addition to this, Arafat also introduced to Yi Yuan the relevant heads of the Arab countries, and so on. In this way, the $28 billion sales target he had set was quickly accomplished. In addition, he received orders for hypersonic missiles from an additional 7 countries, and all of them paid up front. Thus, Yi Yuan inexplicably made an additional $2 billion. Later he realized, after some inquiries, that it was actually Abbott's guy who was too fast with his mouth. He hadn't even received the missiles himself, and he was already clamoring around the world that he had them. In this way, organizations that aspired to have missiles sought them out along the way. Since the money was collected, it would be nice to just ship it all together. Yi Yuan is again looking for a replacement and using existing customers to develop the market. Finally got enough 800 million system coins together after a few busy days. Since you have enough money saved up, then just upgrade. So, Yi Yuan said with an excited heart and a trembling voice in his bosom. System, help me upgrade to the military D-level tech tree. The system heard the command and immediately began to detect it. Detecting the host's condition of 800 million system coins for upgrading the military D-level technology tree is satisfied. Military D-level technology tree activation has begun. The activation time is about 15 minutes. Please wait patiently for the host. Hearing this, Yi Yuan realized that there was a wait to upgrade the technology tree. He later found out by checking the system description. It turns out that the activation of the tech tree is equivalent to one system update upgrade. So, it takes a while for the system to do the preparation work. By analogy, it takes 10 minutes to upgrade the military D tech tree, and 70 minutes when upgrading the military C tech tree. Because of the limited catalog of tech trees that could be read at the moment, Yi Yuan could only view information related to military C-rank tech trees. If he wanted to continue to inquire upwards, he would need to raise his arms dealer level to 3 as soon as possible, in addition to continuing to level up his tech tree, because at level 3, he's out of the newbie protection period, and he's a real arms mobile. But Yi Yuan specifically checked it out while waiting for the upgrade. His arms dealer's level was still 0, except that his experience value had come to 87 out of 100. If it looks like this, one still needs 13% more experience to reach the upgrade condition. It was only at this time that Yi Yuan finally wanted to get up and seriously study the upgrade conditions. As it turns out, arms dealers need to have 20% prestige experience in addition to 80% arms gain experience to level up. Now that he was stuck at 80% of experience, it wasn't that he wasn't making enough money at all. It was that he didn't have enough prestige value in the arms community. Although Chang Han was his shadow, what he did not count into Yi Yuan's influence on the world. To put it simply, this Chang Han is at most one of his salesmen. The amount sold by the other party was considered Yi Yuan's gain, but the impact he had on the world pattern was not counted against Yi Yuan's head. So, right now, Yi Yuan had just completed 80% of his income experience and 7% of his prestige experience. Looks like the system doesn't want me to lay too low. It's a tough one. Have to think of the best of both worlds. Chapter 41, Activating the D-Grade Technology Tree. Yi Yuan was still wondering how to increase his prestige. A familiar system prompt suddenly came from his head. Ding dong. Military D-level tech tree upgrade complete. Activation countdown 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Ding dong. Activation of the military D-level technology tree is complete. Deduct 800 million system coins. Initiation of research projects on military heavy machinery, armored vehicles, tanks, helicopters, drones, small missiles, small warships, light mechs, and other low and medium order armaments. As the system prompt sounded, the 3D virtual image screen in Yi Yuan's head finally had an additional page. Looking at the newly added samples of various types of 3D displays, Yi Yuan couldn't help but develop a heartfelt smile at the corner of his mouth. At this time, Yi Yuan suddenly realized a situation that was different from before. In the previous E-level tech tree, all weapons were colored and could be directly manufactured and produced by simply selecting them. But this D-rated tech tree is in a grayish state. One by one. What's going on? Just as Yi Yuan thought of this, the system popped up a note. As it turns out, there are conditions required for the manufacture of products with D-rated technology or higher. For example, if Yi Yuan wanted to build a missile, he needs to first collect the ablative materials needed for the warhead, the high-strength, high modulus of elasticity organic fiber-reinforced composites needed for the solid rocket motor case, and the pyrolytic graphite and carbon fiber-reinforced special throat lining materials used in the engine nozzle throat. Seeing these harsh conditions, Yi Yuan was so angry that he directly lifted the table. His grandmother, if I had all this stuff, why would I need your system? Big sister's system. If you want to play me, you just say so. Yi Yuan glared at the air, but he quickly calmed down again. No, no, no. The system would never be that bored to play itself. It is also unlikely to allow itself to do what it cannot accomplish. There must be some part of the process that one has forgotten. Thinking of this, Yi Yuan slowly sat down and lit a cigarette for himself. After a few moments of thought, one of the earliest buildings came to mind. Science and Technology Research Laboratory. Yeah, this thing never seems to get upgraded. Thinking of this, Yi Yuan hurriedly got up and walked to the floor-to-ceiling window. The building where Yi Yuan was located was the tallest building in the industrial park. So stand here for a bird's-eye view of the entire park. A 2-story building was erected not far from his building. The building is plain on the outside, but the interior is extremely modern, housing 6 supercomputers. I've been so focused on how to do business that I forgot to upgrade my hardware and software. After muttering this, Yi Yuan immediately contacted the system in his head. Upgrade the research lab. The current level of technology research laboratory is 2. Upgrading to 3 technology research laboratory requires 80 million system coins. Hearing these words, Yi Yuan's pupils immediately shrunk,
because all of his system coins now added up to only 95 million.
The higher the tech level, the meatier it gets.
But the flesh has to rise even if it hurts.
Spell it out. After saying this, Yi Yuan immediately gave the upgrade command to the system. Upgrade conditions for the technology research laboratory are met. Start upgrading.
Deduct 90 million system coins.
Upgrade begins. Wait 5 minutes. Upgrade completed. Science and Technology Laboratory successfully upgraded to Level 3. Heavy Material Processing Plant, Special Material Processing Plant, AI Intelligence Studio Project Activation. Number of manual positions opened in the Science and Technology Research Laboratory 2 vacant. Yi Yuan was shocked at the time when he saw this tip. With that,
he hastily began to check the relevant instructions up.
As it turns out,
this tech research lab is ready to house real researchers. It's just that because it's limited by rank, you can only develop 2 jobs per rank.
According to the system's explanation,
the supercomputer simulation is highly capable of computation, but has never been able to generate an autonomous creative consciousness. Therefore, the more advanced the technology research lab,
the more human researchers are needed. When he thought of this, Yi's staff immediately couldn't help but laugh softly. There's something about this system. Looks like it's not just an arms sales system. Yi Yuan had just finished saying this when the system sounded a beep. Ding dong.
Congratulations to the host for unlocking the hidden quest understanding the true meaning of the system.
What follows is a 5-minute-long explanatory note on the system.
It turned out that the real purpose of the existence of this arms tycoon system was to promote and accelerate the development of human civilization.
And Yi Yuan was the lucky one who was chosen.
The system hoped that through Yi Yuan's influence,
it would intervene, push,
and prompt human civilization to complete its evolution and upgrade in a short period of time.
War is not the worst way to manifest in civilization, but it is the most effective way to promote technological development and the evolution of civilization. Because war, arms-related derived from all kinds of technological breakthroughs,
in the maximum accelerate the completion of the civilization process.
Therefore, the ultimate goal of the arms tycoon system was not to plunge the world into war, but rather, it was hoped that the host would borrow all kinds of black technology and super technology to push the entire human civilization forward. This is why there is civilian technology in the arms system. After listening to the system's explanation, Yi Yuan immediately fell into a short period of contemplation. But a moment later,
his thoughts were once again interrupted by a system alert.
Ding dong!
Congratulations to the host for completing the hidden mission. Rewarding the host with 1 single branch tech draw. P.S. A single branch technology is a separate technology that is not limited by the level of the technology tree. Yi Yuan's understanding of this sentence was that the technology he was raffling off was not limited by level.
To be more thorough, he could have access to a single tech above B rank. Gee whiz. What's the difference between that and winning a rehearsal? Smoke it fast. Why was Yi Yuan so excited?
Because the D rank tech tree upgrade just now was close to draining all his savings.
God knows how many system coins or other harsh conditions will be needed to upgrade to level B by then?
Now there's a chance to get high level tech for free.
What's the difference between that and winning the lottery? Lucky draw begins. Single tech wheel activated.
Please make a decision to stop within 10 seconds.
As soon as the system's words finished, a super large roulette will appear in Yi Yuan's brain. There are tens of thousands of small icons on the wheel, densely arranged like a giant hive. In the next second, the big wheel began to spin up so fast that the icons on it were unreadable. But there was a very eye-catching point of light jumping around the turntable extremely fast. 10, 9, 8, 7. The sound of the system counting down sounded, making Yi Yuan's heart couldn't help but follow the tension. He couldn't see anything on the turntable at all right now, so he could only shout out by luck and feel. Stop! As Yi Yuan's command was given, the super large carousel began to slowly decelerate. After a minute, the dial spun slowly at a speed visible to the naked eye, while the dot of light on it settled on an icon. Chapter 42, John's Board of Directors. Yi Yuan saw the point of light stop and hurriedly focused on it. In the next second, the system's beep sounded. Ding dong!
Congratulations to the host for acquiring nuclear energy compression technology.
After the system beep ended,
a 3D stereoscopic device's virtual shadow appeared in front of him.
Next, a detailed text description of the technology surfaces. That's a lot of text to end on,
about 1,000 words or so, and it involved a lot of theoretical terms and nouns that Yi Yuan simply couldn't understand. But he still had a general idea of what the black technology was all about.
Nuclear compression technology. In simpler terms, is the compression of nuclear energy.
A large nuclear reactor can be compressed into a size of about 3 cubic meters. But just having the theoretical technology for this technique isn't much help.
Trying to compress nuclear energy into a physical entity requires huge and cumbersome,
light and heavy industrial technologies to support it. Even if he were to be given to the current official flower growers to research and produce,
I'm afraid it would take decades to realize. It looks like there's a long way to go before we can cash in on this technology, but it doesn't matter. It's better to come one way or the other.
At least now I've got a heavy materials processing plant and a special materials processing plant. Having these two processing plants will save a lot of problems with scarce materials.
Muttering here, Yi Yuan hastily started manufacturing to produce 2 factories.
As his orders were given, the system quickly created factories at designated locations in the park.
The process of creating the system can be described as the speed of light.
A factory on an empty lot goes from nothing to something in just 10 seconds, and the system creates an extremely compact plant,
equipment,
or it does away with all unnecessary design and hardware.
Therefore, the volume of the 2 processing plants is only less than
1,000 square meters in size,
and the average plant is only about 500 square meters.
Like the previous ARMS production lines,
the 2 processing plants are fully automated production lines.
As long as Yi Yuan had enough raw materials or system coins, they could produce the materials they needed in a constant stream.
After building the 2 processing plants,
Yi Yuan went to the outer plant to build 20 new energy super battery production plants. These factories are only about 200 square meters each, so they look like a single workshop. Like all the factories created before, they are fully automated in production and operation.
Therefore, it is more than enough for Yi Yuan to recruit 20 employees for daily maintenance. Because it's a product of civilian technology, it's far cheaper to build than the military class. The cost of a new energy super battery is only
1,000 flower coins.
Yi Yuan, however,
was prepared to mark up the base to 20,000 flower coins. Shouldn't be too much to ask for just 20x earnings per cell, right? After all, this kind of technology is simply impossible to replicate with the modern level of technology.
So, even if Yi Yuan wanted to sell it for 200,000
or $2 million,
there is no excuse. What is scarce is precious,
as is the law of nature. The new energy super battery plant had just been fully created when Yi Yuan received a call from Jiang Weining.
On the phone,
she was very anxious and requested to come over there herself, because the 5-star group held an emergency meeting and needed to have him present to discuss something.
Yi Yuan knew that this time there would definitely be no good meeting, so after he arranged for the security of the industrial park, he immediately headed to 5-star group with 3 super bodyguards. In order to travel convenient, he also specially let Luo Ruo purchase a Mercedes-Benz EQV by-class version of the business car as a means of transportation. After all, his husband was a man of honor and needed something to spruce up the facade. The reason for choosing a business car is not only that it is spacious and comfortable to sit in, but also that it is a little more private and safe. The main thing is that his 3 super bodyguards can easily follow the car with him. If you are opting for a sedan, then it will be cramped for 4 people. 5-star mansion. In the conference room on the top floor.
This conference room is the most luxurious and highest specification conference room in the company. Yet it is only about 300 square feet. A large flat with floor-to-ceiling windows on 2 sides.
It's because it's very well lit and it's on the top floor.
So, it's very bright here even without the lights on.
The 5-star penthouse conference room. A dedicated space for the board of directors to call meetings.
No one else is authorized to use the conference room.
Today, Jiang Wanying's second uncle, Jiang Taoya,
joined her youngest uncle,
Jiang Taohai,
and 7 other directors as well as shareholding representatives to hold an emergency meeting. The topic of this meeting was the issues related to the shareholding ratio of the subsidiary of 5-star company,
Starshine New Energy Vehicle, and the direction of development. Jiang Junjiang, as the host of the meeting, took a step ahead and announced the start of the meeting before Yi Yuan arrived. Inside the conference room,
Jiang Junjiang stood up to speak with a spring in his step.
I am easily favored by the board to chair this meeting. Since the time of all the directors is valuable, there is no need for us to waste too much time. So, I call the meeting to order.
After Jiang Junjiang said this,
Jiang Weining immediately objected.
The meeting was called for 11:15,
and it's still 15 minutes short. How can you call the meeting ahead of time when Director Yi has yet to arrive? Hearing this,
Jiang Junjiang immediately said with an extremely disdainful sneer,
he's just a small director of a subgeneral. Do we, the directors of the parent company, have to waste time waiting for him?
He's not taking himself too seriously,
is he? Besides, it's enough that the subsidiaries have you as their representative. It doesn't matter if he comes or not. Jiang Junjiang had just finished saying this before Jiang Weining could retort. Jiang Haya, whose prestige at 5-star was second only to her father's, then spoke up. Wan what Junjiang said is not unreasonable. We're all busy, and I have to fly to Eagle Sauce Country this afternoon. Your grandfather's personal physician called just now. saying that he's in a bit of a bad shape and asked me to make sure I went over to check on him. So there's no point in waiting for the unimportant little people. After saying this, Zhang Haya turned his head to look at his good oldest son and said, "Go on, get a grip and get straight to the point." Zhang Junjiang has his own old man sitting in on him, and obviously has more backbone than last time. So he looked at Jiang Weining contemptuously and said, "Okay, then let's move on to the first topic, about 5-star shareholding in Starshine New Energy Vehicles." After preliminary deliberations by the board of directors, it was felt that 5-star shareholding in Starburst was too low. As the president of 5-star, Jiang Weining is suspected of harming the company's interests. Therefore, after the board of directors proposed that the 5-star company's shareholding agreement on the Starshine company is nullified, by the company's vice president Zhang Taohai, renegotiate the fixed shares with the person in charge of the Starshine. Jiang Weining's brows immediately tightened when she heard this. She is the president of the company and the contracts she signs are legally binding. But these people want to break the contract? Do they really think he is a soft touch? Chapter 43, Breach of Contract Costs Money. Jiang Weining heard that these people wanted to re-sign the equity distribution agreement with Yi Yuan. She was really anxious and worried in her heart, very afraid that the other party would withdraw their investment if they got angry. If things really turn out that way, then 5-Star Motors will be in a desperate situation once again. No, these people are doing this on purpose. They just want to screw the company and sell their shares to Daimler at a high price. Villains, a bunch of treacherous villains. After Jiang Weining figured everything out, she looked at Zhang Junjiang and cursed directly. But poor thing couldn't even curse. And a treacherous little man was the rudest word she could think of. Zhang Junjiang heard this but smiled faintly, his eyes filled with a provocative look. There's no use saying anything now. You'll just have to obey the board's decision. Speaking here, he suddenly walked slowly to Jiang Weining's side and bent down to whisper, "You're still too young to fight with me. I'm going to eat 5-star auto." Hearing this, Jiang Weining instantly felt enraged. But there's nothing she can do to change the board's decision. It was at a time when Jiang Weining didn't know what to do and was feeling anxious. The door to that conference room was suddenly slammed open. Yes, the heavy solid wood door was slammed open. But the person who crashed in was Wang Chong, the company's head of security. Jiang Weining was surprised to see this scene, because this Wang Chong is Jiang Haitao's loyal trader. How could he do something so reckless? Sure enough, after Jiang Haitao saw Wang Chong crash through the door, he immediately looked at him with a face full of anger and roared, "Wang Chong, what are you doing? Want to rebel? I thought I told you to keep order out there?" Wang Chong was still lying on the ground at this time, his hands covering his chest, half speechless. It wasn't long before 2 more small security guards crashed through the gate again and fell to the ground. It was only at this point that the people present finally reacted. These 3 didn't seem to have wanted to come in on their own. They were thrown in from the outside. The crowd had just thought of this when Wang Chong finally struggled to get up from the ground. "Mr. Jiang, why don't we call the police? The people outside are too strong. We're no match at all." After saying this, Wang Chong immediately began to cough violently, and not much later even vomited a mouthful of blood. After seeing this scene, Jiang Haitao's few people froze in place at that moment. Just at that moment, however, the door to the conference room opened again. Yes, this is the gate was pushed open from the outside. The crowd in the conference room then saw a handsome young man in a luxurious suit, walking in with a smile on his face. "Directors, I'm not late, am I? Look at the time. Just right." The crowd was surprised to see the young man. Only Jiang Weining quickly got up and shouted with a surprised look on her face, "Yi Yuan." It was then that everyone realized that this person was Yi Yuan. Kang Jinjiang felt angry when he saw him. Last time, if he hadn't gotten in the way, 5-star might have been sold to Daimler, and he would have been sitting in the president's chair. Damn it, that's the guy. Last time he couldn't eat the depth of the other party's background, but this time he came prepared. How dare you, a thug who owns a model factory, call my bluff? Thinking of this, Zhang Junjiang couldn't help but show a cold smile on his face. "Mr. Yi, aren't you going a little too far with this? This is our company's security manager. How can you hit someone? I don't know. Is it against the law to hit someone?" Zhang Junjiang's words were full of threats. However, Yi Yuan felt that the other party was childish after hearing this, so he said with a sneer as he walked slowly forward, "Which one of your eyes saw that I was the one who did the hitting? Besides, it was this ungrateful thing that started the murder. My men were only acting in self-defense, and I have video to prove it. If you don't believe me, we can let the police judge." Saying that, Yi Yuan threw a cell phone that was playing a video onto the conference table. The cell phone video was playing the very scene where Wang Chong led a dozen or so people to scream. Upon seeing this scene, Zhang Junjiang's face immediately turned gloomy. "I didn't expect this kid to be cautious in his work, but that's not important.
What's important is the topic of today's meeting.
Thinking of this,
Zhang Junjian looked at Wang Chong with a displeased face and said,
useless thing, why don't you quickly apologize to Mr. Yi? Wang Chang's ribs were broken twice,
and now he even had to apologize to the other party. But his own master's son had spoken, so he could only have to bow his head and admit his mistake.
I'm sorry, Mr.
Yi, it's us who recognized the wrong person.
Cough cough cough.
As he spoke, Wang Chong spat out another mouthful of blood. Yi Yuan saw this and smiled coldly and ignored this little minion. At this time, he had walked over to Jiang Weining and slowly sat down, then turned his head to coldly look at Zhang Junjiang and said,
what were you talking about? Why did I hear? As if someone wanted to renegotiate with me? About the distribution of Starburst's equity?
Seeing the other party being so arrogant, Zhang Haya immediately returned in a cold voice with an indignant look on his face.
That's right, Waning doesn't represent the Ginger Board.
So, she signed a contract that we at 5 Star don't recognize.
Hearing this,
Zhang Haitao immediately followed suit and added, yes, we as the parent company should have at least 60% to 70% of the equity of Starburst to make it work.
It's a fool's errand for you to have 51% all to yourself.
The other directors joined in the spitting and provocation when they heard this. Yi Yuan listened patiently after someone finished speaking.
He then turned his head to look indifferently at Zhang Weining and said, you're the president of 5 Star. Tell me, does the previous cooperation still count?
Zhang Weining immediately frowned when she heard this. To be honest, she was a bit of a coward at heart and didn't know how to take these directors head on and tough them out. I also think you're taking a bit too much of a personal stake.
Tell you what, how about we give you 40%?
This way you are not at a disadvantage.
Zhang Weining was actually very vain when she said those words. But as president of 5 Star, she must fight for greater rights for the company.
Yi Yuan slowly nodded his head immediately after hearing this. He then picked up the phone and dialed a number.
Hello, is this Mr. Kim Dariel from Hing Sen Law Firm? I'm Yi Yuan who spoke to you earlier.
Yes.
I am now formally appointing you as attorney in fact.
Please initiate a lawsuit against 5 Star immediately and ask the court to preserve and liquidate the company's property for its fraudulent behavior.
Okay, I'll wait for your good news.
After saying this in public,
Yi Yuan hung up the phone and quickly got up and said, then we have nothing to talk about. The court has 3 days between acceptance of the lawsuit and the issuance of the subpoena. So, get my 12 billion within 3 days, along with the interest refund for the last few days,
and I can consider withdrawing the lawsuit. Or, you wash your asses and wait for jail time. This is outright fraud.
After saying this, Yi Yuan got up and headed out.
For a moment, all the directors of the 5 Star company present were dumbfounded.
A very frightened look also appeared on Zhang Weining's face.
Mr.
Yi, you can't do this. Chapter 44, No Room for Maneuver. Yi Yuan was simply too lazy to reason with these scoundrels, because he is more unreasonable than any when he plays the rascal. Thus, he immediately sneered when he heard Zhang Weining's words. Why shouldn't I?
Mr. Zhang, as the president of 5 Star Company, the contract you signed represents the company's intention. It's not something these people can just say a few words about and it's no longer legally valid. Zhang Wanning knew that she was the one who was at a disadvantage this time, so her face instantly reddened when she heard Yi Yuan say this. Seeing this, Zhang Junjiang immediately explained in a sharp voice. Yes, she is representing the company as president, but our corporate board disagrees with her. So, we are asking for a renegotiation and a re-signing of the equity distribution contract. That previous contract is null and void, and I'm in breach of contract at best. You're being a bit alarmist when you say it's a scam. The other companies heard this and immediately nodded their heads in agreement. Yi Yuan sniffed but saw the other party with a cold smile on his face and said, according to the contract, the defaulting party needs to pay double liquidated damages to the other party. In addition, as explained in the content of the contract, double liquidated damages means double the amount invested. I invested $12 billion, and you need to pay $24 billion in compensation for breach of contract.
May I ask, can your 5 Star company come up with that much money?
Zhang Hai's face immediately became gloomy when he heard this. With that, he took out a document and said in a cold voice, the legality of this compensation program of yours is debatable. We have our own legal department too. Okay, young man, I would advise you to sit down and talk it over. Yi Yuan heard this but walked directly to the door of the conference room. It was then that he turned to look at the crowd and returned in a cold voice. There's no point in talking about it. Even if you can't pay double the liquidated damages, that compensation of $1 billion or so is still there. The point is, does your company have the money to pay for it? If you don't have the money, isn't that fraud? As for whether the court supports the charge or not is important, what matters is that the people of the country will discuss this matter, and your reputation as 5 Star fraudsters will surely be seeded.
After saying this, Yi Yuan turned around and said with a smile while striding out, "Without you 5-star, I can still find B. Arthur, Miracle, or even me. I have the technology and the capital, so I'm still afraid that I won't be able to find a cooperative automobile company? But your 5-star automotive is considered to be completely finished. The Daimler Group executives are not cuties. A company that is bankrupt in good faith is without any acquisition value." As soon as Yi Yuan said this, the directors of the 5-star company all froze in an instant. This kid has a stranglehold on everyone right out of the gate. They just wanted to force the other party to withdraw their capital, but they didn't expect that this guy would not talk about martial arts and directly give them a break. In this way, 5-star is considered to be completely forced into a desperate situation. Things are just as Yi Yuan said. It doesn't matter if you win the fraud lawsuit or not. What matters is the credibility of 5-star, which will go bankrupt first as a result of this default. They are the defaulting party and the astronomical liquidated damages are ironclad. When these two things are combined, 5-star becomes a fraud even if it is not a fraud. The people will not care about the rights and wrongs of it. They will only believe everything they see and hear. Most importantly, 5-star simply cannot come up with so much compensation now. By then, the company's assets will certainly be liquidated or even auctioned. And when it really comes to this point, these people cannot get a dime. If the other side must pursue the words of some people even have to go to jail. Thinking about this, Zhang Haitao and the others' faces were more ugly than one another. Thus, everyone's eyes coincidentally fell on Zhang Junzhong. "Jini, you started this, so you should be responsible to the end. If things are not handled well, then all the responsibility will have to be borne by you alone. And when that happens, don't blame the directors for not remembering their kinship." Zhang Haya finished these words and then angrily got up to leave the scene. Sitting opposite Zhang Haitao saw this immediately got up to stop. "Second brother, you can't do this. Isn't this something we all came to together? How did this accident become all my family's Junzhong's? Second brother, make your words clear before you leave. Don't go away. All of you. Judge me." Zhang Haitao tried to get the other directors to help intercede and comment. But things have come to such a pass that no one wants to make trouble for themselves. Thus, everyone hurriedly found excuses to leave. And it didn't take long for only Jiang Weining to remain at the scene. Seeing this, Zhang Haitao immediately ran to beg up the other party again. "Waning, we are all real relatives. You've got to help your brother on this one. Isn't that Yi your friend? You go and help to talk about it. Everything is negotiable." Jiang Weining heard this but her face turned ugly. She knew that her credibility with Yi Yuan had long been bankrupt, so she sat where she was for a long time without any words, while Yi Yuan was busy dealing with the 5-star automobile board default. The international situation has also taken an extremely dramatic turn. At this time, news channels around the world are reporting the same story. Damu International News Agency, the latest news. Yesterday, the Karakal State Houthis successfully test-fired a hypersonic missile, while the armed forces announced that the missile has been officially put into use. Eagle Sauce United News Agency, according to the Eagle Sauce federal intelligence agencies to provide reliable information, the Karakal State Houthi Armed Forces test-fired hypersonic missiles successfully. Its test-fired missile speed up to Mach 8. The situation in the Red Sea may be rewritten since then. John Bull Reuters, Karakal State Houthi forces yesterday test-fired successfully a Mach 8 hypersonic missile. The Middle East strategic pattern is likely to change as a result of the following. Please see my station exclusive interview. Reuters, is it true that your organization successfully test-fired a Mach 8 hypersonic missile yesterday? Murray, Hussey spokesman, yes. We test-fired successfully and hit the target with precision. Reuters reporter, that's incredible. So how did you overcome the problem of testing the wind tunnel? Did you build it yourselves or did you have assistance from other major countries? Murray, who's your spokesman, looks at the reporter with a blank face. What wind tunnel? Reuters reporter, with a shocked expression, it is a laboratory for testing hypersonic missiles before the actual test, which is a tube-like experimental equipment that artificially generates and controls airflow to simulate the flow of gases around a vehicle or entity, and measures the effect of the airflow on the entity as well as observing the physical phenomena. Murray, Hussein spokesman, with a sudden realization and a puzzled expression, just push the launch button to test-fire the missile. We don't need a wind tunnel. We don't need a wind tunnel. Reuters reporter, very surprised expression, yesterday's hypersonic missile, was it really developed by you? Speaker Murray, Hoosier, with a sheepish look on his face, that's for sure. Or else such a high-tech weapon could have been picked up in the woods, couldn't it? Chapter 45, Hawk Jam wants to play hardball. A stone has been thrown into the air, and the successful test firing of hypersonic missiles by the Houthis has left the West stunned. Reuters reporter, may I ask what is the purpose of such a high-profile test firing of your hypersonic missiles? Houthi spokesman Murray, we have no ill will towards any country or any organization.
We just want to protect our national rights and interests from other countries.
Therefore, on behalf of the Houthi organization,
I declare that all ships of non-friendly countries are prohibited from sailing into our offshore areas.
Otherwise, we will let you witness the super high. That missile's awesome.
When this comment was made,
the NATO alliance, led by Eagle Jam, panicked,
because many of their ships need to travel through the Red Sea to get to the Indian Ocean.
If the Houthis declare a ban on the sea,
then the interests of their countries will be damaged to varying degrees,
because if they didn't take the Red Sea to Asia, they would need to detour to the Cape of Good Hope in Africa,
a voyage that would be at least
8,000 to
10,000 kilometers longer.
This would add a lot of unnecessary costs to both military and commercial operations, so the NATO alliance, led by Eagle Jam, held a secret emergency online meeting.
John Bull on behalf of Aiden, I can't believe that a local armed force has developed a hypersonic missile.
Is the threshold for manufacturing missiles so low now? Representative Eagle Sauce, have you verified the authenticity of this case?
Representative Burns,
yes. We've verified and validated in a number of ways that what the Houthis test-fired yesterday was indeed a Mach 8 hypersonic missile,
and we're very puzzled as to how they developed it.
Where did they get a wind tunnel? Gallic Chicken Rep Buck, it's not that I look down on those savage warriors. I'm convinced they don't even know what a wind tunnel is. Did you all read the Reuters news this morning? Things are basically the same as I thought.
Hans Cat on behalf of Horace, but the facts are right in front of us and we have to believe them. The results of their tests are right there. And they have made a formal declaration on the prohibition of the sea,
so they have a very strong backing.
Beaver for Ward, so what?
Are we going to have to take a detour from now on? Gallic Chicken for Buck, is the question now whether to go around or not?
The question now is how are they going to get hypersonic missiles? That Hussein spokesman couldn't even name all the missiles.
It's a wonder they can get them on their own. John Bull Rap, Aiden, maybe they really did pick it up in some woods. Didn't the Persian cat pick up a missile in the desert last year? And that Baba Sheep, didn't he also pick up an atomic bomb?
Beaver Rap, Ward, if you think about it down the line, the Houthis might be able to pick up an atomic bomb later on, or one that comes with its own Chinese language instructions. It was supposed to be a very serious emergency meeting of the League of Nations, but the topic of the meeting was one that got a little more and more off track the more we talked about it. Representative Eagle Sauce was instantly nonplussed after hearing the crowd speak. He then made a solemn statement after coughing gently twice. Gentlemen, I have just received a message from the President's office that we, the Eagle Jam Nation, are determined not to compromise with a local armed force. Therefore, today we will send 3 warships to forcefully break through the Sea Red region. We'd like to see where their bottom line is after all. When the Eagle Sauce representative spoke like that, it drew a chorus of admiration and hoots of approval at the time. The Eagle Jam Nation is no less than a Blue Star overlord. The representative of John Bull Country then took a stand and declared that he would send 2 warships to follow the Eagle Jam Navy. The other countries heard it immediately with another round of exclamations and praises. So the Eagle Butter Navy and the John Bull Navy carried out an intimate link-up. The winds are changing in the west, and there is a dark current in the east. After Yi Yuan left 5-Star Company, he immediately headed to a civilian area in the south of the city. This is an old neighborhood built in the last century, in which live some of the bottom of the old people. The reason why Yi Yuan had to come here was because he had asked the system to retrieve 2 scientific research talents for him. One of these 2 resides in this old ragtag neighborhood, because the address given by the system was very detailed. Yi Yuan and the others quickly found the other party's door. After a few flat knocks on the door, a slim, middle-aged man over half a century old opened the door to the room. The moment the door to the room opened, Yi Yuan's Yuri mind sensor read the other party's inner information. Name, Xiao Wenba. Age, 57. Specialties, extremely good at math, physics, chemistry. IQ 190. Weaknesses, withdrawn, not good at communicating, extremely concerned about face, boasts of pride. Inner monologue, I can't exchange my skills for millions of flower coins, but I can only watch my beloved suffer day and night from her illness. After seeing the other party's basic information, Yi Yuan revealed a warm smile and said, "You are Professor Qiu Wenba, right? Hello, I'm Yi Yuan from Starburst." Qiu Wenba had already frowned tightly when he heard this. "I don't know, what did you want to see me about?" Yi Yuan didn't nag when he saw this and immediately pulled out a document and said, "I've just set up a research studio and would like to hire you to come over and help guide it. Here's a letter of employment from my company. Just sign it." Xiao Wenba sniffed but blankly glanced at Yi Yuan without expression. "Not interested, please return." Saying that, Xiao Wenba raised his hand and was about to close the door of the room. Yi Yuan saw this and immediately went straight to the point and opened the door. $3 million a year. The lab is full of state-of-the-art equipment. Research can involve biomedicine. 3 short sentences called a halt to Qiu Wenba's movement to close the door. because all three of those things were things he was very eager to get. With $3 million a year, he could have the money to provide the best treatment for his old partner. With state-of-the-art equipment, he can accomplish his scientific goals for the rest of his life. Biomedicine could be involved, and he could personally find a way to save his old partner's life. But, is there a free lunch in the world? What makes this man so nice to himself? Thinking of this, Chiu Wenbo looked up at Yi Yuan seriously and said, "Why?" He asked only 3 simple words. Yi Yuan was a bit puzzled at first, but soon he understood the other man's meaning. So he replied seriously with a slight smile, "Because I need your expertise. You were expelled from the National Academy of Sciences, but I'm sure it was their loss. You have been hailed as the most creative academician of flower growers in the last decade or so, but it's only because of reasons related to institutional regulations that they've never been rehired and promoted. It's not your fault, so I'd like to ask you to give me a chance." Saying that, Yi Yuan handed over the employment letter with both hands. It turns out that this Chiu Wenbo was once the youngest member of the National Academy of Sciences. However, because of the low academic qualifications, published too few professional writings and other reasons, he has not been by the leadership of the hospital reuse and promotion, and even later let him take the blame for a time. After that incident, Chiu Wenbo was expelled from the National Academy of Sciences, and lived the rest of his life in exile with his partner. And please give yourself a chance to prove the wrong people wrong. Chapter 46 Recruitment of Research Talents. Because Yi Yuan had seen Chiu Wenbo's inner monologue, every word touched the bottom of his heart. Thus, Chiu Wenbo did not reject it in a high and cold manner this time, but slowly opened the door of the room and said in a slightly excited manner, "Come in and talk." Yi Yuan immediately expressed his gratitude and then went into the house to have an in-depth conversation with him. In the course of conversation, Yi Yuan offered to give each other, provide the best food, clothing, housing and transportation benefits, and promised to reimburse 100% of the treatment costs of their loved ones. When Chiu Wenbo heard this, he had completely let go of his arrogance. He has been approached by a number of businesses and organizations before, but those offers were simply an insult to his vast knowledge. So Chiu Wenbo signed the employment contract on the spot and moved out of his 5-year-old raggedy house on the same day. When Yi Yuan first purchased the industrial park in Chang'an, he had already considered the issue of possible accommodation. Therefore, his park is equipped with both high and medium-grade apartments. The high-class apartments were for himself as well as high-end talents, and the mid-range apartments were for regular employees and security personnel. Chiu Wenbo was the first person to live in a high-class apartment, while the college students and security guards he recruited before him lived in mid-range apartments. After fixing Chiu Wenbo, Yi Yuan took a plane to Kyoto City overnight. Immediately after getting off the plane, he rushed to Concord Hospital, the most prestigious hospital here, Leukemia Children's Ward. In front of Ward 3134, Yi Yuan found Chu Qiji, the target of his trip. Name, Chu Qiji. Age, 41. Specialties, extremely good at exploring the field of lasers. Optoelectronic information. Special materials. IQ value 187. Weaknesses, weak and afraid of things. Afraid of the end. Very easy to compromise. Not quite have their own opinions. Inner monologue, I hate that I can't earn enough money to cure my beloved daughter. After Yi Yuan finished reading the other party's inner monologue, he immediately pulled out the employment letter without saying a word. I need you. You need money. We can work together win-win for once. Chu Qiji understood, frozen in place after hearing it. Still, he honestly reached out and took the offer. $3 million a year? Really? What kind of company are you? Is it legal? I'm a good law-abiding citizen. I'm not going to do any of those illegal hookups. Chu Qiji showed some nervousness, and the hand holding the appointment letter couldn't help but tremble. Seeing this, Yi Yuan immediately took 2 steps forward and muttered softly, I am also a good law-abiding citizen. By following me, you and your family will be absolutely safe and wealthy, but if you don't, then you may be in big trouble. Yi Yuan deliberately said his words with a few threatening meanings, because the other guy is a timid and cowardly character by nature, if only to impress each other by being sincere. God knows how much more bull ***** it takes to do that. So it's better to just make a small threat and enlist someone under you first. As expected, Chu Qiji was shocked by Yi Yuan's words. Now he was afraid to say yes or no. But just at this time, a middle-aged nurse with a plump figure suddenly came over. Chupacabra's parents, are they? You all owe 2 days of hospital bills. With the money from the last 2 days, that's 139,800. You have to make up the money today. And if you can't, you'll be discharged first thing in the morning. A lot of people are waiting to move in. Don't hold everyone up here if you don't have the money. The nurse's words were very unkind. Chu Qiji immediately clenched both fists hard after hearing this. He then looked at Yi Yuan with a slight look of help.
Yi Yuan looked at it and pulled out a card without saying anything and said, "Here's $3 million. Your payment for the next year. And if you do a good job, you get a bonus at the end of the year." Chu Chiji immediately nodded vigorously when he heard this. "Okay, then I'll go with you. Nurse, pay the bill." The plump nurse sniffed and immediately looked at him with contempt and said, "What's all the yelling about? If you want to pay your bill, go to the lobby and pay it yourself. I'm too busy to." Before she could finish her words, Yi Yuan suddenly turned around and snapped and slapped her. The nurse was dumbfounded. And then she roared with an ow. "How dare you hit someone? I'll fight you." The plump nurse tried to spill her guts, and Lu Yanan stepped forward to stop her, instantly giving her a beating left and right. That nurse's face was beaten and swollen circle. Aside, Chu Chiji looked straight to the relief. By this time that nurse also knew that she had met a hard case this time, so then just sat on the ground and sobbed in aggression, not even having the courage to look up at Yi Yuan. With that, at Yi Yuan's gesture, Lu Yanning took out 20,000 from her bag and threw it on the ground and said, "Here's the compensation. Take the money and get out if you know what's good for you. I can pay more for the funeral if you don't know better." The plump nurse immediately shivered in fear when she heard this. It was at this time that she knew in her heart that these people in front of her could not be messed with. So the nurse wiped her nose, grabbed the money and ran off in a huff. Chu Chiji saw this scene, was immediately scared to the point that his legs went limp. "I've met a tough guy." With this in mind, he hastened to sign the employment contract. After fixing Chu Chiji, Yi Yuan let people that night to his family for discharge procedures, and chartered a plane to transport his family to South Shanghai City. Chu Chiji's daughter was sent to the best hospital in Nanhu. Yi Gan paid for his treatment for the coming year out of his own pocket. Chu Chiji is a timid and fearful person, but also a person who knows how to repay. So, he is determined to follow his new boss to do something great. Chu Chiji, Chiu Wenba stationed in the research laboratory. Yi Yuan found that all factories and workshops manufacturing immediately increased by 15%. On top of that, the originally grayed out system research list had a few more things on it at the same time. For example, there are more drone technology, artificial intelligence technology, solar energy technology and second-generation new energy battery technology in civil technology. As for military technology, the system list had more super carbon fiber technology, stealth camouflage technology and ultra-pure graphene extraction technology. Although Yi Yuan hadn't yet figured out the passages of these military technologies, but the technology provided by the system is definitely all ultra-modern and black. So, no matter what, just study it when you get the chance. The only obstacle to his research now is the lack of system coins. It looks like we have to find a way to get money to do it again. Industrial Park. Inside the office, Yi Yuan was looking at the system list and thinking. His satellite phone suddenly rang. This phone was his exclusive means of communication with Chinghan, so no one knows Changhan's number except him. "Hey, boss, how many hypersonic missiles do you have on hand now? This has become a hot commodity now. 30 million pretty coins apiece, and it's still priced to sell. Many anti-hawk sauce organizations want to buy it from me. How much stock do we have at home?" Changhan's phone call was just connected and he chattered on and on. Yi Yuan held the satellite phone but felt a little confused. "What hypersonic missile? We do?" Chapter 47 Hunger Marketing. Chinghan called in to report that the hypersonic missile exploded the signal. However, Yi Yuan was dumbfounded and didn't know why after hearing this. Changhan immediately laughed lightly in embarrassment when he heard this. "Boss, don't make jokes like that. It's not funny. You're not even telling me the truth. That's a lot of secrecy. If I hadn't watched the news today, I would have almost botched the play." Yi Yuan didn't listen to the other party's words like he was joking, so he hurriedly turned on the international news channel to watch it. He didn't know until he looked at it, but he was really shocked when he looked at it. The Houthis test-fired into a hypersonic missile? Did I sell this to him? Wait a minute. I'll go down and check the list. Saying that, Yi Yuan direction phone opened the system manufacturing list. After a detailed examination, he identified one that could be numbered. Virgultunswaf 2? Isn't that the V2 rocket car from Red Alert? Isn't it just a regular medium missile? With all the questions, Yi Yuan opened the detailed data of the missile. Model, Virgultunswaf 2, Avenger 2 rocket launcher. Armor thickness, light. Armament, Virgultunswaf 2 missiles. Rate of fire, 3.5. Speed, Mach 4. Attack range, 2,000 kilometers. Movement speed, 80 miles per hour. Weight, 20 tons. Advanced edition. Model, Virgultunswaf 2. 0, Avenger 2 rocket launcher. Armor thickness, light alloy. Armament, Virgultunswaf 2. 0 hypersonic missile. Rate of fire, 4.0. Speed, Mach 8. Attack range, 5,000 kilometers. Movement speed, 80 miles per hour. Weight, 25 tons. After reading these two figures, Yi Yuan immediately froze his entire body, because Virgultunswaf 2 and Virgultunswaf 2, 0 numbering are too similar. Is it hard to choose the wrong one when you build it? Doesn't that lose money? Saying that, Yi Yuan hurriedly checked the shipping list. Both the normal and upgraded versions were 8 million pretty coins per piece. Damn him, this time it's a big loss. After realizing that the situation was not right, Yi Yuan hurriedly picked up the phone and said, "How much are hypersonic bombs speculated at now?" Cheng Han replied in a hurry after hearing the call. 30 million pretty dollars. The White Elephant Kingdom even bid $40 million. But I didn't dare trespass and go back to anyone. Yi Yuan immediately tightened his brows when he heard this. After thinking for a moment, he slowly opened his mouth and instructed seriously. You explain it to them this way, that hypersonic missiles are half sold, half given away, and are an experiential commodity. Now this product is not intended to be on the market for the time being. If there is a need you can make a payment to reserve it first. But, we can only produce 20 of them a month. So pre-order quickly and to the highest bidder. Cheng Han was so happy to hear this that he burst out laughing at the time. He is too familiar with this routine. Is not the business commonly used hunger marketing? Hi, just hi, or you are my big brother. Don't worry, I'll take care of the rest. After saying this, Cheng Han hung up the phone beautifully before turning to look at the distant bedroom. You didn't get these big foreign horses for nothing. I got you the goods. Saying that, Cheng Han rubbed his hands together cheaply and walked towards the bedroom. But what he didn't know was that the general content of his call just now had been overheard by one of the foreign girls. So, a few hours later, inside the Eagle Jam CIA headquarters, Wilson, the head of the Eagle Jam CIA, holds the latest intel from the Golden Fox in his hands. I knew this god Yi wouldn't expose his identity so simply, so it was all a lie. It was just a fake that was thrown out. After saying this, Wilson picked up the red phone on his desk and said, "Have Dulles report to me? Mission confidentiality level S." A serious yes sir reply came immediately on the other end of the line. Half an hour later, Dulles, the CIA's best and most elite agent, quietly entered Wilson's office. Dulles was just the name he went by when he was on assignment. His real name was not known to anyone, including the current head of the CIA, Wilson. Wilson was refreshing himself with a spiked Americano when Dulles, disguised as his female secretary, suddenly spoke in a male voice. "Mr. Director, Dulles is reporting for duty." Wilson was startled at first, but quickly calmed down. "Dulles, your makeup skills just keep getting better and better. I can't believe even I didn't recognize you as a fake." Dulles smiled just slightly at the words, then looked seriously at the other party inquiring. "Mr. Director, let's make this short. You called me back quietly. Is this some kind of urgent mission?" Wilson sniffed without nagging, and instantly took out a piece of paper and said, "Go investigate the bottom of this god leaf. That's all the information I can give you. Feel free to mention anything you need to me." Dulles reached for the paper and glanced at it, then shoved it into the shredder. "I'll call you when I need you. I'll be heading to the Seeds and Flowers house now, so please wait and see what happens. Mr. Director." With those words, Dulles turned and walked quickly out of the office. Wilson waited for the other man to leave and immediately picked up the phone and dialed personnel. "Get me a new secretary. Michelle is fired by me. Pervasive CIA spies, prying into Godleaf's little secret." But its head, Wilson, was not prepared to break the news, because according to the president, he wants to keep this god firmly in the hands of Eagle Butter. So the more intelligence is shared, the less chance Eagle Jam has of monopolizing him. And of course, Hawksbane isn't the only one salivating over the Godleaf. By this time, the team of agents from Footpads Chicken had, once again, arrived at the model factory. It's just that they're destined to be lost for a while this time. Mina Sakaesawa stood on a hill about a kilometer away, staring at the target for a long time with her ultra-high-powered binoculars. "Ichiro Mizumoto, why aren't you guys moving yet?" Sakaesawa Mina inquired over the intercom with some impatience. In a small grove of trees near the model factory, Ichiro Mizumoto couldn't help but shiver lightly in his legs. "Roger, we're on it." After replying, Ichiro Mizumoto viciously put away his walkie-talkie. This woman is really standing far away and talking without trembling. Hiding that far away. The white light surely can't reach her, but we'll live and die when we go in. Baka, the Seed's black technology is just horrible. Ichiro Mizumoto finished muttering all this to himself, and immediately instructed his men with a slight wave of his hand. "Pass on my order. 4 squads at once. Remember, be sure to stay hidden and spread out. 1 gram of whoosh." He said this with extreme fervor, but in person he quietly stepped back. None of the newcomers this time around know how great it is. So, immediately after receiving the order a brain all rushed out. So, in the dimness of the setting sun,
A group of well-equipped foot-paddle chickens quickly circled the work area of the model factory from 4 directions.
But what everyone didn't expect was an amazing thing to happen when they got close. Chapter 48, Female President's Massage Service.
How could the agents of Foot Locker not have expected this?
They are cutting off each other's electricity and internet ahead of time.
But he didn't know that the other side had 2 biosecurity systems.
Wong wong wong. Wanted.
No sooner had Ichiro Mizumoto's men approached the model factory than 2 vicious dogs began barking furiously.
What's more,
they couldn't have imagined the person who waited for them to rush into the plant to settle the vicious dog.
The scene in front of the crowd but made everyone dumbfounded. How come?
Ichiro Mizumoto pushed through the crowd looking a little confused at the scene before him. Only the view before him was very different from the last time he had been here.
The strange plants and equipment were gone,
replaced by piles and piles of junk.
Yes, Ichiro Mizumoto is trash as far as the eye can see.
That's right, it was a garbage collection plant that the Foot Locker chicken broke into without a second thought.
To add insult to injury,
the plant owner called the police the first time he heard the dog barking and saw the figure. So, before Ichiro Mizumoto and the others had a chance to search thoroughly, they were scared off by the piercing sound of sirens. But even so, the patrolman who came caught 2 unlucky people who were running slow. South Shanghai State Security Branch.
When Rui Ningxi was staying up late working overtime, Chen Shuer walked over quickly with a document.
Team leader, there's something that must be of particular interest to you.
Rui Ningxi sniffed without lifting her head and sneered back. I'm interested in that ye god right now. If it's anything else just keep your mouth shut. Chen Shuer didn't say anything after hearing this,
but directly handed over the document.
This is a joint bulletin just uploaded by the South Shanghai North Suburban Police Station.
Renegade, who was in the middle of organizing the information, stopped her movements at the sound of her voice. She then spoke in a skeptical voice after looking down at the papers.
North Suburban Police Station? Where the model factory is located?
As she spoke, Renegade had already picked up the document and checked it out.
A bunch of heavily armed footsie chickens raiding a garbage collection plant?
This information is a bit too bombastic,
isn't it? Wait, a junkyard? It's not a modeling factory, is it?
Chen Shuer immediately smiled with her hands behind her back when she heard this. That's what's so suspicious.
That modeling factory moved away and I can't find anything online at.
Renegade was immediately alerted when she heard this.
Moved? Can't find out? Something's fishy then.
Chen Shuer immediately nodded her head excitedly at the words and said,
yes, I lifted it so strangely too. Want to follow up on that?
Rui Ningxi immediately smiled and nodded her head back after hearing this.
It must be followed up, and this time you get credit for it. I'll send someone to check. Immediately no. I'll personally lead a team to check it out. Then,
this summary report will be your trouble.
With that, Renegade got up and walked quickly outside. Chen Shuer stood in place and was so angry that she didn't speak for half a day. Inside the South Shanghai Bulgari Hotel, inside Yi Yuan's long-term VIP room,
he happened to have a good soak and called for another female technician. Tonight he was going to relax and enjoy life. After all, it's a waste of money to die without spending it, and you have to enjoy it when it's time to enjoy it.
Ding dong, ding dong.
The doorbell to the room rang quickly. Yi Yuan thought that the massage technician came, so the whole person to the sofa side lying said,
come in, the door is unlocked. After saying this,
he buried his head and closed his eyes. But how could he not expect that the person who came in at this time would be Jiang Weining? Jiang Weining spent a lot of money and looked for many connections before she finally inquired about where Yi Yuan lived.
So, she came here tonight with full sincerity.
Jiang Weining had even made up her mind that as long as the other party's request was not too excessive, she could even sacrifice a drop of her color.
Hello, Mr. Yi, I'm in,
Jiang Weining said in a soft greeting, but the other party just coldly replied back. Then hurry up and get over here and get to work. Jiang Weining was blindsided at the time when she heard this. Still, it moved slowly to near the couch.
Work? What do you need me for? Yi Yuan was already a little upset when he heard this, so he opened his mouth in a slightly angry tone and disliked it.
You're going to play dumb with me after you collect the money,
aren't you? Just so you know, I'm not a chick. Get your ass over here and get a massage.
Jiang Weining's entire body was dumbfounded at that moment when she heard this.
She was the second most beautiful woman in South Shanghai and the president of the 5 Elements Automobile Company. You're asking me to give you a massage? You invested over $10 billion and that's a big deal?
Yes,
it's quite remarkable.
Who made it so that their company can't afford to pay for the breach of contract right now?
It's just a massage. I've seen it in the movies. Haven't you ever seen a pig run before? Bear with me, as long as it takes the edge off him. Thinking of this,
Jiang Weining put her bag to the side, then slowly sat down on the sofa.
Where do I press? Jiang Weining was a little overwhelmed as she looked at Yi Yuan's white back. Yi Yuan immediately urged impatiently after hearing this.
I thought the deal was,
All live. How is business so unskilled? Jiang Weining immediately blushed a little upon hearing this. She then explained in a slightly aggravated whisper. This is the first time I've ever done this. It's normal to be unskilled, but I'll work on it. With that, her tender hands were placed on Yi Yuan's back. After feeling the fine, smooth and tender touch, the resentment in Yi Yuan's heart immediately dissipated by 8 points. First-time mechanic? Wouldn't he or she have earned it? No, I have to play it cool and not come across as a relevant newbie. Oh, so it's the first time. Well then, I'll teach you. My back has been sore lately after all, so why don't you ride up and give me a back rub? Jiang Weining's face flushed red when she heard this. He's going to ride it himself? What do you take me for? A professional masseuse? Kong Waning was accidentally truthful, but she dared to be angry. Who made her come to beg? Bear with me, the necessary sacrifices are still necessary. Thinking of this, Jiang Weining lifted her long skirt and slowly rode onto Yi Yuan. Then, her small, smooth hands kept pressing and squeezing at the position of her waist. Mr. Yi, is this force okay? Jiang Weining spoke softly in a condescending manner. Yi Yuan nodded slowly with more satisfaction after hearing this and said, It's not bad, you're a novice, but your technique is still quite good. Do a good job. I won't treat you badly later. Jiang Weining's brows immediately tightened when she heard this. Won't you treat me badly? Does that mean there's still room for cooperation? It's just not how he looks at the moment. But does one have a choice? We can't let the company be liquidated and bankrupt, can we? Thinking about this, Jiang Weining decided to accept everything openly. But soon Yi Yuan was not just limited to being massaged, so he twisted his body a bit slightly disgruntled and said, That's the only place you've pressed in half a day's work? Aren't there any other stunts to show? This isn't the only enjoyment I'm going to get for all the money I've spent, is it? Chapter 49, Apologizing Requires Sincerity. It was with great difficulty that Jiang Weining inquired about Yi Yuan's address, and she directly approached the door without greeting him in advance. But how could she have known that the other party would make excessive demands just as she walked in the door? As a female president with a $10 billion fortune, she was now acting like a maid at the beck and call of others. No, maids don't need close massages yet. Although Jiang Weining was aggrieved in her heart, she did it for the sake of 5-star in the family business. All she could do now was bite her teeth and swallow. Bear with it and make each other happy first. Thinking of this, Jiang Weining spoke softly in an aggrieved voice. So what do you want? Can you be more direct? Yi Yuan heard this and his small hands immediately became unsteady, only to see his palm gently touching at Jiang Weining's white calf. Have a Thai massage? I hear they're good. Jiang Weining's body immediately trembled lightly when she was touched by the other party. A feeling of humiliation instantly hit her body. She instinctively wanted to escape but held back. Thai massage? Okay, I'll try. Jiang Weining, as the golden young lady of the Jiang family, had naturally enjoyed authentic Thai massages. It was just that it was the first time she had ever given this kind of thing to someone else. So, she took the opportunity of the massage to grab both of Yi Yuan's arms with both hands, and then changed her sitting position into a kneeling position, using both knees against the other's waist. So you held back, huh? Jiang Weining instructed in a fine voice. Yi Yuan felt a little strange after hearing this. However, one that needs to be held back? What do you want? Before he could finish his words, Jiang Weining suddenly made her hands up while her knees pressed down hard. Click! A loud sound of interlocking bones came directly from Yi Yuan's waist. Ah! Subsequently, Yi Yuan's entire body was folded into a reverse-jointed bow and let out a loud miserable scream. In the next second, Luo Rui and Lu Yanin broke straight through the door. Jiang Weining was instantly hugged and dropped to the ground by Lu Yanin. Freeze! Lu Yanin held a dagger in her hand across her opponent's neck. Luo Rui rushed forward to check Yi Yuan's condition. Boss, are you okay? Yi Yuan grimaced and grimaced back. It's no big deal, just a bit of a flash. It was at this time that a female voice suddenly came from the doorway. Hello, I'm Happiness Massage Technician number 083. May I ask if this is Boss Ye's private room? 083 is happy to help you. Before that mannequin technician could finish her words, her entire body froze in the doorway of the room. With that, she hurriedly turned around and closed the door behind her while looking at Yi Yuan and the others and said, Boss, didn't we agree on one-on-one service? Why are there still so many people? That's going to cost extra. Yo! When the crowd heard this, they turned their heads in unison to look at Yi Yuan. At this moment, Yi Yuan could not wait to find a crack in the ground. Would you believe me if I said I just wanted to simply press a MO? The moment Yi Yuan said this, the other three collectively rolled their eyes. 10 minutes later, Technician 083 was returned. Luo Rui sat on the sofa and earnestly set Yi Yuan's bones. Lu Yannin, on the other hand, brought Jiang Weining to sit on the opposite sofa.
Jiang Weiniing's face had turned red into a tomato at this moment, and her mouth was still mumbling explanations.
I really didn't mean it. This is really the first time I've ever given a massage. I didn't mean to hurt Mr. Yi. I'm sorry Mr. Yi. Jiang Weiniing kept apologizing, but Yi Yuan had no time for her at this time. Only after Luo Rui finished writing his bones did he look up at the other party and said, "Okay, now to business. What the hell do you want to do here so late? Does 5-star want compensation or what?" Jiang Weiniing immediately got up and stood up when she heard this. Seeing this, Lu Yanning immediately stood up sharply as well, her eyes filled with a wary look. Seeing this, Jiang Weiniing immediately smiled and explained, "I didn't mean any harm. I just want to give Mr. Yi a bow." Saying that, Jiang Weiniing said as she bowed deeply at Yi Yuan, "I'm very sorry. We were rude last time. I apologize only on behalf of myself and my family. I hope to gain your understanding." Mr. Yi. Yi Yuan sat up gently when he heard this. He said coldly as he straightened his robe, "Apologizing is the most useless act of all. I need you to show sincerity more than apologize. If it's just a simple mouthful, then you can go back." Jiang Weiniing was a bit anxious when she heard this immediately, because she had also discussed this matter with Xiaoping before she came. Therefore, when the other subject mentioned compensation, Jiang Weiniing immediately picked up the conversation in a fast-talking manner and said, "We will make compensation to you, Mr. Yi. 70% of Starlight Motors' first quarterly earnings will go to you personally. Is that okay with you?" Yi Yuan heard this but said with a slight raise of his eyebrows, "How much revenue can only be generated in the first quarter when a new car is released? And I've heard that Rice and Flour for both released new models recently, especially Hori's Rice S7, which is hot as hell right now." Speaking here, Yi Yuan's eyes suddenly became incomparably sharp. "Dear Mr. Kong, how do you think Starlight should break through in the face of this situation?" When Jiang Weiniing heard this, her entire body immediately froze in place, because she didn't think the other woman cared about such things. So, right now, she couldn't organize an effective response in her head. Yi Yuan seemed to have seen her dilemma, so he quickly revealed a hint of a smile and said, "Put your apology aside for now. Acceptance or not until after the new car launch. I want to see action, sales, and talk about Starburst's new energy. Holly has always been a marketing genius. You might consider hitching a ride with him. My side of the super battery is already in the production testing phase, and I hope your vehicle design will be implemented soon as well. I'll have someone send you the performance and data of the super battery tomorrow." Speaking here, Yi Yuan slowly got up and moved his body before continuing, "I'd like to see you show sincerity with efficiency. Okay, Mr. Kong, you can go back." Jiang Weiniing didn't expect the other party to be so nice. Without a bottom in her heart, she looked up at Yi Yuan and asked tentatively, "So, you're not going to divest?" Yi Yuan didn't answer positively, but walked towards the floor-to-ceiling window. He waited for him to stand before slowly speaking back, "Let's see how you do." Hearing this, Kong Waning immediately bowed again to express her gratitude. She was then invited out of the private room by Lu Jinan. Yi Yuan stood by the floor-to-ceiling window and slowly raised his right hand. "It's time to say no. This woman has great skin." He had just finished muttering this when Luo Rui suddenly walked over quickly. "Boss, it looks like we're being watched. Broken Army just came with a message that there are 2 national security guys down there." Yi Yuan's brows furrowed slightly when he heard this, but soon a small smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. "It's okay, they won't be able to find out anything. It's just that the 3 of you have to be careful not to let them pay special attention to it." While Yi Yuan was conversing with Luo Rui, Rui Ningxi had already led people into the elevator. Chapter 50, Deliberately Spooking the Snake. Renegade headed to the Bulgari Hotel with 2 of her subordinates. On this visit she mainly wanted to meet the suspect face to face again. As to whether she could find any clues, she had no illusions at all, because with the clues she had now, the only thing she could do was to beat the bushes. Hopefully, the other person will feel the official pressure so they can get out of something that is a panic. Only then might their scouts have a chance to find other clues. With trepidation, Rui Ningxi led the people out of the elevator, and Jiang Weiniing happened to rub shoulders with her. Since both of them were rare beauties, they glanced at each other with their after glances when they met, but it was that one look that found a breakthrough in the case later. Of course, this is all happening later. At this moment, Rui Ningxi led people to the front of the private room where Yi Yuan was. Shortly after pressing the doorbell, Yi Yuan, dressed in a bathrobe, opened the door sharply. As soon as the door opened, 2 male plainclothesmen quickly squeezed into the room. At the same time, Renegade pulled out her credentials and said seriously, "Hello, my name is Rui Ningxi. I'm with the NSA. There's a case right now that needs your cooperation." Yi Yuan remembered this beautiful woman. It's just that she wasn't this mean the last time we met.
Yi Yuan slowly took a few steps back and smiled as he opened his hands and whispered,
Okay, I'll cooperate. Anything you need, I will fulfill. Rinith didn't feel anything at first hearing that, but when you think about it, it seems like the guy is molesting himself, because his tone and expression were really lewd. Asshole, how dare you molest a female national security officer? At this moment, Renegade's heart was very irritated,
but she also had to restrain herself from making any overtures now.
A few seconds later, two male co-workers quickly stepped out of it.
They came out and shook their heads quickly at Renegade in succession. This means that the two men found nothing in the room. Renegade said with a soft sigh at the sight.
Do you remember this place?
With that, she pulled out pictures of the model factory.
Yi Yuan nodded his head as he came closer to get a better look. Remember, this is my old model factory, but I already sold it the other day, to a junk collector. Hey, there's a small profit to be made. Seeing this, Rui Ningxi directly opened the door and said, We caught two footloose chicken spies there today. According to their statements, they were there to steal important information. Is there anything you want to say about this factory since it used to be yours? Yi Yuan first pretended to be stunned when he heard this. Then he couldn't help but look at the other party and said with a smile, Footloose chicken spies going to a garbage factory to steal information? Is it hard to believe that the garbage plant is hiding some secret?
That legendary garbage refining gold technology.
Is it hard to believe that it's true?
At that, he exclaimed with another heavy hand.
I say, why is he in a hurry to buy my venue? So it's to make a fortune out of boredom. TSK, 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 TSK. I must have sold it at a loss. If I go to him now and ask for more, will he still give it? When Rui Ningxi heard these words from Yi Yuan, she immediately squeezed her eyebrows together. This kid is obviously playing mind games with himself. Slick as hell. Not a good one. Thinking of this, Renegade simply didn't pick up on his words. She said as she stood and looked around for a second. It's extravagant enough. I heard it costs $3,000 a night here. You got a monthly subscription straight away in one breath. Dang, you're rich enough. Yi Yuan had long guessed that the other party would say these words. So immediately, he looked at the other side with a smile and said back, It's just a small profit from the sale of the factory. When you have money, you have to spend it. Otherwise money is just a bunch of numbers. Would a couple of officers like a drink? My treat. Saying that, Yi Yuan calmly walked towards the direction of the wine cabinet and removed 3 wine glasses. Renegade saw this but slowly shook her head and said, No thanks. We have our own discipline. I'd like to inquire again. Is there really nothing you'd like to say about the model factory? Yi Yuan heard this and immediately shrugged his shoulders down and said, There's not much to say. I used to model. If you want to ask about modeling, I can tell you all about it properly. Rui Ningxi saw the other party put on a dead pig attitude. Immediately dumbfounded, he slowly nodded his head back. No, let's talk about it next time we have a chance. Well, we have to get to the next one, so I'll say goodbye for now. With that, Renegade turned around and left with the two men. Yi Yuan pretended to be polite and walked to the door to say goodbye, but in reality, he was making sure that they were leaving the hotel. He waited for a few people to get into the car before he folded back into the room. Inside the red flag commercial vehicle, Rui Ningxi came up and immediately picked up the headphones. Have you put in all the surveillance and listening devices? The other two men sniffed and nodded quickly. Don't worry, it's all put away. We also installed 2 network signal trackers. As long as the other device is connected to the network, we can track its trajectory. Renegade smiled at this and gave the duo a thumbs up. With that, the duo opened their laptops and started monitoring as well. Yi Yuan's people had just stepped out of the elevator when Zhang Lisheng's phone call came. Boss, they got in the car and didn't leave. I suspect they're doing surveillance activities. There is a high probability that your room has been rigged with a secret service device. Yi Yuan returned expressionlessly when he heard this. Got it. Just keep an eye on them. Zhang Lisheng sniffed and returned a serious yes, and then Yi Yuan hung up the phone. Afterwards, Yi Yuan did not return to his original room, but turned around and went to another private room on a lower floor. Lu Jinan was waiting for him at that moment in the room fully armed. Yi Yuan just came in and she immediately asked nervously, Boss, are you okay? Need to force a breakout? Yi Yuan gently exhaled after hearing this and slowly picked up his cell phone and dialed Luo Rui's cell phone. How's it going on your end? Are there any more national security people around the hotel? Luo Rui had already circled around the hotel and didn't find anything out of the ordinary. Boss, it's normal all around. They might just come with 3 this time. Yi Yuan slowly nodded after hearing this and said, Good, then you'll rendezvous directly with Breaker later. Having Lu Jinan in the hotel was enough. I needed more outside help. Luo Rui listened and returned a serious yes, and then the two of them quickly hung up the phone. But just as he hung up on his end, the satellite phone rang. Lu Yanning turned her head to Yi Yuan after connecting. It's Chung Han's call. He says he has a big client. Yi Yuan immediately became interested when he heard this. A big client? What big client? He said as he reached for the phone. Lu Yanning, on the other hand, immediately walked to a farther place with a sense of humor. Yi Yuan's side had just picked up the phone when Chang Han spoke impatiently. Boss, Persian Lion wants to do a big deal with us for over $2 billion. Chapter 51, The Persian Lion has drifted a bit. Yi Yuan frowned slightly immediately after hearing Chung Han's words. The grudge between the two countries, Persian Lion and Eagle Jam, runs deep for a long time. What's this guy doing buying such a large amount of arms all of a sudden? Shouldn't be trying to force the start of the World War S3 season, right? Damn it, I've just had a good life. I can't let them spoil it. Although I sell arms, I love world peace. Thinking of this, Yi Yuan immediately returned coldly. It's only $2 billion. What's the fuss? Have them make a shopping list until I've reviewed it. Some things are not for sale just because they want to buy them. Chung Han heard this immediately understood, said 4 or 5 consecutive good before hanging up the phone. After finishing all this, Yi Yuan turned to Lu Yanning. Later you're going to put on a play with me and do something sweaty and passionate and intense with me under the surveillance of the state security. Lu Yanning's face swished red when she heard this then. She nervously wrapped her arms around her chest in shock and looked at Yi Yuan Dao. Boss, I'm selling my art, not my body. You didn't say you were going to provide this service when we signed the agreement. And, people are still virgins. Not going to do that kind of thing on camera. I don't want to die. Yi Yuan immediately rolled his eyes when he heard this and said, what's wrong with you being a virgin? I'm still a shooter. Am I proud? This is not the time to talk about horoscopes. I need you to perform the play with me. Lu Yanning tightly protected her plump breasts firmly. No, I'd rather die than obey. I have my boundaries too, okay? I only give it to my beloved. Yi Yuan was a bit confused at that moment when he heard this. He looked at Lu Yanning with a surprised face and asked, do you have to have an emotional foundation to do HIIT exercises anymore? I didn't hear the salesman say anything good about this when I went to the gym. Lu Yanning was confused at the time when she heard this. HIIT? The thing you say is HIIT? Yi Yuan said with a face full of doubts as he looked at the blushing Lu Yanning. Yeah, I just want to get fit. I'm afraid I won't be able to do anything else today. Why don't you take this opportunity to get fit? Last time you said you were good at it. Lu Yanning sniffed and immediately mumbled with her head down covering her face. Well, it looks like I'm not innocent. Yi Yuan felt very puzzled when he heard this, but how he pressed the other party closed his mouth. In this way, the renegade trio watched HIIT for a full 3 hours. Then Yi Yuan took a bath and went to bed after seeing off Lu Yanning. Renegade stared at the computer screen for a long time. That's it? I've been watching calisthenics all night? It's a waste of life. But how did she know that under her watch? Yi Yuan had actually reached another arms deal of up to $1.5 billion. The Persian Lion's shopping list included several weapons of mass destruction that Yi Yuan was not able to produce at this time. And Yi Yuan thought that even if he could produce it himself he wouldn't sell it to them. So, after eliminating those few heavy weapons, Yi Yuan sold including 30 Apocalypse tanks, 20 Mirage tanks, 70 Grizzly tanks, and 5 V2 hypersonic missile vehicles, as well as 20 000 semi-automatic rifles, and ammunition. The total value of the arms sale was $1.57 billion. However, Yi Yuan was unwilling to take the drift coins, so the Persian Lion could only manage to convert them into 12.56 billion seed flower coins. Not only Persian lions, but buyers such as Baba Sheep, Camel Country, Hippo Country, etc., have been forced by them to settle their bills in seeded flower coins or gold. As a result, the status of seed coins in international financial circles has been catapulted to new heights. The next morning, Yi Yuan chose to check out and return to live in the industrial park. He's not a pervert who enjoys living under the watchful eye of others. Renice immediately felt like she was simply wasting her time here after watching him do calisthenics all night. So, she left 2 of her men behind and returned to the South Shanghai branch of the National Security Bureau overnight, because there's new news from over there, that Yi God has made a new move. At this moment, intelligence services around the world know that the Persian Lion has made a big deal with him for $2 billion, but no one knows where they trade, or in what way. The only clue those intelligence agencies had was that the Persian Lion was selling off a lot of pretty coins for seed coins. Money, in fact, is a good clue. As long as we can get a handle on where this money is going, the intelligence agencies can still follow the trail. So everyone was keeping a close eye on the various bank accounts held by the Persian Lion. After 10 days of hard work, finally, the National Intelligence Agency finally made a new development. Eagle Sauce CIA, Persian Lion used 1,033 dummy accounts and purchased a lot of digital coins. His payment method should be digital coins, but we don't have access to the digital coin backend data. John Bull MI6, Ferdinand, deputy commander of the Persian Lion Army, secretly met with the mysterious Oriental man yesterday before they started to acquire digital coins. This mysterious Oriental man must be the arms dealer. It's highly likely that he came to the planters. Gallic Chicken DGS, fellow MI6 heirs, please be confident and remove the word may. This mysterious Oriental is definitely a representative of the flower growers. Damn it, they're always pretending to be something they're not, and we've all suffered from the flower growers. Eagle Sauce CIA, DGSE's friend. You have to have evidence for your words. As long as you show reliable evidence, I, Eagle Sauce, will be the first to step in and teach them a lesson. John Bull MI6, evidence? Do you guys need evidence for what you do at Eagle Jam? Isn't an excuse enough? Our Minister of Defense still has a shadow over him. Why didn't you talk about evidence at that time? You simply didn't dare to mess with the flower growers. Did you? The Eagle Sauce CIA representative was disliked online. But just at this time, the beaver size, who had been silent, suddenly popped up a message on the public screen. Everyone, go watch the news. Persian Lion has really drifted and started openly dissing Eagle Sauce. As soon as these words were uttered, the representatives of the four intelligence agencies hurriedly searched the news. And so it was that everyone saw the following scene. Abdullah, the commander of the Persian Lion Revolutionary Guards Air and Space Force, announced that the Persian Lion has created a new domestically produced hypersonic ballistic missile. Abdullah said the new homemade missile can penetrate all air defense missile systems. He added that the Persian Lion's ballistic missile is designed to counter enemy anti-missile systems, and the development of this missile is a giant leap in the development of Iran's new generation of missiles. Adil, Deputy Director for Political Affairs in the Office of the President of the Persian Lion, issued a statement that the Persian Lion has sent a written message to the Eagle Sauce government warning the Eagle Sauce party to stay away from the Dyson bird area to avoid harm. Chapter 52, The Shameless White Elephant. Daishang bird has long suffered from the Eagle Jam and its minions, in terms of oil and financial sanctions, making the country's economy in deep trouble. Its domestic unemployment rate has reached 12% to 15%, and the price of refined oil products has risen by 50%, which has had a serious impact on people's livelihood. But Dazenbird is also a military powerhouse in the Middle East, possessing not only land-based ballistic missiles and a full arsenal of ballistic weapons, but also anti-ship missiles that keep Eagle Jam's carriers at bay. On top of that, Daishang bird is also best known as an anonymous nuclear power that is capable of making highly enriched weapons-grade uranium, which means they have an extremely good chance of making a nuclear bomb. So they didn't panic when they learned that Baba Sheep had apocalypse tanks, and they didn't panic when they learned that Houthi, a local arm, had hypersonic missiles. But when Dyson Bird announced that it had hypersonic missiles, Hawk Jam and the others were completely unable to remain calm and silent, because they're afraid of Dyson Bird's loading nuclear warheads to hypersonic speeds. Yikes. And so it was that Hawksbane and others strongly condemned the statement after reading it. But those weren't the things that caused them the most headaches. Now, the biggest headache for Eagle Jam as well as NATO is that the Houthi guys have hit them hard in the face. The combined fleet of Eagle Sauce and John Bull was traveling to the Red Sea to prepare for the crossing of the Bab el-Mandeb Strait. This bunch of ungrateful local armed forces had actually attacked their flotilla. To top it off, 2 of Eagle Jam's battleships and 1 of John Bull's battleships were sunk. Of course, they have done more than that. All ships of the NATO alliance countries were targeted. So, as of the time of the condemnation by the Eagle and others, more than 23 ships have been attacked, sunk, or captured by the local forces. It's amazing that they actually have hypersonic missiles, and that they strike with great accuracy. In an instant, Eagle Jam, John Bull, and the NATO alliance once again strongly condemned it. Hazlitt, coordinator of strategic communications for the Eagle Jam National Security Council, took a strong stance in his latest press conference. I emphasize again that each country must make a decision about the extent to which they themselves are going to push back against attacks from the Houthis. At the same time, I'll be frank and say that certain Eastern powers are finally going to come in handy this time, because we know very well how much influence they have over the Persian Lions, and they can even speak to the supreme leader of the Persian Lions. Therefore, in order to maintain the stability of world peace, we strongly appeal to a certain Eastern power to be able to respond. Hazlitt's words have been reprinted in every major Western media outlet, and there are even some radicals who have gone straight to its species official media, because it's obvious that Hazlitt is connoting a flower grower. But the silence from the planters was deafening. They simply don't care, don't respond, don't take a position, and at the same time say they don't care either, whether it's the Houthis or the Persian Lions. What business do they have with you Western countries? If you say we're going down, We're going down? You Hawksauce take yourselves too seriously.
Instead of waiting for a statement from the planters, the Western countries waited for a live broadcast from a spokesperson for the Asian White Elephant Nation.
Chaturvedi, White Elephant Foreign Secretary, responded to Hazlitt's statement. We, the White Elephant State,
express our deep sympathy for what happened to the Western countries,
and at the same time,
we express our great condemnation of the bad behavior of the Houthis in the Persian Lion State.
This time, we formally respond to the plea regarding Mr. Hazlitt, and we, the White Elephant country, as a great Eastern country, will definitely shoulder the heavy responsibility of maintaining world peace, because we, White Elephant, have always been a family with eagle sauce. Therefore, I hereby call upon and welcome
the major enterprises of the Eagle Sauce country to invest and build factories in White Elephant.
We will definitely be able to meet your needs better than the flower growers next door, and the White Elephant State is the best quality partner for you. Chaturvedi blah 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 made a speech for more than an hour.
The pop-ups during his live broadcast were directly screened by netizens from all over the world.
Is third brother not awake? Are you the Oriental power that Hazlitt was talking about? Don't you know how much you weigh? Ouch. Mom, this brain of mine. No, are these white elephants drifting? They have definitely drifted. With your status and influence in the world. Who are you? The Persian lion birds? You guys take yourselves too seriously. Shame on you. Wake up. Third brother. The Oriental country that Hazlitt is talking about is obviously the flower grower next door. Don't say anything you want, okay? Listen to my advice. You can't control this. It's better to let the flower growers next door do it. A man without a face is invincible. I finally know the true meaning of this Oriental proverb. White elephants are really daring to pretend. Aren't you guys afraid that the Hussein and Persian lions will hit you in the face? I already laughed my ass off when I saw the White Elephant Nation speak, but I completely couldn't hold it together after reading the pop-ups from netizens from my various countries. Third brother, you're a professional when it comes to being funny. The netizens of the countries are very good at the whole job, but White Elephant officials don't care, because they've blocked pop-ups on their own live streams. Eagle Sauce, John Bull, Gallic Chicken and other countries saw the White Elephant speak and immediately turned their collective heads and spat hard. Is this White Elephant out of his mind? That's a hell of a way to stick it in your face. It didn't matter though. They were just looking at each other as a joke. It was the attitude of the planters that concerned them most in these countries, but they waited for a month in a row, and the flower growers continued to make no statement or take no action. This now annoys the likes of Eagle Sauce, but they can't pick a reason, so they had to step up their efforts to detect the Eastern arms dealers. As long as they could capture this man, they could prove that both the Hussein and the Persian lion had been supplied with weapons by the planters. Let's see how you can still argue when the evidence is solid. Therefore, Chung Han's situation began to become more and more dangerous. In the past month, he has suffered 13 consecutive assassinations and 7 ambushes. If it wasn't for the local armed forces protection in place, by now Ching Han has definitely become a hostage or corpse of another country. For security reasons, Yi Yuan secretly picked him up and brought him back to South Shanghai City. Just about everyone doesn't know how he does it, because the countries of the world didn't know that Yi Yuan was in possession of black technology far beyond this era. If he could use the time translator to transport Shogun out of the country, he could use it in reverse to get Chung Han back to the seed flower family. Of course, there's no way to teleport humans directly in hyperspace transport, because the human body is too fragile to withstand the immense pressure of space compression. Therefore, Yi Yuan first teleported over to an armored car. Then, again, Chung Han was allowed to enter the armored car wearing a diving suit anti-pressure suit. It was only after some maneuvering like this that he finally returned to South Shanghai City without incident. But his arrival soon set off a storm of bloodshed. This was because Chung Han, under Yi Yuan's authorization, would begin to take revenge on the Green Gang in Dongxing. Chapter 53, An Open Life. 2 days after Chang Han's return, the National Security South Shanghai Branch, Special Investigation Office, Rue Ningshi was precisely speaking with Jiangli, who had traveled to the Camel Country, when Chang Chaochuan suddenly hurried in. Seeing this scene, Rue Ningxi could only hurriedly hang up the phone to look at the other party and said, "Standing group leader, don't you understand the most basic discipline? Don't you know you need to call in before coming in?" Chang Chaochuan sniffed and did not sophistry any, but hurriedly put a document on the table. Chang Han has returned home, and the South Shanghai Jianghu is suffering a major reshuffle. I have just confirmed with my colleagues in the Police Security Anti-Triad Unit that the Green Gang is suffering from his brutal retaliation. Renegade's entire body froze when she heard this. After a full 2 seconds she slowly got up to look at the other woman and said, "Chang Han is back in the country? What way did he come back? Assuming someone else's identity? Smuggling? That can't be so fast." With that, she looked down and began to rummage through yesterday's intelligence files.
The day before yesterday our overseas scout said that he witnessed him making contact with a representative of the Persian lions. Before she could finish her words,
Chang Chaochuan had already turned around and was ready to leave.
Just reading the report solves the case forever.
I'm going to go out and get some clues now. Renegade sniffed and immediately looked up at the other party and said, okay, then let's split up. I have to report to the Secretary General first, and then I'll contact Yen. Let's share everything afterward. Chang Chaochuan nodded his head and said yes while speeding up his pace to go outside. For her part, Renegade picked up the red landline on her desk and dialed the number. The National Security Bureau has just found a little clue and is ready to focus its investigation on the Green Gang. Chang Han's side, however,
has already started wrapping things up.
The family of Zhai Rong,
the former big brother of the Green Gang,
completely disappeared from this world.
A bunch of his men either submitted to Cheng Han or disappeared with their boss.
As for Dong Xing,
the old boy was luckier not to have been killed by a sniper. But the people were scared out of their wits and took a plane to Kyoto overnight to seek refuge. It is well known that Kyoto, the home of the flower growers, is the city with the best security in the world. That's why even a tough guy like Cheng Han didn't dare to easily go there to provoke.
Most importantly, Yi Yuan had only given him 3 days.
Now even if Cheng Han chased him to Kyoto, there was no way he could solve the other party in a day. And so, this targeted retaliation began and ended in silence. As for the corpses and such that were produced, they had long been transported to the bottom of the Atlantic Ocean by Yi Yuan using a hyperspace converter.
So, these people are completely gone from the world. Cheng Han mastered the entire Green Gang in just 2 days.
He then began to recruit and expand his forces with the financial support of Yi Yuan.
On the other side,
Yi Yuan also walked up to the conference table again to discuss the new energy vehicle with Jiang Weining. In order to be able to hit the Starburst new energy vehicle,
Yi Yuan is ready to borrow a little bit of the east wind of the S7 of the rice company. This was also Yi Yuan's first encounter with the country's top tycoon, Hua Lei,
in his capacity as a businessman.
On the 4th day of Cheng Han's return, the three of them, Yi Yuan, Jiang Weining, and his secretary, Xiao Ping, traveled to Kyoto as representatives of 5-Star Motors to participate in the launch of Miguel's new energy car, S7. The launch event was a gathering of bigwigs and tycoons. For example, Li Meng,
founder and chairman of the new flower-making car-making Force Dream car, Li Xian,
founder and chairman of Unblue, Yu Peng, founder and chairman of Kuanpeng Automobile, and Bu Junwei, chairman of Miracle Automobile, and other senior figures in the auto industry, have also been invited. Kyoto National Convention Center. Holly stood on the display in a suit on top and jeans on the bottom, wearing a pair of touring shoes. He was valiant and confident, exuding a gentle demeanor from the inside out. Before he could say a word after he took the stage, a round of applause erupted from below. In the 4th row of the audience, Yi Yuan,
Jiang Weining and Xiao Ping were sitting side by side.
At this moment, Yi Yuan was holding a detailed information on Hua Lei in his hands.
But after a cursory reading of the other side's introduction, he jealously spat out only one word, asterisk 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 asterisk, because, the first half of this Hori's life resembles the open hero of a cool article. No, the hero in the cool article is nothing in front of him. Born in 1980, Hori graduated from the Department of Computer Science at the University of Summer Bend.
In 2000, at the age of 20,
he made his first $1 million in his life by writing programs for others in his sophomore year.
In 2002, Holly joined KFT Corporation, also known as Shinshan,
and became one of the founding team members of this prestigious software company.
In 2008,
he started to serve as the general manager of Shinshan, and 6 years later completed the IPO listing of the company.
In 2015, at the age of 35, Holly resigned as CEO of Shinshan. In 2016, Hori founded his own company, Miguel Technologies.
3 years later, Miguel cell phones reached the level of the first in the country and the third in the world in terms of shipments.
In 2018, Mile High went public in the port city. In 2019, MigTech became a Fortune 500 company. In the same year, the $2 billion Kyoto headquarters was completed. In 2021, Holly announced the launch of a car building program. In the same year, the sales of Mi Phone surpassed Apple and ranked second in the world. In 2024, the Rice Sacred 7 or S7 for short opens for official pre-order. In addition to entrepreneurship, Holly is an accomplished investor.
Holly has invested in a number of Chinese internet companies,
including YQ Voice, Prosperity Technology, U-Browser, Auction, etc., and will be among the $100 billion richest people in 2022. Yi Yuan gave a very disdainful light laugh after reading the information.
It took him 24 years to become a $100 billionaire,
but it only took me 3 days. There's no comparison.
There's no comparison at all. In terms of opening up, Holly still falls short.
After saying this, Yi Yuan returned the information to Xiaoping in passing.
Xiaoping had excellent hearing, so he heard those words loud and clear. So she skimmed her lips lightly after taking the information.
I've seen those who can blow, but I've never seen those who can blow like this.
Yi Yuan turned his head to coldly glance at her when he heard this.
Xiaoping couldn't help but tremble at the sight,
and then pointed at the stage with a fake smile on her face.
What about Mr. Hua? I say, he's a real blowhard. It just blows S7 out of the water. Can it be that good?
The weak-minded Xiaoping had no words to change the topic. Yi Yuan heard this but smiled coldly, and then he turned his head to look at Zhang Weining and said,
later you say it or I do? Zhang Weining's face swished red when she heard this.
She pinched the corner of her coat tightly, looking embarrassed, and bowed her head.
I can't do something that rude. I'm sorry, I really can't do this. When Yi Yuan heard this, he immediately shook his head disdainfully and said, I guessed it already, so I'll be the one to take the lead later, but the follow-up can be left to your sole discretion.
Starburst is the only shortcut to save 5-star.
We have to ride the S7 wave.
Zhang Weining was also aware of the seriousness of the matter.
She just couldn't say those cheeky things in public.
So, she nodded her head vigorously after listening to Yi Yuan's words and said,
understood. I know the responsibility I have. Just don't worry. I won't drag my feet. Yi Yuan saw that her attitude was very sincere.
Then he gently nodded and said,
okay, then let's get ready to start. Chapter 54, The car building world is really too voluminous. After Yi Yuan and Zhang Weining divided the work, he slowly got up and left his seat. At this time, the lectern Horley is in the middle of the main event of today's conference, the S7 price announcement. I've just explained in detail the configuration and performance of the S7, as well as its style and other features. And now for the main event. I will officially reveal the price of the S7. Please, big brother, suffer and look up to the big screen. With that said, the lights of the entire conference were all dimmed at once. Then, the price of the rice-based energy car popped up on that huge screen. Standard $215. 900. Cheers and applause immediately erupted from the scene as soon as these words came out. The letters Pro priced at $245. 900 and Max priced at $299. 900 then popped up. So the cheers and applause grew louder and louder. Be aware that other brands of new energy vehicles with the same configuration, they all go for between $350, 000 and $500, 000 at least now. But it's amazing that Holly set the price so low. This is simply losing money. As a result, several bigwigs in the industry sitting in the first row instantly blackened their faces. Dream Automobile chairman Li Meng stared at the price with a chilling light in his eyes without saying a word. Li Xin, the chairman of Unblue Auto, opened his mouth twice, but in the end, not a single word came out. Yu Peng, chairman of Kunpeng Automobile, took off his glasses directly and rubbed the bridge of his nose with great force. His face was full of sadness. The chairman of Miracle Motors, Bu Junin, was at this moment, his face was so dark that it was almost dripping ink. The MiG S7 is set at such a low price, so they're definitely going to follow suit when they go back up, and the price reduction must not be less. Otherwise it simply cannot attract customers to buy Desire. This rice grain is really a stirrer for all industries. It doesn't matter what industry is in the grower's home. If it comes in, it's going to get stirred up, but all the peers can't do anything with it. This is because the price/performance ratio of the Miguel products is really high. The sales fee is going to make the choice with your feet. Okay? So, when Holly announced that he was going to build a car, these bigwigs in the room lost their collective sleep that night. But even the big names in the car world are psyching themselves up ahead of time. But when the other party actually announced the price, they still felt a hidden pain in their hearts. Do you want to roll so hard? People get into the business to get a piece of the action. This kid, Holly, got into the business for professional pot smashing? Will it still work? That's not the way to play it, okay? So, with this service to build a car in the world of small thunder, shifted into everyone's eyes of the god of thunder, the first row of car builders are getting distracted. Suddenly the lights around them snapped on, and then the big screen changed to another car. It's a small displacement family car, compared to the supercar styling of the S7. This new model of fathead fish and bread is closer to the needs of life in comparison. Hey, what's going on here? Is it possible that Mr. Hua has more surprises for everyone? How come this didn't get any news before? This car design sense is really good. Simple but not simple. Looks quite practical feeling. What series is this? Wait a minute. You guys don't know the words, but you should know the icon, right? That car label seems to be 5-star automobile, right? That's right. My old family uncle drives a 5-star red light. This is the 5-star automobile. What's going on? 5-star and Miguel are getting together? Are they going to launch a special co-branded new car? With S7 as the walking face value bearer and 5-star as the practical life warmer? As the crowd murmured, the big screen continued to rhythmically switch between pictures or videos. The various parameters of the 5-star new energy vehicle soon came into view. Holly was completely frozen in place after seeing this scene. You know, he's a big guy who came from internet security. He made a network firewall that no one has been able to break yet. No, that legend was broken today. Someone had breached the firewall he'd set up and hacked into Rice's internal computer system. Huolei's shut-in disciple, Gao Jimei, had fine sweat breaking out on her forehead in a hurry. She kept tapping the keyboard back and forth in front of the 3 computers. Her 10 fingers already so fast that they almost appeared as stumps. Why? What the hell for? How did he attack? The firewall didn't sound an alarm, Gao Jimei muttered as she accelerated her maneuvers, but she still couldn't regain control of the screen. At this moment, the top executives and participants in the scene of the Mizuno were collectively thrown into a panic, because there's a good chance this launch will turn into a publicity mishap. The PR department is already holding emergency meetings to prepare speeches and aftermath. But there was another person who calmed down quickly. After a brief moment of shock, he began to carefully read what was on the screen. This man is no other than the man at the helm of the Mile High Hori. Nice. This car is genuinely nice. Particularly the design of the battery and charging sector. If I master this technology, the S7 is estimated to drop another $100. 000. Holly's words caused the scalps of the car industry bigwigs in the room to instantly tingle. What the hell? Don't you dare drop another 100. 000? If you drop another 100, 000, we'll have to jump off the building en masse. Okay, Mr. Thunder, Master Thunder, Thunder God, please don't be so aggressive, okay? Do you have a grudge against money? You have a grudge you go to the street to throw money to play how cool. There's really no need to drag us into eating dirt with you. The crowd of bigwigs were still mentally spitting out what Holly had just said. He himself was not slow to pick up the microphone and ask, I just wonder, how much is 5-star going to price this car? Saying that, Huolei slowly turned to look at Jiang Waning on the stage. The many guests, reporters, and staff on the stage saw this and immediately turned their heads in unison to follow and look at where she was. Kong Waning knew this was the time to perform herself, so she took a deep breath and slowly got up and solemnly returned. 30,000. We're only selling the standard version of the 5-star new energy for $30. 000. Upon hearing this, the noisy scene immediately fell silent. For 3 whole seconds, the venue really did not make a single sound. But 3 seconds later, the crowd in the room immediately all exploded. 30,000? Is this 5-star Motors crazy? 30,000? This is not funny. I remember nothing wrong with my ears. Did she just say 30,000? Sure, it was 30,000 and not 130,000 or 230,000. Did she miss a number? Do not live when it is really not let people live. The God of Thunder has just finished straightening out the industry in less than 1 minute, and the goddess Jiang has shown up to straighten out the living again. $30,000? Are you sure you're selling a car? Can I call the police? I suspect 5-star Motors is running a scam. They only price their cars at $30K? This is unbelievable. I'm going to call an ambulance for her, and I need to take her to a psychiatrist for an evaluation. Where's security? What are you waiting for? Hurry up and get the people under control. Definitely don't let them get away. One of the work leaders suddenly pointed at Jiang Weining and shouted, but Holly on stage saw this and gently waved his hand and said, wait a minute. Chapter 55, Another Stir. Rice staff called security to prepare to take control of Kong Waning, but Horley on the stage raised his hand and made a noise to put a stop to it. He then walked off the presentation stage in a very atmospheric manner and came in front of Jiang Weining and said with a smile, MS. Kong, right? Your father and I did meet a few times. If MS. Kong would be so kind, could we go to the conference room and talk? Jiang Weining nodded gently at his words. Holly then left the launch in the hands of his assistant. The popularity of the new Rice Energy was already high even before the launch. Now after all these happenings on the scene, it once again puts Rice cars at the top of the hot topic list. Not only that, but the topic of 5-star new energy vehicles has quickly climbed to the runner-up spot. The topic of commercial warfare between the 2 car companies directly squeezes out the topic of war in the West. 3 days later, Miguel and 5-star announced at the same time that the 2 car companies had reached preliminary cooperation matters. Pre-orders and sales have been temporarily cancelled for all models of the Rice S7 automobile, except for the Founding Edition, which has already been manufactured. At the same time, 5-star Automotive announced the official launch. The Starshine series of new energy vehicles pre-sale.
5-Star Motors has managed to trigger a wave of purchases by taking advantage of the rice grains. On the first day of pre-sale, Starburst Motors pre-sold 3 crores.
Not only that, after visiting the Star Elite Survival Base on site, Holly immediately threw an olive branch to 5-Star, wanting to purchase Star Elite new energy vehicle batteries exclusively. With this news, the Starburst new energy heat has been pushed to a new height once again. In the end, Yi Yuan was based on the principle of mutual benefit and returning the favor.
Officially announced the signing of an exclusive vehicle battery sales contract with Miracle Tech. Immediately after signing the contract,
Holly had the designers redesign the S7 interior. A smaller, better performing onboard battery and a new, ultra-fast charging method have pushed the S7 straight into the realm of God car. Starlight Motors is a low-end consumer line,
targeting the general public in the vast number of small cities in the 3rd and 4th tiers. So, the standard Starburst Glow is priced at $35,000. The mid-range Starburst Glory is priced at $56,000. And the top-of-the-line Starburst Flow is priced at $97,000. The main focus of the Starburst series is affordable, practical, cost-effective, and is a passenger and cargo vehicle that ordinary people can really afford.
This has absolutely no overlap with the positioning of the MiG S7, because Mica S7 is positioned as a coupe. It is the new environmental travel and leisure travel in the city. So, the people who buy the S7 are generally middle-class white-collar elites. So much so that a saying has been circulating in the CD family car community. Under 100,
000 Starbursts are invincible.
100, 000 to 200,
000 meters are invincible.
As a result, those bigwigs in the car industry have also urgently formed an alliance.
What just boggles everyone's mind is that there's a communications company mixed in with this car world alliance.
Inside an upscale villa area in the south of Kyoto City. At this time, a business party was being held in the villa. Dream Automobile Li Mang, Unblue Automobile Li Xin, Kuinpeng Automobile Yu Pang, Miracle Automobile Bu Junwei, Bias Automobile Vice President Mang Jin, Ancheng Automobile CEO Fu Hongba,
Flourishing Technology Vice President Ren Yi and 7-Star Communications CEO Dongxing are listed. Of course, there are now several other small firms in charge. It's just that none of them have the strength to fit into the circle right now. Dongxing opened his mouth quickly while probing his head towards the window.
That woman surnamed Jiang has nothing to worry about. The real thing to worry about is the man beside her. It's that man surnamed Yi. If you want to defeat Starlight, you must take care of the man surnamed Yi.
Dongxing this just finished. Standing next to Li Xin will be a face of disgust to pick up the conversation.
Mr. Dong, why is it that you have a strong Jianghu flavor when you open your mouth?
Everyone in the room can be business leaders.
People of status and position. Don't move to settle anyone. We're all law-abiding businessmen. The crowd couldn't help but laugh softly at once after hearing this. Dongxing didn't get angry after hearing this. He just smiled and looked at Li Xin to explain. Mr. Li is really humorous. I don't mean literally when I say settle. What I mean is that we have to target this surname Yi first. Without his help, Jiang Weining is a piece of fish meat on a case. Everyone laughed softly at the words, and Lemon took a sip of red wine before speaking. But the Starburst series has been positioned very low. A few of us really don't have much of an advantage if it's just a price war. 30K is just what it costs to make a frame. Can't compete at all. As soon as Li Meng's words were finished, Mang Jin took over and continued. It's gotta be Holly. He's just got a quicker brain response than we do. You say, why didn't I think of working with 5-Star at the time? The S7 conference was such a mess, but he didn't get angry at all, and even turned his head to talk about cooperation with the other side. The exclusive monopoly right of the Starburst battery was actually negotiated by him. When Fu Hongba heard this, he immediately sighed heavily and said, it used to be scary enough to have a meter stirring the pot. Now there's another stirrer. Do they all have a grudge against money? These two stirrers. I'd love to break them. Fu Hongba couldn't help but burst out. But this time, Zhou Ren just laughed softly, because this guy says what's on everyone's mind. However, Dongxing could not help but slightly twitch the corners of his mouth after hearing this. What the hell? Stirring up? If 5-Star is a stirrer, what are you guys in the room? Dude's got some serious taste in self-hatred. Ren Yi saw that the small talk was almost over, so he hastily interjected to introduce the main topic. Isn't that why we're gathered here today? To solve this problem. Mr. Dong still knows more about 5-Star's situation, so I asked him to come here today just to offer some good advice. Now we're on the same boat. Only by solving the immediate trouble will we be able to make better financial gains in the future. As soon as Ren Yi opened his mouth, he drew goodwill from everyone, so everyone raised their glasses to him. After everyone shared a drink, Ren Yi continued to speak. The one Mr. Dong just mentioned. surnamed Yi, right? I think it's worthwhile to look at this idea, this direction that he's providing. With the strength of several of our families, it shouldn't be difficult to handle a newcomer, right? Reningyi looked at the crowd in a half-joking tone. Everyone immediately gave a look of disbelief upon hearing this. It is because all of them are worth well over $100 billion, so it's just not too easy for them to team up and screw a newcomer to the business world. Dongxing couldn't help but feel secretly happy in his heart when he heard this. This time he would have a chance to get his revenge. Jiang Weining, Yi Yuan, you two just wait for me to die. Thus, a plot against Yi Yuan and the others slowly unfolded. Nanhu City, Industrial Park. The business car Yi Yuan was traveling in had just entered the park when Wu Jiqiang, the section chief of the security department, greeted him with a quick step. Seeing this, Yi Yuan told Luo Rui to stop the car and then slowly landed down the window. Seeing this, Wu Jiqiang immediately ran to the front of the car and saluted, saying, "Welcome back, Mr. Yi. There's something I think I must report to you." Yi Yuan sniffed at that, instantly looked at him with a slight frown and said, "What's wrong? Did something happen at the park?" Ing sniffed and quickly bent down to whisper, "Near our park, we've spotted a couple of sneaky footpad chickens." Chapter 56, The Footpad Chicken is Here Again. Wu Jiqiang was Cheng Han's beloved henchman and had also been in the army for 7 or 8 years, so he can definitely be counted on for that aspect of trustworthiness. Yi Yuan is a standard cynical young man, and is hostile to footpad chicken and eagle sauce. So, on hearing that the footpad chickens were going to make trouble again, his face instantly and quickly clouded over. "Old wood, have any of your men ever seen blood?" Yi Yuan suddenly asked this for no reason. Wu Jiqiang heard the words and immediately returned with a tightened brow and a deep voice. "We're all good men handpicked by Chang. There aren't many murders on their hands, but everyone has had blood on their hands. Boss, do you want to?" Yi Yuan didn't speak, but turned his head to look at him. "Inform the men that new equipment will be issued at night. Don't show mercy when you see a footpad chicken. I'll take care of anything that happens." Wu immediately clenched his fists and stood upright upon hearing this. Yes, promise to finish the job. Planting a family, especially one that has been in the military, they have an indelible fervor in their bones. This hot blood is generally harmless, but once you meet a footpad chicken it will completely detonate. Drying the footwell chicken is the wish of every hot-blooded man. Yi Yuan's car slowly drove into the park, and Wu Jiqiang stood at the door to see it go away. He then picked up his walkie-talkie and informed with a smile, "Yang, tell the brothers, the boss is giving us new gear tonight. For specific tasks, we'll meet tonight." After Yi Yuan returned to the park, he found Luo Rui for another chat. Rory was also very excited when he heard that he was going to fight the Foot Locker chicken, but those of his comrades weren't always willing to get their hands dirty and kill. Yi Yuan nodded when he heard this, then told him to prepare to streamline the security force. After all, those who don't want to work for themselves, there was no need for Yi Yuan to spend a high salary to keep it, so he had Luo Rui call a small meeting. When the meeting adjourned, half of the people immediately chose to stick to the bottom line. Yi Yuan paid double wages to each of them and transferred them out of the industrial park. The rest who were willing to work the Footlocker chicken had their pay doubled. Not only that, Yi Yuan had also equipped all the security with powerful equipment. This is because industrial parks have all kinds of light and heavy industrial plants built in, so there are a lot of vehicles that come in and go out to make deliveries every day. This creates a higher turnover of personnel. It gives those agents abroad an easy way to infiltrate. But they never dreamed that this was no ordinary private factory. 2 days later, Yi Yuan notified all employees in the park of a 2-day paid vacation, citing the park's need for comprehensive virus elimination as the reason. So the park left the park except for the security department. In this way, people with evil intentions feel that they have an opportunity. After all, the fewer people in the park, the less likely they were to be spotted. That night, 5 black Toyota commercial vehicles slowly parked near the park. The industrial park is in the middle of nowhere and there are not many households in the neighborhood at all. So, it's a little scary how quiet it gets here at night. Rei Meihata, leader of the Footbath Chicken Task Force, Mina Sakesawa, deputy leader, and the operation leader, Ichiro Mizumoto, and 23 of the top Footpot special agents are ready to go. After learning from Mina Sakesawa's failure, Rei Meihata gets a full set of special operations through her connections. All Footpad agents were manually provided with a bulletproof vest and were armed with 2 pistols, a miniature submachine gun, and even 3 grenades. As for cold weapons and whatnot, that's more of a matter of whoever likes to use whatever they can carry. In short, this time they were prepared for everything. Rei Meihata raised her condescending head to eye the industrial park. Ichiro Mizumoto, this is your last chance. The superiors were very angry about the last raid on the garbage factory. Speaking here, Rei Meihata turned her head to look coldly at the front row and continued. It would have been humiliating enough for you, as head of the ops team, to lead a raid on a garbage factory. But in the end, you even failed and got 2 of your men arrested on the spot by the plantation police. This is a blasphemy against the spirit of the foot soldier. In the old days, you would have committed harakiri. Ichiro Mizumoto couldn't raise his head at the lecture. He just sat there and kept on hi. When Rei Mehata was all finished, he spoke back seriously this time. Please rest assured, Your Excellency, the group leader, that this time we have done our reconnaissance work well in advance. The previous model factory was indeed inside this park and there were no anti-personnel weapons or armed professionals inside. We've rehearsed this many times in order to avoid a possible attack from the light prism towers. This time, if I, Ichiro Mizumoto, fail again, I'll lead the entire team to Jade on the spot. Rei Mehata nodded with slight satisfaction at hearing that. She then turned her head to look at Sakaesawa Mina, who was sitting on the sidelines. Vice Captain Sakaesawa, there's a lot at stake in this operation. That's why I'd like to ask you to move with the team yourself. It's more convenient for first-line field command. Although Sakaesawa Mina was reluctant to do so, she was not willing to do so, but her superiors had given the order, and she had no choice but to accept it. I'll do my best. Rei Mehata coldly smiled upon hearing this, before turning his head and instructing Ichiro Mizumoto, prepare an outfit for Vice Captain Sakaesawa. Ichiro Mizumoto quickly nodded his head and said hi before pulling out of the car and quickly leaving. Sakaesawa Mina, on the other hand, looked at Rei Mehata with a serious face and asked, what if we encounter resistance from the... Mehata Ring couldn't help but laugh contemptuously when she heard this. The Chinaman is just an inferior race of people? If you dare to resist, just kill them directly. Otherwise, what do you think I'm doing with all this ammo? Sakaesawa Mina nodded softly at that, before pulling open the door and quickly getting out of the car. Half an hour later, the park was under a high wall. Sakaesawa Mina said as she gripped her pistol tightly and looked at the wall with a nervous expression. Mizumoto, are you sure you've scouted it out? There won't be another tragedy like the last one, will there? Ichiro Mizumoto immediately patted his chest back after hearing this. You can rest assured that I went in and did the mapping myself yesterday. This really is just a regular industrial park. Those security guards may all look strong, but they only have Thai blast gear in their hands. We've brought the real thing this time, so isn't that a tiger in a sheep pen? Sakaesawa Mina nodded with great satisfaction after hearing that. She then gave the order with a gentle tilt of her head. 1 gram of whoosh. Ichiro Mizumoto immediately began to greet his men and get busy after receiving the order. 2 minutes later, the power of the industrial park was cut off. 3 minutes later, all the surveillance of the park failed, and 5 minutes later, Mina Sakaesawa, Ichiro Mizumoto and others had already scaled the wall and entered the park. But what they don't realize is that this is no sheep pen, because a pack of hungry wolves is hiding in the shadows waiting for them to throw themselves at them. Chapter 57, Disgraced at the beginning. Mina Sakaesawa and Ichiro Mizumoto lead 10 players each. They infiltrated the industrial park simultaneously from the east and south. Things went so smoothly at first that they didn't even encounter any guards. But by the time they finished searching the outer plant area and were ready to head to the inner plant area, there was an accident. Poison Scorpion, Sakaesawa Mina's codename. It seems like we're losing face. A voice suddenly came from Sakaesawa Mina's headphones. She immediately replied with extreme impatience upon hearing this. Nonsense. All went well with the operation. Where was the disgrace? If you talk nonsense, beware, I'll whip you when I get back. Sakaesawa Mina's voice was soft, but it was filled with a majesty that could not be resisted. But even so, the person on the other side of the headset continued to talk back. But team leader, we're really embarrassed. Sakaesawa Mina was completely nonplussed when she heard that. There is no room for further failure in this operation. Shame on you? Where's the shame in that? Thinking of this, Sakaesawa Mina immediately crouched in a hidden corner and said seriously, you'd better tell me exactly where the disgrace is. If you can't give me a good explanation, you're dead today. There was silence on the other side of the headset for 2 seconds before he slowly spoke back. Lord Poison Scorpion, when I say disgrace I mean it literally. We lost 2 of our backup squad. Sakaesawa Mina's entire body froze at that moment when she heard that. So it's a real shame? Wait, the support team is only 3 people total. But the guy said he lost 2 people? Outrageous. It's not possible that you've wandered off on your own, is it? Sakaesawa Mina replied with a very angry voice. But the other side answered decisively. No, I swear on the family honor. It's true that 2 of my team members lost it. We were just talking, and suddenly people are gone. Sakaesawa Mina immediately became a bit nonplussed when she heard that. Suddenly it's humiliating? This is so weird. Are other groups in a similar situation? After Sakaesawa Mina said that, a reply immediately came from the headset. Squad 1 normal. Squad 2 normal. Mina Sakasawa's team is divided into 4 teams.
In front of her were 3 people from Squad 1,
The Vanguard Group.
She personally led 2 squads of 3 people.
The Attack Team.
Behind her were 3 squads of 2 people each.
A Sniper Team.
At the end of the line is a support group of 3 from Squad 4. Now the head of Squad 4 says he lost 2 players.
Squads 1 and 2 were normal, but Squad 3 was slow to reply. This time, Sakasawa Mina was a bit unable to calm down. Is it possible to lose the entire Sniper Team? Group 3. This is Poison Scorpion. Roger, immediate reply. Unit 3 receiving reply. Sakazawa Mina called out sharply twice,
but there was no reply on the headset. She had no choice but to contact the people of Team 4 first.
Yellow Bird,
you go and rendezvous with Team 3 immediately.
Be sure to contact me as soon as you find Squad 3. Sakasawa Mina called into her Bluetooth headset 2 more times in a row.
But the head of Squad 4 on the other side of the room had actually lost track of him as well.
Is it possible that he lost it too? It's not normal. It's too abnormal. So Sakasawa Mina hurriedly started contacting Mizumoto Ichiro. Wild Fox, copy, please reply. Wild Fox, copy that answer. Mina Sakasawa called 4 times in a row,
but there was no response from the other party.
It's bad. Something's wrong. By this time Sakasawa Mina could already conclude. They must have suffered an enemy ambush.
So she rushed to call her team to pull back and lean in.
Group 1 pull back immediately. Did Group 1 receive it? Pull back immediately. Unit 1 receiving reply. This time Sakasawa Mina finally heard a reply.
Only the other man's voice seemed very frightened.
The tree is alive. Those trees are alive. Dead. All dead. Don't come over. Ah ha ha ha. As a scream rang out,
the head of Group 1 was completely lost. Sakasawa Mina's back had developed a cold sweat by this time.
So she immediately and decisively ordered that. Retreat. Immediately.
Before she could finish her words, the team members around her suddenly stood up slowly.
Sakasawa Mina saw this and immediately scolded loudly with an angry face. What do you want? It will be exposed. Get down.
But that team member is not heard, as if he slowly raised his right hand pointing forward and said, there were clearly no trees when we came
here. When Mina Sakasawa heard the word tree, her scalp immediately tingled. With that,
she grabbed her submachine gun and quickly turned to look behind her. Only a tree was visible about 10 meters behind their hiding place.
Yes, it's that most common of small trees. But the problem is that it grows in the middle of the road.
What makes it even more fine is that there were clearly no trees there when they arrived.
What a weird scene. Sakasawa Mina suddenly associates it with the reply from Team 1. In an instant, her face became as white as a sheet of paper. There's something weird about that tree. Shoot. Hit that tree. Saying that, Sakasawa Mina was the first to pull the trigger.
So it was that the 4 submachine guns began to set fire on the small tree not far away.
But once again, the shenanigans played out. It was only when their bullets hit around the trees that they actually made an extremely clear clanking sound. It was clearly a sound that only came out when metal clashed. But why would there be a metallic clash when they hit a small wooden tree?
While Mina Sakasawa and the others are surprised, the truth reveals itself to everyone. He only saw the small tree in front of him shake with a false shadow for a while before it completely disappeared without a trace. Where little tree had been,
in its place was a tank. That's right, the tree actually turned into a heavily armored tank. Oh my god. Sakasawa Mina's entire body felt like it was going crazy.
The rest of the group stood frozen in place, unable to speak. They had heard that some of the flower growers would cultivate immortality, and they had also heard that the animals and trees here would turn into demons.
But they have not heard of tree spirits turning into tanks. Are all the flower growers elves so up to date these days?
While the men were still out of breath and dazed,
that tank's mounted machine gun, however, suddenly opened fire. Ta-da! After a volley of shots, only 2 of the 4 members of Sakasawa Mina's group were left in an instant. At the same time,
a voice came from behind them.
Don't move. Surrender your guns and don't kill. Sakasawa Mina shuddered at the sound,
but she had no intention of folding her arms.
Kill! With a startled cry from Mina Sakasawa,
she and another henchman turned to return fire at the same time. It was just bad luck that her crew got their heads blown off just as they moved.
In an instant, Sakasawa Mina became the sole survivor, and the enemy didn't seem ready to fire again at this time.
As the flower planting woman behind her began to fight with her in close quarters,
Sakasawa Mina is very confident when it comes to close combat, because she was a woman who was known as the female battle spirit of the Xianyang society. She is the women's division fighting champion in the land of the footpads chicken, and 3rd place in the Asian mixed gender tournament. But it was only when she crossed paths with the flower grower woman that she finally realized what it meant to be an enemy. I can't believe it's you. Chapter 58, Firing Guns in the Middle of the Night. Sakasawa Mina leads the A-team and is ambushed just as they enter the inner factory.
All the team members are either captured or killed.
while she herself meets an old former rival. The person who appeared behind Sakaesawa Mina was no other than Liu Yanan, an expert in close combat cold weapon fighting.
These two had also met the year before at Asian Women's Fighting Championships.
At that time, Mina Sakaesawa was no match for Yanan Liu,
and lost 3 out of 5 games to finish third.
It was the pain of her life and the greatest upset. Well, God willing, I'll compete with you again today. Let's split the difference between victory and defeat, and also determine life and death.
Sakaesawa Mina screamed in extreme anger. She then slowly dropped the submachine gun and pistol in her hands, and slowly drew the katana she carried behind her back.
Seeing this scene, Liu Yanan's face also became unusually serious. So, she slowly withdrew the dagger in her hand as well. Sakaesawa Mina immediately sneered at the sight, before standing in place and performing a beautiful set of knife tricks. But in the next second, Liu Yanan pulled out a stun gun from behind her.
Sakaesawa Mina, who saw the scene, had her eyes glazed over at that moment.
"Nani? You're shameless!"
Sakaesawa Mina roared as she swung her sword and charged.
However, Liu Yanan pulled the trigger at the right time, and the ensuing electroshock bullet struck her opponent squarely in her ample breasts. Sakaesawa Mina fell face first, and then lay on the ground twitching. Liu Janan stood up aside like a little cutie, like looking at her. Bubbles in the head. Ha! What a time for individual heroism. I don't have time to waste with you. After saying this, Liu Yanan waved backward. 2 heavily armed security guards then stepped forward to take the man away. Sakaesawa Mina was lucky to be captured alive. This was because Group B, led by Ichiro Mizumoto,
had all been hunted down by Luo Rue and the others.
Outside the park, Rei Mehata was very anxious inside the business car,
because she had lost contact with Teams A and B 5 minutes earlier.
Something seems to have happened.
No sooner had that been said than her sixth sense told her to hurry and run.
Meanwhile, Rei Mehata had just pulled open the car door. A loud bang came right from the distance.
Rei Mehata is an official professional agent of Footloose Chicken, so she is proficient and familiar with all types of firearms and shooting. The moment that voice rang out, a familiar term popped into Mehata Rei's head: Barrett. Yes, the loud bang just now was the sound of an anti-material sniper rifle Barrett. Boom! The business car that Rei Mehata was in was directly blasted out of a large hole. If she hadn't just pulled the door open early and prepared to get out of the car, at this point, she'd already been blasted to pulp. Rei Mehata got down on the ground and crawled quickly, ducking into a drainage canal not far away. Ichiro Mizumoto, that bastard, to go so far as to say it's just an ordinary factory, whose regular factory would have a Barrett. This is clearly the secret base of the flower growers. Damn it, I've fallen prey to the Seeds and Flowers family's treacherous plan again. In the park, the top of the tallest water tower, Zhan Lisheng kept searching back and forth using an 8 power lens. Boss, I missed. The man in the car got lost. Zhan Lisheng said very calmly over the intercom. Yi Yuan heard this and whispered back very calmly. It's okay, if you lose it, you lose it. Clean up the scene. Zhan Lisheng replied with a receive, and then began to cooperate with the groups to clean up the scene. The bodies of Ichiro Mizumoto and the others were once again transferred to the bottom of the ocean to feed the sharks. The cars they brought with them were then thrown into the material smelting furnace. 10 minutes later, the patrol car waiting to receive the police arrived at the industrial park. The site has been cleaned up. Ing ran to the door to cooperate with the patrolman's inspection. We just got a call that we heard gunfire here. There haven't been any accidents at your plant, have there? Apparently, the patrolman also doesn't believe that anyone can snog. So, their first reaction was that there was an explosion over here, but judging from the scene, all is very harmonious here. Wu Jiqiang heard this and immediately took out a bag of huazi to compensate for the smile and said, Officer, you're so funny, we're all right here. Where's the accident? As for the sound of the cannon, it was some asshole who just fired a hydrogen cannon. With that, he had someone walk over holding an arm-thick steel pipe. This so-called hydrogen cannon is a prop used at red and white ceremonies, because now the environmental protection check is more strict. Many places are strictly prohibited firecrackers. So, these hydrogen cannons grew in popularity. The patrolman frowned slightly when he saw the hydrogen cannon immediately. What are you guys putting this on for this time of night? There's a suspicion of noise nuisance. When Wu heard this, he immediately explained. Officer, you are unaware. This area of our factory was a mass grave decades ago. So, it's kind of evil here at night. We wanted to set off a cannon to scare the unholy things. The patrolman rolled his eyes right back at that. The exhortation ensued as he wrote the fine. Don't engage in superstition. You must believe in science. Got it? Noise nuisance in the middle of the night. Fine of 100. Pay the money in 3 days. Come and sign for it. We'll confiscate the stuff for now. 5 Jiqiang heard and did not refute. Honestly let the people surrendered the things, and promised to go to the bank to pay the fine in the morning.
5 then accompanied the patrolman on a drive around the park. Only after making sure there were no surprises did the patrolman finally drive off. Meanwhile, in the basement of the -3 floors of the Yi Yuan villa in the park, Sakaesawa Mina was now stripped of her entire body, leaving only a set of tights. She was being left tied up on a hard-board bed. Yi Yuan picked up a bucket of cold water and poured it all over her with a crash. Sakaesawa Mina immediately sobered up after wincing. "Baka! You can't do this to me. I'm a footpad chicken man. You seeds have no right to judge me. I demand to see an official of my embassy." Sakaesawa Mina started to yell out there before she could see who the other person was. Yi Yuan did not spoil her, picked up the second bucket next to her and poured it again. The temperature in the basement was only about 10 degrees, and after 2 consecutive buckets of cold water were poured down, Sakaesawa Mina herself instantly calmed down. Thus, she stared viciously at Yi Yuan while shivering coldly. "What the hell do you want? Do you want to interrogate me? Don't even think about it. I'll die before I answer any of your questions." Saying that, Sakaesawa Mina tilted her head and stopped looking at Yi Yuan. However, Yi Yuan took out his octopus hairband at this time. No, to be precise, he was wearing a Yuri mind sensor. "What are you? What is the purpose of coming here?" Yi Yuan inquired very calmly as he lit a huazi. Sakaesawa Mina just sneered and didn't answer after hearing that. But her heart's voice betrayed itself. "Would I tell you my name is Mina Sakaesawa? Would I tell you that I'm a top agent of the Genyo Shrine? Don't even think about it. Stupid Chinaman." Yi Yuan immediately turned his head to Lu Yening after hearing this. "Her name is Sakaesawa Mina. She's from the Genyo Club. Write it down." After saying this, he turned his head back to Sakaesawa Mina and said, "Well, tell us the purpose of this visit. How the hell did you guys get on my case? Got some more information?" Sakaesawa Mina's entire body froze in place at the words. She looked at Yi Yuan with unbelief. I didn't say anything. Is he the devil? Why does he know all this?" Chapter 59, A Big Gift for National Security. Sakaesawa Mina looked at Yi Yuan with a shocked expression, but she still clenched her mouth and said nothing. But it didn't matter, as long as she had it in her mind. Thus, Yi Yuan asked again without slowing down. "What is the purpose of your visit? What's the fixation on my place? And what information do you have in hand?" Sakaesawa Mina immediately frowned tightly when she heard that. She once again turned her head to the side not to look at Yi Yuan, but in his heart, he couldn't help but secretly spit. "Humph, do you think I'm stupid? Would I tell you to come here to determine Yi God's identity? How did you get on your radar? Do you think we, the footpad chicken agents, are just a bunch of assholes? We can do anything to find out what is inconvenient for the flower growers. If we really had any information, would we still need to always send people over to die?" Yi Yuan slowly nodded after hearing the other party's heartfelt words. "Very well, then tell us more about what you guys are doing with the Genyo Shrine and the special branch. I'm suddenly interested in you guys, so try to be as detailed as possible." Sakaesawa Mina was confused when she heard that. "No, have you ever seen me open my mouth? I didn't say anything. This Chinaman in front of me is really strange. He's a psychopath, isn't he?" Sakaesawa Mina spat back. Still, the mind couldn't help but think of the question the other mentioned. Yi Yuan was afraid that after he spoke her thoughts, the other party would deliberately not think about these things. So he shooed Lu Yanin aside and sat himself down in front of the computer to take notes himself. Half an hour later, Yi Yuan had organized Sakaesawa Mina's heartfelt words into a profile. With that, he got up and looked at the other man with a smile and said, "Well, thank you for your cooperation. It's too late in the day, so let's stop here. We'll continue in the morning." After saying this, Yi Yuan turned around and left the basement. Lu Yannin, on the other hand, picked up a quilt and threw it over. "Get some rest. Bye." When she finished, she grabbed her laptop and left the room as well. Clueless Sakaesawa Mina sits on a hardboard bed very clueless. "You two are nuts, aren't you? I didn't say anything. What are you guys up to? I'm not cooperating with you." Sakaesawa Mina's mouth said it didn't cooperate, but her heart betrayed her completely. The following day, Yi Yuan conducted another detailed interrogation. Although Sakaesawa Mina still did not open her mouth, her heartfelt words were captured word for word by Yi Yuan. Finally, Yi Yuan packed up all the information. Then he had the park's network security manager, Si Yuan Kai, send the zip package anonymously to the South Shanghai branch of the National Security Bureau, Nanhu. Inside the state security building, Ruei Ningshi was having a headache over the Qing gang in Changhan. This Changhan is rumored to have returned home though, but they have not been able to find any evidence of this rumor. The Secretary General had already called once to inquire about progress, but there was no progress at all on Renegade's side. Big head, when it really is a big head. Is this God Yi Qinghan or not? Wait, why did Qinghan call Yi God? This crucial point had just occurred to Renegade's mind. Chen Shuer suddenly pushed the door and ran in. Team leader, there is a very strong news. Renegade's thoughts were momentarily interrupted, so she looked at the other with a displeased face and said, Cher, can you do things a little more steadily? Just tell me what you've got. Less selling out during work hours. Chen Shuer saw that the other party was in a bad mood, so she hastened to salute back with a proper attitude. Yes, honor. A document was just transferred from the information section 10 minutes ago. What's inside is the confession of a footless chicken spy. Renegade's entire body froze for a second, then when she heard this, only then did she tilt her head to look at Chen Shuer and ask, What? Confessions of what? Chen Shuer said as she gently placed the printed stack of documents on the table. Confessions of a footless chicken spy. The content is very powerful, with clues to things that have been traced for a long time before. My whole body went numb after watching it. This guy who confessed is definitely trying to reform from the bottom of his heart. Take a look at it. You'll know when you're done. Renegade hurriedly picked up the document and flipped it open to read it. It didn't matter if she didn't look at it. She actually stood up excitedly after looking at it. That powerful? We've been looking into these things for a long time, but those footpad chickens are too disciplined in their work to find any clues at all. Now, is just in front of us? Chen Shuer immediately covered her mouth and laughed at her words. Let's kind of make up for it this time, right? I don't think the Secretary General will punish us, will he? Renegade smiled at that and said as she gently closed the file. It's not as simple as giving credit where credit is due. Maybe we'll all even get a commendation. No, this is too important. I'll have to make a trip back to Kyoto myself just to be safe. But, Renegade was in the middle of her sentence but suddenly stopped. Chen Shuer was very smart and quickly guessed what she was thinking. So Chen Shuer immediately put away her playful smile and comforted. Although these things don't have much to do with the case we're investigating right now, but it's also a guardianship of our national interests to have uncovered so many evil plots of footpad chickens. My dad used to teach me all the time that no matter if a black cat or white cat catches a mouse, it's a good cat. As for whether or not this rat belongs to us to catch, important? What matters is that we caught it. No, we didn't catch it. Someone else brought it to us. But that's not the point either. The point is that the rat was caught. Rui Ningxi couldn't help but laugh immediately after hearing those words. She then chuckled as she gathered her things. Okay, I see what you mean. Book me a recent ticket back to the capital. I have to make a trip back as soon as I can and request some more support to come over on the way. This god is too cunning. We have to ask for some outside help to make it work. Chen Shuer immediately nodded her head and said yes after hearing this, and then the two of them began to split up, while Rui Ningxi was preparing to go back to the capital to move for help. Instead, Yi Yuan was inside the apartment talking to the Persian Lion representative about the sale again. Ahmad, the representative of the Persian Lion, said in a great tone of voice, we want to order 20,000 drones, and we want your kind that can carry missiles. Money is not a problem. The problem is that we need them urgently. They say you're Mr. God, so there must be a way to fix this, right? Yi Yuan frowned slightly when he heard this immediately, because he had just opened the arms system to check it out. It was a drone he could build, but there were only two kinds of drones provided by the tech tree. The first is a large drone, with reconnaissance, combat, bombing and oversized delivery models. The second type is the microdrone, which comes in hummingbird, dragonfly, mosquito and flying ant types. Neither model of drone seems to fit the other's requirements very well. Moreover, both drones were relatively expensive. And if the other party wanted 20,000 units in one breath, Yi Yuan was worried that they would not be able to pay the fees. Anyway, to put it simply, this matter was not a problem of technology and production capacity on Yi Yuan's side, but rather, the request made by the other party was too simple. If you want to play with drones you go to Taikang. I'm an arms dealer, okay? It's too simple technology. I don't have it here. Chapter 60, A Little Drone Business. Ahmed, the Persian Lion representative, opened his mouth to order 20,000 drones, but the model he wanted was the most common drone, not a drone for serious military use. Therefore, this most basic and simple technology Yi Yuan this is not. He can't just run off and get a new production line for this $1,080 million little deal, can he? Thinking of this, Yi Yuan immediately replied on the chat software. Can I just ask one more time? What do you want to do with all the drones you're purchasing? An office in the Persian Lion defense building. Ahmed hesitated for 2 or 3 seconds staring at the computer screen. Only then did he put his hands on the keyboard to type in the message and said, Dear Mr. God, the use of the purchased goods is a military secret of our country, so I don't really have the right to reveal too much to you here. All you need to do is deliver 20,000 drones to the designated location. With your position in the arms community, we can pay for the purchase up front. Industrial Park. Inside Yi Yuan's office, he couldn't help but sneer immediately after reading the other party's reply. With that, he quickly typed a reply message on his keyboard. You don't have the right to come and talk to me about anything? Find someone who has the right to say something and then come back and talk. My drones are too expensive and your offer is simply not enough. Ahmed saw the message and instantly sat up from his chair. He stared at the screen for a while with his arms crossed in exasperation. Damn it, this treacherous arms dealer is an abomination. It's a good thing we did our research ahead of time on drones for flower growers. Otherwise he's definitely going to get slaughtered hard this time. With that said, he pulled out his keyboard and typed quickly, saying, Mr. God, we've done detailed market research. The price of an average large drone in your country is between about 5,000 and 20,000 seed flower dollars. We're only purchasing the most basic one, and the price for purchasing 20,000 of them is about 100 million seeds. We're old acquaintances, so it's always okay if I ask for a 25% discount, right? Then the total price is only $95 million at most. May I ask what's wrong with our offer? Yi Yuan directly sneered when he heard this. He then didn't bother to explain too much to the other party and just sent the 3 military drone charts over. By the time Ahmed received the message, his entire body froze in place for a good half minute. My God, my Allah, you call this thing a drone? How come it looks more advanced than our fighters? Ahmed spun around with his hands on his head, then hit the keyboard with an excited heart and trembling hands. How much is this going to cost for one? Yi Yuan immediately couldn't help but laugh when he saw the message. He just loved to see the other man not having seen the world. So he reached over and tapped on the keyboard and said, ranging from $5 million to $10 million. These are just the base models. The upgrades are priced separately. Ahmed couldn't help a twitch at the corner of his mouth when he saw the reply. In this instant, an illusion appeared in his mind. Surprisingly, he felt like he was really talking to God. Geez, this guy is really selling everything. With something this advanced, it can't be a flower grower's keeper, can it? But he gave it away for 5 to 10 million? Bah! This is a proper loser. No, the planters had the audacity to let him sell these things, side by side. You can prove that flower growers don't care for this stuff. In simpler terms, these are products of the next generation. That means there's an even better new generation of products from the flower growers. Oh, my God, the power of the Sidwa family is too scary. But soon Ahmed was relieved. After all, they've secretly betrayed it before, with national treasures like nukes and big killers. Although the countries where they were purchased say they picked them up outside. But who can be so unlucky as to go out and pick up a nuke? And it's the kind that comes with its own Chinese manual. Are you kidding me? Flower growers really treat the world like cuties, do they? There are no cuties in this world. Ahmed is not a cutie either. So he eased back into his seat and slowly replied, Mr. God, if this is the only drone you have, then I really need to submit a purchase request to the president before I can do so, because there is too much money involved and it is completely beyond my authority. Can you please be patient for a moment? Nanhu. In the industrial park. After Yi Yuan looked at Ahmed's message, he immediately smiled and inquired, tapping on the keyboard. Now can you tell us what you purchased the drones for? Knowing your needs allows me to provide the right goods. Ahmed hesitated for a few more seconds after seeing those words. In the end, he told the other side the secret of the Persian Lion's military. After all, they'll be announcing this to the world in a couple of days as well. So Ahmad replied after organizing his words. Our embassy in Alabama was hit by a missile attack by the Dazenberg military, resulting in the death of several of our commanders and military advisors. This is a grievance we say we won't put up with. Retaliatory action is imperative, which is why we want to procure a large number of drones from you to use as decoy bombs. After Yi Yuan read these words, an idea immediately popped into his head. The opponent was trying to consume Daishang Bird's anti-aircraft missiles at minimal cost. But the quality, functionality and speed of the drones needed in such military operations can't be too bad. Otherwise it wouldn't have been able to cause the Dyson Bird Iron Dome defense system to lock on at all. That's why the Persian Lion thought of buying a drone from God. After all, this guy is the hottest arms dealer in the world. I'm sure the drones you get from him won't be bad. But Ahmed didn't expect the other side to be too bad. This one drone costs as much as a fighter jet. After Yi Yuan heard these words, he immediately replied seriously. If you guys just want to buy drones as bait, then buying them from me is obviously highly inappropriate and kinda wasteful. Let me make a suggestion. How about you guys buy my missiles and I'll send you drones? After all, you're just trying to fish for real missiles. Persian Lion Defense Building, inside an office. Ahmed got straight up from his chair when he heard this. Then, full of excitement, he tapped on his keyboard and said, You are truly our God. You're giving away millions or tens of millions of dollars of drones just like that. What kind of missiles are you going to sell us? It can't be a nuclear bomb. Oh my god. I'm a little excited. Industrial Park Office. Yi Yuan directly rolled his eyes when he saw this reply.
He pinched his manhood with his right thumb for a moment before replying.
What kind of daydreaming is that?
The drones I'm talking about are those ordinary drones. You guys buy my hypersonic missiles, and I'll throw in 2,000 drones for you.
After sending this message, Yi Yuan still felt that it wasn't enough of a relief.
So he immediately typed the message on the keyboard again and said,
"You'll have to take real money to get my drone. You want a free ride? No way." Office of the Persian Lion Defense Building.
Ahmed stood with an embarrassed look on his face and twitched the corners of his mouth. He froze for 2 seconds looking at the computer screen before muttering to himself.
I told you God couldn't be that generous either. But the missiles will have to be bought later eventually.
It would also be a great deal to buy missiles to Whitehor too. 000 drones.
Thought Ahmed immediately tapped out a 2-word reply. Deal.
Thus, 2 days later the Persian Lion issued a pre-war declaration to the world with an extremely arrogant attitude.
Chapter 61 Special Candidates.
2 days after Persian Lion finalized the purchase of hypersonic missiles,
in the early hours of local time, Ahmad,
the Chief of General Staff of the Persian Lion Revolutionary Guards, issued a statement announcing the launching of airstrikes against targets in the territory of the Dai Shang bird
in the near future.
Along with this news that went viral was part of Ahmed's chat with Yi God.
Among them, Yi God showed Ahmed
3 large drones became the center of attention of the countries.
Eagle Sauce, Big Hair, John Bull, and Gallic Chicken all showed pretty intense concern,
because based on the data shown in the display charts,
the performance of these 3 new drones is simply unbelievable. As a result, the nations expressed strong suspicion and resentment toward the planters.
Spies and agents from various countries lurking in South Shanghai have all been temporarily given new reconnaissance missions to determine the authenticity of the drones.
Kyoto, inside Summer Hua's office at the defense building, Xiaohua was discussing with Rui Ningxi about the footpot chicken. But soon the secretary, Yi Haoyan, hurried in.
Secretary General,
there's an emergency that needs to be reported to you. Team Leader Ray, sorry to bother you.
Renegade immediately smiled politely at her words,
then got up and was ready to go out to avoid suspicion. However, Summer China opened his mouth after reading the documents handed over by Yi Haoyan. No need to go.
This is your part.
Look together. This brain of mine. It's been feeling bigger and bigger lately. Saying that, Summer China gently placed the document on the desk.
Renegade immediately resumed her seat at the site.
Before reaching out and picking up the document to view it,
Yi Haoyan opened his mouth at the right time to explain it this time. The contents of this profile are proven. Persian Lion will be purchasing 3 new drones and an unknown number of hypersonic missiles from Yi Gods in the near future. Now the spearheads of all the countries have been pointed at us, the flower growers. There are rumors out there that these drones are our product. After Rui Ningxi carefully read the information, she turned her head to look at Yi Haoyan and asked in doubt,
so is this something from our flower planting family or not?
Hearing Rui Ningxi ask this,
Yi Haoyan directly rolled his eyes. My team leader Ray, that's if it's something we own. We wouldn't have to be so nervous.
Our drone technology is pretty advanced, but with the current level of technology, it still can't be manufactured in the short term.
Renegade became a little confused when she heard that answer.
She asked as she gently put down the paper and looked over at Summerwax.
If even our flower growers can't manufacture it, so where did this Yi God get this stuff from? He's an underground gang leader at best. Can you build something like this with the power of a civil society organization? No, not just drones. Where did they get the heavy industrial capacity to build tanks and hypersonic missiles?
Summer China frowned slightly at these words. Then he couldn't help but look at the other with a bitter smile and say,
are you asking me? This is what I need you to report to me. Don't say anything.
I'll have the rest of the team follow up on the footpad chicken.
Just focus on finding out about this whole God thing for me. I don't believe it. We still can't deal with him. After saying this, Summer China depressedly drew out a huazi and lit it up. For her part, Renegade got up and gave a sharp salute, then turned and left this office at a brisk pace.
Yi Haoyan saw this before he leaned over and muttered in a low voice. The chief called just now and said it's important for us to raise the stakes.
Also, in the afternoon, Wei, the Lu General Assembly,
will reconvene a press conference inside one of the bases in South Shanghai.
He just called and wants someone from national security to come over and help beef up security. Summer Hall frowned urgently when she heard this. The last time the Apocalypse tank appeared out of nowhere. We haven't found out anything about it until now. Increased security? How can I strengthen it? Those things swoosh out. It's almost like a spatial instant. But since the other party had made a request, Summer China couldn't say anything more. So, Summer China picked up the phone and called National Security Director Fei Xin, Nanhu Industrial Park. Inside the general manager's office, Yi Yuan is dealing with a special applicant. This person he had met before,
It was the same Wei Yingnan who swore that he would rely on his own strength to get in.
At this point, Wei Yingnan brought proof of her strength. Do you think this information proves my competence? Yi, Mr. God.
As soon as Wei Yingnan's 2 words left his mouth, Yi Yuan's heartbeat violently accelerated by a few points. This was the first time his identity had been revealed since he had acquired the system for so long. However, Yi Yuan was also someone who had experienced some big waves at this time, so there was no nervousness about the other side poking through the windowpane. This is his turf, and he has his 3 super bodyguards nearby. If the other party really wanted to do something, then she would definitely die before herself. After thinking about this, Yi Yuan crossed his arms on the desktop and said, "Tell me how you came to that conclusion." He didn't admit it, but he didn't deny it either. Yi Yuan was just curious to ask the other party how he came to the conclusion. Wei Yingnan saw that the other party answered so cunningly. At that moment, he wasn't going to hide anything anymore. So she took out her own laptop and opened it on the table. "Your company's firewall is really something. I've been trying to attack it for 2 days without success, but I found many unknown IP addresses that have tried to hack into your network. So I took another route and decided to investigate from your opponent's side." Saying that, Wei Yingnan opened a few documents to display them. Then she took out her mouse and pointed through the various documents. "So I hacked into their systems one by one and found something interesting. Footpad Chicken is investigating you. Eagle Sauce is investigating you. Big Hair is investigating you. And John Bull and Gallic Chicken are investigating you. On top of that, the National Security Department of the Flower Growers is also checking you out. But they're so rookie. They'll just investigate but not connect the dots and associate." Saying that, Wei Yingnan opened a PPT. "I put their clues together and then poured out the truth based on what you've been doing lately. You're the God Yi who stirred up the international storm. That arms dealer who's making the most noise right now." Wei Yingnan briefly recounted the process of arriving at the truth. However, Yi Yuan felt nervous after reading those materials. Because this girl is truly heavenly. She had the audacity to bite the bullet on her true identity with the only bit of clues she had at hand. Surely there must be an element of gambling on the other side. Because those chains of evidence shown are also incomplete. But she's got good instincts and great networking skills. Not bad for a SSSS level hacker. Good. You passed your interview. Is a salary of $4 million a year acceptable? Saying that, Yi Yuan got up and slowly extended his right hand. Faced with this kind of talent, he had only 2 choices. 1. Take it for yourself. 2. Cut off the roots. Chapter 62, The Tough Persian Lion. Yi Yuan was not a kind man. A soft-hearted man can't eat in the arms trade. However, Yi Yuan was not an evil person, and did not like to kill indiscriminately without jeopardizing his own safety. Wei Yingnan sniffed but laughed with his hands behind his back. It took 2 or 3 seconds before she spoke up and replied, "I'm not really interested in money or anything. If I like money, I can get it in minutes." Speaking here, Wei Yingnan continued after taking 2 steps forward. "I'm more interested in you now. I'm very interested in what you're up to. May I join you? I've been watching Eagle Sauce, Footloose Chicken and the rest of them get upset for a long time. It's not good for the country to make a move. But you can." Yi Yuan was a bit surprised to hear this, but after thinking about it he smiled and nodded and said, "Good, then welcome aboard." The reason why Yi Yuan dared to admit the other party, it was because he was wearing, at the moment, a Yuri Mind Sensor version 2.0. The upgraded version is smaller, just the size of an earring. However, it has 3 times more power and performance than the old version. Therefore, Yi Yuan could now not only hear the other party's heart, but could even read the other party's mind. Thus, Wei Yingnan was almost transparent in front of Yi Yuan. What she was thinking Yi Yuan could read. This crazy girl just wants to follow herself and make something big enough to change the world. So Wei Yingnan ended up becoming the cybersecurity manager of the industrial park, with Si Yuan Kai as her assistant manager. Of course, cybersecurity is just the 2 of them now. Once Wei Yingnan officially joined the company, Yi Yuan personally took her on a tour of the inner factory and delivered the company's network security to her and Si Yuan Kai. Both of these men are geniuses in the field of computers, and the system creates a network architecture that is close to perfect. So, when these 2 took over the network, they often went crazy and exclaimed how marvelous it was. On the other hand, Ahmad finally convinced the president to officially purchase up to 3 billion seed coins of arms from Yi Yuan. This includes the hottest hypersonic missiles, apocalypse tanks, and a new type of drone that countries are paying close attention to. In addition to these highly sophisticated black tech weapons, Ahmad has also ordered many conventional small and medium-sized missiles. Yi Yuan saw that the other party was indeed purchasing a lot of products. So, the original promise of 2,000 drones to be given away was raised to 5,000. However, the delivery location, Yi Yuan,
insisted on listening to himself.
There was nothing for Ahmad to do but to order his troops to go to the other side's designated place to receive them.
An empty desert Gobi beach. Norris,
a colonel officer of the Persian Lion Special Operations Brigade, sat in his jeep with a cigar and a curse.
Asterisk 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 in hell. Come to this hole to turn in. Isn't there any fear of Hawk Jam finding out about such a large open area? I wonder how many radars and satellites are watching us now. Is this guy really not afraid that he's not going to come back?
Norris grunted and cursed as he urged his men to hurry. His jeep was followed by a full 150 large trucks, but they hadn't been moving forward for long when a message came in from the scout platoon.
Colonel, we've got a target.
Norris sniffed and hastily pulled out his binoculars to look around.
Where's their plane? Why don't I see anything?
No sooner had he said this than a voice came over the intercom.
No airplanes, just tanks and missiles,
and lots and lots and lots of weapons.
My goodness, they were just thrown very randomly on the Gobi Desert. How did this guy do it?
Norris was instantly confused when he heard this as well.
You didn't receive the warning from the air defense unit yourself. No foreign aircraft have entered Bosnian airspace recently.
Oh,
my God. How did this arms dealer evade air defense radar detection? You know,
the air defense unit has just been equipped with the newly developed Hordad 4 air defense system.
Terrible. This arms dealer is terrible. Norris was screaming at Yi Yuan for being horrible 1 second. The next second,
he got into the Apocalypse tank and shouted about how good it smelled.
After receiving the arms,
the Persian Lion launched a surprise attack on the Dyson bird the next day.
At first,
they only launched dozens of missiles and drones.
2 days after the incident,
Dai Shang bird remained invisible and colorless,
offering no explanation for the bombing of the Persian Lion consulate. So the Persian Lion launched a new attack. This time,
they put thousands of drones and hundreds of ordinary small and medium-sized missiles directly into play.
Dyson bird's Iron Dome defense system really gives it a run for its money too. Persian Lion 99.9%
of drones and missiles were successfully intercepted. Only one of the bad bombs veered off course and landed in an open field in the suburbs. The Dyson bird military sent a bomb squad to recover it overnight.
They won't know until they get this bad bomb back to base.
It turns out that the missiles the Persian Lions used to strike were,
after all, obsolete from the last century.
But their Iron Dome defense system fires a premium high worth $1 million or $2 million. Dyson bird took the $1 million goodies and intercepted Persian Lion's worthless rags.
This is a deal that feels like a loss. As a result,
Dai Xingbiao held a press conference overnight to strongly condemn the ungenerous behavior of the Persian Lion.
Not only that,
but the UN Security Council held an emergency meeting on the Persian Lion attack on the Dyson bird.
Almost at the same time,
Eagle Jam White House spokesman Adelaide announced to the public that in order to help defend the Dyson bird against the threat of airstrikes, the Eagle Jam military would activate for the first time an array of space missiles that hadn't been operationally deployed for 20 years. Adelaide also said the system's missiles can operate in a vacuum and have the ability to intercept weapons outside the atmosphere. When the Persian Lion saw that Eagle Sauce had such a strong attitude, he couldn't help but feel some scorn in his heart,
because in the realm of space warfare, they don't have what it takes to fight one yet. That night,
the permanent mission of the Persian Lion to the United Nations issued a statement that the Persian Lion's retaliatory action is over and warned Dai Shang bird not to make any more mistakes and Eagle Sauce not to intervene.
However, Dai Xingbiao continued to be domineering and launched 2 small retaliatory strikes on April 14. Early in the morning of the 15th,
the Persian Lion decisively launched 3 hypersonic missiles again at the military target of Dai Shang bird and hit the strike target with precision.
Before Hawk Jam's space defense missiles could be deployed, Persian Lion's hypersonic strike was over. The whole result made all 3 parties feel a bit awkward. In an attempt to save face,
Eagle Jam sends an aircraft carrier formation to the Middle East and secretly warns Dai Shang bird to stop causing trouble.
Since then,
the Persian Lion and the Dyson bird have only finally subsided for the time being.
While Hawk Jam has been busy mediating the conflict between the 2 countries, the planters have been busy trying to prove their innocence. In order not to have any surprises, Wei Wen, Vice Minister of the General Armament Department, even changed the time of the press briefing twice in a row. The purpose of this is to avoid the truth and to prevent mysterious organizations from mysteriously handing over tax credits. South Shanghai, inside a secret base, Wei Wen personally spent the afternoon in the surveillance room.
It's close to sundown at the moment and so far so good. Wei Wen's hanging heart was also finally released.
There shouldn't be any accidents, should there?
Wei Wen thought he was fully prepared.
But, not surprisingly, the unexpected came as expected. Chapter 63, he definitely did it on purpose.
Wei Wen changed the time of the briefing 2 times in a row in order to ensure that there were no surprises, and had the National Security and Security Company thoroughly inspect the venue.
The briefing took place in a closed military display building.
This exhibition hall is the size of 2 soccer stadiums.
With 3 floors, 13 large exhibition halls of 2
000 square feet and 127 small exhibition halls of 500 square feet.
This place stores and displays the quite representative weaponry of all types since the founding of the Seedflower family.
Wei Wen has placed the main venue for this briefing in Hall 2107 on level 2.
This showroom was a large 2,000 square meter showroom,
which was already well stocked with the latest drones, armored vehicles, and new man-portable equipment from the Seed family, and it even housed a small military satellite. These are the big stories that the growers are going to release to the public, because Wei Wen felt that it would be difficult to suppress this public opinion storm without coming up with something fierce. The briefing started promptly at 17:30 p.m. Wei Wen walked slowly up to the demo stage amidst a round of applause.
National security, internal guards, guard company warriors, etc.
were on guard at 3 paces and 5 paces.
With a high degree of mental alertness, Wei Wen came on stage and took 2 deep breaths before smiling and saying, "Good evening,
distinguished members of the media." Very pleased with everyone's busy schedules.
This time, Wei Wen's speech was very smooth and successful. There wasn't any screaming from anyone during that time. The follow-up question and answer session also went very well.
The various media outlets that came to the event found their own news to sell.
The next step was for Wei Wen to personally lead the media on a physical tour.
At their first stop, they went to the drone display area.
Wei Wen said cheerfully to the media, "This is the Wing Dragon UAV, a low to medium altitude, dual use, long-endurance multi-purpose UAV developed by our AVIC Shidu Aircraft Design Institute. Everyone move forward. This is the Shanglong UAV, and it's also a large UAV that our AVIC Shidu Aircraft Industry Company conducted independent research and design. It adopts a novel diamond-shaped joint wing design, with excellent stability, crash resistance and anti-flutter performance. Keep going everyone."
This side is a Rainbow 5 drone, that side is a Cloud Shadow drone, and in the row behind that is an X-Wing unmanned fighter and in State Route 71 high-altitude unmanned reconnaissance aircraft.
Wei Wen's expression was calm as he spoke about the introduction.
The media reporters were calmly taking photos and videos as usual.
But in the next second,
the movements of everyone on the scene synchronized to a standstill.
Did Minister Wei just talk about the X-Wing unmanned fighter? Isn't that the airplane from Star Wars?
Yeah, he was just talking about the State Route 71 high-altitude unmanned reconnaissance plane from X-Men.
Oh.
The awkwardness of the scene was broken by the small talk of 2 reporters. With that, the crowd collectively turned their heads to look at the 2 drones Wei Wen had mentioned.
After a second of silence,
a woman suddenly pointed to an airplane in the distance and shouted,
"I recognize this one.
It's called the Night Raven fighter plane.
In English, Night Raven. It's the plane of the Cobra unit in the movie Special Forces."
An awkward silence once again fell over the scene after the woman's voice rang out, because the shape of the 3 planes can't be said to be unrelated,
only identical to the drones purchased by Persian Lion that have been circulating on the internet. In an instant,
all the media reporters had a knowing feeling. Wei Wen's old face at this time, however, was already too dark to be black. He was seen gently pinching the bridge of his nose with his right hand and muttering to himself,
"Why again? Jumping into the Yellow River again won't wash it away.
This guy must be doing it on purpose, right? I didn't escape after all." Wei Wen stood still and muttered to himself. Someone in the group of reporters suddenly shouted, "Secure your cameras and split up." It was only when these words came out that the crowd finally reacted, so the crowd dispersed at once. Seeing this, Wei Wen immediately pulled out his walkie-talkie and said coldly, "What are you waiting for?
Raise the alarm, turn on the shield, grab the man and grab the machine."
When he said this, a CCTV station's camera brother was even calmly shooting close-ups. Wei Wen immediately put down his walkie-talkie when he saw it and yelled at him,
pointing at the machine, "That guy, you've got to stop filming. This has to be pinched and not broadcast. When the base is full of chickens and people." Nanhu Industrial Park. Inside the general manager's office,
Yi Yuan gently clapped his hands and said with a smile,
"Thanks to Wei Yingnan for providing the coordinates this time. Otherwise I wouldn't really know where to ship it." After saying this, he lit a wazoo and took a hard drag.
"I've turned in so much this time.
It should be enough to offset the taxes, right? Hey, I'm a good law-abiding businessman." Yi Yuan had just finished muttering these words when Lu Yanning gently knocked on the door and walked in. "Boss, MS. Kong is here to see you. The people are now at the entrance to the park. In call to ask if he's letting anyone in?" Yi Yuan frowned slightly when he heard this,
thinking for a moment before he looked at Lu Yanning and said in quick words,
"Let it in, and also inform Yang Dong that the vehicle must be strictly inspected. The secrets of the park must never be leaked."
Lu Yajing immediately nodded her head gently after hearing this,
then turned around and quickly left the office. Yi Yuan gently closed the laptop while picking up his suit jacket and heading towards the parlor. 10 minutes later, Zhang Weining walked into the parlor with a sad face. Seeing this, Yi Yuan immediately got up to greet him and said, "Mr. Jiang, which fragrant wind blew you here? Jiang Weining didn't answer when she heard this,
but instead looked at him with a face full of displeasure and complained. You guys have too much security in this park, don't you? I can't believe they were afraid I had some kind of sentry system installed in my car.
Is this an industrial or military area? You've really found a good place.
It turned out that Jiang Weining had always thought that Yi Yuan had rented a factory building in the park. But how did she know that this huge industrial park was all bought by Yi Yuan?
Of course, Yi Yuan would not take the initiative to explain these things. Tighter security is better. I've got a lot of trade secrets here. Without further ado, what is the purpose of Ms. Zhang's visit this time? You're the one who has nothing to do with it now. Jiang Weining was a little embarrassed to hear this instead. She really did seem to come with questions every time she came to Yi Yuan. Thinking of this, Jiang Weining couldn't help but blush a little. Yi Yuan immediately laughed at the situation and then greeted the other party while sitting down. Well, we're partners. Say what you have to say straight away and work out any problems together. No need to be embarrassed. Our interests are bound together. Yi Yuan said this in a very direct and honest manner. Jiang Weining immediately nodded lightly after hearing this. With that, she pulled out a document and handed it to Yi Yuan and said, "It's really true that you guessed right. The company did encounter problems. Take a look at this and I'll talk to you more slowly afterward." Chapter 64. There are only 18 people in the company. Jiang Weining had always been a man of no consequence. This time he came to the park to look for Yi Yuan because there was another incident at 5 Star. The day before yesterday, Zhang Junjiang suddenly approached him with a letter of appointment from the board of directors. This time, he is no longer blocking any decisions about Starburst, but is coming to Starburst Motors with a letter of appointment as Chief Operating Officer, COO, responsible for the day-to-day operations of the company and assisting the CEO. When Jiang Weining saw this appointment letter, she immediately felt that her entire head was big, but it's not like she can dismiss the board's resolution. After thinking hard for a night and not thinking of a solution, she could only come to Yi Yuan with a hard head. Yi Yuan didn't even glance at the document after hearing the other party's explanation. Zhang Junjiang dares to come to serve at Starlight? Isn't he afraid that if he comes, he won't be able to come back? Jiang Weining's body trembled slightly when she heard this. Then she looked at Yi Yuan with a tight frown and said, "What do you want? Can you not play too big? He is, after all, my family and a board member of 5 Star. Yi Yuan immediately couldn't help but laugh when he heard this. So what? He's not my relative. 5 Star directors just stay honestly in 5 Star. I can't guarantee anything if he dares to come here." Jiang Weining immediately felt a vague chill at her back when she heard this. She couldn't see past this man. Hadn't been able to see enough since she met him. Yet she felt she could trust the man. In short, Jiang Weining's feelings towards Yi Yuan were very complicated. So is it okay if I request you? At least keep him alive. Jiang Weining herself didn't even know why she said that, because she vaguely felt that something would definitely happen when Kong Jin Zhang came. Yi Yuan said with a non-committal nod of his head when he heard this. "I'll try. Anything else?" Jiang Weining gently bit her lower lip as she sniffed. Then she slowly pulled out another document and said, "Mr. Holly would like to tour our battery production plant. This is his first order for $20 million. Yi Yuan heard that it was an order from Horiai and was just about to reach out to take it when he heard the offer. So he quickly withdrew his right hand with a slight frown and said, "Only $20 million? Just decide for yourself on such a small list." And here I thought Thor had some great vigor. Saying that, Yi Yuan pulled out Huazi leisurely and lit one. Jiang Weining couldn't help but widen her eyes upon hearing this. $20 million is still a small order? How big is your appetite? Yi Yuan directly returned a blank stare to the other party when he heard this. How was she to know that she was going to need $40 million for a random V2 missile car? This $20 million order from Holly, he really didn't put it in his eyes. But at least the other side can help clear 20 million seed flower coins. A mosquito's leg is still meat, isn't it? It's a good thing they didn't go after him from a financial direction at State Security. Otherwise, he should have been on suspicion long ago for his money-spinning ways. It's a good thing he took in Wei Yingnan and Chang Qiuyan some time ago. These two were simply the best gift from God to him on his entrepreneurial journey. Apart from the system, Xiaoyan Chang majored in journalism and communication and majored in financial accounting as an elective at Guanghua University. So, she took the initiative to pick up the slack in the finance department when she came to work for the company. But she doesn't know until she picks it. And when she picks it, she doesn't say a word. Because she's the only one in finance at the park, and not a single form or document in the office. Chang Qiuyan can't even imagine someone who owns such a big business. How is it that there is not even a person in charge of finances? Oh, my God. Are those people at the tax office cuties? Are they? After finding the company's fatal loophole, Chang Qiuyan began to bury his head in the sand. At the same time, she repeatedly contacted Wei Yingnan to help check Yi Yuan's previous information. Wei Yingnan the man is also a check a squeak, because Yi Yuan's previous bottom was too clean enough to be presented on just one A4 sheet. It doesn't look like the experience of a dirtbag bigot in any way. Thus, Wei Yingnan began to investigate deeply with all kinds of curiosity. That's what led to her later picking up on Yi Yuan's true identity.
Wei Yingnan was in charge of technical support and Cheng Xiuyan was in charge of forging fake accounts.
In a very short time, the park's finances are on track, and no one can pick any faults, at least now, on the surface.
But if the other side spares no manpower or resources to dig deeper,
then Cheng Xiuyan could only pray that Yi Yuan was blessed with a great life. That being said, Jiang Weining submitted a $20 million order from Miguel Corporation to Yi Yuan, but Yi Yuan replied that the other party was not even qualified to enter and visit. After making a fool of herself, Jiang Weining didn't intend to nag him anymore.
After the two of them exchanged a few more simple pleasantries,
Lu Yanning sent Jiang Weining out of the park. Afterwards, Yi Yuan immediately made a call to Cheng Han. He was asked to find an old rag in his Bayan country and set up an overseas branch of Starlight Battery.
Cheng Han received the call and immediately nodded his head and did as he was told.
And in less than a day's work the matter was completed.
2 days later, Zhang Junjiang arrived at the industrial park with 5 or 6 of his men. However, their convoy was stopped by Wu Jiqiang,
and he brought people to conduct an extremely strict security check on them. How strict is security this time? Let's put it this way. Kong Jin Gang and his entourage were close to being stripped of their clothes.
Once they had survived the security check,
they people finally entered the park.
Only now the vast majority of the park's factory buildings are still empty. Only a model maker and battery maker moved in. The model factory is located more centrally in the park, and separate security systems are set up in people's factories. Zhang Junjiang and the others didn't even have the courage to come closer when they saw those fierce security guards.
So they drove straight to the battery plant area 2 kilometers away. But after going in,
Zhang Junjiang and the others were immediately confused.
This is because there are only 18 employees working in the entire plant,
and they all have very simple jobs.
1 manager of administration, 1 manager of finance, 2 managers of production technology, 6 managers of marketing, 3 technical advisors, 4 safety inspectors, 1 chief of staff and manager of logistics. A company full of managers? No wonder they all get paid millions a year. Waste. What a ing waste.
The first thing Kong Jinjian wants to do when he arrives at Starburst Motors is to try to drive all of these people.
Which one of you is in charge here?
A chubby man stood in the office area yelling up.
With that, a tall beautiful woman walked over with a smile. Hello, I'm Jing Zichen, the administrative manager of Starburst. How may I help you?
The fat man immediately turned to look at Zhang Junjiang when he heard this and said,
Kyo, right? Any idea who this is?
Jing Zichen said with a quick smile and shook his head.
I don't know. May I ask who this is? The fat man immediately pretended to be very proud after hearing the introduction said.
This is the new COO of Starburst.
Jiang Junjiang, Mr. Jiang.
Jing Zichen heard this but his brows were slightly furrowed, and then she looked at the other with suspicion and smiled and said,
I'm sorry, I didn't receive a personnel notice from the chairman. Mr. Kong, right? Could you please come and fill out an alien registration form first? Chapter 65 CEO of Overseas Subsidiaries.
Zhang Junjiang used the 5-star board of directors to apply pressure.
Successfully blended in as COO of Starburst Motors. But he's just joined the company and he's in for a rude awakening. Kong Jinjiang received his girl yelling with an angry face. What is it? I can't believe you made me fill out a registration form? I'm the COO of Starburst.
After Zhang Junjiang roared these words, he immediately turned to look at the others and said,
Who exactly is in charge of your place? Come out and hand over the job to me. And get everyone else here as soon as possible. I have to call a posting meeting.
Jing Zichen, who was responsible for receiving it, immediately shook his head slowly after hearing it.
The company's staff is here.
Our positions are all vanity positions, set for payroll.
After saying this,
Jing Zichen took off his suit jacket,
revealing the work jacket inside and said, Actually,
we're all engineers who maintain the machines.
Starburst has fully automated production. As the COO of the company, don't you know that? Saying that,
Jing Zichen pulled out a set of wrenches and tied them around his waist,
while squeezing out a smile and said, If you don't register, then I'm sorry I can't entertain you, huh? It's my shift soon. Got to go to the shop and patrol the equipment. Goodbye. Make yourself at home.
After Jing Zichen said this,
he jumped up and walked away.
Zhang Junjiang and the others stayed where they were to be as clueless as possible.
What kind of strange company is this Starburst? Fully automated production? Really? So, no employees?
Kong Jinjiang stood incredulously and muttered to himself.
But no one in the large office paid any attention to him. These people were all personally recruited by Chairman Yi Yuan.
They also only had to answer to Yi Yuan alone in the company.
and the task that Yi Yuan had given them people was to look after the safe operation of the equipment. They don't have to care about anything else at all. Just wait for their paychecks at the beginning of each month. When the contract was signed, everyone was set at $1 million a year after taxes. But these people are afraid of spending recklessly if they take so much money at once. Therefore, the collective took the initiative to apply for the conversion of salaries to monthly payments. That works out to be $83.334 per month for each of them. Of course, they have the education to justify the high salary. For example, Jing Zichen, who just received Zhang Junzhang. She is a postdoctoral student in Intelligent Control Technology, a Ph.D. in Industrial Process Automation Technology, a Master in Industrial Robotics Technology, and is the youngest Ph.D. and Master in the above fields of expertise of a flower grower. It's not just her, but everyone else in the office area is, at the very least, a postdoc plus a dual professional master's degree. How could Yi Yuan offer $1 million a year if he wasn't the best of the best? It's worth saying that Yi Yuan will also give them bonuses at the end of the year. The amount of the bonus is tied to the company's performance for the year, and they all have to be at least 6 figures to start with. With such a large salary as an incentive, these 18 people have long been in the heart of the company as their own home, and the chairman is their common father. That's why Zhang Junzhang's claim that he was some kind of new CEO didn't catch on at all with the people in the room. Who cares who you are? As long as the chairman hasn't said so. You're an airbender here. Zhang Junzhang and his party stood in the office area for an hour. Not a single person had come over to pick them up in the meantime. Everyone was just doing what they had to do, as if they didn't exist. Assholes? What a bunch of assholes. Zhang Junzhang was so angry that he pulled out his cell phone to call Jiang Weining. However, the other person's cell phone was always on hold. Isn't that awkward? It is indeed embarrassing. And they were embarrassed until the end of the company's shift. The others soon packed up and left, except for 4 who stayed on duty during the night. The only people left in the large office area were Kong Jinjiang and his group still standing there. The chubby man couldn't help but step forward and persuade him at this time. Mr. Kong, why don't we go back? Let's go back and eat our fill first. Then we'll come back and settle the score with them. Zhang Junzhang felt justified when he heard this, and his stomach was rumbling early. But just as he was about to nod and say go, the door to the room in the office lobby, however, was suddenly pushed open. Then, 7 or 8 men in black suits entered and broke in. Which one is Zhang Jinjiang? Hearing the other side's question, Kong Jinjiang raised his hand reflexively. I am. Why? The man who asked immediately pulled out a document when he heard this and said, congratulations, given that you are conscientious and responsible in your work and have excellent management skills. Therefore, the chairman appoints you as the CEO of the Starry Shine branch in Bayan country. These men you lead have been entrusted with the same responsibility. Saying that, the man continued after forcing the document into Zhang Junzhang's hands. This is the letter of appointment signed by the chairman of the board. And now we can leave for our duties. Zhang Junzhang and the others were collectively petrified at the time when they heard this. What the hell? Bayan country branch? Isn't Dyson Bird beating up Baba Sheep on a daily basis? How come the chairman of this family even went there to open a branch? It's not scientific. Everything else feels a little short on head. But Zhang Junzhang was really a bit anxious. What makes me a hard worker and a great manager? I've been at the office for half a day and I haven't accomplished anything. How did this chairman of what's-his-name see that I'm capable? I'm not going. I'm not endorsing this appointment letter. With that, Kong Jinjiang was ready to rebel a bit on the spot, but he was soon completely overpowered by his opponent. It wasn't just him, the others were subdued as well. The man who had asked then spoke again. I came here to inform you, not to consult with you. The vehicles and airplanes are ready for you, and you will leave this evening. When you get to your destination, someone will be in charge of receiving you. Have a safe trip. Mr. Kong. With that, the man put a black cloth bag on Zhang Junzhang. The others were treated like him, served by a black sack each. Not only that, all of them, whether they resisted or didn't, were uniformly greeted with electric batons and passed out. By the time Kong Jinjiang woke up again, it was already several hours later. Sha City, Bayan Kingdom. Inside a relatively well-preserved 10-story building, Kong Jinjiang sat up from his boss chair in a daze. After coming to his senses, he hastily removed the black sack from his head. Who the hell are you people? I'm going to call the police on you. Is there any king's law left? You guys. Zhang Junzhang stopped in the middle of his shouting, because there was no one else in the room except those of his men. His noise soon woke the others. Everyone was also the first to remove their headgear when they sobered up. But just as everyone was panicking and trying to ask what was going on, instead, there was a sudden loud explosion outside the window. Boom! This was followed by the long, uninterrupted sound of machines firing. Da-da-da-da. Da.
Kang Jinjiang, who heard these movements, directly peed his pants.
What the? Chapter 66, The Big Boys Are Anxious. Kang Jinjiang wants to get his hands on Starburst and is ready to forcefully intervene in the company's operations as COO.
But he had ultimately underestimated Yi Yuan's methods.
Before he could even figure out what was going on,
he was kidnapped by a group of men in black to the Bayan country.
The other party obviously kidnapped, but gave the title, CEO of the overseas branch. Not only that, Yi Yuan also sent an email to the other party's family in the tone of the company's leader.
Its content is mainly high praise and recognition of the person in question. Finally, the end of the letter symbolically mentions that the person has been sent to the overseas branch of Bayanghua.
After seeing this email, Kang Jinjiang and his family members were confused. Hasn't Dyson Bird been at war with Baba Sheep? Local missiles, bombers, tanks and whatnot are on the news all day long. How come you're still allowed to run to work there? I can't go for any amount of money. With this in mind, the families rushed to call the person in question. But when the call was made, they realized that their people were now unable to return. Dai Xingtiao declared the vicinity of Baiyang country a no-fly zone,
and no aircraft from other countries were allowed to approach Baiyang country.
However,
it is worth mentioning that the military of Baiyang country still takes care of Zhang Zhenjiang and the others.
At least 2 meals a day will still be guaranteed. The most infuriating thing was that Yi Yuan had shamelessly emailed the crowd.
The most disgusting part of this email is that he went so far as to encourage the congregation to be aggressive in their local business.
He promised to give everyone promotions, raises,
and awards if the branch's performance would increase by more than 50% by the end of the year.
After seeing this email, Zhang Zhenjiang was really as disgusted as if he had eaten a fly. What the time is it? There's bombings, explosions and terrorist attacks going on out there. Is this an appropriate time for you to be painting a big picture?
Even if you say you'll send 2 bulletproof vests in the mail,
that's better than what the email says.
Zhang Zhenjiang and others thought about calling the police,
but the police responded and said they couldn't do anything.
They can only take the situation to their superiors and do not yet know if they will respond to their situation. This is because the country had issued a circular a few days ago discouraging its nationals from traveling to the Bayan country to engage in any activities. Kang Jinjiang and the others say they've been kidnapped.
But what hostage has such a high degree of freedom? People didn't restrict their movement in the first place, restrict their calls in the second place,
or harm their personal safety in the third place.
Is there a kidnapping case like this in the world? In a nutshell,
Zhang Zhenjiang's few people could only eat a dumb loss this time.
As for when they could return,
it would depend on how the situation in Baiyang country was.
Planting flowers, Kyoto. Inside a financial building,
a group of car-making giants are meeting here in secret.
Li Meng, Li Xin, Yu Peng, Bu Junyue, Mengzhen, Fu Hongba,
Ren Yingyi and Dong Xing were getting together to discuss things.
Mr. Dong, your plan is not good either. This Zhang Zhenjiang how to behold Baba Goat that go? Is this Yi Yuan so capable? It's not just a great ability, it's like having an eye for the sky. Right now, it's not like anyone can just go over to Baiyang country.
You have to ask Dai Shang Bird and the Baiyang army if they're okay.
Can Surname Yi contact their executives? Gullible, careless but luckily, we're all hiding behind the curtain, so the other party shouldn't know that it's us who's running the show. A game? You are too high on us. We didn't even open our game.
And they broke it with a wave of their hands.
Convinced? I am really a bit convinced. You're old? Convinced so easily? This is just the beginning, okay? Since this is just the beginning, if one plan doesn't work, there's another one. What kind of scheme can you have? Right now, Huolei and Stargaze can be very close. If you mess up, and then drag the Thunder God into the water. That would be lively. I don't have any plans, but we have Mr. Dong. He must still have a plan. With that,
the crowd slowly turned their heads to look at Dong Xing. Dong Xing had actually already planned a backstroke at this time. He saw the crowd looking at him, so he puffed out his chest and spoke confidently. That's right, there's another plan if one doesn't work, and it's a beauty trick. Just don't worry, all you big guys, this time it's guaranteed to be fine. The crowd immediately broke into guy smiles when they heard this. With that, everyone raised their glasses in unison to toast Dong Xing, and then, Dong Xing slowly revealed his new plan. As Dong Xing joined forces with the bigwigs of the inflicting world to recalculate Yi Yuan, inside the defense building in Kyoto, a meeting was being held against him at the same time. It was just that none of the bigwigs within the venue here knew Yi Yuan's true identity, but it is precisely because they don't know that they seem very anxious. National Defense Building, in the small conference room on the 7th floor. It was an informal meeting that was taking place here, so the bigwigs present were more casual in their words and actions. On the conference table, the ashtray in front of Summer China was already full of cigarette butts. He reached into his pocket for a cigarette but grabbed it. It was at this time that he remembered that he had run out of cigarettes 10 minutes ago.
Seeing this, Wei Wen, Deputy Minister of the Army General Armament Department, immediately took out his own Furong Wang from his pocket and said, "Here, smoke this one of mine." Summer China sniffed and was not polite, took the cigarettes and lit them by hand. But the cigarette in his hand had just been lit when he began to count the other man. "Old Wei, you really know how to give me a hard time. How did this briefing screw up again? The bosses of all the major media outlets, the phones are ringing off the hook at number 2. You can't keep holding people back. You have to put them back as soon as possible." Hearing this, Wei Wen immediately lit one for himself as well. He took a hard drag before exhaling a trail of smoke before saying, "You think I don't want to? I was afraid to. You've just seen the live video and photos. It's inevitable that someone won't talk nonsense when you put someone out there. If it really turns out to be like this, then our flower planting family will have no say in the matter. Eagle Jam and the others will definitely use this as an excuse to turn on us. At that time, who can afford to take this pot?" Summer Hall sighed heavily at hearing this. At this point, Fei Xin, Director General of the State Security Bureau, interjected at the right time. "Rui's side has been tracking it down for a while, so he should have gotten hold of some clues, right? Why don't we make an appointment to talk to what's-his-name Chung Han first?" Can Lo, the Director General of the Police Security Intelligence Bureau, reached out and crushed his cigarette out before speaking. "An appointment is long overdue, but the problem is we can't find anyone. The 4 units of national security, police security, national intelligence and military intelligence have joined forces, and so far they haven't even found a single person. It's something I'm embarrassed to talk about outside. Shame on you. It's just so embarrassing." With that, Canlo pulled out a wazoo and lit it again. Several other departmental bigwigs sniffed and immediately lowered their collective heads consciously, because the errand was indeed a little too shameful to talk about. Seeing that the team's morale had fallen, Summer China immediately reached out and gently tapped the desktop and said, "Well, don't all hang your heads. The chief is going to hear my report in person tonight. Grab a moment to discuss how exactly this report should be written. Let me remind you all not to mention too much about what hasn't been accomplished. Let's all brainstorm on how to follow up. Old Fei, what do you think about this?" Chapter 67, Mind Your Own Business. An informal meeting was conducted in the Defense Building in Kyoto. Secretary General of the Ministry of Defense, Summer China, asked Fei Xin, Director General of the National Security Agency, for his opinion. Fei Xin's heart immediately screamed with difficulty when he heard this. "What do I think? I'll sit and watch. Those things come out with a shoe in. Who can defend against that?" But he couldn't say that to Summer Hall. Therefore, he could only frown tightly at Wei Wen next to him. "Ministry Wei, I think you have the most say in this matter. You are the human witness who saw it all the way through. How about you help with a few constructive ideas?" Wei Wen saw that this guy had led the trouble to his side, and immediately his face became a little unsightly. So Wei Wen pressed the cigarette butt in his hand into the ashtray with force and said, "My constructive suggestion is to try to schedule the next briefing in the water, preferably on an endless sea. I'd like to see how he's going to get the stuff over here." Xiahua directly rolled his eyes when he heard this. With that, he exhaled a hard, cloudy breath and said, "We are all imprisoned by our inherent thinking. Ways and means of thinking about problems are still limited to existing perceptions. I think we can open our heads a bit, right? Young people always say too much brain when faced with bizarre events. I think we can open our heads a little wider and stop thinking about this with common sense." Speaking here, Summer China slowly stood up with his arms crossed and continued, "Since the other side even got something from the game and the movie, if we still think about what he did with our existing thoughts, then surely we are always one step behind and one move behind. I can refer to the plot in a sci-fi movie and see if I can find some inspiration from it." Wei Wen immediately clapped his hands excitedly when he heard this and picked up the conversation. "What Natsub said makes so much sense. We're just too rigid in our thinking." Speaking here, he turned his head to look at Fei Xin in serious questioning and said, "Old Fei, do you have a department like Men in Black there? It's the kind of unit that deals with aliens in the movies." Fei Xin immediately locked his brows when he heard this. He was like looking at a little cutie, like looking at Wei Wen for a while before he spoke. "Wei Ministry, why don't you just ask me if there is a SHIELD for the seedlings? They're so much cooler than the Men in Black." Wei Wen's eyes unexpectedly couldn't help but light up when he heard this. "Really? Do we really have such a department?" Fei Xin rolled his eyes directly after hearing this. Then he got up quickly and went to the window and said, "I'm speechless. Let's get some air first. You guys take your time." Xiahua heard this but slowly nodded his head. The others were immediately filled with curiosity upon seeing this scene. At this time, Summer China took the initiative to ask for a cigarette, and then he smiled as he lit the fire and said, Wei Department and Fei Bureau suggested it very well. I think, could give it a try. Wei 1 and Fei Xin were instantly stunned at the same time. What the hell? What do you want to try?
The Kyoto side of the storm clouds are changing.
The official and business side of the multiple people are eyeing Yi Yuan,
but this guy is still acting like nothing is wrong, and is making plans to bring his mother and sister to live with him in Nanhu.
Since it wasn't too convenient for him to go out right now, he left the matter to Luo Rue. At the same time,
he was prepared to personally go and interview Chang Han about something. The two hadn't officially met since the guy had returned home.
Nanhu, Caesar's International Nightclub.
This is one of the most famous business clubs in South Shanghai. The major shareholder of the club is said to have connections straight to the top of the official hierarchy. Therefore, no one dared to come here to make a fool of themselves, whether it was an official unit or a jungle gang.
Yi Yuan arrived at the clubhouse in a car accompanied by Lu Yening,
carrying a sniper rifle on his back.
Zhang Lisang lurked high up in the neighborhood as usual. This way, he could support the duo with fire from a distance should they get into an unexpected situation. Yi Yuan didn't wear any luxuries today.
He just wore sports casual clothes that felt comfortable.
So did Lu Jinan.
Only she had some small weapons hidden on her person.
She pretended to be Yi Yuan's female companion and walked inside the clubhouse with Yi Yuan's arm. But coincidentally, the duo had just entered Caesar's International when they encountered a problem. The duo had just walked into the hall when they saw 4 drunks surrounding a man and a woman. The man had to be in his 40s and the woman was 17 or 18 at the most. 4 drunken men surrounded the man and woman in a circle, and 2 of them kept verbally molesting the girl. Ouch, it's really hydrated. This little model is really rare. I'll give you $1,000. How about paying me to play for a while? Morning Biao. Why are you so stingy? You don't look like you've grown up yet. Why do you only give me 1,000?
I'll give you 3,000.
You come with me. With that, the yellow-haired man stepped forward and went to pull the girl.
The man saw this and immediately shielded the girl with one hand and growled.
What do you want? Don't touch my daughter. If you guys keep messing around, I'm calling the police.
The man looked very flustered, obviously fearful of these drunks.
At that moment,
the fattest of the 4 suddenly spoke.
Call the police? What the are you pretending? What is this place? Didn't you bring your daughter here to sell? Is it too little money? Then I'll give you 10,000. Is that enough? With that, the fat man staggered out of his bag and pulled money out. Is 10,000 enough? Not enough for me to give you 20,000. Let this stay with the 4 of us today. After Fatty said this, the red-haired kid next to him couldn't help but laugh badly. Lin Xiao, how embarrassing to make you break the bank again.
Then you must fire the first shot later. A few of us drew straws to line up and cheer you on. After Redhead said this, the others immediately laughed. At this time, the eyes of the surrounded men instantly reddened.
I'll fight you guys. Rip your rotten mouths off. Saying that,
the man rushed towards the fat man as if he didn't want to die. The others saw this and immediately stepped forward to stop and beat the men. The girl immediately freaked out at the sight and yelled as she stepped forward to pull the car.
Don't hit my dad. Please don't hit my dad. Somebody, help. They hit my dad.
The girl cried her heart out, but the people around her just stared coldly.
Lu Yan'an's steps suddenly stopped after seeing this scene. Yi Yuan said with a slight frown on his brows immediately after sensing her difference. What do you want?
Lu Jinan said as she slowly loosened her arms around him.
I want to help her.
Yi Yuan heard this but glared coldly at Lu Yening.
You want to be a Madonna? Is there too much of this injustice to manage? Lu Yening's expression was immediately slightly stunned upon hearing this. She's too good a person to turn a blind eye. Maybe help one is one? Lu Yening wanted to go over to help, but Yi Yuan grabbed her. Our lady can only do harm. Calm down and think before you make a decision. After saying this,
Yi Yuan slowly let go of his hand.
Chapter 68, This is a fake act. Lu Jinan saw a father and daughter being bullied by drunks. Immediately, he said he wanted to go over and help in a righteous way, but at the critical moment, he was yanked by Yi Yuan.
So, while Yi Yuan was urging her to calm down and let go of her hand,
Lu Jinan finally sensed the unusual situation at the scene. First, she noticed the people around her, all peeking at them, intentionally or not. Secondly,
the 4 drunks hit the men so hard and the security inside the clubhouse never did anything about it.
You know,
this is one of the most upscale clubs in South Shanghai.
If you dare to make trouble here, don't you have to weigh your own strength first? In the end, these people made a scene sooner or later, but waited for the 2 to make a scene as soon as they walked in the door. That's a bit of a coincidence, isn't it? After Lu Yan'an thought about all this, her expression immediately became wary. So she reached out to rehold Yi Yuan's arm and said, Yeah, you make a good point. It's better to stay out of this idle business. Let's duck and cover so we don't get into trouble. Saying that, Lu Yening tugged Yi Yuan and wanted to hide far away.
but the 4 drunken men who made the disturbance gravitated toward the 2. This perverse behavior immediately made Lu Yannin more alert. With that, she directly tugged Yi Yuan to retreat to the entrance of the hall. If you can't mess with me, why don't you stay away? Lu Jinan thinks so, but the other man would love to be able to guess what was going on in her mind. The molested girl suddenly turned and folded back. Instead of looking for someone closer to help, she ran straight for the door. Please, will you help my dad? Brother, please, will you help us? I kneel and kowtow to you. Yi Yuan saw this and quickly nodded his head vigorously and said, Okay, I've called the police for you. Ning, hurry up and help videotape it so you can give it to the police later. The girls all froze for a moment as the words left their mouths. What the hell? Help call the police? You're such a wimp? That's the right thing to do in a situation like this. Brother, haven't you heard the story of the hero who saved his life? I'm so beautiful. You didn't give me a hand on the spot, but you chose to just call the police? You're not following the rules at all. The girl was kneeling on the floor a little overwhelmed when the 4 drunks at the back door, on the other hand, reacted a little faster than she did. Among them, the fat man pulled out a dagger and growled. Who called the police? Know who I am. How dare you call the police? Who reported it? Yellow hair also stepped forward at this time to arch the fire and said, Big brother, that's him. He's the one who said to call the police. Shall we? Hearing this, red hair immediately pulled out his dagger as well and said, Lin Xiao. We must get him today. Finally, one of the remaining bald guys walked up and said the same thing. Let's go together and him first. The 4 men said they were about to come forward to seek provocation. Lu Yanning immediately protected Yi Yuan behind her. But just at this time, the man with a face of blood suddenly got up and hugged the fat man's thigh. Jing Jing, you guys run quickly. Dad come and stall them. Don't worry about me. Just run. The fat man was so angry at being held on his thighs that he instantly turned around and started punching and kicking. Get off me. We can't let them get away. You guys, pull this dead old man away. Saying that, the 3 men immediately abandoned Yi Yuan to fight the man. The girl saw this and immediately got up and tried to hug Yi Yuan. Lu Jinan, however, stopped it with the first hand. What do you want? The girl immediately burst into tears at the words. Big brother, let's go. My dad won't last long. Yi Yuan was already a bit unable to look away when he saw this. Is this some kind of amateur actor that someone found? Why don't you guys just get your ing asses down to a professional? It's even if the plot is corny as hell. The actors are still so unprofessional. This woman is not a psychopath, is she? Your dad's about to be killed and you're running off with a stranger? I'll run your ass off. Don't force me to go down with you, okay? Thinking of this, Yi Yuan sighed softly and said, No need to run. The police will be here soon. Justice will be late, but never absent. Yi Yuan said these 2 words breathlessly. The girl listened but stood still for half a second. Does this person have normal emotional ones or not? Lu Jinan for being a kind person. So, her nerve reflexes were getting a little long in the tooth at this point, but she was no cutie pie, and soon realized something was wrong as well. This scene right here is someone's game. A beauty trick? What a cheesy, crappy move. Thinking of this, Lu Yannin immediately began to look around. At this point, the immediate eyes of the people in the hall looking this way were getting more and more wrong. Not only that, but there was also a group of people outside the hall slowly approaching. It's bad. They're surrounded. Run! Lu Yannin suddenly shouted, then drew the dagger at her waist and stabbed forward. By this time, the girl who was originally churlish had changed her color. A steel spike had suddenly appeared in her hand as well. Tinker! The dagger slashed at the steel spike, successfully stopping the girl's surprise attack. But the next second, countless hidden weapons were shot from all directions. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Yi Yuan couldn't help but report foul language immediately when he saw this scene. What ing era is this? Why does anyone use flying daggers or shuriken or anything else? Are you guys making a martial arts movie? Yi Yuan quickly dodged while messing around in his head. The next second, sniper shots rang out. A man who tried to sneak attack Yi Yuan from behind was shot in the head. As soon as the gun went off, the scene went into a countdown. The assassin has to take care of his target before the police arrive. Yi Yuan and the others have to escape from here before the police arrive. Go! Yi Yuan pulled out 2 submachine guns from his arms. He backed up quickly as he fired. Lu Jinan managed to escape from the hall under the cover of strong fire. Those 4 drunks and the girl's so-called father were instantly beaten into 5 sieves by Yi Yuan, but the others saw the scene without any fear. How can any ordinary person not be afraid of death? Could these be professionally trained people? When he thought of this, an idea was immediately born in Yi Yuan's mind. They're from an offshore organization. Is it Eagle Sauce or Footsie Chicken? It should be more likely to be a footpad chicken, because, at the moment,
He hadn't broken out into a head-on confrontation with Eagle Jam. These little guys are really vindictive. Looks like they've found something out. Thinking of this, Yi Yuan couldn't help but reveal a cruel smile at the corner of his mouth. Tengu eyes. They're footloose chickens. There's no need to hold back. Fight and retreat. Lu Yannin's body immediately shook when she heard this. And these people are all footloose chickens? Damn. So what's the point of being polite? Thinking of this, Lu Yannin immediately pulled out 2 pistols. Da-da-da-da. Bang. 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 The entrance to Caesar's International Nightclub was as lively as a movie. Once again, it has been proven that cold weapons are still no match for hot weapons. Under the cover of Zhang Lishang and Lu Yaning, Yi Yuan managed to escape from the enemy's encirclement. But as soon as they left, dozens of cars immediately traveled over around them. A large group of people quickly came down from the car and carried all the bodies and wounded from the scene to the car and took them away. Subsequently, large sprinklers and cleaning vehicles arrived at the scene to operate. In less than 5 minutes, it was difficult to see a single drop of blood at the scene. At the end of the day, a few others sprayed perfume in the air to mask the smell of blood. Everything that had just happened was seen by the 2 men at the 4th floor window. Like I said, he's hard to overpay. It was just a fluke. You won't be so lucky next time. Will there be a next time? It's safer to strike while the iron is hot, right? Then the rest is up to you to perform. Chapter 69 Under Fire Phobia. Caesar's International Nightclub? 4th floor. On one side of the floor-to-ceiling window with a one-way view, 2 men looked down with cold faces. They watched the 2 Yi Yuan come in and watched the 2 being chased by a group of people. While one said that Yi Yuan was not good for the other said to strike while the iron is hot. So one of the men, a man of medium build, quickly turned and headed out of the room. With that, his appearance was revealed in the light. If Yi Yuan was here at this moment, he would be extremely surprised. Because this man was no other than the man who had failed to inject the Blade Warrior fusion agent a few days ago, Teng Wei. But how he may not have expected that this man he survived with his strong self-healing power and started to take revenge under the compulsion of someone with a heart of gold. On the other hand, Yi Yuan, under the cover of Lu Yanning and Zhang Lishang, escaped from the scene in a car without any problems. But the group of people chasing him didn't give up, but hid in the shadows and headed to the next ambush point. No sooner had these men left than a group of men immediately appeared and began to work. So, when the patrolman who received the report arrived at the door of the nightclub, the place has long been back to business as usual and is already open for regular business. What gunshots? What fights? What deaths? No, the patrolman didn't notice anything unusual at all. Just a little bit of wet ground all along the way. But that's from the Department of Sanitation sprinklers. The patrolman in charge also pulled surveillance from the neighborhood because it involved firearms and a person's life. But everything was normal on the surveillance as well, and no one was seen fighting or shooting. Since then, the Rangers have had to treat this case as a false alarm case. An hour later, an industrial park in the southern suburbs. Lu Yannin slowly parked the car 200 meters away from the gate. Yi Yuan, who was sitting in the back row, immediately became curious when he saw this situation. What's wrong? Why did you park here? Lu Yannin said as she sniffed and frowned tightly with both eyebrows looking ahead. It's not right. I feel so wrong. There seems to be danger ahead, Lu Yannin said as she stared tightly ahead in the direction of the park. Immediately after hearing this, Yi Yuan's brows gently embraced together as well. This Lu Yannin was in possession of some of the spirit sensing skills. It's just that she needs a high level of concentration to trigger this skill. When she was in front of the nightclub just now, she failed to give advance warning because she was too mentally relaxed. Right now Lu Yannin's mind is on high alert, so this skill would be easy to trigger. If she said there was danger ahead, then there must be danger hidden up ahead. But can you not go if it's dangerous? That's his lair. Can Yi Yuan still be bullied by others? It's okay, I'll share the park surveillance. Tell Breaker to find a sniper spot. Saying that, Yi Yuan took out his cell phone and shared the park's surveillance screen. Sure enough, there were people hidden in many corners of the park at the moment. The men were hiding in dark corners, some with knives, some with guns, and some with crossbows. Good lord, this has to be hundreds of people at least. No matter how good a footpad chicken is, he can't mobilize so many people in the flower grower's house, in plain sight. Is it hard to believe that there are local forces involved? In this part of South Shanghai, there are still local forces that dare to go against them? Thinking of this, Yi Yuan's eyes narrowed into a dangerous slit. Still in? Lu Yannin opened her mouth with a slightly nervous voice and asked. Yi Yuan slowly put down his cell phone and looked up to the front and said, Enter. I'm here. Don't be afraid. Lu Yannin, for some reason, was instantly reassured after hearing his words. She felt that as long as she followed the other party well, she would be able to turn the danger into peace. Thinking of this, Lu Yannin refueled and started the car. 2 minutes later, the car slowly drove up to the gate. At the moment, there were still a few familiar-faced security guards on duty at the entrance. It's just that Ing, who often substitutes for the team, isn't here, and instead it's Yang Dong, who hasn't been showing up so much. Who's here? Mr. Yi, you're back? Why did you suddenly stop the car just now? Can I help you? Yang Dong very politely and dangerously rushed the car and said. Yi Yuan sniffed and slowly lowered the window to look at him and said, it's nothing. Female drivers are just unskilled at driving. It's normal to stall and stuff. Lu Yanan quietly rolled her eyes when she heard this. Yang Dong couldn't help but laugh softly at the sight. So that's how it is, then I'll leave you alone. Saying that, Yang Dong took a step back and signaled his men to open the interceptor bar. Yi Yuan at this time but suddenly opened his mouth and asked, is your boss Cheng here? Yang Dong immediately frowned slightly when he heard this. He thought about it for a couple seconds before opening his mouth to reply with a smile. No, what do you want with him? Yi Yuan slowly nodded after hearing this and said, yes, I have a tens of billions of dollars of business I need to discuss with him. You get him here for me, the sooner the better. After saying that, Yi Yuan quickly raised the car window. For her part, Lu Jinan drove her car quickly into the park. Yang Dong watched the vehicle walk away before he picked up the phone and dialed the number. Boss, the men are back. Yeah, in the car. I saw it with my own eyes. He also said he had a tens of billions of dollars of business he wanted to discuss with you. Yes, nothing out of the ordinary, just seemed a little tense. Okay, I get it. Yang Dong quickly hung up the phone while picking up the walkie-talkie and said in a cold voice, all attention, action delayed. Do not act rashly, action delayed. Half an hour later, inside the inner factory. The security of this inner plant is a separate department from the outer plant. The security here were all ex-soldiers that Luo Rui and the others had gotten. After the last footpot chicken incident, the ones who could stay were those who were determined to follow Yi Yuan. So, after returning to the inner factory, Yi Yuan gave an order, prepare for war. The dozen or so security guards were surprised to hear that, but all of them firmly embraced any decision Yi Yuan made. With that, Yi Yuan immediately used the military equipment from the inner factory to rush out a batch of super single mechanical battle armor. This was something he had rushed out by consuming a high amount of system exchange materials, so the price was very high, but right now Yi Yuan couldn't care less. Money, there's plenty of opportunity to earn it later, but life or death is a one-time choice. So, he couldn't let his people lose out on equipment. Thus, Yi Yuan, who was afraid of not having enough firepower, borrowed the exoskeleton mech data from the movie Tomorrow's War and produced 20 sets of single-soldier battle armor using military engineering equipment. This one-man mechanical battle armor dramatically increases the wearer's agility and strength, and provides great defense and firepower. However, Yi Yuan thought that battle armor alone was not enough, so, he redeemed another 20 OICW weapons from the system. OICW, Objective Individual Combat Weapon, is the ideal individual combat weapon. And this time Yi Yuan exchanged it for the Eagle Jam Army's XM-29. The XM-29 has a length of 830 mm, a caliber of 5.56 mm per 20 mm, a rate of fire of 700 RPM/10 RPM, an effective range of 500 m/1000 m, a magazine capacity of 30 RDS/6 RDS, and can fire both rifle rounds and grenades, with a single magazine that can hold 30 rounds of energized ammunition and 6 rounds of high explosive. With the XM-29, Yi Yuan still felt that the firepower was too weak. He then gave each of them a secondary weapon, an MP7 miniature submachine gun that could be used with 4.6 by 30 mm ammunition. With the MP7, Yi Yuan still felt that there was not enough firepower. So, he issued each man 2 more pistols, the Glock G17 and the Beretta PX-4 Storm. Both are standard tactical pistols for Western Special Forces. After the rifles, submachine guns, and pistols were all matched, Yi Yuan still had some concerns. Just in case there's a melee fight, what happens? Thinking of this, Yi Yuan thoughtfully equipped each person with 2 Nepalese military knives. That should be enough, right? If that's not possible, just add another shift later and produce a few more tanks, armored vehicles, and terrorist robots. If firepower isn't enough, then you'll have to redeem the Light Prism Tower. Chapter 70, Mixed Armored Security Squad. Industrial Park. In the inner factory, Lu Yanning and a group of security, looking at the various types of equipment in front of them, instantly fell into a collective daze and contemplation. Is the boss looking for self-defense, or is he trying to start a war? Mechanical battle armor, tanks, armored vehicles and robots and whatnot, we can put up with. But what's with that Quinjet hovering over your head? Where did you get that Avengers gear? Oh, my god, how many enemies are coming later? Look at the boss's posture of preparing for war. How can a footpad chicken be a division, right? The point is, how did a division of footpaddle chickens get into a flower grower's house? It's horrible. It's not that the enemy is horrible, it's that the boss is horrible. He wouldn't want to, on his own, start the World War III season early, would he? While the crowd was still puzzled, Zhang Lishang's voice suddenly came through the headphones. Boss, the other side is starting to move. They're coming from the east, south, and north, encircling from 3 directions. Visually, some of them were armed with firearms and grenades. Hearing this, Yi Yuan's expression immediately tensed up. See, I told you the firepower was still a little lacking, didn't I? I can't believe they have grenades. How dangerous is that? When Yi Yuan said these words, the crowd turned their heads in unison and looked at the dozen or so tankers next to them. Lu Yanan directly couldn't help but interject to pick up the conversation. I don't think grenades will affect us much, will they? If they dare to come in, we'll fight them. The others heard this and immediately turned on the safety and pulled the bolt to attach it. Fight them! When Yi Yuan saw that everyone's morale was so high, he immediately ordered to get ready for battle. The Quinjet then landed vertically. He quickly ducked inside the fighter, escorted by Lu Jinan. The other security quickly entered the tanker as well, while the terrorist robots hid in the shadows. On the other hand, Ray Mehata, in cooperation with Yang Dong, commanded the death squad to pair up with the Green Gang, and together they launched an attack towards the inner factory. However, when they used the heavy truck to crash through the gate of the plant and tumbled in through the high walls on both sides, they immediately froze in place. Mehata Ray directly gripped Yang Dong in front of him and roared, "I thought you said there was only one shift of security here." Yang Dong sniffed and turned his head to look at the mixed team of infantry and tanks, and immediately felt his legs couldn't help but soften up. Yeah, there really used to be only one shift of security guards here. Ray Mehata roared angrily as he pushed Yang Dong to the ground. Whose security guards are issued tanks and battle mechs? This is clearly a hybrid armored synthetic combat team. Bastard! We've fallen prey to your seeds and flowers family's treachery again. After shouting this, Ray Mehata pulled out the katana at his waist and roared, "Retreat! We've been tricked! Retreat!" Yi Yuan, who was hiding in the Kuan fighter, immediately sneered at the sight. "You're here and you want to leave? All hands on deck. Start attacking." As Yi Yuan's order was exited, shocking gunshots followed. The heavy machine guns of the 5 Apocalypse tanks were the first to fire. Tadadadad as fire snakes harvested the rows of men directly in front of the gates. Then the Phantom tank, which had been disguised as a tree in advance, showed up. 4 Mirage tanks attacked behind Ray Mehata and the others. Heavy machine guns and small caliber artillery opened fire continuously, instantly beating those people to tears. Not only that, Yi Yuan personally maneuvered the Kuan fighter and launched an attack in the air as well. The 4 onboard heavy machine guns opened fire simultaneously, and the airplane rotated 360 degrees in a slow sweeping motion in all directions. Those who attempted to clip over the wall were instantly cleared out of the area. The sounds of intense fighting made the watchman in the plant very nervous. Coincidentally, today Cheng Qiuyan is one of them. The other 3 had been scared and were hiding under the bed shivering. She was the only one who slipped to the window to watch the action. When she got a good look at the situation outside the window, she immediately couldn't help but let out a gasp of surprise. Holy, is this Avengers 5? It's so damn exciting. No, I have to look closer. Saying that, Cheng Qiuyan catapulted his body and started moving towards the house. 5 minutes. This is the time between when Ray Mehata and Yang Dong rushed in with their men and when they were completely annihilated. This time no one got away with it. No one became a prisoner or hostage. In the face of absolute superiority of firepower suppression, any ploys and tactics are just like garbage. 5 minutes later, the fight was over. Yi Yuan's men began to clean up the scene in groups of 2. The Kuan fighter jet also landed slowly, and Yi Yuan and Lu Yanning quickly stepped out. Meng Biao looked at the corpses lying all over the place, and immediately fell into a brief moment of doubt. Is that all? That's the end of the fight? Looking at my boss's stance, I damn well thought it was going to be WW3. At this moment, Yi Yuan happened to walk behind him. With that he raised his foot and kicked the other man's ass with force and said, "What's with the blind chatter?" Meng Biao was kicked and stumbled. While then he quickly reached out and scratched his head and said, "No, nothing, told you these guys were too good. There's simply not enough for us to fight," he said, and squeezed out a silly grin that he thought was handsome. Yi Yuan directly rolled his eyes when he saw this, but just at this time, Lu Yanan suddenly hugged him and jumped to the side. Look out! The 2 had just landed when a gunshot rang out. In the next second, a big hole appeared where Yi Yuan had just stood. With that, Zhang Lusang's voice sounded in the headset. "There's a sniper. Quickly take cover. There are snipers." Before he could finish his sentence, there was suddenly another gunshot, but this time the other party wasn't shooting at Yi Yuan. He found me. I have to shift. Zhang Lisheng's voice sounded again. With that, a group of security began to approach towards Yi Yuan at a fiery speed. The security captain, Meng Biao, shouted out, "Defense formation, keep the boss safe, throw smoke and retreat to the building." His words had just been shouted when a bang came from a gun. In the next second, Meng Biao's entire body quickly flew backwards. A dent was made in the mech on his chest, and 2 of his ribs were crushed by the massive impact. Obviously, if there's no mech defense, he must be a dead man by now. "Retreat! Leave me alone! Smoke grenades!" Meng Biao continued to yell as he struggled to get up from the ground. Finally, a cloud of smoke rose around the crowd. The opposing sniper was unable to locate the target because of smoke interference. Meanwhile, on the roof of a building 500 meters away, Tang Wei slowly lowered his sniper and reached out to tighten his grip on an alloy chopper. "Want to run? I'll give you 20 seconds, okay?" After saying this, Tang Wei directly rushed forward and leapt down from the roof of the building that was 10 meters high. At the same time, Cheng Han brought 5 buses quickly toward the park. "Faster! Faster!" After Cheng Han yelled at the driver, he turned his head to the crowd behind him and said, "Get out of the car and leave no one alive. Remember?" After Cheng Han said this, the people in the car immediately raised their pistols and shouted in response in unison. Not a single one. On the other side, Tang Wei had already rushed past the 500-meter distance and rushed into the inner factory with the cover of smoke. Chapter 71 Blade Runner Tang Wei. Tang Wei quickly rushed into the inner factory with the cover of smoke. With that, the screams of security soon rang out all around. Tang Wei showed no weakness when facing the security guards and mechs, fully displaying his advanced combat skills as a sword magnate-level martial arts master and fighting master. "Take the boss away. There's a very strong guy charging in. Take the boss away." Meng Biao's voice came quickly over the headset. Yi Yuan and the others felt both nervous and confused upon hearing this. A very strong guy rushed in? Who? How strong? Yi Yuan was still struggling with this problem. A slightly familiar voice suddenly sounded in the headphones. "Boss Yi, goodbye? Remember me?" Hearing this voice, Yi Yuan's expression was first slightly stunned. With that, he remembered who the voice was. Tang Wei. This very strong person is Tang Wei who was injected with the Blade Warrior fusion. Wasn't this guy disposed of by the Luo Rue guys? Thinking of this, Yi Yuan turned his head to look at Lu Yanning beside him. Lu Yanning also heard Tang Wei's voice in her headphones. She knew what Yi Yuan wanted to know now, so Lu Jianan explained softly with a tight frown. "We were just sinking him to the bottom of the ocean." No, didn't dare do anything else. Yi Yuan didn't say anything more when he heard this. He just said with a tight frown, "Looks like he underestimated his ability to heal himself. Hey, I really did create a villain for myself." After saying this, Yi Yuan turned his head to Lu Yanning and said, "There's no choice but to steal yourself now. I made 3 extra sets of mechs. Let's get Zhang Lusang back and fight melee." Lu Yanning nodded gently at his words, and then Yi Yuan went ahead to put on the mech. But before he could get fully dressed, Tang Wei suddenly crashed through the window and rushed in. The 2 mecha security guards immediately raised their guns to shoot at the sight. However, the speed of the other party was too fast, and their guns couldn't even keep up with the other party's figure. "Too soon. I can't aim. Boss, come on. We'll hold you back." After saying this, the 2 security guards put down their rifles and took out their sabers. Since guns are useless, it's close quarters combat. Lu Yanning, on the other hand, took the opportunity to protect Yi Yuan and quickly shifted towards the outside. However, they still underestimated Tang Wei's fighting strength. 2 security guards in mechs didn't last 2 minutes in front of him. After knocking away the 2 security guards, Tang Wei made a sprint and crashed through the gate to chase out. The commotion over here then caught the attention of Cheng Qiuyan on the 2nd floor, so she quickly ran downstairs and out to check on the situation as well. Yi Yuan took out his cell phone and turned on the security system as he ran out of the building. He quickly pressed the activation button for the light prism tower after including all company personnel in the security target. But he didn't immediately disengage the safeties because there was something else he wanted to confirm. With that, the heads of the 2 10-meter-tall lighthouses in the inner plant slowly unfolded. Because this is the first time I've used the light prism tower since moving, so everyone in the room didn't know what they were for. Seeing this, Lu Yanning was even more very puzzled and opened her mouth to inquire, "What are you doing?" Was he worried that it wasn't bright enough out there to turn on the lighthouse on purpose to illuminate him? Yi Yuan immediately rolled his eyes when he heard this. "Am I that stupid? Just watch the show later." Saying that, Yi Yuan, who had run to the center of the courtyard, suddenly stopped in his tracks. Lu Yanning immediately saw the situation and shouted, "Why did you stop? Run!" She had barely finished her words when suddenly a shadow flew over. Lu Yanning didn't react in time and was actually knocked out by that shadow. It turned out that it was actually the body of a mecha security guard.
The heavy mech plus the weight of the corpse itself, coupled with the strange force used by Tang Wei when he threw it, directly knocked Lu Yenning's entire body to the point of dizziness and spitting blood from her mouth. Yi Yuan wanted to help when he saw this, but he quickly calmed down. He didn't fidget but slowly turned to look behind him. Tang Wei? I didn't realize you were still alive. And what a surprise! Yi Yuan said with a fake smile as he looked at the figure not far away. The smoke gradually dispersed, and Tang Wei walked out slowly with a calm face. Boss Yi is really good at talking. You rich people do have some skills. It's amazing to be able to talk and laugh at a time like this. Tang Wei's right hand gripped an open mountain sword, and the murderous look in his eyes grew thicker and thicker. Yi Yuan reached out and gently touched the left earlobe. There is a device disguised as an earring there, Yuri Psycho Sense 2.0. Once the sensors were activated, he was able to read the other person's mind. Life in this world is nothing but the word profit. You've done a good job of showing what you can do. Name your price. I'm willing to pay it. Yi Yuan began to test the other party's true intentions, but very sadly, the readings were very disappointing to him, because what the other guy wants is not some 3 melons or 2 dates, but all his wealth. This Tang Wei wants to be a mega rich man like him. It's a shame, though, the kid's not tied to the arms system. Therefore, even if Yi Yuan gave him all the money, he still couldn't grasp it. Does it need to be so much trouble? After today, everything you are is mine, so you're in no position to negotiate with me. Yi Yuan nodded non-committally when he heard this. With that, he looked curiously at the other man and asked suddenly, who are you conspiring with? Cheng Han? When Yi Yuan was ambushed at the nightclub, he had already thought of this possibility, but he still needed to check the authenticity with Tang Wei. Sure enough, just after Yi Yuan said this, Tang Wei gave his answer. Rich people sure are smart. It's okay, I'm just using him, but when it's done, he'll go down and stay with you. Yi God no longer exists. There will only be Tem God in the world. As he said that, Tang Wei began to stifle his laughter. As it turns out, according to Tang Wei's mind and heart reading, Yi Yuan already basically knew the whole story. At that time, Tang Wei just went into brain death in the hotel, but at this time he wasn't really in a state of biological death. However, Yi Yuan had wrongly estimated the situation wrongly, so they let Luo Rui and the others take them away and dispose of them. Luo Rui's trio were all first-rate good fighters when they fought though, but handling corpses and stuff is really out of the question, and they wouldn't dare do anything too sick to a corpse. So, finally the three decided to sink it in the sea. But what everyone didn't know was that every move on Yi Yuan's side was being watched. This person was no other than Cheng Han's beloved Yang Dong. Yang Dong waited for Luo Rui and the others to leave. Then he led the men to fish Tang Wei out of the sea. They had wanted to use it as a handle on Yi Yuan for some future critical situation, but never expected is that Tang Wei was salvaged 7 days later, actually climbed out of the freezer themselves. It was then that Cheng Han realized some of Yi Yuan's deeper secrets. Chapter 72 Cheng Han's expanded ambition. Cheng Han had wanted to genuinely follow Yi Yuan's work at first, but had overestimated his own willpower and loyalty. When he learned about Yi Yuan's financial strength and fusion experiments, Cheng Han's heart then began to grow the germ of a greater ambition. He had actually begun to want to replace Yi Yuan and become the new god of arms in this world. Cheng Han had this ambition, and Tang Wei was infected by it. So, the duo quickly and quietly worked together. Later, when Cheng Han traveled abroad to be God's shadow, he was easily bribed by the Eagle Sauce female spy. Under the double temptation and corrosion of wealth and color, he quickly lost himself and the original heart. However, Cheng Han was an extremely sensitive person psychologically and always felt that Yi Yuan could read his mind. Therefore, after returning to China, Cheng Han tried to avoid contacting him head-on, until Yi Yuan suddenly insisted on wanting to come and interview him. Cheng Han felt like there was no way back. He then contacted the Eagle Sauce intelligence agency through a female spy, Hawk Jam, for deploying too few Secret Service agents in the Seed's home. So, they secretly reached out to Footloose Chicken officials again. It was only then that the ambush at the nightclub and in the factory came about. After figuring everything out, Yi Yuan couldn't help but sigh deeply. Sure enough, it's the human heart that's the deep cliff. After saying this, Yi Yuan slowly lit a huazi. When Tang Wei saw how calm the other party was, he couldn't help but feel some tension. Is it hard to believe that he's got some kind of a killer move? But you are ungenerous. Everything you do is by choice. I am not forcing you to do anything. Tang Wei felt a bit puzzled when he heard this. He was a little confused as to what the other man meant by all this. It's too late for anything. Tell me all your secrets and I can spare your life. Say, where's your munitions factory? Where do you get all your black technology from? Where have you hidden your great wealth? Tang Wei approached slowly with his sword waving while shouting questions. Yi Yuan saw this but just said with a cold smile, take my advice. You can't hold my wealth. It's not just you. That bastard Cheng Han can't hold it either. We've cleared the air.
and we don't owe each other anything. Tang Wei felt even more nervous when she heard this immediately. No, he couldn't let his opponent stall any longer. Thus, Tang Wei suddenly accelerated and rushed towards Yi Yuan, but Yi Yuan also pressed the disarm button at the same time. In the next second, the top of the light prism tower suddenly flashed with dazzling white light. Tang Wei only felt piercing eyes and habitually raised his hand to cover it, but the white light sizzled past in a flash, and his entire body dissipated with the light. After a clink, only a palm clutching the Kayama blade remained in place. Seeing this, Yi Yuan gently exhaled a string of smoke and spat, saying, "Villains die from talking too much. Don't you understand such a simple truth?" After saying this, he dropped his cigarette and turned to help Lu Yanan, but just at that moment, Zhang Lisheng suddenly rushed in clutching an assault rifle. "Aha! I'll fight you guys. Boss, where are you? Are you alive? Assholes! I'll fight you." Zhang Lusang rushes into the factory as a display of a series of tactical maneuvers. He was seen rolling, aiming, and looking for cover. That set is indeed extremely silky and standard in its workmanship, but Yi Yuan stood still and watched, only feeling a little embarrassed. "You come in 30 seconds early. I'll give you a raise next month, but now that it's all settled, isn't it too phony for you to run out and act like it?" Of course, these were just spitballs in Yi Yuan's heart. He was able to tell through his mental sensors that Zhang Lisheng had genuinely put his life on the line to save himself. "Well, stop jumping up and down. Come quickly and help. See how many brothers are still alive." Zhang Lisheng was very happy to hear Yi Yuan's voice, but upon hearing the latter phrase the look of melancholy began again. 10 minutes later, Zhang Lusang was done searching for people. There were originally 14 security guards in the inner factory, and now there are 10 more alive. 4 people were killed by Blade Runner Tang Wei, and 5 others suffered various degrees of injury. Yi Yuan felt a pang of sourness in his heart when he found out, but he can't change anything now, except to give the crowd a generous pension. $3 million in incentives for 1 person alive, and $9 million in settlement for 1 person sacrificed. The traces of the battle at the scene had just been cleared when Cheng Han rushed into the park with several buses. When he rushed out of the car with his men, he looked at the silent park in a daze. "Didn't we say we were launching the attack early? Where is he? Where did the footpads chicken people go? Where did Zhang Dong's men go? Where did Ji Yuan go?" Cheng Han stood in place for a while, and then immediately said in a cold voice with his sword brows raised, "Search me, live and let die. Spread out and search me." The crowd immediately answered yes loudly at the words, and then a group of a dozen or so people spread out to take action. Soon, Cheng Han led the men to the entrance of the inner factory, but he had only just reached the door when he froze, because the ground was littered with bullet holes and there were large craters blown out nearby. "So this is where the battlefield is." However, before he could speak, Cheng Xiuyan suddenly ran over from inside. "Brother, you're finally here." Cheng Han was very surprised at what he heard. He didn't expect his little sister to be here. With that, he rushed forward to hug his little sister and said, "Why are you here too, Boss Yi? Is he okay?" Cheng Xiuyan immediately became nervous when she heard this. "He's not well. He's badly hurt. Can't make a call here either. I was just about to go out and call an ambulance." Cheng Han's expression was immediately delighted when he heard this. With that he smiled at his little sister and asked, "Really? Where is Boss Yi? I brought the doctor. Take me to him." Cheng Xiuyan was very trusting of his brother, so without saying a word, he led him toward the inner plant. At this moment, Zhang Lusheng, who was hiding in the high ground, reported in his headset, "Boss, the prey is coming in." With that said, he began to use his sniper rifle to continue scouting. Immediately afterward, he saw that more than 100 people were quietly gathering towards the inner factory. Inside the factory, in the office building, Yi Yuan was covered in blood and water, lying on the sofa in an extremely weak state. Lu Yanan knelt beside her and kept wiping her tears. "Boss, you must hold on. The doctor will be here soon. You must hold on." In the midst of her bellowing wail, Cheng Han rushed in as he pushed open the door to the room. "Boss Yi, what's wrong with you, Boss Yi?" Saying that, Cheng Han took 3 steps to the sofa. Cheng Xiuyan followed closely behind, while the crowd behind him quietly blocked the doorway. Not only that, the people Cheng Han brought in secretly took over the security, because they did not see any security personnel when they came in. That's why Cheng Han had the illusion of great power. Now the whole park is full of his people. No one can even stop him from doing what he wants to do now. Therefore, when he was sure that Yi Yuan was really seriously injured, he immediately didn't even bother pretending. "Boss Yi, what's wrong with you? Too careless. Ha, ha. But don't be afraid, since I'm here, you won't die for a while." Chapter 73 The Lighthouse of Equality for All Beings. Seeing that Cheng Han was reacting in this way, Lu Yanning was immediately ready to aggressively go forward to the theory. But the other party suddenly pulled out a desert eagle and pointed it at her. Lu, I advise you not to mess around. You'd better stay out of my business with Boss Yi. 2. Lu Yanning immediately stood still at the sight of the situation. However, his eyes kept looking at Yi Yuan for confirmation. Yi Yuan slowly shook his head after looking at her, and only then did she slowly nod her head and step aside. Cheng Qiuyan couldn't stay calm immediately after seeing this. Brother, what are you doing? Isn't he your big brother? What are you doing? Cheng Han heard this but suddenly laughed harshly. His smile was exaggerated and hideous, making Cheng Qiuyan feel strange after looking at him. Brother, are you crazy? What the hell do you want? Cheng Han slowly stopped laughing at his words, and then took his gun and quickly walked to Yi Yuan's side. Remember this? You gave it to me as a meet and greet gift at the time. Saying that, he withdrew the magazine and brought it to Yi Yuan and continued. But you didn't give me a bullet then. But good thing I worked hard enough to earn my own bullets. After saying this, Cheng Han reloaded the magazine. Power comes out of the barrel of a gun. Whoever has the strongest guy in his hand talks sense. Speaking here, he pointed his pistol at Yi Yuan and growled. There will be no more shadows. I am the true god of arms. And you, just a dog I keep? Cheng Han stepped forward and grabbed Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan's eyes were filled with calmness, looking at him as quietly as if he were a dead man. You think that's going to replace me? Cheng Han felt some palpitations when he saw Yi Yuan's eyes, so he viciously yelled at him. Why not? I will be taking over your arms empire from now on. Now tell me, where are all those arms? How did you build these things? Tell your secrets. At this time Cheng Han really looked like a madman. That hideous face scared his sister to look at it. So, Cheng Qiuyan went forward and pushed him away shouting, What are you doing? I forbid you to hurt Yi Yuan. Brother, are you really crazy? Cheng Han was staggered by the push. With that he backhanded his little sister. Asshole. Can't you tell the difference between near and far? I'm your brother. Cheng Qiuyan was also a bit anxious at this time, so she stepped forward and said as she shielded Yi Yuan behind her. It's just a half-brother. Cheng Han saw that his little sister still dared to defend Yi Yuan, and immediately opened the insurance viciously said, Get thee out of here, or I'll even take care of you. In the face of great benefits, Cheng Han had lost his mind. He knew too well how much wealth Yi Yuan had in his hands. In that half-month alone when he was in a foreign country, the arms sold through his hands amounted to tens of billions of dollars. What about the previous deal? There will definitely be much more than that. Therefore, Cheng Han had long been red-eyed by those riches. He wants to replace Yi Yuan and become the new arms tycoon. Seeing that the other party was gradually losing his mind, Yi Yuan immediately decided not to delay things any longer. So, he gently pulled Cheng Qiuyan behind him and said, Didn't you want to see my secret? Don't hurt Qiuyan. I'll take you. Cheng Han was very happy to hear this and immediately dragged him outside. Go, take me now. Seeing this, Cheng Qiuyan immediately went forward to pull, but was beaten again by Cheng Han. But even so, she still followed Yi Yuan and used her body to protect him tightly. In this way, the two slowly walked out of the office building and into the open area of the factory. All of Cheng Han's minions followed and gathered over. Everyone wants to see what this arms tycoon's secrets are. Well, that's it. Yi Yuan stood in the middle of the factory and suddenly turned to look at Cheng Han and said. Cheng Han immediately frowned tightly when he heard this. Up to here, right? What do you want? Where's your secret? With that, Cheng Han raised his gun and aimed at Yi Yuan. Something bad suddenly grew in his heart. Should I say no? This guy is really sensitive enough. For as he raised his gun, the two lighthouses in the courtyard suddenly went into operation. One of the lighthouses shot out a dazzling white light, rushing towards Cheng Han's location and attacking with lightning speed. Self-consciousness told him the light was dangerous, so the trigger was pulled the instant the white light flashed. Yi Yuan did not expect the other party to react so quickly, and stood still without any reaction at all. But just in the nick of time, Cheng Qiuyan suddenly pounced in front of him. That was when Yi Yuan heard the gunshot. There was a thud and a splash of blood. Cheng Qiuyan blocked the fatal blow for him with his body. At the same time, the white light penetrated Cheng Han's body and disappeared above the ground. The crowd watched as their boss, vaporized, was left with only an arm. In an instant, the crowd looked like it had exploded. Some were shouting in terror. Some were raising their guns and preparing to shoot. Some were turning and preparing to flee. But it was too late for everything where they were. When the tower of light and prism flashed, all beings were equal, and no one could escape death. Thus, the two like prismatic towers flashed rapidly and constantly, mercilessly harvesting the lives of those present. At the same time, the security personnel ambushed around the area suddenly appeared. For a while, light and heavy machine guns rang out. It took them 5 minutes to eliminate Ray Mehata and the others. However, It only took 30 seconds to eliminate Chung Han and the others. Yes, these juniors led by Ching Han didn't even last 1 minute. The sounds of gunshots and screams soon stopped as Chung Cho-yen looked at Yi Yuan with blood spitting out of his mouth. Her tears slowly slipped from the corner of her eyes onto the back of Yi Yuan's hand. Yes, sorry. Those were the last words she said before she squeezed her eyes shut. Yi Yuan, who had always been hard-hearted, was a bit anxious at this time. No, you can't die yet. Saying that, Yi Yuan quickly opened his system. Redeem fusion agent. Female. Please enter exchange data or provide character name. Whatever. As long as it's a female hero. Just do it. I want it fast. Okay. Host instructions received. Fusion agent exchange completed. Please check with the host. After the system tone finished, a syringe appeared in Yi Yuan's hand. With that, he stabbed at Cheng Qiuyan's meridians without even thinking about it. In an instant, the fusion agent was quickly fed into Cheng Qiuyan's body, and then her entire body began to tremble violently. Lu Yanan, who had taken everything in her eyes, immediately ran to remind her. Get her to the bathroom. A lot of heat is generated when fused. Water must be used to cool her down. This is the voice of Lu Janan's experience. At the time she almost thought she was going to get burned. Yi Yuan sniffed and immediately picked up Cheng Qiuyan and ran towards the dormitory apartment. At this point, his hand senses had experienced his opponent's body temperature rising at an extremely rapid rate. Lu Janan moved even faster than he did, running ahead of him to the apartment to prepare the water. So, by the time Yi Yuan ran in with the person in his arms, she had already put in a small half bathtub of cold water. Put it in. I'll get some more ice over here. You must keep an eye on her. Now is the most critical time for fusion. Chapter 74, The New Shadow of God. Lu Yaning greeted Yi Yuan to keep an eye on Cheng Qiuyan while turning around and quickly going to look for ice to help cool down the temperature. At this time, Cheng Qiuyan's body temperature had risen to 41 degrees, and his entire body took on a bizarre light red color. This was the first time Yi Yuan had seen the reaction of a person after using a fusion agent. Because of the rising body temperature, Cheng Qiuyan's sanity, which had begun, gradually became more blurred. She began to unconsciously tear at the clothing on her body and made an indescribable sound from her mouth. Yi Yuan actually did not have a slight reaction on his own after hearing this sound. Just fuse. Don't make weird grunting noises. It's easy to get the wrong idea. Okay, Qiuyan? Are you okay? Do you need help? Yi Yuan said as he reached out to touch her forehead. But by now Cheng Qiuyan's body temperature had risen to nearly 50 degrees. If it were an ordinary person, I'm afraid he would have died of high fever. It's so hot. After saying this, Yi Yuan hurriedly began to pour cold water on the other party. But as he splashed he felt a part of him branch out. When did you lose your clothes? This is a ING test of stamina. After Yi Yuan said this, his right hand couldn't help but probe forward. He so wanted to try and experience the touch of the towering peaks, but just a second before his palm was about to touch, a white, hot hand, however, violently grabbed Yi Yuan's wrist. Then Yi Yuan was not paying attention and was in turn yanked into the bathtub with force by the other party. His entire body was then pressed down by Cheng Qiuyan, and a touch of red lips pressed hard against his mouth. Holy, is this my way of asking for molestation instead of flirting? That's not gonna work. I'll be a victim. Thinking of this, Yi Yuan twisted his body trying to struggle. However, the other party was extremely strong, deadening him and preventing him from moving. Icy cold water, boiling hot people, making Yi Yuan's body feel cold for a while and hot for a while. About 2 minutes later, Lu Yanan finally ran back with a bucket of ice. After rushing into the bathroom, she immediately dumped all the ice into the tub. Under the rapid cooling of the ice, Cheng Qiuyan's body began to gradually return to normal. After her temperature dropped, she became less agitated than she was over there a moment ago. Yi Yuan saw an opportunity to finally back pressure him underneath. My god, it almost suffocated me. That was definitely the most dangerous kiss I've ever had. Yi Yuan muttered while panting heavily after sitting up from the bathtub. Lu Yanin stood next to him with an empty bucket, slightly embarrassed. Did I come at a bad time? Why don't I go and you guys carry on? Yi Yuan directly rolled his eyes when he heard this. With that he said as he struggled to climb out of the tub. Can't you be pure? I was just physically cooling her down. Don't think about all that stuff, okay? How could I possibly take advantage of someone as pure as I am? Yi Yuan's left foot had only just stepped on the ground when suddenly he was hugged from behind. Then Cheng Qiuyan got close to him and gave him a passionate kiss. This scene was really a bit juvenile, so Lu Yanan directly turned her back. But she secretly took out her cell phone and quietly snapped a few pictures. What's there to deny? I just love you. So in love with you and only you. I just want to be your woman. Cheng Xiuyan was extremely maniacal as he laughed and shouted loudly. Lu Yanan directly got goosebumps when she heard this. That's too mushy. I'd better get out. Seeing that the other party was about to leave, Yi Yuan hurriedly spoke out to stop her and said, "Wait, take me with you. This girl seems to be smiling." Lu Yaning's pace stopped at the words, and then awkwardly turned around to drag Yi Yuan out of the bathtub. Only when she turned around did she realize that Cheng Xiuyan's entire person seemed to have really changed. The first and biggest difference is her hair color. Only Cheng Xiuyan's black hair had turned half light blonde at this point, and there was some blue and red at the end of the tips. The second thing was that her whole state was completely different from before. She now looks very confident and full of boundless energy, but at the same time there was a hint of treachery in her demeanor at all times. Yeah, it's that bad feeling. She seems different. It was only when Yi Yuan heard this that he finally remembered something. What kind of fusion agent had he injected into Cheng Xiuyan just now? Thinking of this, Yi Yuan hurriedly checked the system. Clown girl fusion. Harley Quinn. Sex, female. Height, 167 centimeters. Weight, 50 kilograms. Specialties, agility rating of 3. Possesses strength, endurance and mental strength greater than 1x that of a normal human. Blunt weapon specialization skill. After seeing this introduction, Yi Yuan immediately surfaced in his mind. A hand holding a baseball bat stained with blood, wearing a special cry. Breasts, tied with 2 ponytails. Sexy evil female villain's image. I'll be damned. What have I created? Clown girl? A psycho girl who's crazy for love? Wait, she's not in love with me already, is she? Thinking of this, Yi Yuan quietly used up the Yuri mind sensor, but it didn't matter if he didn't sense it. As soon as he felt it he immediately blanched. Holy, this S-mind is too yellow and exposed, isn't it? I mustn't be alone with her from now on, otherwise, I'm sure I'll lose my virginity. After exploring Cheng Xiuyan's reality, Yi Yuan immediately got up and walked out of the bathroom. Then he instructed Lu Yannin without daring to look back and said, "Get her some dry clothes and I'll meet you in the office." After saying this, Yi Yuan immediately accelerated his pace and fled as if he were leaving. Cheng Xiuyan, however, made a nymphomaniac like lying on the edge of the bathtub flirtatious smile said, "You can hide for a while, but you can't hide for the rest of your life. Sooner or later you're going to be eaten by me. I'm patient. There's no rush," she said, and licked her lips with bad finesse. Lu Yannin immediately couldn't help but shiver at the sight. What did the boss give her? Half an hour later, Zhang Lushang, Meng Biao and the others cleaned up the park thoroughly, except for the 2 who escaped. The others brought by Chang Han were vaporized into dregs by the light prism tower. Those that weren't vaporized were sent to the Atlantic Ocean. Collectively, by the moment transformer, Ying and some of the security are unwilling to betray Yi Yuan. That's why they were all locked in the basement before Yang Dong started the rebellion. Now that the rebellion had been put down, Yi Yuan reinstated Ying and the others, and appointed Ying as the manager of the park's security department, with an annual salary of $3 million. This night, Cheng Han with all the elite of the Green Gang hate Nine Springs, South Shanghai area underground whirled back into chaos. Shortly afterward, though, a bigot nicknamed Empress rose quickly to prominence. A month later, the Empress reintegrated the Green Gang with an iron hand and assumed the role of the first female head. 3 months later, the new youth gang had unified the underground world of South Shanghai with a thunderbolt and established a new order for the Jianghu in the nearby area. 4 months later, the Empress led a trip to the Middle East in the name of God Yi to re-establish trade ties with various forces in the region. At the same time, on the analysis tables of the intelligence agencies of various countries around the world, all Cheng Han-related photos were removed, and the photo of the mysterious Empress was put up. A new shadow of God is born. Chapter 75. The situation is getting worse. Intelligence agencies around the world have basically determined that Cheng Han is not really an arms god. This female emperor who had suddenly appeared and replaced him was the one who was most likely the real mastermind behind the scenes. But Eagle Sauce and Footless Chicken have a bigger slam dunk on their hands, because they knew that this suddenly bubbly empress was actually just a stand-in. Like Cheng Han, she is just a shadow of Yi God. Inside the Prime Minister's building, in the land of the footpad chicken, a slim man with a serious face walks slowly towards the Cabinet Intelligence Investigation Room. This man, though unassuming, is the big man who controls the entire Foot Chicken Intelligence Network, Kei Fujiwara, the Chief Cabinet Secretary. The Cabinet Intelligence and Investigation Office, CIO, or Internal Affairs for short, is the equivalent of the Central Intelligence Agency, CIA, in this country, and is the highest intelligence organization in Hong Kong. The internal deployment is under the direct command and supervision of the Chief Cabinet Secretary, who is not subject to the dictates of political parties and the Diet, while the Chief Cabinet Secretary is only responsible and accountable to the Prime Minister. The internal mobilization has fewer members,
does not have a foreign presence, and generally does not operate abroad in person. The collection of information from overseas is generally entrusted to organizations or individuals such as civil society through commission investigations. Of these, the Genyo Shrine is the civilian intelligence operative agency that the Internal Affairs Department most often cooperates with.
At this moment, Kota Uchida, the president of Genyo Shrine, was sitting in his office with a tense look on his face, waiting.
This Xianyang Society has another prestigious title internationally, the Black Dragon Society.
Inside the Cabinet Intelligence Investigation Room, Kota Uchida was sitting with his eyebrows furrowed. 2 consecutive major blunders at the planter's house have upset the chief cabinet secretary. Most infuriatingly, the chief's niece, Rei Meihata, had also disappeared during a recent operation. Uchida Kota came here in person this time because he wanted to apologize to the chief cabinet secretary in person. It's just that Kota Uchida doesn't know what to do to make the other person feel satisfied. Kota Uchida, who was thinking, suddenly heard footsteps coming through the door. Not long after, Kei Fujiwara, the chief cabinet secretary with an ironic face, walked in slowly. Seeing this, Uchida Kota immediately got up and bent over in a respectful salute. "My lord, you're here." Fujiwara Kei only nodded gently at his words and did not say any words with the opening. Kota Uchida felt even more nervous when he saw this. Kei Fujiwara walked behind his desk and casually placed a dossier on it. Sidekicks can't be enough to threaten him anymore. The god of arms, surely, has been given refuge by the official flower growers, so you guys need to think differently to deal with it. Just mindlessly fighting and killing doesn't do any good. In 3 simple sentences, Fujiwara Kei had clarified the direction that Genyo Shrine needed to work in. Uchida Kota hurriedly got up and bowed respectfully before extending his hands ready to take the dossier bag away. But just at this hand, Fujiwara Kei's eyes snapped cold and said, "I've already personally informed several consortia in the country, and they will fully cooperate with your future actions. So, within half a year, I want the Starburst Motors with that guy to disappear from this world forever." Uchida Kota's figure trembled slightly at his words, and then he bowed back with extreme seriousness. "Hey!" Meanwhile, across the ocean, Hans Cat Country, the parent company Daimler Group to which Mercedes-Benz belongs, Daimler's executive president and CEO, Macefield, suddenly received a confidential document from the Eagle Jam Nation. Upon seeing this confidential document, Macefield's face showed a hint of surprise. "Those damn guys in the White House went." For one guy, halfway through his sentence, Macefield became so angry that he didn't want to speak anymore. But after much thought, he picked up the phone and called his assistant. "Immediately help me compose a statement that Mercedes-Benz Cars is, with immediate effect, abandoning its previously formulated plan for full electrification by 2030. Don't ask me why. The reason is up to you. Go find a random excuse. Anyway, the new energy program is temporarily on hold." With that said, Macefield hung up in exasperation. Then he picked up the satellite phone and called his old friend and heartthrob again. "Dear Don Norton, there is a message I need to tell you in person, and there is a very, very special task for you to handle." Don Norton is currently a member of the board of directors of Mercedes-Benz Group AG and is responsible for the business in the Greater Flower region, i.e., president of Mercedes-Benz Group Asia. In the same time frame, the headquarters of Apple Inc., in the land of Eagle Sauce, Apple's executive president, Mr. Taranvid, officially held a press conference to announce that the Apple Group will immediately disband its 10-year-old new energy car-making team and put all of its energy back into the research and development of artificial intelligence. Following the Mercedes-Benz, Apple announced to abandon the new energy vehicles. The other countries of the Western Alliance companies have also begun to speak out, vigorously sing the praises of new energy vehicles. Soon after that, Toyota, a country of the foot potato chickens, began to heavily promote hydrogen-powered cars to the world, claiming that they had developed a second-generation model with 3 gas tanks that could travel 900 kilometers in 3 minutes of inflation. This type of news out, planting flowers home all kinds of new energy vehicle community panic. Some companies have even outright announced that they are withdrawing from new energy vehicles and are instead investing in hydrogen vehicles. But what everyone doesn't realize is that this is actually a giant net being cast by the Eagle Jam State against a certain person, a certain business, because they knew they were dealing with more than a mere businessman. The man they're dealing with is most likely the man known as the God of Arms. Flower grower, State Security Building, South Shanghai Branch, State Security. Today, Summer China came to South Shanghai in person in order to announce an order. State Security Building, in the conference room on the 9th floor. Summer Hua said impassionedly, holding a red-headed document. In accordance with the requirements of the superiors, in order to accelerate the investigation and research of modern superscientific mysterious events, and to improve the ability to deal with emergencies in non-scientific logical events,
With the consent of the House of Representatives of the State Council, the Institute of Superscientific Mystery Research, hereinafter referred to as the Institute of Superscientific Mystery Research, the members of the leadership of the hospital are notified as follows: President, at the level of Department Kohongwei, Executive Vice President, at the level of Deputy Department, Rue Ningxi, Vice Presidents, at the level of Department Chang Chaochuan, Zhongli, O Shang, Lian Nan. It turned out that Summer China and the others had decided to propose that the Special Investigation Unit be changed into a permanent organization, the nature of which would be like that of S.H.I.E.L.D. and the Men in Black. But this institution could not be particularly official, so they proposed to form it in the semi-official form of a research institute. So, a brainstorm of members of the Special Investigation Team were transferred to the Overwatch Academy. Dean Kohongwei was sent down by name from above to guide the work. I heard that this man used to be a deputy leader in the mysterious Bureau 749. So, this time, as soon as the Overworld Academy was established, he was transferred to preside over it. Also, Oshang and Lian Nan were transferred from there with Kohongwei. In short, the Seed family officials were determined to find out how those apocalypses and drones had suddenly appeared. Thus, the opponents that Yi Yuan had to face became more and more specialized and difficult. But because of the closed information, he has not realized the seriousness of the problem at this moment. Chapter 76. It's time to hug the thigh. Nanhu City, 144, Huangjiang Road was originally a mental hospital, but after a month of renovation and decoration, it has been transformed into a research center. This is the new office address of the Overwatch Academy. Kahongwei, Rue Ningshi, Chang Chaochuan, Zhongli, O Shang, Lian Nan and 87 others later began to be based here to investigate cases. Kahongwei is good at controlling the big picture and doesn't like to dwell on the minutiae of handling cases. Therefore, he authorized Rue Ningxi with full authority in matters of detection and action. Oshing joined their group as a special counselor in the nature of reinforcements. Lian Nan, on the other hand, is mainly responsible for logistics, equipment, coordination and other supporting work. The Super God Academy. In small conference room number 1, Rue Ningshi, Chang Chaochuan, Zhongli, O Shang, Chen Shuer and 7 others were gathering here. Chen Shuer took down Cheng Han's photo, and with it hung a photo of a mysterious woman. The woman looked tall and sexy, but wore a white smiling mask on her face. It was impossible to get any information about her because her face was so tightly covered. The woman could be anyone, and most likely not even a woman. This is the suspect who obtained Cheng Han, whose external title is extremely overbearing, called Empress, but our scouts haven't had a chance to get anywhere near her, so we haven't gotten any valuable leads yet. The only clue we have right now is that he just negotiated a whopping $15 billion arms deal in the Middle East. Zhongli couldn't help but interject when she heard this. I traveled to the Middle East some time ago and did careful additional reconnaissance in the Afu area, but it's a great pity that just after finding some clues about Cheng Han, he was replaced by someone else. But I can go again if I have to. Rue Ningxi said, slowly shaking her head at once when she heard this. I don't think that's necessary at the moment. We need to turn our attention back to South Hudson. I was skeptical about this Cheng Han from the start. Now that he's been replaced so easily, it rather sidesteps my suspicions. Oh Shang sniffed and slowly turned his head to look at her. Then with a light smile took over and said for him, "You suspect he's a puppet?" Immediately after hearing this, Renegade smiled and nodded her head. Yes, I've always suspected that Cheng Han was the bait thrown out by God Yi. He deliberately diverted everyone's attention to the decoy so that he himself could be left alone. A very typical golden goose chase. Chang Chaochuan immediately nodded his head in agreement when he heard this. I couldn't agree more with team leader Rue. This Cheng Han has been dug very thoroughly by us. He's just a minor character in the Green Gang, with no background and even less ability. To say he's some kind of arms god or tycoon, I'd never believe it anyway. The crowd couldn't help but laugh softly at that moment after hearing this. With that, Renegade looked to the group and continued to pick up the conversation quickly, saying, I have a hunch that we're behind now. Perhaps certain foreign organizations have already found out God Ye's true identity, but we're still feeling our way through it, and that's going to make us very passive in our work. Therefore, I recommend continuing to expand the effects of the puppet program by borrowing a dose of foreign intelligence forces. Everyone's demeanor immediately stared when they heard this. Renegade then slowly got up and walked over to the display table and said, I have a bold plan that requires a concerted effort from all my colleagues at once. Renegade spoke eloquently from above, but the people listening to the speech each had a growing frown on their faces. It had to be said that this woman's tactics were really ruthless enough, but the risks involved were also proportional. Whether or not to risk their lives by following her became a question in the minds of everyone present. Meanwhile, inside the Nanhu 5-star automobile company building, Jiang Weining had already had a morning meeting with all the middle and upper management. It was close to 11 o'clock when Yi Yuan arrived extremely lethargically. Upon seeing Yi Yuan, Jiang Weining immediately announced a temporary 30-minute recess. Afterward, she personally invited Yi Yuan to her office. Inside the office, the two just went in and Jiang Weining said bluntly, "New energy can't do it anymore. The whole world is now singing the praises of new energy vehicles. Mercedes-Benz and Apple have announced the withdrawal of the tram program. Hydrogen energy for footloose chickens becomes Asia's new hotspot. Just now all the company executives are suggesting a quick transition." Jiang Weining was very excited and spoke extremely fast. But after hearing this, Yi Yuan pulled out a huazi without any haste and said, "Hold your horses. Don't be so sullen." With that, he picked up his cigarette and prepared to light it. Seeing this, Jiang Weining then quickly stepped forward and snatched it off. "No smoking." After saying that, she threw the cigarette into the trash can before continuing. "Do something about it. Starburst is dying. You have to do something to save it." Yi Yuan could see that the other party was really anxious at this point. Still, she was overreacting a bit. Now though the world is singing the praises of new energy, but the planters haven't stepped up to the plate yet, and the official attitude is still very supportive. The new energy vehicle, the Miguel S7 Plus, is going to be launched in the middle of next month. The spectacle will be even more spectacular than that of S7. So, they're not at the end of their rope yet. Thinking of this, Yi Yuan looked at the other party with deep eyes and asked, "Is there another reason? I'm your partner. You should trust me. I can help you. And of course, am helping myself." Jiang Weining's brows instantly knitted together when she heard this. After 2 or 3 seconds of thought, she walked over to Yi Yuan after sighing softly. "Remember the parent company of Mercedes-Benz?" Yi Yuan immediately raised his eyebrows when he heard this and said, "Daimler Group? They're up to their evil tricks again?" Jiang Weining gently nodded her head to pick up the last sentence and continued. "They've restarted the 5-star annexation program. My no-good relatives have transferred all their stakes clean. I'm a bit of a one-trick pony right now, and their people will be stepping into the management of the company in the near future. The honeymoon period between 5-star and Starburst is likely to end soon." Jiang Weining spoke somewhat euphemistically, but Yi Yuan still heard the point at once. Daimler Group is coming after itself this time? How could a group as big as theirs notice their own small company? The situation seems to be a little bit wrong. At this point, Yi Yuan finally had some alertness, but since there was no concrete evidence, he didn't think deeper. "It's okay, it's just a Daimler. Don't we have a leg to hold too?" Jiang Weining didn't react for a moment when she heard this. "Hugging a thigh? Whose do you want to hug?" When Yi Yuan heard this, he immediately looked down reflexively. At this moment, Jiang Weining was wearing a knee-length wraparound skirt. Should I say no? Her long legs are so white and straight. Kong Wanning immediately tensed up after seeing the other party's invasive eyes. You don't think you're trying to hug me, do you?" Chapter 77, A Long-Lost Voice. Jiang Weining thought that Yi Yuan was talking about hugging his own thigh. So in a hurry, she covered her short skirt with her hands and slowly stepped back. Seeing this scene, Yi Yuan directly rolled his eyes and said, "Thinking of something beautiful? I'm not going to initiate it. Am I the one who likes big white legs?" After saying this, Yi Yuan turned around and headed out. Jiang Weining immediately froze in place when she saw this. This guy was in and out in less than 2 minutes. "You're leaving again before we've even had a word about what's going on. Do you take the company's business seriously? Wait a minute. How the hell is this going to work out? Daimler has gotten the 5-star part, and their representatives are coming to the office the day after tomorrow. When the time comes, Starburst will also be assigned a deputy general manager. We have to find a way to deal with it before we do." Yi Yuan was a little surprised to hear this. He hadn't expected Daimler to be so persistent. What's so special about 5-star? Why do they keep on tightening their grip? At this moment, Yi Yuan hadn't realized that the other party was actually targeting him. However, Yi Yuan had already thought of a way to save the company, so he turned around and chuckled as he walked forward without looking back. "Go to Holly. He's not interested in batteries. Tell him I gave him permission to come to the site and observe. By the way, we can talk about the deep cooperation between the two companies." Jiang Weining felt a little surprised to hear this, but she quickly figured out what the other woman was thinking. Thus, Jiang Weining hurriedly smiled at Yi Yuan. "Okay, I got it. Thank you really." Jiang Weining didn't know why she was thanking him, but she felt she should say thank you. It was at least a sign of compromise on the other side. But how could she know that Yi Yuan's ambition was much more than that? After leaving 5-star, he got into Luo Rue's car. Seeing this, Lu Yening immediately handed over the satellite phone and said, "The Empress was looking for you just now and said to call back immediately when you got back." Yi Yuan softly mumbled after hearing this.
and then Lu Yening and Luo Rui got out of the car. Inside the car, Yi Yuan quickly pressed the callback button. Not long after, Cheng Qiuyan's voice came from the other end of the phone. Honey, what took you so long to call back? I've missed you so much. The woman's voice was very pretentious, making Yi Yuan feel like drinking a bucket of green tea after hearing it. So he gently rolled his eyes in reply. Talk nicely. What's the matter? Cheng Qiuyan snorted coldly after hearing this before clearing his throat before speaking. The Middle East side is all done. The guy who turned my brother was also found. I've spoken to her on your behalf, but unfortunately not much has come of it. Yi Yuan heard this but said with a faint smile, You're just being redundant. I had guessed who the other side was. Come back first. It's not good to stay out there too long. Cheng Qiuyan immediately switched to a pretentious voice again when she heard this. What's wrong? You're worried about people getting into trouble? I knew you cared about people. Then get cleaned up at home and wait for me. I can be in South Shanghai tonight. Wait for me. Moi. After saying this, Cheng Qiuyan hung up the phone without waiting for the other party to answer. Yi Yuan looked at the phone with a frown. Then he took a deep breath muttering, I just owe it. What was the point of saving her in the first place? Sins? What on earth have I fused out again? Yi Yuan was reaching out to gently rub his temples. His personal cell phone suddenly rang. There were very few people who knew his cell phone number, so Yi Yuan answered it without even looking at it. Hello, who is it? Soon, a long-lost, yet hauntingly familiar voice came from the other end of the line. Is it Yi Yuan? I am Li Shuejing. Still, remember me? Once these three words came out, Yi Yuan immediately froze in place. Why? Because this person was Yi Yuan's white moonlight in the beginning. If there hadn't been a change in the family back then, now his child with Li Shuejing might even hit the sauce. Of course, this was just Yi Yuan's wishful thinking, because back then he just had a crush on the other guy, who didn't even show that he liked him. Memories of his youth flashed back one by one, and Yi Yuan's eyes couldn't help but redden slightly at that moment. I certainly remember. Are you okay? How did you get my number? Turns out, it's been a long time since they've been in touch since high school. The contact information left at that time had long since changed, and Li Shuejing shouldn't be able to have her own phone number. But instead of waiting for the other party's answer, Yi Yuan heard a voice that was both familiar and annoying. Hello, Jen? It's me, Wu Kaiji. Remember me? Your father? Yi Yuan's face darkened then when he heard this voice. This Wu hadn't bullied himself much in the past. At the time, he used to do whatever he wanted in school because his old man had some money. Some were bullied so hard by their classmates that they chose to call the police. But in the end, his father found connections to get rid of them one by one. Thinking of this, Yi Yuan's voice immediately went cold. Remember, you how could I not? Grandson, what's the matter with your grandfather? Yi Yuan was no longer the original Yi Yuan. Now he fears no one in the world. No, most of the world should be afraid of him by now. This kid dares to be wild with himself, and he'll clean up with his dad. When Wu Kaiji heard Yi Yuan talking to himself like this, his tone immediately became extremely grumpy. Surname Yi, are you tired of living? Dog-like thing, where are you? Dare to report a location. I Wu Kaiji today do not let the memory of the past. My Wu character will be written backwards. Before Wu Kaiji could finish his words, the phone was snatched back by Li Shuejing. Have you made enough noise? Do that again and I'll get mad. Liao Xian and Lu Jin, quickly pull him aside. The Liao Xian and Lu Jin that Li Shuejing spoke of were Yi Yuan's high school classmates. The two of them were in league with Wu Kaiji when they were in school. I didn't realize these guys hung out together. It's really a case of things coming together. While Yi Yuan was thinking about this, Li Shuejing's voice sounded once again. I'm sorry Yi Yuan, just now it was Kaiji who had a bad temper. Promise me you won't get mad, okay? When he heard this, Yi Yuan's heart thumped. She called that open and clear? It's hard to believe that both of them. It's bloody. Yi Yuan had already guessed the outcome, but he still couldn't help but ask. You two, together? Just after saying this, Yi Yuan had some regrets. However, Li Shuejing is greatly replied that, yes, next Friday is our wedding ceremony. We've contacted all the classmates, and now you're the only one left. You must come next week. Yi Yuan hesitated a little when he heard this, because now one is not in the same class as those classmates. It would be beneath one's status as a god of arms to bother with a bunch of ordinary people right now. But just as Yi Yuan was about to open his mouth to refuse, that Wu Kaiji but once again snatched over the phone. Surname Yi, you'd better not come. If you come, I'll make you eat in public. Dog-like thing, come back and I'll kill you. What the do you think you are? The only trace of pity left in Yi Yuan's heart was scolded away by the other party, so he looked coldly at the phone and returned it faintly. Okay, then wait for me. Chapter 78, The Only Way to Get Rid of the Killer. After Yi Yuan came out from 5-Star Company, he first answered a satellite phone call from Chung Shoyen. Then he actually got a call from White Moonlight, whom he hadn't seen in a long time. And it's amazing that the other guy is going to marry his youthful nemesis. He felt a pang in his heart at the thought of such things. However, Yi Yuan was not an idiot who went for impulsive actions in a hot-headed manner. With his current status, getting angry with those little caramels would simply be lifting them up. However, Yi Yuan was still prepared to make a trip back, because he thought it happened too coincidentally. Could I be too sensitive? Yi Yuan frowned tightly and said as he looked down at his cell phone. While he was looking at his cell phone a little out of breath, it suddenly rang again. This time the caller is the old mom. Yi Yuan read it and immediately answered it. Hey, Mom, how are you getting used to the new house? Mom's voice was both joyful and despondent. The new house is big enough, but Mom always feels empty. Your sister is now enrolled in a new school by you, and I'm really idle at home by myself. Hearing this, Yi Yuan vaguely felt that things were going to go in a bad direction, so he hastened to digress and said quickly, So what? I've got some stuff going on at the office. I'll send Janine back to keep you company later, okay? Mom immediately smiled when she heard this and picked up the conversation. Good. Yanin is a good kid. Mom likes it. By the way, she's not seeing anyone right now, is she? That's a good baby. It looks like it could be born and raised. Yi Yuan immediately interrupted when he heard this and said, Mom, will you stop messing around? People say, sell your art, not your body. Mom was speechless when she heard this. With that she immediately turned the topic around and continued quickly. Then you'll be honest and go on a blind date for me. How come you haven't heard from the last person you paid to introduce you? Is it that people don't fancy you? Didn't you tell her you're rich now? Mom speaks very fast. Yi Yuan simply cannot insert words. Forget it, let bygones be bygones. I asked your Aunt Jo to find you another one yesterday. This one is better than the previous one. A girl from the system in our hometown. You're so productive now. You'll definitely make it. Yi Yuan was a bit speechless immediately when he heard this. I am at least a powerful arms tycoon. Okay? How is it that you can't escape the dilemma of a forced marriage at Mom's? It'll be humiliating if it gets out. Okay? Thinking of this, Yi Yuan hastily interrupted again and said, Mom, I really have things to do at the office. No more. I'm hanging up Mom heard this and immediately added quickly. You took the time to go back once recently. Auntie Jo is all set for you. Before Mom could finish her sentence, Yi Yuan gently hung up the phone. He then lowered the window to look at Lu Yanin and said, Ning, you don't have to follow me later. Help me get back to my mom and take him to the mall. You guys can buy whatever you want. I'll pay for it. Saying that, Yi Yuan picked up his cell phone and transferred 1 million to the other party. Lu Janin's person froze for a second after seeing the cell phone alert. She then smiled and looked at Yi Yuan rubbing her hands together and said, You really are the best boss in the world. Oh my god. I suddenly realize you're so handsome. Lu Janin joked half-heartedly for the sake of money. Yi Yuan directly rolled his eyes after hearing this and said, off. Don't meet me here. Take care of Mom for me these days. Don't come to the office. After saying this, Yi Yuan stretched his head to look at Luo Rue and smiled. Get in the car and head back to the park. An hour later, Yi Yuan made a series of adjustments when he returned to the park. First, he mobilized all 18 employees to the battery plant at the outside plant. Secondly, the inner factory was camouflaged with the arsenal and other equipment. In the end, he hired over 150 more temporary workers and had them pretend to be very busy in the park. These are the sightseeing he's preparing for to deal with Holly. But at this critical moment, Qiu Wenba, who was in charge of the laboratory, suddenly found Yi Yuan. Inside the office, Yi Yuan looked at Qiu Wenba who had a head full of white hair. Professor Qiu, what's wrong with you? Why is this hair all gray at once? Hearing this, Qiu Wenba directly bowed deeply to him and said, Thanks for Mr. Ye's care and concern before. I came today to hand in my resignation. Yi Yuan immediately frowned tightly when he heard this. The other side is obviously not answering the question. Is it hard to believe that he's in some kind of trouble? Thinking of this, Yi Yuan immediately activated the Yuri mind sensor. I don't see any point in living after my partner leaves, so I might as well go with her. There's nothing left in this world. After hearing Qiu Wenba's heartfelt words, Yi Yuan felt very shocked. He didn't realize that there were people in the world who were so loyal and fiercely devoted to love. You're going to martyr yourself when your partner dies? Master Qiu, this is exciting enough for you to play. Of course, Yi Yuan only dared to spit in his heart, but his mouth was not good enough to say this. Professor Qiu, is there some kind of change in your family? Qiu Wenba slowly got up when he heard this and nodded and said, My beloved, died yesterday in the hospital. She's finally relieved after so many years of suffering. It's time for me to get unstuck. 2. When he said these words, Xiao Wenba had no breath of life left in his eyes. Now his eyes were devoid of any kind of expression, as if something had sucked the soul out of him. Seeing this, Yi Yuan immediately expressed his condolences and regret. But Xiao Wenba is determined to die, and simply does not want to bear the loneliness alone in the world. But he was very reluctant to lose such a suitable researcher. So, he had to pull out his last killer trick. With that, Yi Yuan quietly exchanged the nuclear energy compression technology description from the system. AI. Since Professor Chio's decision to go has been made, I can't say anything more. These past few days, I was going to give the new research project to you and Prof. Chu Chi, but I didn't expect you to leave so soon. Then you suffer. Help me give this to Professor Chu, and then we'll talk about leaving when you're done with your loved one's affairs. Once again, my condolences and respect to your loved one. Saying that, Yi Yuan handed the thick manual to Xiao Wenba. Xiao Wenba didn't say anything more at his words, but only thanked him again. Without his seriously ill lover, Ku Boon Boon has no weaknesses to which he is subjected. So, Xiao Wenba now just wants to walk away without a care in the world. After receiving the thick manual, Xiao Wenba slowly walked back to the lab. Out of pure curiosity, he flicked through the pages of instructions, but it was such an unintentional glance that completely changed Xiao Wenba's mind. My god, what the hell is this boss trying to pull? Is this something even a business can get into? My land, this thing seems like it's really something. My mother, I have to go back and talk to him again. Chapter 79, This guy can blow more than I can. Xiao Wenba's beloved, who he cherished for half of his life, died of an illness. In an instant, he lost his faith in surviving. But Yi Yuan took out a killer weapon at this time. This is the nuclear energy compression technology that was raffled off some time ago. This stuff has a very fatal temptation for people who are doing scientific research. That's just a very fatal temptation. Keep in mind that right now. Though, Eagle Butter, Big Hair, John Bull, Gallic Chicken, and the planters have all mastered nuclear reaction technology, and have even developed small nuclear energy reactions of varying power sizes. But the limitations of these technologies are simply too obvious. For example, the flower grower has a technology company that has developed a 15 by 15 by 5 cubic millimeter microatomic energy battery and is guaranteed to be able to generate power steadily for 50 years. But this battery is 100 microwatts and only 3 volts. Then, for example, the National University of Nuclear Energy Research of the Great Mauryan State has developed a 500-watt nuclear battery that can also operate continuously for 80 years. However, both of these batteries can only be used in small and medium-sized instruments. Trying to get it to power large machines is completely impossible. Plus the larger, military conventional submarines are fitted with batteries weighing, typically, around 300 tons. A small reactor for a strategic nuclear submarine would weigh less, but it would also have to be at least 80 tons or so as well. The world's most advanced Eagle Sauce Ohio-class strategic nuclear submarine has a reactor core with a diameter of 1.6 meters and a height of 1.7 meters, which, together with the vessel, the heat conversion system, the cooling system, etc., has an overall volume of about tens of cubic meters and a weight of at least 24 tons. But this document that Xiao Wenba has seen can, at a theoretical level, compress large nuclear power reactors to less than 1 ton and small nuclear power reactors to less than 200 kilograms. What kind of concept is that? Let's take a more visual example. In the future, there is a good chance that the flower growers will come up with nuclear energy airplanes, nuclear energy tanks, nuclear energy manned rockets and so on. This is simply a product of transgressive significance. If this can be researched, Xiao Wenba's name will go down in history. So, when faced with this temptation, Xiao Wenba compromised without even thinking about it. Leaving? As long as he didn't die in the lab, he wasn't going to get out in his next life. So Xiao Wenba immediately expressed to Yi Yuan his willingness to stay and continue working. Yi Yuan nodded with great satisfaction after hearing this, and then handed over the task of developing nuclear energy compression to him and Chu Chi. Because of the super AI computer assistants in the lab, the two hadn't encountered any problems with their research work yet. However, it will definitely still be necessary to hire professionals to come over and assist with the research later on. Therefore, Yi Yuan had also begun to slowly search for a suitable candidate. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye, and news soon came from Jiang Weining as well. Huolei will return to South Shanghai City this afternoon, and is ready to visit Star Battery after getting off the airplane. Yi Yuan said he would welcome it, but said he would not accompany it. It wasn't that Yi Yuan was deliberately putting on airs, but he really didn't have the time right now, because this afternoon, he needed to be online for a meeting with an important client. Industrial Park. Inside the general manager's office, For the first time, Yi Yuan logged into the Shadow Network and entered the legendary Grey World. The vast majority of the internet that we normal people log on to and use can be collectively referred to as the surface network, and their number of domains occupies a mere 1/400 to 1/500th of the ShadowNet. The vast realm of the internet below the surface web is referred to as the deep web and contains content that cannot be accessed through conventional search engines. The shadow web is a subset of the deep web, a class of technology that provides users with anonymous access to information on the internet using encrypted transmissions, P2P peer-to-peer networks, and multipoint relay obfuscation. ShadowNet has been widely used by lawbreakers in cybercrime due to its inherent invisibility. From individual behavioral cyber hacking, digital currency trading, and the private sale of illegally banned items to state-willed espionage operations, all rely on the cloaking services of the dark web. Wei Yingnan registered the login account for Yi Yuan in advance. The account name is the same as his in the GV forums, the same God Yi. Of course, before Yi Yuan officially logged onto the Shadow Network, there were already many people who had impersonated this name, but now all of these people were broken down one by Wei Yingnan. Now in the entire Shadow Network, only one account, Yi Yuan, can use the term God Yi. It's not that she's a great hacker. Rather, she used her hacking skills to find out, among other things, the IP addresses of 4 of the ShadowNet executives and sent them an extremely serious warning. If ShadowNet doesn't guarantee the uniqueness of Yi gods, then the God of Arms will show ShadowNet what it means to be the wrath of God. At first these 4 executives were unimpressed and sarcastically criticized the other party for being unself-conscious, and even threatened to make her regret this provocation. But that night, one of them, including his family, was blown to smithereens by a hypersonic missile. Then a local anti-hawk jam group announced that they would take responsibility for the mistaken bombing. Bombing by mistake? I don't believe it, but go against no one but the arms dealers. Otherwise, his friends will be looking for trouble. Forced by the obscenity of the God of Arms, the Shadow Network set Yi Yuan's account as unique. After logging on to his account, Yi Yuan received a friend request called Mimi. The reason for the friend request was a secret word he had agreed to with the buyer. After confirming the identity of the other party, Yi Yuan then clicked OK. My goodness, I have finally reached you, my dear Mr. God of Arms. Just after adding a friend successfully, Nini sends a string of messages. Yi Yuan looked at it and smiled coldly while replying calmly. I hear you want to buy $100 billion worth of goods? At the same time, the city of Doha, in the Antelope country of West Asia, inside a 5-story luxury villa, Ash Lever excitedly looked at his computer. Ha ha. This guy actually doesn't believe in our strength. I'd love to identify myself to him at once. It's just 100 billion beautiful coins. It's just a drop in the bucket. After saying this, Ash Lever smiled and said as he typed in the keyboard, to show my sincerity, I can call $50 billion first. Oh yeah, I heard Mr. God doesn't like pretty coins, does he? 50 billion pretty coins converted to seed coins is 400 billion. You send over an account number so I can make the earnest money first. Nanhu, Industrial Park. Yi Yuan was dumbfounded to see this reply in his office. Since he started his life as an arms baron, when it comes to the matter of money, it's never him who shocks people, and it's rare that anyone can be left unperturbed. But today he seems to have met his match. Holy, the opening is $400 billion? Is this grandson sure he's not talking about plutonium? That's too much awesome to blow, isn't it? I didn't even dare to be this rampant when I snubbed Alpha. After muttering all this, Yi Yuan replied with feigned humor. You're not thinking of buying a spaceship, are you? This was meant to be a joke on his part, but that Mimi heard it and replied, has your country already produced a spaceship? That's a pretty affordable price, so I'll start with 10 ships. 10 ships for 40,000 billion, right? But wouldn't it be too much of a loss for you to do business this way? Why don't I make it up to you? I'll give you $5 trillion, and you can just send me some more laser weapons with nukes. Chapter 80 Surprises After Upgrade. Yi Yuan switched from GV Forum to Shadow Network, and one of the clients he met was quite capable of blowing it. The other guy had the audacity to say he'd buy a $5 trillion spaceship as soon as he opened his mouth. Boy, sure has more guts to blow than I do. Ha, you're blowing so hard. You're not trying to steal the system from me, are you? After muttering all this in a small voice, Yi Yuan then replied using the keyboard and said, spaceships are not for sale for now. Let's talk about arms. What exactly do you want? Doha, Antelope Country. Ashlifer was slightly dismayed to see the other reply. Surprisingly, it's not for sale for a while? Then it's better to retreat. After muttering to himself, Ashlever hastened to reply formally, saying, I'll simply buy something else then. I'll take 20 hypersonic missiles Virgil Tunswaf 2. 100 Apocalypse tanks advanced, 200 Mirage tanks, 1. 000 auto-vigilant spider robots, and 10 drones of all types each. Once the shopping list was listed, Yi Yuan was a bit confused at that moment. That's a ing overrun, isn't it? You can't buy that much for $400 billion. Think of something good. Thinking of this, Yi Yuan opened his mouth with a shallow smile. I'm sorry, the intent money you desire to pay is simply not enough to guarantee so many items. Ashlifer saw this and immediately picked up the phone and dialed a number. He then turned his head to the computer input and said, then I'll raise the intention money to $1 trillion. Make the payment now. Immediately. Right now. In an instant, Yi Yuan's brain was a bit inadequate. I'm bound to the arms system. This grandson is bound to the god of wealth, isn't he? What's $1 trillion? Anyway, Yi Yuan felt that his head was a bit inadequate, but to his surprise, the other man was not a braggart. $1 trillion was literally converted into digital coins in 10 minutes. When these digital coins were transferred to Yi Yuan's personal account, the system, which had been silent for a long time, once again took the initiative to issue a prompt. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for reaching the upgrade conditions. Ding dong, the host's personal level has risen to level 2. Ding dong, the host's reputation as an arms dealer has risen to level 2. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for successfully activating the Class D civilian technology tree. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for obtaining the technology patch pack +3. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for getting the chance to win the technology lottery +1. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for obtaining grade E physical enhancer +1. The series of system beeps directly dried Yi Yuan out. It's only been upgraded to level 2. And the system has handed out so many things. I didn't see that the system guy is quite atmospheric. After thinking about this, Yi Yuan hurriedly checked up on the rewards to come. He had a larger personal storage space after his personal level was raised to level 2. At the same time, the production time of all types of products manufactured by him was reduced by 5%, the consumption of materials for the production of arms was reduced by 3% and the consumption of materials for the production of civilian goods by 5%, the time for laboratory research in science and technology was reduced by 4%, the time for the construction of physical works was reduced by 7%, and the cost of exchanging materials in the system was increased by 4%. Wait. Shrimp situation? Why is it that all the previous items are decreasing, but when it comes to redeeming the cost of materials, it's a 10% increase? After discovering this, Yi Yuan hurriedly clicked on it to check it out in detail. According to the system's explanation, the higher the host's personal level, the higher the system coins consumed when exchanging materials in the system. This is a precautionary mechanism preset to prevent the host from speculating and over-relying on the system to exchange ready-made products. After reading this, Yi Yuan understood the system's intention. Looks like we'll just have to work on ourselves. After muttering this, Yi Yuan continued to check the harvest from the upgrade. In addition to the previously stated personal upgrade increase stats, there is also an arms dealer reputation upgrade increase. This thing just looks so delightful. This is because this item only has one increase effect, which is that the ratio of proceeds converted to system coins shrinks by 2% every time an arms deal is made. As a simple example, it used to be 1 to 180 for system coins to seed flower coins. Now that he's upgraded, the exchange ratio becomes 1 to 176. 4. This allows him to redeem 2 more system coins for every $100 he earns. $100 can look like nothing, but the sales Yi Yuan handled could be in billions. So, you'd have to push a calculator up to smoke to figure out how much more revenue the 2% would add. Thinking of this, Yi Yuan couldn't help but heave and giggle. He then proceeded to check up on the tech patch kit. This thing is still very practical, because it can upgrade existing tech up to level E. This allows for what would be an E-level tech to be upgraded to a D. That's like picking up 3 D-grade techs for nothing. Good value. Pretty good value. This upgrade smells so good. Then there's the D-class civilian tech tree. Tech draw and physical enhancers. The D-rank civilian technology tree and the technology draw had both been experienced by Yi Yuan before. So, he wasn't in a hurry to study either of them right now. Instead, it was that physique enhancer that attracted Yi Yuan's attention. Physical enhancers? What is this? With that, Yi Yuan opened its detailed description. Turns out, it's pretty much the same thing as the previous leavening color fusion. It's just that this physique enhancer works a little better than the fusion. Most importantly, it is available to the host himself. Before that, Yi Yuan had once studied fusion agents. This injection can only work on what the host thinks are humans. The use of the host is no different than a shot of glucose. But this physique enhancer is a bullseye. When used by the host, it enhances the host's strength, agility, mental power, and physical fitness by 2x at the same time. With this thing, Yi Yuan wouldn't be an ordinary weakling, though he hadn't mastered any combat skills yet. But the good thing is that he has good qualities and a good base, yeah. So, with diligent exercise and whatnot, you can have a decent fighting ability as well. However, Yi Yuan did not have such intentions. After all, it was unlikely that he would personally participate in any battles, and even if he was forced into some kind of fight, he could still use his firearms well enough to deal with the danger. After all, an expert who had practiced for decades couldn't withstand that clip of bullets. He's a big arms dealer who doesn't go to play with guns. What's the point of playing close combat? After figuring this out, Yi Yuan immediately injected himself without thinking. Just how he didn't expect it to have quite the backbone. 4 hours later, the park's general manager's office. Yi Yuan slowly opened his eyes from the sofa. But what met his eyes was a fellow who was both familiar and strange. Holly? Holy, why are you here? After Yi Yuan was shocked, he immediately bounced up from the sofa. Yes, he bounced off the couch like a spring. He bounced up more than a person's height, and scared the hell out of Holly, who was standing next to him. Is Mr. Yi in such good physical condition? With that bounce, it's sure to break the Guinness Book of Records. Not far away, Jiang Weining immediately smiled awkwardly at the words. Yes, he's always been very physical. I can't stand him sometimes. As soon as these words were uttered, the scene was instantly plunged into a deathly silence. Yi Yuan and Huolei turned their heads to look at her at the same time. Holly even put on a straight-up I get it expression. Chapter 81, Convincing Holly to Take a Steak. Huolei complimented Yi Yuan on his physical fitness, but Jiang Weining suddenly picked up on the fact that she often can't stand it. This is where things get a little very awkward. What's most embarrassing is that Holly is actually acting like he understands at this point. Yi Yuan also looked at Jiang Weining with a surprised face and said, Wan-ing, I just found out too. So you're an old driver too. Jiang Weining immediately blushed when she heard this. That wasn't the point she was trying to make earlier. She wanted to say that she couldn't stand Yi Yuan's temper. Whoever thought he somehow just said that? How can I explain this misunderstanding? Mr. Hua, let me explain. I didn't mean that. I'm not an old driver. The more Jiang Weining spoke, the more nervous she became, and her pretty face turned red. Yi Yuan, however, maliciously added at this time and said, I didn't expect that. All I want to do is make good money with you, and you secretly miss me as a person. But even so, it's not right to deliberately fabricate gossip. I still like girls who are more subtle. We have to take it slow. Jiang Weining almost collapsed then when she heard this. She'd heard before that men were shameless, but how could she not expect to be so shameless? Now make it sound like you really have something with him. Thinking of this, Jiang Weining was so angry that she gently stomped her foot and said, Ignore you. Talk amongst yourselves. After saying this, Jiang Weining turned around and huffed out of the office. Seeing this, Holly immediately smiled and persuaded, Mr. Kong, there's no need to be so interfering. I'm very tight-lipped. I'll make sure I don't say anything when I get back. Gu, be more tolerant between the young couple. Don't move and chill out. It was fine if he didn't say these words, but once he did, Jiang Weining walked even faster. Yi Yuan looked at everything with a smile on his face with his hands in his pockets. Only when Jiang Weining walked a bit farther away did she look at Huolei and open her mouth. Mr. Hua, I'm glad you could visit my acreage. So what? We're all pretty pressed for time, so how about we just get to the point? Yi Yuan displayed a rare aloofness when he faced Huolei. It was important to realize that most ordinary people or SMEs couldn't help but get nervous or even fawn when they were confronted by Holly. But this young man seemed very much at home when he was talking to Holly. From the feel of it, the man was speaking on equal footing with Holly. Therefore, Huolei's attitude towards Yi Yuan had subsequently shifted a bit. He felt from the bottom of his heart that the young man in front of him was not simple. Definitely not some ordinary entrepreneur. Good. I like to keep it simple and direct. Mr. Zhang said that you are willing to cooperate in depth. Tell us what you think. Yi Yuan immediately reached out and pulled out a huazi when he heard this. He was going to smoke it himself, but after a glance at Holly he said, Smoke? Holly smiled at that and shook his head, signaling the other to make himself at home. Yi Yuan did not humble himself when he saw this and said after lighting a huazi, It's simple. Rice is in Starburst. I'll give you free use of the Starburst battery. How you run it is your business. I'm just waiting for the dividend at the end of the year. Holly was instantly a bit surprised to hear this. He looked at Yi Yuan full of incredulity and said, You're going to let me in on Starburst? Why does it feel like a put-down? Yi Yuan slowly nodded after hearing this and said, It is a bit. Mostly because I'm too busy. I'm busy working on a new industry right now. The Starburst piece just doesn't have the energy to manage. But one thing, you can't touch the two pieces of production and R&D. Holly immediately tightened his brow when he heard this. Production and R&D can't be touched? Then I'll be working for you, won't I? Thinking of this, Holly smiled bitterly and shook his head up, but Yi Yuan quickly threw out his own bait. But can be involved in the design.
You rice grains can give your opinion on what batteries you need. We'll develop a battery that meets Rice's needs,
depending on what you need. When Holly heard this, he immediately became interested. He has just visited the battery production line. Needless to say,
it was the most advanced production line he had ever seen.
The knowledgeable Holly, even C have not seen, so technological sense of the assembly line.
All staff members were merely supervisory and have not been involved since the beginning. All processes are done by machines and the productivity is staggering.
On that basis alone,
Starburst does have some strength.
Rice is a technology company. The product has been involved in all types of electronic digital. So, this battery is destined to be an integral part.
If this aspect can be optimized, then the competitiveness of rice grains in the market will undoubtedly be greatly improved.
Most of all, Starburst's own price positioning is very affordable.
This is a perfect fit with the main business thrust of Rice. Allowing consumers to spend less money and get more goods at a better price-performance ratio is the life preserver for Miguel to survive in the cruel market. After thinking about all this,
Holly couldn't help but be moved. So he nodded slowly after a few seconds of serious thought and said, "If you say so, it's not impossible to consider."
Seeing that the other party wanted to pin down himself,
Yi Yuan immediately said with a disdainful cold snort, "Show sincerity if you want to work together, or I'll contact other companies once you're out the door." With the heat that Starburst is in right now, it's something that doesn't worry about having no investors at all. Holly heard the threat,
but he remained unflustered and smiled.
"It's your freedom, and I respect that. Hasn't Daimler always wanted to get their hands on you? Maybe they're just as good a choice."
Huolei deliberately mentioned this matter at this moment,
actually wanting to test Yi Yuan.
If the other side was pro-foreigner,
he wasn't going to talk to them.
Because the bottom line for Holly is to revitalize the flower-growing economy and build a business empire that will benefit the state and the nation. If this Yi Yuan was a pro-foreigner who could sell out national interests for money or something, then Huolei was very disdainful of cooperating with such a person.
Huolei's eyes gleamed as he looked at Yi Yuan. He was going to take a good look at this young man. Yi Yuan, however, didn't care about his gaze at all, just calmly talking to himself while smoking. Truth be told, Daimler is most likely, this time, coming for Starburst. But can I give these gringos what they want? The foreigner who killed my flower-planting heart never died. I'm just going to smash Starburst into scrap metal and sell it, and I won't even cheapen those damn foreign capitals. Holly was surprised to hear that.
He didn't expect a young man to have this realization. It's rare these days to find someone who doesn't look to the money. For those few words of yours, Starburst has my vote.
Saying that,
Holly slowly extended his right hand. Seeing this, Yi Yuan immediately also stretched out his right hand and clasped it tightly with the other party. But what he really thinks in his heart is, lousy is not.
Why bother with money?
It's just that this little bit of money from Starburst is not worthy of wasting too much of my energy for the time being.
Subsequently, Yi Yuan promised to send someone to follow up on the cooperation as soon as possible. As for himself,
he was going to take the time to go back to his hometown first.
Chapter 82, Attending a Class Reunion. Yi Yuan managed to convince Huolei of Migranti Technology to take a stake in Starburst.
It was the best way he could think of to deal with Daimler's meddling.
In fact,
he didn't need to use any negotiating skills. The commercial value of the Starburst battery Thor was the first to see.
So, Yi Yuan just needs to show an attitude actually. What's left to do?
That's a battle between Daimler and Rice. The art of driving tigers and feeding wolves in checks and balances is nothing more than that.
As far as Daimler having to send some kind of deputy CEO to Starburst,
that's just right. Yi Yuan feels that the overseas Bayan Subgongzi,
there is still a lack of a chief COO.
When this kid comes over, directly like Jiang Junjiang, find a chance to send it to Bayan country.
It's just that Baba Sheep doesn't seem to treat Hans Cat or Hawk Sauce as well as he treats his flower planting family. But it didn't matter. Yi Yuan didn't care if they died or lived anyway. Subsequently, Yi Yuan also let Jiang Weiniang take full responsibility for the matters related to the cooperation and docking between Starry Glory and Miguel.
She may not be able to do other things, but she is still very professional in managing companies and negotiating cooperation. That was why Yi Yuan had delegated all the business matters in the company to her. One just needs to get the hardware side right and provide her with strong negotiating capital.
After arranging the company's affairs, Yi Yuan took Luo Rui and Zhan Lisheng to drive,
and headed to his hometown, which had been away for a long time.
Yi Yuan's hometown was in a small county in the north.
This place held the memories of his entire youth. Most of the firsts in his life happened in such a place that he loved and hated. When Yi Yuan's trio got off the highway and turned into the downtown area of the county,
it was already late in the evening of the day. The vehicle had just turned into the city roads when Yi Yuan's cell phone rang.
Hey,
Zhenya, have you gotten to the old house yet? You go back and check on your great uncle and second aunt and them for me. You're rich now. Help them if you can. Also, did you call and get in touch with Aunt Jo? The girl happens to be off tomorrow, so hurry up. If you don't get a blind date this time, I'm going to. Called without much explanation. Once heard is Yi Yuan's mom. It's just that Yi Yuan was a little tired from sitting in the car at this time, so he didn't even have the strength to refute his mom. He just sits in the back seat and goes and good all the time. Mom nagging for 5 minutes. The phone just hung up and received a call from Li Shuejing. This time, Yi Yuan hesitated for 2 seconds before slowly answering. Hello, Yu Qi-yung? Yi Yuan's voice seemed a little agitated. After all, his entire youth as a young man was basically about her. Li Shuejing was also happy to hear Yi Yuan's voice. Yi Yuan, did you go back home? We organized a pre-wedding reunion today. If only you could come. Yi Yuan's mood had been quite good, but the mood instantly rose glassy when he heard the other man talk like that. What a coincidence. He just got off the highway and the other guy can guess? If she said she was telepathic with herself, then Yi Yuan would definitely jump up and slap his opponent. With a heart like that, the two would have been together a long time ago. No, things happen for a reason. Thinking of this, Yi Yuan hastened to cope and said, Shuijing, you and I are really telepathic. I'm just getting off the highway here, and I'll be in the city soon. Or not to say that we are destined to be not shallow. This is really too much of a tacit understanding. On the other end of the phone, Li Shuejing laughed lightly at this. Her voice was still as mesmerizing as before. Yi Yuan couldn't help but start recalling the time when the two of them first met again in his mind. Well, how come your mouth has gotten poorer after not seeing you for a few years? Why don't we just meet and talk? Do you remember where the Riverside Hotel is? We've booked a large box on the 3rd floor. Just ask the waiter directly when you arrive. You're really the only one of our high school classmates who's missing, so you have to come. Li Shuejing's voice was as good as ever. Yi Yuan felt like it no matter how many times he heard it. So, without thinking, he smiled back. Okay, I'll be there in about half an hour. We'll talk about it when we meet. I'll see you later. Saying that, Yi Yuan hung up the phone with a smile. Luo Rui said with a sly smile while driving at the site. Meeting someone important later? It's the first time I've seen you smile so much. When Yi Yuan heard this, he immediately forced away his smile. And then he turned his head to look out the car window and said seriously, pay attention. I feel like I'm being followed. As soon as Yi Yuan's words left his mouth, the driver Luo Rui and the co-pilot Zhang Lisheng immediately tensed up. The two began to look around the car from different angles. At the same time, Luo Rui began to deliberately accelerate and change lanes as a way to make sure they were not being followed. After several attempts, Luo Rui locked his attention on the black Mercedes 20 meters behind them. Got it. The black SUV 85C04 in the right rear. Zhang Lisheng sniffed and immediately began to turn his head to check it out. Afterwards, he looked at Yi Yuan with extreme seriousness and asked, Boss, what do you want to do? To be or not to be? With that, Zhang Lisheng made a neck-wiping motion. Yi Yuan saw this but replied with a shallow smile. No, just know where it is. It's business as usual. Just keep an eye out. I've been bored lately, so it's good to play along with them. Zhang Lisheng sniffed and turned his head to look at Luo Rui. Luo Rui, on the other hand, shrugged his shoulders with a bitter smile. With that, he began to accelerate in the direction of his destination. Half an hour later, Yi Yuan and the others arrived at the Riverside Hotel. Yi Yuan decided to go upstairs alone, leaving Luo Rui and Zhang Lisheng waiting on the first floor. So, Zhang Lisheng began a simple division of labor with Luo Rui. Luo Rui was in charge of picking up Yi Yuan inside the restaurant while he took his guy to a nearby high point. Zhang Lusang is a sniper, so every place you go you must first find a fire point. Yi Yuan didn't wear luxury big brand clothing this time when he came over. He wore a Nike athleisure suit, which also cost a little over $2,000. From the t-shirt to the pants to the shoes. It's not too revealing or too shabby to dress this way. Enter the restaurant and get on the elevator to the 3rd floor. Yi Yuan was guided by the waiter and soon arrived at box 3066. It's a superb box with 2 large round tables, each of which can seat up to 20 people at a time. Yi Yuan had just pushed the door and walked in when he sensed the hustle and bustle of it. Immediately, a familiar face came into view, and a familiar voice echoed in his ears. In this instant, Yi Yuan seemed to have returned to his high school days. Back then, every time he was late and pushed his way into class, it was in the same state of uproar. The class flower Li Shuejing was laughing, the class ruffian Wu Kaiji was making a scene, and some of the other students were shouting. Some were messing up, and some were whispering. The moment he entered the door, Yi Yuan was really in a bit of a trance, so he pushed the door open and froze in place for a good 3 or 4 seconds, until one of the closest old classmates spotted him. Yi Yuan, everyone, look, is this that Yi Yuan kid? Our class is finally complete. Chapter 83, the script is not what it seems. The moment Yi Yuan opened the door of the hotel box room, it was as if he was dreaming back to his high school days, but he was quickly awakened again. When Wu Kaiji saw that the person who came was Yi Yuan, his face immediately became a little angry. I haven't seen you in a few years. You've gotten pretty ballsy. Alright, since you dare to come, then I'll let you know what it means to be powerful. Saying that, Wu Kaiji copied the bottle on the table and prepared to go over. Yi Yuan stood still but did not panic at all. He just stood quietly and waited. If this grandson dared to make a mess today, Yi Yuan would make a public spectacle of him. After all, he was now the one who had been injected with the enhancement injection. Now he had no problem dealing with 5 or 6 ordinary people on his own. However, what made Yi Yuan somewhat surprised was that the other party did not make a move when he came to him, only to see him quickly unscrew the beer in his hand. A hand to Yi Yuan said with a smile. Last one to come must be penalized with a bottle of wine. After these words, Wu Kaiji turned to look at the crowd again and said, I told you the agitation worked, didn't I? This kid definitely won't come without some hard work. After saying this, Wu Kaiji turned around and hugged Yi Yuan. Old school. I'm terribly sorry. Said something outrageous the other day. That's because I know you so well. Saying that, Wu Kaiji let go of Yi Yuan and looked at him with a confused face as he continued. We had too many bad fights in school. I was too young to know better, and now I think I'm quite sorry for you. After these 2 words, Wu Kaiji tilted his head and dazzled the wine in his hand. A bottle of wine was down before he once again looked at Yi Yuan and said, this bottle of wine as an apology. Yi Yuan, I'm sorry. With that, Wu Kaiji bowed deeply to Yi Yuan. At this time, the clueless Yi Yuan continued to be clueless. What the? It's not the same as the dog-eared script you were thinking of. Shouldn't he be taunted and bullied by the villain when he comes to a class reunion? Then he counters it handsomely and drops everyone in their tracks. Finally, he left the stage in style with everyone looking on in disbelief, leaving everyone with the classic memory of a brother who was awesome and just a legend. But now, Wu Kaiji actually opened the game to dazzle a bottle of beer. This whole ing thing is not going to work for me. So do I hit him in the face or not? While dwelling on this, Li Shuijing walked over with a smile on her face. Yi Yuan, I'm sorry, it was all a couple of their bad ideas. People are afraid you won't come, so they encourage Kaiji to provoke you on purpose. Well, it turned out well. Thanks for coming back. Saying that, Li Shuijing generously opened her arms and hugged Yi Yuan a little. The crowd immediately began to rise up at the sight of this scene. Wu Kaiji awkwardly scratched his head signaling everyone to stop. Finally, Yi Yuan took his seat under the warm greetings of Wu Kaiji and Li Shuijing. Once he was seated, the hotel began to formally serve the food. This night, there was no such thing as comparison, no such thing as jealousy. Everyone seemed to be the same as before, with smiles on everyone's faces. Yi Yuan had been sitting in his seat in a dazed state, because he felt that the scene in front of him was too unbelievable. As the saying goes, there are 3 great irons in the fire of life, having been in the same class together, having carried a gun together, and having been a whore together. Yi Yuan had never experienced the latter 2, but the first one was an inevitable thing in life. Is the world so wonderful? When Yi Yuan thought of this, he unconsciously stretched out his right hand and tried to steal and open the Yuri sensor, but his fingers were about to stop a second before they touched. Yi Yuan couldn't bear to open it, not wanting to dash the cozy dream in front of him. Forget it, it's hard to get confused. Next time. After saying this, Yi Yuan withdrew his right hand to continue drinking and bragging with everyone. At the reception, no one mentioned who they were now. Everyone kept reminiscing about the old days, about their days at school, about gossip and little secrets about each other. This night, Yi Yuan had a really happy time. It was the first time he felt so happy after fighting for so long in Manhwa. Even if the system helped him earn trillions, it wouldn't be as happy as this moment. So, this night Yi Yuan got drunk. The next day, in room 5018 of the Riverside restaurant, Yi Yuan slowly woke up from a large luxurious bed. His head still felt dizzy because he drank too much last night, but when he was ready to get up and go to the bathroom, he suddenly felt something pressing on his chest. The thing was hot, soft, and slippery, as if it were a large living thing, and so on. There's a man on top of you? Shrimp situation. It couldn't be Chang Xiuyan chasing after us. Oh, my god, my virginity. Thinking of this, Yi Yuan hurriedly lifted the quilt to check the situation. Sure enough, what met his eyes was a very white torso. It should be said that this chick has a first-class body. That little body, that little ass, that little waist, that little black hair. Stop, a brunette? Chang Xiuyan is not a brunette now. Who's that on the old man? Thinking of this, Yi Yuan hurriedly turned the man's head gently. Immediately, A familiar handsome face entered the eyes. Li Shuijing. Yi Yuan couldn't help but exclaim the other party's name in shock. The next second, she woke up with a soft response. Why? I haven't slept enough. Saying that, she gently burrowed into Yi Yuan's arms. This move directly broke Yi Yuan's entire defense. Oh, my god. It's a scene you'd only dare to have in a spring dream. How did the dream suddenly come true? Thinking of this, Yi Yuan hurriedly pinched Li Shuijing's arse hard. The next second, the other party let out a gasp of pain. What are you doing? It hurts. Hearing this, Yi Yuan however couldn't help but laugh. Ha, she'll be in pain. It's true. But what happened next was far beyond his expectations. Yi Yuan? How could it be you? You asshole. Rascal. Rapist. Get lost. Asshole. Woohoo. Li Shuijing immediately hit and scolded Yi Yuan when she saw him. She even ended up kicking him out of the big bed. Yi Yuan, who had rolled down to the ground, was truly startled. He hadn't expected this reaction when the other man came to his senses. Shuijing, let me explain. Yesterday. Was probably drunk yesterday. I don't remember what happened at all. Will you give me a chance to explain? Li Shuijing heard this but cried harder, so she yanked up the covers and covered her head. But just at this time, Yi Yuan's cell phone rang. Yi Yuan saw this and hurriedly wrapped up in the blanket to get his cell phone, then quickly ran to the bathroom to answer it. But he regretted it when the call came through. How can I take his call at this time? Hey, Yi Yuan, are you awake? Yesterday, your kid was really unambiguous. That past account is considered a write-off, right? Go. I'll treat you to breakfast. It's been so long since I've been back home. I'm sure I miss breakfast at the school gate, right? I'm almost at the hotel. I'll come up to you later. So hurry up and get cleaned up. The call was from his mom. Wu Kaiji. Oh, my god. Is the other side in the rhythm of catching the current? Why do I suddenly feel so weak? Chapter 84, Falling into Someone Else's Trap. Yi Yuan returns to his hometown to attend White Moonlight's wedding. But how he didn't expect the script to be different from what he thought it would be. There were no doggy face-punching scenes at the reunion. And no one came to intentionally mock or insult him. He hadn't encountered any of the classic bridges in those cool novels. Instead, Yi Yuan actually greets the school bully who bullied him when he was a kid while he was drunk. It's a bit anticlimactic where this plot is going. And now to add insult to injury, the greenhorn hero is about to come and catch him in the act. Some of Yi Yuan's heart is really weak, so he returned to the bed in a panic as he dressed. First, get up first, your husband will be here soon. That's a lot to tell if he sees it. Li Shuijing was originally hiding under the covers and crying. However, after hearing the other party's words they immediately nestled up. Thus, Li Shuijing lifted the quilt as soon as she could and took a pillow and smashed it at Yi Yuan cursing. Yi Yuan, are you still a man? Dare to do it, isn't it? Yi Yuan was a bit embarrassed when he heard this immediately. He muttered as he stood still while scratching his head. I was drunk last night. I really don't remember anything. Speaking here, Yi Yuan suddenly turned his head to look at the other party and said, why don't we review it? You help me deepen the experience? Li Shuijing didn't react at first, but when she responded she immediately blushed. Shame on you, Yi Yuan, you're such an asshole. After saying this, Li Shuijing hid back under the covers and cried again. Yi Yuan saw this and rushed forward to comfort him, but this time, no matter what he said, the other party didn't want to pay attention to him anymore. Unable to do anything else, Yi Yuan could only put on his clothes and leave the room first. He couldn't really make things irreconcilable, and he had a vague feeling that it couldn't be that simple. Yeah, he needed to figure out what was going on first. After smoothing out the relationship, Yi Yuan but suddenly lost some concentration. Why am I suddenly so calm? If it was before, I'd have my hands full now. Thinking of this, something suddenly popped up in Yi Yuan's mind, a physique enhancer. One of the stats in this potion is a 2x increase in mental strength. So, he's become so calm and collected now solely because of the enhancers. While Yi Yuan was mulling over these things, the elevator dinged to the first floor. He stepped out of the elevator just as Wu Kaiji was about to enter. Yi Yuan? What a coincidence! How did you get down here? Wu Kaiji was obviously in a bit of a hurry when he said those words, but Yi Yuan couldn't figure out what he was anxious about. So he looked to the other with a slight frown and explained, didn't you tell me to get off first and wait for you? Wu Kaiji immediately smiled awkwardly upon hearing this. Yes, but I have some peeing to do. Can you walk me up to the bathroom? Wu Kaiji wanted to find an excuse to go upstairs, but Yi Yuan saw this but laughed lightly and said, there's a bathroom in the lobby too. Come on, I'll take you. Wu Kaiji's expression suddenly stiffened when he heard this, but he could only smile and follow the other forward. The two then went out of the hotel to go out and reminisce about the old days. By the time Yi Yuan re-entered the hotel, It was already 1600 hours in the afternoon. Wu Kaiji also asked him to meet again in the evening. On a smaller scale, Yi Yuan decisively agreed and said that this time it should be his treat. But when he got back to the hotel, the enthusiasm on his face faded fast. Yi Yuan didn't return to his room directly, but went to the hotel's first-floor dining bar. At this moment, Luo Rue, in disguise, was sitting on the seat facing the doorway. After ordering a cup of coffee, Yi Yuan pretended that he had no intention of sitting next to him. Well, what's the catch? Luo Rue immediately pretended to drink water when he heard this and opened his mouth. You've been followed by 3 tails. Surveillance and listening devices were also found in the room. We've fallen into a setup by someone else. Hearing this, Yi Yuan couldn't help but slightly raise his eyebrows lightly. Sure enough, things really weren't expected to be that simple. It seems that the opponents have updated their strategies and tactics. Thinking of this, Yi Yuan asked with a light laugh out loud. What the hell happened last night when I was drunk? Luo Rue actually reached out and gently scratched his head after hearing this and said, last night, the groom himself carried you to bed on his back, and the bride stripped you naked with her own hands. But, speaking later, Luo Rue actually stammered a bit. How could Yi Yuan endure his curiosity when he heard that it was a critical moment? Although he was eating his own melon, he would never allow it to go unfulfilled. Say, but what? Luo Rue saw that the other party was a bit anxious, and only then did he continue to speak. But you drank too much yesterday and the bride tried several times without success. Yi Yuan froze for 3 seconds when he heard this. It didn't work? Wasn't I good last night? Thinking of this, Yi Yuan looked at Luo Rue with a shocked expression. Luo Rue saw the look in his eyes and immediately read everything. Well, things are just as you thought they would be. Yi Yuan was immediately struck by lightning when he heard this. Oh, my god. So exciting. I can't believe I couldn't do it myself last night. It's not a good idea to give it a chance. Thinking of this, Yi Yuan couldn't help but hit his crotch. But this time he hit harder than expected, so his face instantly turned blue. Luo Rue immediately skimmed his mouth when he saw this, then slowly got up and whispered a reminder. I'll find out about the other side as soon as I can, so please cooperate with each other during this time. Yi Yuan slightly arched his back and nodded as he endured the pain. Afterwards, Luo Rue walked out of the hotel with a big, fast step. Yi Yuan sat there and finished his coffee before slowly getting up. Only just as he was about to go upstairs, he was suddenly stopped. Yi Yuan, is it? Hello, my name is Kai Qingqing. Yi Yuan felt a little confused when he heard this immediately, because he didn't remember knowing such a person, but it was clear that the other man knew himself. Thinking of this, Yi Yuan turned to look at the visitor and said, hello, do we know each other? Kai Qingqing immediately squeezed out a smile after hearing this and said, I was introduced to you by Auntie Zhou. Hello, get acquainted. Hearing this, Yi Yuan immediately felt even more confused. Who the hell is this Auntie Chiu? How does she know I'd be here? And how she got the other guy to recognize me? Thinking of this, Yi Yuan then looked at the other party with a face full of skepticism and said, how did you find me? Kai Qingqing immediately put away her smile when she heard this. She then pulled out an ID and handed it to Yi Yuan and said, I work at the police station. It's easy to look into your information. I was bored in the morning, so I checked his recent messages. Found out you have a queen room here, so I was curious to come over and check it out. Yi Yuan's eyes widened when he heard this. Then he looked at the other with a displeased face and said, how can you just investigate me? You're violating my right to privacy. Yi Yuan had wanted to teach the other party a lesson, thus terminating this blind date early, but unexpectedly, the other party said with a disdainful expression, what kind of aggression is that? You're the other person on my blind date. Shouldn't I know about you? Stop it. Go over and sit down for a while. I just took an hour off and I have to go back to work later. With that, the woman made her own way to the dining bar. Yi Yuan, on the other hand, was frozen in place for a long time. Can't there be a normal person I'm dating? Chapter 85, The Blind Date is a Policewoman. Riverside Hotel. Inside the dining bar on the first floor. This time Yi Yuan's blind date didn't order a table full of food. She just ordered a cup of Blue Mountain coffee while Yi Yuan ordered a cup of black tea. The two were seated in a window seat along the river, and they had an unobstructed view of the outside through the floor-to-ceiling windows. Through the brief introduction just now, Kai Qingqing was a full 6 years older than Yi Yuan. As the saying goes, a woman is a woman. This time, Yi Yuan was forced to hold 2 gold bricks. She's still beautiful for her age though, but Yi Yuan seemed a bit unable to accept such a large gap. One thing worth saying is that this Kai Qingqing is quite good looking. She had a fair and delicate face. Under her willow eyebrows were a pair of transmitting and moving eyes, and her long waterfall-like hair gave her a bright-eyed feeling when she looked closely. Summed up in one word, good looking. I have a basic understanding of your situation. So, Can I mention my claim?
Kai Qingqing said with a smile on her face as she looked at Yi Yuan.
Yi Yuan slowly nodded after hearing this and said, I should.
You first, Kai Qingqing said softly while stirring her coffee after hearing this. It's not too much to ask for my significant other to make no less than $300. 000 a year when I make $200.
000 a year, is it?
Yi Yuan was slightly stunned after hearing this. Then he nodded lightly.
Not too much.
Kai Qingqing then continued to speak nonchalantly. I have a 50 square foot house in the city and I'm asking my other half to buy a 150 square foot house and it has to be in my name.
That's not too much to ask, is it?
Yi Yuan frowned slightly after hearing this, but still picked up and nodded his head and said,
not too much.
Kai Qingqing revealed a hint of a smile after hearing this. Then she looked up at Yi Yuan and continued. I have a car that costs about $100. 000. And it's not too much of a stretch to ask my significant other to buy a $300.
000 car when they get married, is it? Yi Yuan lost some of his patience when he heard this, but he nodded patiently and gently and said, not excessive, totally reasonable. Kai Qingqing nodded with great satisfaction after hearing this and said, not too much at all. Any more?
Kai Qingqing saw that the other party was so good at talking, so she immediately said with her eyes shining, I have a younger brother, so I want to get married with a $380.
000 dowry. Is this one acceptable to you?
Yi Yuan sniffed and looked at the other party with his hands gently wrapped around his chest.
That's not too much to ask, I don't think, but $380. 000 is too little. I'd say at least $580. 000. Kai Qingqing immediately couldn't help but laugh when she heard this. Really? That's a little too posh for you, isn't it? Well then, I have nothing more to ask. Let's get to know each other today, and tomorrow we can get our license. Saying that, Kai Qingqing picked up her coffee and took a beautiful sip. Yi Yuan couldn't help but laugh softly at the sight. What kind of license are we getting? Isn't that what you asked your significant other for? I'm not your other half. What heart? I'm just encouraging you and agreeing with you. Kai Qingqing almost choked on her coffee when she heard this, so she first coughed twice, then put down her cup to look at Yi Yuan indignantly. What does it mean to say that? Are you kidding me? Yi Yuan slowly shook his head after hearing this and said, no, you can make your demands. It's your right, but you don't have the right to demand that I have to take it all, right? You're an individual, and so am I. You can make demands and so can I, right? Kai Qingqing immediately took a deep breath when she heard this. With that, she gently put down her coffee cup to look at Yi Yuan and said, okay, you mention it too. I'll see what you want. Yi Yuan immediately smiled when he heard this. Then he looked at the other man with extreme seriousness and said, I can buy my other half a big villa with thousands of square feet, or a luxury car with millions of dollars, or I can take out a few million for the bride price, or I can give her untold amounts of pocket money every month. Kai Qingqing directly rolled her eyes when she heard this. Men have a lot of nerve to blow it nowadays. However, Yi Yuan did not have the slightest emotional fluctuation when he saw the other party's reaction. But I only have one request. That means she has to be young and pretty with a great body, and she can't be older than 20. Hearing this, Kai Qingqing immediately stood up with a huff. The most sensitive nerve in her heart was touched. What do you mean by that? Hate my age, don't you? I'm only 26, okay? It's the best time to be in your prime. Yi Yuan listened but replied with a shallow smile. But I'm only 20. As soon as these words left her mouth, Kai Qingqing was immediately suffocated and unable to speak for half a day. With that, she lifted her bag with a soft grunt of hate. Inexplicable. What people Auntie Joe has introduced. With that, Kai Qingqing got up and headed out. Yi Yuan watched the other party's back go away, but in his heart, he couldn't help but feel a little worried, because he felt that this Kai Qingqing wasn't that simple. Without any evidence, he just vaguely felt that this woman was too calm. Moreover, she was still working at the police station, and this identity more or less made Yi Yuan a little sensitive. So he took out his phone and dialed his mom's number. He had to figure out why this woman was here. Sure enough, after using the physique enhancer, Yi Yuan's self-consciousness was becoming more and more accurate. After Kai Qingqing left the hotel, she immediately got into a commercial vehicle. There were 3 other people sitting in the car at this time. 2 of them had come here specifically from South Shanghai. The person leading the team was called Min Hong, the section chief of the External Research 1 section of the Super God Academy, and Rui Ningxi's newly transferred right-hand man. How does it feel to be this guy? Min Hong looked at Kai Qingqing with a serious face and asked. Kai Qingqing said as she gently raised her eyebrows at that. The man is a bit of a braggart and has a strong desire to win. I also have a vague feeling that he is more or less paranoid. Too little contact time to say otherwise. Hearing the other party answer like that, Min Hyung couldn't help but laugh. It's okay,
We'll find another opportunity to make contact.
You're our only hope now. Kai Qingqing immediately frowned tightly when she heard this. There's a next time? No. What exactly is your institute? What the hell is this guy's business? Don't delay my blind date, okay? My family is in a hurry. Kai Qingqing spoke very nonchalantly,
but a middle-aged man next to him said with a cold face,
Kai, pay attention to work discipline. Don't ask what you shouldn't. Starting today, your task is to work with Chief Min. Your secondment order will be issued tomorrow.
And from now on you'll be under the direct authority of Section Chief Min. Kai Qingqing immediately widened her eyes when she heard this. She turned her head to the middle-aged man behind her and said,
Wang Shou, that's not what you said when you came here. Didn't it just mean for me to stop by and do a favor? How is this still loaning me out? What the hell is going on here? The crowd only laughed lightly at this,
and no one explained anything too much to her.
Kai Qingqing could only sigh helplessly at the situation and said,
This blind date didn't work out and the person was transferred.
This Yi is truly a calamity for me. Chapter 86, The Masterminds Are Actually Them.
Kai Qingqing is introduced to Yi Yuan by Auntie Zhao for a blind date,
but she doesn't want to be assigned a special task by her unit.
This particular assignment was for her, to approach the target as a blind date and extract the information needed by the higher units.
This higher unit she hadn't heard of, but their credentials were from the National Security Agency. Sai Qingqing is an extremely intelligent and career-oriented woman.
She knew that this matter was very uncomplicated, so she immediately agreed without thinking.
On the other side, Yi Yuan also investigated the other side clearly. The other person on the blind date just now was indeed introduced to me by Auntie Zhou. She was originally an older woman in the local system,
and it took her mom a lot of money to get a quality match from Auntie Zhao.
After figuring this out, Yi Yuan sat on the edge of the bed and let out a deep breath. Maybe I'm overthinking it.
I wish things weren't all the way I thought they were.
Yi Yuan's hopes were bright,
but things were far more brutal than he could have imagined.
That night, Luo Rui was assisted by Wei Yingnan, Li Shuijing, Wu Kaiji's things to find out. County.
Inside a private clubhouse,
Yi Yuan asked for a deluxe private room, and Luo Rui and Zhang Lusheng arrived successively to meet up. Inside the private room, Luo Rui was holding a laptop and explaining to Yi Yuan, These are the information MS. Wei looked up, and these are some summaries I made. Also these photos are the Buster's haul for the day. Saying that, Luo Rui handed the notebook in front of Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan picked up the computer and then watched it carefully. According to Wei Yingnan investigation information, Li Shuijing recently received 3 large transfers, totaling 32 million. The transfer account belongs to 3 well-known domestic car companies. Wu Kaiji Dad's construction company,
in the recent past, also received a transfer of up to $4 million.
The transfer company is the 7-Star Communications Group. Seeing this, Yi Yuan probably guessed the generalization of the matter. Good guy, really giving up his blood. After muttering this, Yi Yuan checked the photos again. All of these photos were taken surreptitiously. Judging by the angles from which they were taken, the characters filmed in the first folder were Yi Yuan, Wu Kaiji and Li Shuijing.
These are some of the things that happened when he was drunk last night. Wu Kaiji carried him onto the bed and Li Shuijing took the initiative to undress him.
But in the end, because he was too drunk, the other party tried everything they could to make it work. In the end,
Li Shuijing was almost forced to push by Wu Kaiji,
but then Li Shuijing fought off her opponent. These are all photographs, but the content is extremely coherent. You're a good shot. After Yi Yuan finished reading this, he looked up at Zhang Lusheng and said with a smile. Hearing this, Zhang Lusheng, however, squeezed out a bitter smile and said, It's okay, my hobby is photography. Yi Yuan nodded smilingly after hearing this, and then opened the second folder. This was what Li Shuijing did today after Yi Yuan left the hotel. After Yi Yuan left the hotel,
she started to make non-stop phone calls and didn't dress and leave the hotel until an hour later.
When Li Shuijing left the hotel,
she got into a commercial car with a South Shanghai license plate.
Later,
she had a long conversation with 2 middle-aged men.
It was only in the afternoon that Li Shuijing left the villa and returned home. After looking at these photos, Yi Yuan looked up at Luo Rui. Did these 2 men check out? Luo Rui sniffed and hastily took the mouse to open another document. Checked. These are their profiles. The document was opened, and Yi Yuan came close to view it carefully.
One of the men was named Ma Xingsheng, secretary to the chairman of Dream Automobile. The other man was named Deng Bin,
assistant to the chairman of Kunpeng Automobile. Seeing this, Yi Yuan's face was already a little unsightly. Dream Car, Kunai Car? I didn't think it would be the car company owners. With that said, he closed his computer and continued to view the photos. Next, there are photos of Wu Kaiji and 3 men. The photos were taken at a bath center,
and several people were still kneeling in front of a female technician each.
Seeing this scene, Yi Yuan couldn't help but blush a little. Holy, Lao Zhang, you dare to take this kind of photo? Not to mention, Wu Kaiji, this kid has a good sense of camera. Hearing this but with a confident smile, Zhang Lushang said, filming is an art and content is not good or bad. I only shoot what's truest. When Yi Yuan heard this, he immediately shook his head helplessly and laughed lightly. With that, he turned his head to Luo Rui and inquired, no need to read the information. Just introduce yourself. Luo Rui immediately understood what the other party meant when he heard this. So he rushed forward and pointed to the photo and explained. The man in the center is Wu Kaiji's dad, Wu Jianye. This one on his left is the special assistant to the chairman of Unblue Motors, Pang Jun. This man on Pang Jun's left is the secretary to the chairman of Miracle Motors, Yang Hongsheng. Yi Yuan nodded immediately after figuring out who was who. Looks like several of them are involved. I used to think that commercial warfare would be high-end, but I didn't realize it would be this underhanded. A beauty trick? Luo Rui nodded lightly when he heard this right away. He then clicked on another document and explained. This is a contract for the signing of South Shanghai Sea Entertainment and Media Company. The signer is none other than Li Shuejing, and the effective date of the contract is next month. According to the contract, High Entertainment Media has prepared 2 movies, 5 singles and 4 variety shows for her. By the looks of it, it's meant to be ready to want to cultivate vigorously. Yi Yuan heard this but frowned slightly. He opened his mouth to inquire while briefly reviewing the contract. Sea Entertainment is just following orders, right? The investors in these movies, singles and variety shows. I think it's those car companies just now, right? Luo Rui replied with a soft nod as he listened. Yes, High Entertainment recently received 2 investments amounting to $55 million. It includes advertising and promotion costs for several companies, and it's the ancillary clauses that require them to promote Li Shuejing, said Luo Rui, adding an explanation. Wu Kaiji Dad's construction company today also signed up to $23 million of construction contracts. Party A is also a few car companies. Hearing this, Yi Yuan had almost figured out what was going on. Those car companies found Li Shuejing and Wu Kaiji, taking money and resources to smash their conscience and face. That's why these two had teamed up to put on such a show with themselves. What marriage? What party? What drunkenness is all a ing lie? They're just acting for themselves as per the demands of their employers. Thinking of this, Yi Yuan couldn't help but feel a little heartbroken. But he soon let it go. Where is the camaraderie in the eyes of an adult? Only profit is truly eternal. Okay, you guys are playing dirty with me, aren't you? Then don't blame me. I'll take the beauty of the beauty plan, and then the calculation of the will be a return gift. No, I can't be that merciful. How can you dare mess with me and not pay a price? Chapter 87 The Most Special Client. Yi Yuan returns to his hometown to attend the wedding and class reunion of White Moonlight, but he doesn't want everything here to be a setup arranged by others. Not only that, but even the blind date introduced by his mom's friend has been enlisted as an undercover agent by the NSA. This trip to the old country was a bit of a thrill, but very sorry to say that the duplicity of those of them was soon poked and prodded. Thus, the crazy counterattack from Yi Yuan began. The first thing to clean up is this asshole Wu Kaiji and his old man. This pair of crouching dragon phoenix father and son solicitation photos soon came to light. All the relatives of the Wu family received a whole collection of photos. Not only that, Wu Kaiji's dad Wu Jianye keeping second wives and mistresses, seducing married women has also been exposed. Wu Kaiji mom learned that immediately decided to divorce. Of course, this is just an appetizer. Many of Wu's construction company's previous illegal things have also been raked over the coals. For example, what defaulted on the payment of wages to migrant workers, concealment of safety accidents, bribery of official leaders and so on. All things have been raked over the coals. Soon the Official Discipline Inspection Commission and Safety Supervision Department began to come down, and Wu Jianye was directly taken away for investigation. Immediately, Wu Kaiji mom applied for divorce, also quickly supported by the court. In just a few days, Wu Kaiji's family was so scattered and defeated. This is just the beginning. Next, the chairman of Dream Auto, Unblue Auto, Kuanpeng Auto, Miracle Auto, and 7-Star Communications, as well as their top leaders, were exposed in shocking scandals. Their scandals are even more varied, involving not only the moral dimension but also the legal dimension. Over time, there has been a flurry of negative press for major car companies. The share prices of these companies have subsequently gone downhill and into the green, but none of them, as yet, knew why it had come to this. It was also impossible for them to think that a small beauty trick would cause such a big chain reaction. It's as if, in the game, the monsters are just out of a flat A, but the hero of the break-in just turns on the map cannon straight away. This is simply something that is beyond the comprehension of the common man.
But this was Yi Yuan's character of avenging and avenging immediately.
Moreover, Yi Yuan did not use his full strength, but only let Wei Yingnan, Si Yuan Kai and Luo Rui, etc. A small slightly under the means. After all, if it was purely more than money, Yi Yuan really cowed any of them.
And in this day and age where money makes the world go round, money really does solve 99% of all problems.
Things have come to a head, and the wedding of Bai Yueguan Li Shuejing has become a fiasco.
She and Wu Kaiji were originally paid to act, so naturally after Wu Kaiji's family fell apart,
she wasn't in the mood for another fake wedding. In the end, Li Shuejing's parents were also implicated by her.
A couple of her teacher parents, too, were both fired from the education system for violations that occurred earlier. It's a good thing her family wasn't involved in anything illegal, so she was lucky to escape the liquidation.
But even so,
Li Shuejing was unable to sleep at night for many days. At the end of the day, there was one thing that made Dong Xing and the others feel a hint of relief.
That's when Yi Yuan brought Li Shuejing back to Nanhu City.
But what Yi Yuan doesn't know is that the big net that the National Security Bureau has woven for him is only slowly opening at this point.
Nanhu City, Industrial Park.
The battery manufacturing plant has successfully doubled in size. Miguel Technologies sent a large number of technicians over to support production. But when these people came over they realized that they had no use for them at all.
Because the factories on Yi Yuan's side are all fully automated production lines. No matter how good a techie you are, all you can do when you come here is be an ombudsman. As for equipment breakdowns and repairs and whatnot, that's even more out of their hands. Because even if you put them all together, none of them can read. Most importantly, these machines never broke down.
Huo Lei and Jiang Wanying's business vision was a bit more farsighted than Yi Yuan's. They have decided, after negotiations, to share starburst batteries as an open resource to the market. The investment in high-efficiency batteries has given the new energy market a shot in the arm.
Originally looked down upon, new energy vehicles are quickly regaining the world's anticipation and attention.
The world has given up on new energy sources, but flower growers continue to plumb the field.
Yi Yuan, the inventor of the star battery,
was also recognized by the state as one of the recipients of the highest science and technology awards of the year. But the guy was so arrogant that he didn't show up in person to receive the award. This move has been very upsetting to many of the biggest names in science. For a while, he was criticized and blamed from all sides.
However, Yi Yuan did not make any response to this matter.
He even outright declined all media events, because he was involved in a much more important business venture.
Instead, he was dealing with one of his own clients this time. Kyoto, inside the defense building.
Wei Wen looked at the mirror with a nervous face and straightened his instrument.
Not long after, his assistant Tian Yuxuan walked over quickly. Ministry Wei, you don't have to be so nervous. The other side cannot see you. And of course you cannot see the other side. When the time comes, all you need to do is move your mouth.
And I'll take care of the rest.
Tian Yuxian, this little girl is a straight girl of steel.
So the pretentious job of comforting people was hard for her to handle. If only she wasn't so good at her job and outstanding in her creative thinking. Wei Wen had long wanted to remove and replace this assistant with a worrisome emotional intelligence.
I know that, but it's still time to take it seriously. After all, this is the first time we've faced the God of Arms. Have the people from the Overwatch Academy arrived yet? Tian Yuxian sniffed and immediately replied in a quick voice.
The people from the South Shanghai General Hospital have gotten off the plane and are now heading this way at a rapid pace.
The people from the Kyoto branch were in place early in the morning and are now fully set up.
As long as the other guy dares to connect,
we can definitely track him down.
Wei Wen heard this but gently furrowed his brows.
He then sighed softly to himself. It always feels a bit unkind. After all,
we were the ones who took the initiative to seek his help.
Tian Yuxian listened but was rarely understanding and comforting. Find the man so we can better protect him. After all, with an existence of his caliber, foreign powers must be eyeing him as well.
Wei Wen nodded lightly after hearing these words. With that, a staff officer pushed his way in and warned.
Wei Ministry, it's about time.
Wei Wen nodded his head gently once again after hearing this, and then picked up his own military cap and said in a proper voice,
Okay, go over there. Meanwhile, in the industrial park of South Shanghai City, in the office of Chairman Yi Yuan, Wei Yingnan,
and Si Yuan Kai were sitting around.
Among them, Wei Yingnan and Si Yuan Kai were each responsible for 3 computers, and their fingers were tapping out a welcome on the keyboard. Yi Yuan, on the other hand, was sitting in his boss chair with a calm face, drinking a Coke. After a few minutes,
Wei Yingnan was the first to stop and gesture okay.
Okay, done. After 10 seconds or so, Si Yuan Kai also stopped and nodded to Yi Yuan. Boss, it's all set. Yi Yuan nodded slowly after hearing this,
but just to be on the safe side,
he whispered to the system, help me upgrade the network firewall. Ding dong,
The host's network firewall vulnerability has been patched.
System coin -2. After hearing the system beep, Yi Yuan then felt that everything was safe. Okay, get on the contact. Let's meet this most special client. Chapter 88, The Lion's Share. Yi Yuan met a special customer in the Shadow Network the other day. The other party came recommended by Alpha, with Cerberus as a guarantor.
These two guys also sent a confirmation message to Yi Yuan at the same time.
Alpha and Cerberus are both very strange though. They can't figure out what the flower growers are singing about. Is it the real or fake Monkey King from the Oriental fantasy story? Why do you need an outsider to be a guarantor when you're looking for your own people? Alpha couldn't figure it out. Cerberus couldn't figure it out.
But they all desperately need the support of the planters, so the two guys agreed after much thought.
Nanhu, Industrial Park. As Wei Yingnan pressed the retract button, the Yi Yuan account successfully logged on to the Shadow Network. And by now, the guy with the name Kwafu has been waiting online for a long time. Kwafu? Quarto? The one looking for the day? What an obscene name. Yi Yuan couldn't help but spit out the other party's screen name immediately after seeing it. Wei Yingnan had just taken a sip of coffee and sprayed it all over Si Yuan Kai's face with a puff. The corners of Si Yuan Kai's mouth twitched before he silently picked up a tissue to polish it. The two had no time to be anemic before the computer started blinking alarms. Sure enough, the other side was trying to break through their firewall. Thus, Si Yuan Kai hastily raised his head and said to Wei Yingnan, "They're starting. We have to get ready too."
Wei Yingnan didn't have time to make wisecracks with Yi Yuan and hurriedly lowered her head and started to get busy with the computer.
Yi Yuan, however, was not slow in typing on the keyboard. "Can you speak Chinese?" After the first message was sent,
the other person froze for a full 5 seconds before replying.
"Sure, do I need to speak Chinese?" Yi Yuan also froze for a full 2 seconds as he looked at the string of English, then slowly replied with a yes at the keyboard. And then the sides went silent. Kyoto, inside the defense building. Wei Wen looked at the computer screen for a moment. Is this the other side testing us? Why does it feel like an internet chat?
Wei Wen turned his head left and right to look at the support staff on either side of him.
The head of the technical group, however, said in reply, "Not yet. The other firewall level is too high. Keep talking about random things. We need time." Tian Yuxian sniffed and immediately tapped on the keyboard and said, "Okay, let's just talk in Chinese then. Are you really Yi God?"
After these 2 sentences were sent out,
Wei Wen's eyes went wide. "Tian, what are you doing? How can you operate at will without my orders? What if you piss the other guy off? Have you considered the consequences?"
Before Wei Wen could finish his words, the other party gave an affirmative reply.
Tian Yuxian looked up at Wei Wen and said quickly. He replied, acknowledged that he was Yi God, and asked what we needed.
The crowd immediately began to get a little excited at the words, especially those from the Super God Academy. The excitement on their faces was hard to hide. Wei Wen saw this and immediately came to a state as well. Then he looked at Tian Yuxian with a serious face and said, "Ask him first if he sent the apocalypse,
the V2 and the drones." Tian Yuxian sniffed and nodded gently, then quickly entered the text and sent it. On the other side,
Yi Yuan saw that the other party was talking so much nonsense that he immediately lost some of his patience. So he said with extreme impatience as he typed at the keyboard, "I'm busy, so if you need anything, say it as soon as possible, or hang up if you don't have it." This message was sent over, and Wei Wen and the others instantly tensed up, though the text doesn't make out any tone. But it was obvious that the other side was a little impatient. Seeing this, Wei Wen immediately ordered in a proper voice, "Let's get right to the point and tell him what we want. Other things, find a chance to sidestep." Tian Yuxian immediately nodded at his words, then quickly followed the order. She then sent the pre-prepared demand. Nimitz-class aircraft carriers, Jumwalt-class destroyers, Columbia-class strategic nuclear submarines, AGM-129 missiles, LGM-30G ballistic missiles, E-767 AWACS, F-22 Raptors, F-35 Lightning IIs, MH-53JS, CH-53KS, MH-60RS, Nanhu, Industrial Park. Yi Yuan looked at the long list of lists on the screen, and his brows immediately embraced tightly together. Holy, they really have the nerve to Leonize us. Is this a preparation to empty the Eagle Sauce stockpile? But I'm not an Eagle Sauce arms dealer. This is the wrong guy, isn't it? After muttering this, Yi Yuan directly struck 2 words on the keyboard. No, Kyoto, inside the defense building. Wei Wen's eyes twitched as he watched the screen. Did the other side refuse so dryly? You are not even hesitating. But you even made a whole airplane from Star Wars. Doesn't Eagle Sauce have any of this low-end tech? Does the other side not trust us? Thinking of this, Wei Wen hurriedly said to Tian Yuxian, "Tell him that money is no object. We can start with a partial earnest money call, as is customary."
Tian Yuxuan didn't act immediately when she heard this, but looked up at Wei Wen to remind her and said, Ministry Wei, I think it might not be about money. It may be that the demands we make are too simple. Wei Wen was instantly filled with doubt when he heard this. Too easy to ask? This is all top of the line Eagle Jam. You should know the technology in this. Is that even easy? Hearing this, Tian Yuxuan immediately squeezed out a bitter smile and said, These things are very advanced for us, but I always thought it must be too easy for the god of arms. Before Tian Yuxuan could finish his words, Wei Wen coldly reprimanded, Just carry out the orders and don't make comments. Seeing this, Tian Yuxuan didn't dare to delay and hurriedly replied the other party's words truthfully, but after replying, she added a quick hand. Having a comparable substitute is fine. Wei Wen was angry at first when he saw this, but then when I think about it there's nothing wrong with that. So he just glared at Tian Yuxian in exasperation. Nanhu, Industrial Park. After Yi Yuan saw the other party's reply, he immediately wrapped his hands around his chest. I really don't have any ready-made equipment for eagle sauce, but as for a peer replacement, well. Saying that, Yi Yuan called out the system and began to check it out. At this point, his military technology tree was only activated to level D, and the weapons he was able to create were limited to low to mid-ranked armaments such as heavy machines, armored vehicles, tanks, helicopters, drones, small missiles, small warships, and light mechs. However, the product that the other party was asking about needed to be upgraded to the C-level military tech tree in order to be unlocked. The activation condition for the military C-level tech tree is 3.8 billion system coins. He had all this money, but he wouldn't have many system coins left after unlocking it. Is it worth driving yourself into poverty to fulfill the other person's needs? Right now, he had only just activated the D-rank tech tree not long ago, and many of the techs in it didn't have enough exploration and proficiency yet. If he activated the C-level technology tree rashly, Yi Yuan was afraid that he would step too big and rip his balls off. I'm not a saint. Not to the point of sacrificing myself for others. In business, it's best to play it safe and be fair and mutually beneficial. And I don't believe they would be so bold as to dare to send trillions of dollars in orders right off the bat. After saying this, Yi Yuan put his hands on the keyboard and tapped away. But it was at this time that Wei Yingnan spoke up anxiously. No good. Something new. Chapter 89 Hawk Sauce is in a hurry this time. Yi Yuan was just about to reply to the special client's message when Wei Yingnan suddenly called out to alert him of a new situation. As it turns out, Yi Yuan's dealings with the official flower growers were probed by Eagle Sauce spies. So, Eagle Jam dispatched the world's strongest team of hackers and began to launch an extremely ferocious and violent attack on ShadowNet. At this time, not only Yi Yuan, Wei Yingnan and the flower planting officials were shocked. Several people in charge of ShadowNet also felt unprecedented pressure. If their firewalls are breached by Eagle Jam agents, then ShadowNet will no longer be the safest gray world in the world. This will then quickly move on to other areas of the deep web. If things do turn out like this, then the people in charge of ShadowNet, as well as many of their clients, will be devastated. So, instead, the most nervous people right now were not Yi Yuan and the flower growers, but the users and people in charge of those unseen on the Shadow Network. In the western part of the Eagle Jam country, in a manor on the edge of a town, Macintosh, one of the heads of the Shadow Network, is feeling very nervous, because he was no longer able to stop the Hawk Jam hackers from attacking and breaking through. The speed at which Macintosh was building his new firewall was already far too fast to keep up with the speed at which his opponent was cracking it. Damn! Are these people crazy? Are those executives of the Eagle Jam Federation crazy? If we keep screwing up like this, ShadowNet will be finished. Macintosh muttered as he commanded his men to resist with all their might. But just at that moment, the computer in charge of the alert lit up with a red light. An ear-splitting alarm sounded throughout the room immediately afterward. Macintosh was so angry at the sight of it that he slammed his desk right down. Damn! They don't just have cyber attacks. They have physical attacks. Shameless. This kind of capital is really shameless. Withdraw. Retreat. With that, Macintosh grabbed his laptop and left. The others saw this and immediately began to pack up their things, and those they could not take with them were torched. 10 minutes later, a group of SWAT and FBI arrived in front of a manor house. By now, the large manor was surrounded by a blazing fire. The official in charge of the operations command ordered a split and ordered the fire brigade to extinguish the blaze as quickly as possible. Macintosh, on the other hand, led the men into hiding in the hills not far away. Meanwhile, something similar is playing out around the world. The 13 heads of the Shadow Network, except for one who was blown to smithereens by Yi Yuan. The other 12 are suffering from the relentless pounding of Eagle Jam. The firewalls within ShadowNet become precarious, and Eagle Jam's team of hackers have even begun to crack the official Seedflower firewall. Then why don't they crack Yi Yuan's firewall? Are they not wanting to? No, it's that they can't crack it at all. Eagle Jam Secret Base. Hacker Team Office.
The 12 hackers responsible for cracking EGOD sat frozen in their chairs in unison.
Du Bois, the commanding officer of the operation here, was immediately enraged at the sight.
So she walked quickly over to the men slamming her desk heavily and yelling,
"Everyone else is trying. Why are you stopping? Do you want to disobey orders?"
One of the hackers closest to Du Bois blinked at that.
"Excuse me, do you know anything about hacking?"
This man was extremely sincere in his questions. That's why Du Bois said with a cold smile after hearing that,
"That's a particularly stupid question you're asking. Most of you people weren't even born when my mom was playing with the internet back in the day."
The hacker who had asked the question didn't nag at her and just got up and handed her his laptop.
"See for yourself then."
Du Bois froze slightly at the sight, then reached out and took the other man's computer. But she didn't know until she looked at it. But she was really shocked when she looked at it.
My God.
Du Bois was in charge of cybersecurity in Eagle Jam country for 10 years. It was the first time she had seen a firewall of such horrific difficulty.
Want to crack? It's just analyzing, calculating cracking logic,
all of which would take at least a couple of years to do. Wait a few years for people to study and understand each other's logic before they get their hands dirty trying to find a way to crack it.
But do they have a few years? That's obviously not going to happen. Du Bois would love for them to try and force a takedown.
But she hadn't had the courage to do it herself after looking at it for half a day.
If she didn't have the courage to try, how could she expect anyone else to do it? This doesn't even look like technology from the blue planet. Does anyone have the number for SHIELD?
Or a connection to the intergalactic MIB would work.
This is simply not something that can be solved by modern technology.
At the same time that Du Bois was feeling a bit like he was going crazy,
the Kyoto defense building was a mess.
At this time, Renegade had already arrived at the scene with her people.
Cheryl Chen, a network technology major, also joined the defense mission.
The other side are all world-class experts. I don't have much confidence that I can handle these. No sooner had she said this than someone suddenly shouted from the side. The fourth layer of the firewall has been breached. Everyone moving to the fifth line of defense.
Make sure you give it your all. The man shouted this and immediately ambled off, frantically tapping away at his keyboard. Seeing this,
Chen Shuer immediately switched pages and also followed everyone to a new defense position. Ruining sighed softly at the sight, before turning her head to look at Tian Yuxian,
who was not far away. Anything new on the target?
Tian Yuxian slowly shook her head when she heard this.
Wei Wen immediately frowned tightly at the sight and said,
"Send him a message requesting a phone call.
It's so unsafe online. It has to be."
His words had only just reached the halfway point when a reply suddenly came from Yi God's side.
In an instant, everyone on the scene became tense.
Wei Wen was also the first to look down and check up the screen.
Too little value for money for a more realistic request.
These were the original words of the other reply.
People in the scene felt a little confused after watching it. What's that supposed to mean? What's too little value for money? Let's ask for something more realistic. But we're stuck with high tech. Why don't we ask for permission to change it to something more achievable?
Request what request?
This is supposed to be just a test. Want to find out the other side of the bottom? You must adhere to the principle not to lower it. For a while,
a few people in the conference room began to whisper. Wei Wen sat in his chair and thought for a few seconds before speaking.
Don't make too many bad impressions on the first contact. Rain spin. See what you can do.
And send the B list over.
Tian Yuxian saw this and wanted to open up and say something.
But Wei Wen directly shook his head in advance to dismiss it. She knew not to trespass at this time. So, it was only possible to send the pre-prepared B list as requested.
Nanhu, Industrial Park. Yi Yuan sipped his coke leisurely. Crossing his legs, he watched Wei Yingnan and Si Yuankai get busy. In fact,
their firewalls have been solid for a long time.
So, at this point,
these two guys are busy counterattacking each other.
If you can follow their channel and hack into your opponent's systemization, that could certainly lead to a lot of interesting information along the way. Thus, Wei Yingnan excitedly licked his lips while saying, "You'll talk to them some more. Don't end the conversation so quickly." Yi Yuan frowned slightly when he heard this,
because the second version of the purchase list from the other side has been sent. Everything on it was relatively easy to accomplish.
And Yi Yuan really didn't know what else there was to talk about.
He had no choice but to put down the coke and tap away at the keyboard.
Have you eaten? Chapter 90, Chatting Out the Feeling of Online Dating. Kyoto, inside the defense building. Wei Wen, Tian Yuxian,
and Ruiningsher looked at the screen for a long time.
With that,
the crowd slowly turned their heads to look at each other and whisper.
What is the meaning of the other side? What's with all the family talk all of a sudden? Could it be an attempt to release some kind of goodwill message to us?
But the message was released too close to home.
Wasn't it? Let's not talk about that. What should we say back? Should we say, "I've eaten"? "Have you eaten"? Do you really think of this as internet banter? This is the biggest arms head in the world. There's no way his words are so simple and casual. Why don't we notify our comrades in the deciphering section? This statement from the other side can never be that simple. All the people present were trying to figure out Yi Yuan's phrase "have you eaten?" Wei Wen also deliberated before letting Tian Yuxian return. Thanks for asking. It's not lunchtime yet. Have you eaten? That's right. The official flower grower is in awkward chat mode with Leaf Source. Yi, I haven't eaten yet either. So how have you guys been? Officer, well, I've been good lately. Oh, ha. So you guys have been busy lately too? Officer, yeah, busy. How about you? What are your plans these days? Yi, I'm going to go to the movies after I'm done with this. Officer, do you like to watch movies too? Then what movie are you going to watch? Conference room. Except for the cybersecurity team. Everyone else stared at the screen for another long time. How is that even possible? Is this really negotiating with an arms dealer? How does it feel? A bit like regular internet embarrassment. Wouldn't they be embarrassed enough to gouge out the basement with their feet? Tian Yuxuan, who is in charge of operating the chat, would also find the chat very awkward at first. But as the chat became richer and richer, she gradually felt very chatty with the other person. So, after that, the conversation between the two started to become more and more relaxed. The duo talked from movies to literature, from literature to life, from life to the future, and from the future to emotions. In short, Tian Yuxian felt that the more he talked to the other party, the more in tune he became. The suppressed smile on her face was also becoming more pronounced. Wei Wen, who was sitting next to him, couldn't help but keep the corners of his mouth twitching when he saw it. What the hell is this Oda up to? We're negotiating with a major suspect here. Otherwise we'd let you engage in dating online. Do you have any idea what's going on here? Hey. Don't be too strong in your personal vicarious sense. Don't forget, you're talking to each other instead of me. If something does come out of the conversation, it's likely that I'll be the one to take the fall in the end. Thinking of this, Wei Wen hurriedly coughed gently. Tian, pay attention to this. Don't talk about everything. It's important to try to find a way to get information about the other side and figure out what they're up to. Before Wei Wen could finish his words, Tian Yuxuan turned her head and smiled. I feel like he's sincere. Such a sincere person can't be a bad person. Hearing this, Wei Wen's face instantly turned ironic. It's over. This girl didn't listen to her words at all. Thinking of this, Wei Wen suddenly remembered another problem. That's when this Tian Yuxian started to follow him as a clerk, secretary, and assistant after he graduated from the military school. In all these years, he didn't seem to have heard of the other man being in love. So, from the seeds of what's going on, she's not having an online relationship with the other guy, is she? I have a big lean. If so, then the development of things is a little too much bull *******. Thinking of this problem, Wei Wen hurriedly said in defense. Oda, you've worked hard for so long talking. You received to continue the conversation. The Xiaowang that Wei Wen spoke of was a male staff officer. He immediately walked quickly next to Tian Yuxian after hearing the order. Senator Tian, let me do it. Tian Yuxian heard this but said with extreme reluctance. No, I'm not tired. Ouch. Let me finish this conversation. Counselor Wang blinked hard at his words before turning his head to look at Wei Wen as if for help. Wei Wen's face immediately became a few points darker when he saw this. Tian Yuxian, rise. Tian Yuxian immediately stood up on reflex when she heard the order. Here. Staff Officer Wang immediately snatched the notebook with a quick eye when he saw it. He then immediately forced the conversation back to the issue of arms. Nanhu, Industrial Park. Yi Yuan couldn't help but slowly frown as he looked at the chat that had suddenly changed in the picture. Is this a switch for the other team? And what a bummer. It's so hard to meet someone who resonates. Forget it now. No desire to continue. After saying this, Yi Yuan turned his head to look at Wei Yingnan and said, how's it going? I have nothing more to talk about. Wei Yingnan sniffed and immediately gave an okay gesture with a bad smile. Seeing this, Yi Yuan then gently nodded his head. He then tapped out a few quick words on the keyboard. Wait for the notice. After this sentence was sent over, those official people froze again at that moment. We were just having a hot conversation. Why did it end so suddenly? Everyone turned their heads to look at Wei Wen. The others were able to make a response. Chen Shuer also couldn't help but shout out sharply when she saw this. Talk more. We need time. Staff Officer Wang was just about to make some awkward conversation when he saw this. Wei Wen saw it but was quick to stop it and said, don't you move. It's better to switch to coda. Tian Yuxian was very happy to hear this and then snatched the notebook back with one hand. but just at that moment, the other party sent over another message. Remember to make a good faith deposit. With those words, the other man hurriedly got off the line. Yi God's side had just gotten offline when Chen Shuer stood up in anger. I thought I'd let you guys talk more. Just when it mattered. Why did it cut out? As soon as she said this, the scene immediately fell into silence. Everyone looked at Staff Sergeant Wang with a sly grudge, but he felt very aggrieved in his heart. He can't be blamed for this. The chief told him to take over just now. Thus, Counselor Wang turned his head in aggravation to look at Wei Wen. Wei Wen also felt the awkwardness of the scene. With that, he squeezed out 2 awkward laughs to lighten the mood and said, "It's okay, good things come in small packages. We've gained quite a lot this time." After saying this, Wei Wen turned his head to look at Tian Yuxuan and said, "Tian, later on, organize the chats and write a detailed debriefing. By the way, call up the Psychological Research and Analysis Group and incorporate their analysis into the material." Tian Yuxian sniffed and immediately whispered back yes. She then turned her head to the computer screen and launched herself. Ye gods? What kind of a person are you really? It feels like you should be a boy my age. So looking forward to my next interaction with you. Ye God. Are you surnamed Yi? God Yi. Look forward to your errands. Tian Yuxian had just finished talking to herself when Rui Ningxi, who had walked over, couldn't help but pick up the conversation. Who are you expecting? Tian Yuxian smiled at the words and her pretty face slightly reddened. She quickly got up and looked at the other party and said with a smile, "Looking forward to your appearance. Of course. It's been a long time. I've missed you." With that, she stepped forward and took her old classmate's hand. Family fun inside the defense building, but it's not so cozy on the Eagle Sauce side. Eagle Sauce Country. Special Operations Conference Room. Du Bois is looking at his computer and yelling in exasperation. Issue an S-Class crisis alert immediately. Our classified information is leaking. Chapter 91, What You Want to Do for Baba Sheep. Eagle Jam Nation. Head of the Cyber Hacking Task Force, Du Bois. She yelled at the top of her lungs in extreme anger, trying to think of stopping, with her rage, the damn cyber thief. But her behavior was undoubtedly very ridiculous and futile. With all the agents hacking and concentrating on ShadowNet and Seedflower officials, an extremely crafty guy snuck around and stole Eagle Sauce's home. According to incomplete statistics, as much as 50 gigabytes of confidential information was leaked. How much is in those 10 Gs no one knows yet, because the other side just took them and used technical means to break up all the information and transmit it to tens of thousands of computers. Du Bois simply couldn't pinpoint these computers with any certainty. She needed time. She needed to find these computers and destroy them before the other side extracted all the information. Teams A and B continue to move, and Teams C and D will check with me. Within 24 hours, all the lost information must be recovered. Quickly. Split up. Du Bois continued to shout as everyone felt the pressure. For a moment, the entire Eagle Sauce hacking agents team was in disarray. Nanhu, Industrial Park. Wei Yingnan slowly closed the computer and smiled. Well, Eagle Sauce's little secret is well hidden. All that's left is to find a way to recycle them over one by one. See, I'll leave this simple task to you. Si Yuan Kai froze in place then when he heard this. He slowly looked up at Wei Yingnan and said, Big sister, if I just read it right, you seem to have randomly dispersed the information to tens of thousands of computers in close proximity, right? Wei Yingnan said with some gentle nods after listening. Yeah, it's too short of a time to do anything but hide close by for now. It's just a random assignment. They won't be able to find any patterns. So, you just need to extract them one by one. Si Yuan Kai couldn't help but slightly twitch the corners of his eyes when he heard this. You call this a simple little task? Wei Yingnan sniffed and said with a slight nod. Yes, what a simple task. You have about 20 hours to do that. Those Eagle Sauce hackers are no slouches, so it's not advisable to procrastinate for too long. Si Yuan Kai directly rolled his eyes greatly at the words. Looks like he's destined to work a big shift tonight. Yi Yuan sat across from the duo taking it all in. That's when he felt, for the first time, as if he was a little short-handed. Though in the beginning he went the route of seeking refinement over quantity. But two elites can hardly accomplish the workload of 20 people. Expansion became something that Yi Yuan put on his agenda to consider. Good job on this mission. The bonus will hit you guys tomorrow. Let's have a meal and rest first. Eat and drink before we fight. Wei Yingnan and Si Yuan Kai hurriedly smiled and said yes before the two of them got up and headed in the direction of the cafeteria. Yi Yuan, on the other hand, opened his computer to check up on the news. These days he had been so busy with things that he hadn't paid attention to the international situation for a long time. The browser had just opened and a blaring headline popped up. Eagle Sauce moves one vote, Ba Sheep's entry into the Union out of reach. Upon seeing this title, Yi Yuan immediately frowned tightly. He then carefully read up on the news.
the United Nations Security Council examined the application of the Bayan sheep state for membership in the United Nations and recommended to the General Assembly that the Bayan sheep state be admitted to membership in the United Nations. In a vote of 12 in favor and 2 abstentions, it failed due to a veto by permanent member Eagle Sauce, with the countries of John Bull and Na Dog abstaining. As a permanent member of the Security Council, Eagle Jam's negative vote on the 18th of local time mercilessly shattered the decades-long dream of the Ba'athist sheep nationals, once again exposing the hypocrisy and double standards on the Ba'athist issue. After the Hawk Sauce won vote to reject the Security Council vote on the draft resolution to admit the Ba sheep state as a full member of the United Nations, the seating of Flower's permanent representative to the United Nations, Ambassador Extraordinary and Plenipotentiary Zhang Hong, to make an explanatory statement, said today is a sad day. The seating of Flowers home to the Hawk Sauce's decision to be very disappointing. After seeing this, Yi Yuan clicked into some of Eagle Jam's local media sites. Pro-Ba-sheep protests at Eagle Jam University spread to more schools as authorities seem to lose patience and police begin strong counterattack. U.S. police used rubber bullets and tear gas to drive away student protesters at Emory University and arrest dozens of students and at least 2 professors on 25 local time, AFP said. At least 50 universities in Eagle Butte country have set up tents in support of the people of Sandtown and hundreds of protesters have been arrested. But demonstrations continue to spread. At least 530 students have been arrested in Eagle Jam country in recent weeks for taking part in anti-war protests, according to a Reuters tally. Anti-war protests, marches have taken on a nationwide spread. After reading these news, Yi Yuan's mood suddenly couldn't be calmed for a long time. I didn't realize Eagle Jam was shameless to this extent. They advertised themselves as representatives of civilization while doing the most barbaric and disgusting things in the world. ****************************************************** hell. Hawk Jam is still in dire straits. No, I can't stand by and do nothing anymore. They're friends who helped me open the system. I had to do something for them to be able to. After saying this, Yi Yuan immediately relogged into the GV forum, because he'd moved on to ShadowNet before, so there would be very little more lore about him on the GV forums. So, when his account showed online login, the whole forum, the whole world, became exuberant. God, Yi is back online. Within the same time frame, the National Intelligence Services of Eagle Butter, Big Hair, Seed Flower, John Bull, and Gallic Chicken were instantly put on a state of alert. Kyoto, inside the defense building, Wei Wen Gang is ready to hold an after-action analysis meeting for the operation. Chen Shuer suddenly got up from her seat. God, Yi is online. The GV forums are going crazy right now. No, the world's netizens have gone crazy. Everyone is asking him to help the Bayan country. As soon as those words were uttered, instantly the entire conference room fell silent. The next second, everyone started to turn on their computers and get busy. Tian Yuxian logged into his GV forum account at the first opportunity. But the other person has turned on the setting to reject friend requests. How come you just came up off the line? What the hell is he trying to do? Tian Yuxian began to speculate on the other party's intentions with his own self-consciousness. A dozen seconds later, Tian Yuxian suddenly stood up from his seat as well. He must be trying to send arms to Baba Goat. Once Tian Yuxian said this, the scene was once again quiet for a moment. Renegade, who was sitting next to her, sniffed and looked at her with interest and said, "How do you know?" Tian Yuxian turned her head with a serious face after hearing this and returned, "Knowing him, I bet he does." The crowd couldn't help but all laugh at once when they heard this. Not a single person in the entire room seemed to trust her judgment. On the other hand, Nanhu Industrial Park, Yi Yuan took the initiative to open Alpha's dialogue box. Chapter 92 World-Shattering List. At first, he merely sent out a word, Bayan country, inside an underground military bunker. Arafat froze for a full 10 seconds after seeing Yi Yuan's message. Why did he initiate the message? Finance Minister Isley, who was sitting next to him, saw the message and immediately looked up at Arafat nervously and reminded him, "General, we really can't get a penny out of this. Our treasury is completely empty. We can't afford to feed such arms dealers who drink human blood." Arafat sniffed and frowned tightly. Then he picked up the conversation with a soft sigh. "Maybe they just want us to help refer clients. Don't worry. I know in my heart what state the Bayan country is in now. I'll talk to him first. You guys get out." As soon as Arafat's words left his mouth, the crowd in the room fell collectively silent. Everyone's mood was now at rock bottom. What a failed application for admission to the United Nations would mean for this country is well known to all. The despair of losing their country and destroying their race gripped the hearts of all the people of Bayangwa. But even at this critical juncture, Arafat still didn't want to snub their friend. This Yagad was the first one willing to help them. This is his friend, and the friend of all Baal Shem's country. Arafat took 2 deep breaths and adjusted himself before hitting the keyboard to reply. "Yes, Mr. God, may I ask,
What is your order? Arafat's spirit was now somewhat depressed, so he no longer spoke with his usual vigor. The failure of the Bayan state to join the United Nations was so devastating to the morale of the army that some of the soldiers even became so desperate that they burst into tears. The end of this war they face seems to have only one outcome: extinction. Some of the few remaining scholars in the country of Baba Sheep have gotten together to begin compiling the history of Baba Sheep. They want to leave one last treasure for the Baal Sheep people, to tell the Baal Sheep people of the future that once they had a country of their own. It is hoped that in the long future, there will be a new generation of Bayan warriors who will be able to take up the important task of restoring the country. In this desperate situation, God, who had helped them to hold the city, suddenly appeared to Arafat once again. So, whatever the other side's intentions are, Arafat are prepared to show the utmost sincerity to each other. Dear Mr. God, what happened to you? Arafat saw that the other party was delayed in replying to the message, so he quickly added another message over. Because the GV forum is just a regular forum on the Surface network, so hacking his defenses is a very simple matter. So, at the moment, over 100 countries and organizations around the world are silently watching two people chatting throughout. This was something that Yi Yuan's system had already prompted him about. However, Yi Yuan had no intention of fixing the loophole, because he's going to make a statement to the world. Nanhu, Industrial Park. Yi Yuan slowly tapped inputs on the keyboard with a serious face. My dearest friend, for Hawk Jam's shameless behavior, I only represent my own personal expression of great indignation. Between their shameless behavior, I will, in my personal name, gratuitously donate 2,000 anti-aircraft tracked vehicles, 1,000 unmanned fighters, 500 unmanned bombers, 13,000 unmanned self-explosive planes, 400 V-2 missile vehicles, 5,000 spider droids, and 100,000 AK semi-automatic rifles and 5 million rounds of ammunition. The message quickly spread around the world as the enter key was hit. Arafat's entire body froze when he saw the message. The more he looked at the words on the screen, the more he felt his eyes moisten. He raised his hand slowly in disbelief and pointed at the screen, shouting hoarsely to his co-workers who hadn't yet stepped out of the conference room. God has reappeared. Our country is saved. The figures of those executives who were preparing to leave all stagnated at the words. The group then slowly turned to look at Arafat. What did you say, General? Arafat could no longer contain his excitement at this time. He snapped to his feet, eyes full of tears, and stared at the screen and yelled, "The God who saves us, appear!" His voice made everyone jolt. With that, everyone quickly gathered around Arafat. Meanwhile, all parts of the world were abuzz. Inside one of Eagle Jam's secret bases, a 4-star general looked at the screen and roared loudly, "Provocation! This is naked provocation! This is a declaration of war against our Eagle Jam nation. We absolutely cannot afford to back down or tolerate any more. The war is on. We must prepare to fight back." The other high-ranking Hawksbane officials in the room couldn't be bothered to calm down at this point. Some of them were making frantic phone calls, some were calculating the war power of these arms, and some were echoing the general's angry roars and shouts. This damned arms dealer. He's crazy. Definitely crazy. Does this guy realize how much money he donated? Gosh. All of this adds up to over $200 billion at least. That's crazy. This person absolutely cannot be kept any longer. He must be erased as soon as possible. He will be Eagle Jam's greatest enemy. Capitol Building, Moss City, Great Maui. Smirnov, the head of the Great Mo Federal Security Service, rose violently. He said excitedly with bloodshot eyes staring at the computer screen. This guy who is only interested in the world. If these things are sent to Bayan, it will undoubtedly be the same as kicking off WW3. Hawk Jam will surely launch the most insane retaliation. This is a disaster for the Bayan Kingdom and an opportunity for us. With that, Smirnov got up and quickly headed out the door. Inside the conference room, others continued to talk as they watched the screen. National and ethnic differences aside, they are very appreciative of the act of arming God. This overbearing energy of his was a bit similar to their Jing Dadi, daring to take on the entire Eagle Sauce Empire with one man enough, flower grower, inside the defense building. Summer Hua, Wei Wen, Rui Ningshi, Tian Yuxuan and the rest of the crowd who witnessed everything. At this time, all froze in their positions, and for a long time could not calm down. So cool, Tian Yuxian suddenly exclaimed out, breaking the silence of the scene. Renegade reached out and tugged at her sleeve in a hurry. Xia Hua, however, ignored her and instead turned to look at Wei Wen and opened his mouth. The place continues to be yours to host. I must go and report to the chief as soon as possible. This kid has really poked a hole in the sky. Hey! After saying this, Summerhall picked up his hat and left quickly. His aides, secretary and a bunch of others left right behind him. Wei 1, on the other hand, couldn't help but have a smile hanging at the corner of his mouth. Nice one. This list is a lift to look at. With these things, let's see how arrogant they can still be in Eagle Jam. After saying this, Wei Wen picked up a cigarette and lit one to continue. Or that Churchill quote, "Truth is within the range of a cannonball, and dignity is above the blade of a sword." This time, Brother Bayan can finally be tough for once. The others couldn't help but agree at once when they heard this. The atmosphere was immediately lively and active. In addition to Eagle Sauce, Big Hair, and the flower growers, countries and organizations such as John Bull, Gallic Chicken, Hans Cat, Persian Lion, Footpad Chicken, Great White Elephant, and Camel Nation were all shocked upon seeing the arms god list. Immediately thereafter, states and organizations were quick to respond in their own ways. For a time, the international situation of the Blue Star was tense to the extreme, and the price of gold in various countries once again rose wildly. At this time, has been hiding behind the Eagle Sauce mysterious powerful forces, also finally began to gradually reveal the shape. Chapter 93, Assassination by an Eagle Jam Agent. Arafat quietly logged onto the Shadow Network to contact LeafSource. Hopefully he'll take more care of himself because his actions have completely pissed off Eagle Jam. Yi Yuan says he has no fear of Eagle Jam's retaliation and agrees with Arafat on a pickup location. Yi Yuan said that the delivery was a large amount, so it needed to be delivered in batches. The first shipment will arrive in 3 days, when the person will be informed of the exact coordinates in advance. For this assistance, Arafat again expressed his gratitude. Yi Yuan laughed and scolded the other party for being too pretentious, then hurriedly logged out. Inside the secret underground base, Arafat also smiled and exited the account. He was very glad that he had taken the gamble in the first place, and he was a million times glad that he had been right. He then picked up the red phone and called his aide, asking him to send out notices to all the departments of the army, carefully selecting drone pilots and anti-aircraft tracked vehicle drivers, among other things. Nanhu, Industrial Park. Yi Yuan hurriedly logged out of his account because he took a call. The phone is his mom called. Said his little sister school vacation today? To be in any case he has to go home to eat a reunion dinner. Yi Yuan out of so many years. The first 2 years because the mix is not as good, so the New Year's holidays are not much dare to go home. So, when his mom suggested this, he immediately nodded his head in agreement. Afterward, he had Lu Yening purchase the gifts in advance, and then he headed for home, escorted by Luo Rui and Zhang Lisheng. But their car had only just traveled to the main road when Zhang Lisheng was keenly aware of the difference. "Boss, we're being followed, and there seems to be a sniper ambush at a nearby high point, because I saw the reflection of the sniper scope." Zhang Lisheng, who was sitting in the co-pilot's seat, said this very calmly. Luo Rui also began to calmly analyze the current situation after hearing this. "I've spotted at least 3 cars following us. There are 2 more suspicious vehicles ahead of us. There's a lot of trouble coming this time." After hearing the words of the two, Yi Yuan immediately picked up the satellite phone. He was going to tell Lu Yanan that he would be late for this party and asked her to make sure she kept her family safe. After hanging up the phone, Yi Yuan immediately asked Luo Rui to drive to a remote location and asked in a cold voice on the way, "Any chance of getting rid of them all at once?" Luo Rui was silent for a full 10 seconds after hearing this. It was only after 10 seconds that he looked at Yi Yuan through the rearview mirror and said, 60% sure. Zhang Lisheng sniffed while wiping his nose and said, "Leave those snipers to me, and I'll give you an extra 10%. Yi Yuan immediately pulled out a micro-punch from the back seat when he heard this. "Leave the firepower piece to me, and just say what you need. That should increase your certainty by another 10%, right?" Luo Rui couldn't help but laugh immediately after hearing those words. He then nodded as he drove. "Why not do something you're 80% sure of?" With that said, he began to change lanes of his vehicle. A secluded area of rotten buildings on the western outskirts of Nanhu. It was so quiet that there was not a soul in sight. But even so, Yi Yuan vehicle before and after the vehicle is still not far away from following 5 cars. There are 3 in the back of the car and 2 in the front of the car. If that's not stalking, I really don't know what is. Not only that, Zhang Lisheng soon realized that there was a sniper scope reflection in the distance. This shows that the other side has predicted in advance that they will come here. So, snipers have been ambushed here in advance. Almost. Yi Yuan suddenly said this. Luo Rui sniffed and immediately jerked the steering wheel, turning the car into the rotten neighborhood. At this sight, the 5 cars immediately made a quick U-turn as well. Not far away, a geezer carrying a sniper rifle hurriedly shouted over the intercom, "Hurry up and keep up. Never let him get away. If you can't take them alive, shoot them decisively. Repeat. Unable to capture alive, shoot decisively." No one else was directing the actions of his men now. He was none other than Dulles, the CIA's finest and most elite agent, who had lurked over for a long time. Dulles, after many investigations, could finally basically determine that this Yi Yuan was the biggest suspect of Yi God. Although he doesn't have definitive proof yet, a warrant has been issued from above. So, whether or not he's that god of arms, he's not allowed to continue to exist on this earth. This time, Hawk Jam is cutting out all the suspicious targets. No need for evidence. Just eliminate it first. So, after the target vehicle drove into the neighborhood, the 5 vehicles that were following it quickly followed. But when they followed them in, they realized that there was only the car but no one was there. So a big guy immediately picked up the walkie-talkie and said, "Number 1, the target is missing. It should be hidden inside this building. Requesting activation of unmanned reconnaissance aircraft, utilizing thermal imaging to determine the exact location of the target." Dulles heard this and immediately replied on the intercom, "Okay, your application is approved." When he finished, he gave another quick command on his walkie-talkie. 5. This is 1. Activate the drone. Confirm target location. No sooner had Dulles finished shouting than a reply came over the intercom. Roger 5. Drones are up. Immediately afterward, behind the building where Dulles was, a 1 meter long and wide drone quickly rose into the air. Then the screens of everyone's cell phones were shared with the drone footage. The drone quickly arrived over the predetermined location and then began to activate the thermal imaging system. It took less than 20 seconds for the men to discover the location of the target. Now there are only 2 people on the other side. Ops 2. The captain spoke after staring at the screen for a moment. How many people were targeted? A burly man behind the captain said as he checked his semi-automatic rifle. Who cares how many of them there are? Let's take care of these 2 first. I'll take 2 men and go first. Captain, you can detour on the other side. The captain sniffed and nodded vigorously while he began to give battle orders. Within minutes, Ops 2 had surrounded the target from the left and right. With that, they started with a flashbang raid, then rope drop and breaking down the door at the same time. Upon entering, they didn't give the target any chance to surrender, because when they saw the silhouette, everyone opened fire. Ta-da! Ta-da! Bullets from machine guns and submachine guns poured out as if they didn't need money. Soon the dust in the room was whipped up. Ops 2 continued to fire for 30 seconds until all gun magazines were empty. It was then that the captain slowly raised his hand with a sneer on his face and said, "Cease fire." As the captain's order was given, the crowd at the scene couldn't help but laugh softly. With this kind of strong firepower strike, even if the other party has a bulletproof vest, they will be shot into a hornet's nest. Want to live? That's simply not going to happen. But just when everyone was ready to accept the results of the battle, there was a sudden gunshot from outside. Then an alert came over the crowd's headphones. There's a sniper. The drone is down. Everybody look out. Ops 2 heard the reminder before they could get back to their senses. A figure suddenly shifted in the smoke ahead of them. What man? The captain was the first to react, and hastily raised his gun in preparation for firing. But when he pulled the trigger, he realized that he hadn't changed the magazine at all just now. But even so, gunshots continued to ring out in the room. Chapter 94, Regretting Being an Enemy of God. Eagle Jam's agent assassination team started on Yi Yuan in broad daylight. In order not to involve his family, he asked Luo Rue to drive the car into the rotten neighborhood. Action Team 2, which was in charge of the siege, rushed into their hiding place and fired a volley of bullets. But before the smoke that had been stirred up could clear, a figure inside suddenly moved. And with the ops magazines emptied, it's amazing how piercing gunshots ring out in the room. Da 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 da. A horrible shooting sound that was dense to the point of being terrifying rang out. The Ops 2 member who rushed into the room was instantly beaten to a pulp. Yes, they were reduced to rotten meat by the impact of powerful bullets. It was then that Luo Rue, who was wearing a mechanical battle armor, showed up carrying a Gatling heavy machine gun. At the same time, Yi Yuan was wearing a mechanical battle armor, holding onto 2 P-90 submachine guns and strafing in the direction of the window. The P-90 submachine gun uses a 5.7mm high-rate round that holds 50 rounds in each magazine, with a high rate of fire of 14 rounds per second. The gun's ammunition can easily penetrate bulletproof undershirts with level 3, 4 or even 5 protection. So the moment the 2 P-90 submachine guns opened fire, it targets what is basically the equivalent of being declared a death sentence. In less than 10 seconds of work, Yi Yuan had emptied 100 rounds of ammunition. The 2 agents who had roped down from the window were beaten straight to a bloody sieve on the spot. At that moment, Dulles' voice suddenly came over the intercom. Number 2. Report on the battle. Number 2. Reply received. When Luo Rue heard the voice, he directly shot the intercom, then very skillfully and quickly changed up the bullet chain. By this time, Yi Yuan had already replaced the magazine. At this point, the 2 men's mechanical battle armor was full of pits and bullet wounds. From this, it could be seen that the enemy's attack just now They had relied on their battle armor to carry it down hard. On the other side, Dulles had ducked behind cover. He said with a sniper rifle in his right hand and a walkie-talkie in his left. 3 and 4, you're all together. Attention! Possible firearms in the hands of the target. Number 2 has been lost. You must be careful. The other 2 squads received the order and immediately replied receive. Then they once again approached in 2 directions towards Yi Yuan. But the men hadn't taken more than a few steps forward when suddenly gunshots were heard in the distance. Bang! The loud gunshot shook everyone to their core. In the next second, the person running at the front was directly blasted in the head. Barrett! It's Barrett! A man familiar with firearms shouted out. But the next second the shots rang out again, and then he was blasted through the heart. At this moment, everyone was tense to the core. How could they not expect that the other side would have a weapon of mass destruction like the Barrett? However, soon their perceptions were once again turned upside down, because Luo Rue had already walked out of the building carrying a Gatling. Da 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 da. Gatling's intense gunfire sounded like a deathly piano piece. Each violent beat of the notes added to the crowd's horror. Fuck! It's Gatling! I can't believe he has a Gatling. Barrett with Gatling? Are we still alive? Is that strange? He is a god of arms. I wouldn't be surprised even if he brought out rockets. The guy's words had only just finished when an audible explosion suddenly rang out. Immediately thereafter, a 14-meter long spear missile with a wingspan of 98 meters and a maximum speed of 3 times the speed of sound was rapidly lifted into the air. Holy, is your ING mouth open? What a missile! That's a MGMI-52C missile. Quickly, retreat! If you're late, you're all dead. Retreat? How to withdraw? That's a missile. Besides, there's Gatling and Barrett fire suppression on the other side now. It's over. It's all over. Why mess with this arms god? Those idiots in the White House. Luo Rue quickly retreated while suppressing fire. Every now and then, Zhan Lusang takes a shot with his Barrett to take care of the guys trying to get away. 10 seconds later, the lance missile fell from a high altitude with an ear-splitting whistling sound. The agents who were pinned down by the firepower threw back their heads and let out wails of extreme terror. The next second, a roar sounded. Then the whole world went quiet. Dulles was the only one who survived the scene. Squad 5, which was in charge of manning the drones, was also screwed over by Barrett to the point of total annihilation. Dulles was hiding in a loft somewhere not daring to take more than a breath. Gatling, Barrett, flying spear missiles. He didn't know how many more tricks his opponent hadn't used. At this moment, he realized why the other party was called the God of Arms. Now he realized what kind of opponent he was really dealing with. Gullible. So ing gullible. While Dulles hid and shivered, Yi Yuan was slowly disarming the mechanical battle armor. Well, let's get security over here to clean up the scene. Tell them to hurry up or there'll be trouble if the police get there first. Luo Rue sniffed and immediately picked up his cell phone to contact the company's security department. He then quickly shed his battle armor and ran to bring the car around. Yi Yuan took the battle armor back into the system storage space, and then sat in the car to quickly leave as if nothing had happened. 5 minutes later, Industrial Park security arrived at the rotten building. They moved skillfully to gather the bodies together, then used the instrument to locate the coordinates of the time transfer. In the next second, all the corpses, as well as the vehicle they had been traveling in earlier, were shooed to the bottom of the Pacific Ocean. Next, they faked a detonator blast at the scene and paid a lot of money to buy out the engineering company responsible for the rotten building. In this way, the case of the missile attack became an incident of demolition of a building by unauthorized demolition. So, when the police arrived at the scene, the head of that engineering company, without saying a word, admitted everything. The man was then taken away for administrative detention 15 and a fine of $50,000. But even so, the man remained beautiful in his heart, because he also netted $4.95 million after all costs were thrown out. Now there's finally money to pay the brothers under me. Half an hour later, the gray-headed Yi Yuan returned home. This home of his is in the Star River Bay in Nanhu, a large flat with a total area of 320 square meters. The room is a 5-bedroom, 2-bath, 5-bath design, perfectly adequate for his family of 3. To make it easier for Luo Rue, Zhan Lisheng and Lu Yaning to protect themselves and their families, Ya Yuan also bought the 4-bedroom, 2-bathroom, 3-bathroom junior house across the street. Of course, this so-called small house is compared to his house. So, after Yi Yuan went home, Luo Rue and Zhang Lisheng also returned to the opposite dormitory, Star River Bay, Yi Yuan's house. Mom, I'm home. I'm so tired today. I'm going to take a shower first. Later, Yi Yuan entered the doorway before the words were finished. The person suddenly stood frozen in place, because he saw 2 old acquaintances, and how he didn't expect the 2 to be in the house at the same time. What are you guys doing here? Chapter 95, The First Time I Became a Hot Shot. After Yi Yuan resolved the ambush by the Eagle Jam agents, he returned to his new home in a grimy state. But no sooner had he entered than he saw two familiar people. As a matter of common sense, these two shouldn't be here, because these two people were no one else but his white moonlight, Li Shuijing, and his blind date from his hometown, Kai Qingqing. At the moment, both men had an apron tied around them, each holding a plate of freshly fried vegetables. Yeah, what's wrong with you? Go and wash up. After you're done you can come out for dinner, Li Shuijing instructed while walking quickly towards the restaurant. Kai Qingqing, on the other hand, brought the dishes to Yi Yuan's side and said with a smile, I won't be surprised if I come to your house today to rub it in, will I? Why do you have a weird smell on you here? What were you doing? Yi Yuan sniffed and directly blanked the other party and said, What's with the wide berth? I'll do as I please. What brings you to South Shanghai? Didn't we blow it? With that, Yi Yuan turned around and headed towards the master bedroom. Kai Qingqing, however, followed slowly with her dishes. Who said anything about blowing it with you? I just went back and thought about it. But who knew our destiny would be so wonderful? I got into the South Shanghai establishment and have now transferred over here. Do you think that this was purposely arranged by God? Kai Qingqing stood in the doorway with a sly grin on her face. Yi Yuan, on the other hand, began to undress up in the house. Looking at the other party's hidden muscle lines, Kai Qingqing couldn't help but gently lick her lips. Should I say no? The guy's in pretty good shape. With some more exercise, the tendons will come out of the body soon. At this moment, Yi Yuan stripped down to just a pair of pants. So he slowly turned his head to look at the other man and said, Want to see when? Close the door. I'm going to take a shower. It was only after hearing this that Kai Qingqing finally reacted. So she hastily spat out her tongue, before gently closing the door to her room and walking away. 10 minutes later, Yi Yuan changed into a black silk nightgown and walked out. At this time, Mom, Li Shuijing, and Kai Qingqing were already seated at the dining table. Yi Yuan looked around as he fiddled with his hair. Where's Sin Sin? Why haven't we seen her around? Yi Source in the mouth of Qian is his little sister. Full name is called Yi Qian. This year 16 years old, just read the first year of high school. As it turns out, she attended the first high school in her home county. After Yi Yuan picked her up in Nanhu, she transferred to Nanhu Guanghua University affiliated high school. Mom heard Yi Yuan ask, slightly frowned and answered, called out by a classmate for some birthday party. You'd have run into her if you'd come back half an hour earlier. Yi Yuan sniffed and shrugged his shoulders helplessly, then sat on his butt next to his old mom. That can't be helped. Kids have kids socialization. If she won't eat, I'll eat with you. Saying that, Yi Yuan picked up the bowls and chopsticks and was ready to start. But Mom reached out and gently smacked him on the back of the hand. What's the hurry? There are guests. Yi Yuan gently rolled his eyes after being hit. With that, he turned his head and squeezed out a fake smile and said, Gentlemen, let's get started, shall we? Both Li Shuijing and Kai Qingqing couldn't help but laugh at the situation. And then, Li Shuijing picked up the conversation while giving Yi Yuan some food. Yi Yuan is still the same as when he was in school, just a big straight man. I'm used to it. Nah, I remember your favorite chicken leg. At the same time, Kai Qingqing gave a piece of fish to Yi Yuan's mom. I've heard that Auntie loves fish. This is a fish that I asked a friend to specially bring back from abroad. I think it's called something like Malay forgotten fish. I'm not a very good cook, and I don't know if what I've made is good, so I'll entrust Auntie to try it first. The two women's movements were simultaneous. One focuses on pleasing Yi Yuan, and the other focuses on pleasing Mom. This action of theirs immediately caused Yi Yuan's figure to stiffen. What's going on here? This Li Shuijing is near me to get information. I can understand her pleasing me, but what's the situation with Tsai Qingqing? I remember the dating scene was pretty awkward. How is it that after an awkward blind date, she can still be obsessed with me? Though I admit I'm handsome and charming and classy, but it's not so bad that a policewoman would be so attracted to it, is it? Did my mom tell the other guy the truth? That shouldn't be either, because my mom and I aren't telling the truth. Just saying that I made a small fortune in trading. Wait, could it be that this property reveals my dirtbag nature? The price of the third phase of Nanhu Xingawan is 9,400 a square meter. Yi Yuan purchased this 320 sq.ft. unit for a total price of $30.08 million. It's not exactly a top-of-the-line mansion, but it's certainly upscale housing. Accidentally, he still showed his wealth and was targeted by a gold-digging woman. Up to this point, Yi Yuan hadn't suspected on the other party's motives. After all, this was the one her mom had put herself through. It's just that the other guy's job is a little sensitive, but she was just a small civilian police officer, unlikely to cross paths with herself. Therefore, at this time, Yi Yuan was only somewhat mildly suspicious of her. As for Li Shuijing,
He has his own deep meaning in keeping the other party.
It's easy to tackle a beauty spy, but it is not guaranteed that the other side will send a second, a third, or a fourth. Instead of that, keep a favorite spy of your own around. This way you can pass on false information to the other side and enjoy some of your favorite women while you're at it. There was no reason for Yi Yuan not to do something that would kill two birds with one stone. Thinking of this, Yi Yuan couldn't help but laugh softly. Li Shuijing asked with a curious blink at the sight. What are you laughing at? When Yi Yuan heard the other party's question,
his heart's eyes turned to pick up the conversation and said,
of course I'm happy. I never dreamed. I get to eat the chicken thighs that you personally pinned on me. As soon as he said this, Kai Qingqing's face instantly changed. She only saw her eyes widen as she looked at Yi Yuan with a displeased expression. Hey, your blind date is still there, okay? You're being more or less rude. Li Shuijing sniffed and immediately laughed softly in triumph. Yi Yuan, on the other hand, couldn't help but want to dislike them directly. But Mom beat me to it at this point. Genji, the visitor is a guest. But it's too much. Eat well, everything will wait until after dinner. Saying that, Mom also gave Kai Qingqing a chicken leg. Girl, you eat too. Auntie's marinated chicken thighs are delicious. Seeing this, Kai Qingqing immediately smiled and thanked her, and then slightly sidestepped and glanced at Li Shuijing in an extremely provocative manner. In an instant, the battle between the two women was ignited. Yi Yuan could even vaguely see the starry sparks that rubbed out when the two of them looked at each other. Oh, my God. These two women aren't going to fight over themselves, are they? It's the first time I've been treated like a woman snatch since I was a kid. This feels so exciting. Yi Yuan was enjoying the two beautiful women fighting over him. The doorbell on the door of his room suddenly went off. Seeing this scene, Yi Yuan hurriedly got up and took the initiative to open the door. I'll go and open the mouth. It may be that Cynthia is back. Yi Yuan thought it was his little sister coming back, so he happily ran to the door to open it. But when the door to the room was actually opened, his face immediately turned as white as paper. Holy, why are you here too?